Wingfall. Book 1 of the Bloodwing Academy series. By Drake Mason and Marissa Mills. Chapter 1. Cora, this is the worst idea you've ever had. I whistled between my teeth. I do like to outdo myself, I said. I glanced over my shoulder at Noah, who was slowly losing a fierce battle with humidity. His brown eyes were half hidden by the fog creeping up his glasses, and his black hair had fluffed out to nearly twice its usual size. You know, you're welcome to leave and let me face the Felding all alone, I said, adopting the most innocent, pure-hearted damsel look I could muster. With a sigh, Noah tore off his glasses and wiped them on his short-sleeved shirt. The black material was terrible at cleaning his glasses, though, and poor Noah ended up replacing humidity with dust and fabric fibers. You know I wouldn't, he replied, giving me a cross glance. Of course I knew. I grinned and turned my attention back to the soft slap of the boat's hulls and the dull roar of the waves, heavy with debris from the latest storm, beating lowly against the docks. We'll be fine, I said, as I resumed walking along the dock, Noah following despite his protests. How do you even know this is the right place? I overheard Father and Professor Fay talking about it, I said. Overheard, Noah said flatly. Okay, maybe overheard wasn't the best word to use. Overheard implied that it had been happenstance. And it wasn't. I had snuck out of my room in the dead of night and listened through the crack in a barely open door, after all. Details, I declared, waving flippantly. Point is, I know, the Felding is here, I promise. And you couldn't let your father and Professor Fay handle it? Noah asked. I imagine they're both busy planning for the upcoming semester, I replied. They already have enough to do. We'd actually be helping if we dispatched this Felding for them. Besides, we're going to be acolytes soon, and there's a big difference between two new acolytes and allure like your father and Professor Fay. The allure were the elite warriors who secretly protected humanity from all the evil and creepy monsters in the world. But I was tired of letting them do everything, while I sat in the wings being treated like a fragile academy princess. I raked a few damp strands of blonde hair back from my eyes and looked across the road at my destination, the water treatment plant. The sound of churning water blended with the mechanical clang of grinding metal as we waited for a car to pass by. Over the noise of the water treatment plant, a screeching snarl echoed off the buildings around us. I grinned at Noah, then sprinted across the road. I paused at a round concrete wall, waiting for him to cross the road and join me. Despite there being no cars in sight, Noah looked both ways twice and sprinted across the road as if Satan himself ran in pursuit. Ready to slay a dragon? I asked. Actually, I was thinking about Professor Lin, whose great-aunt had her head ripped off and eaten by a dragon, I finished, rolling my eyes. My father's only told me that story 1 billion times. I don't need it from you, too. He's just looking out for you, Noah said. As am I. I knew that, but sometimes my father acted like I was 9 instead of 19 in 3 weeks. And I suspected if my father had his way, I'd be kept as far from danger as possible for the rest of my life. Even my angel-blessed blood and destiny as a warrior wasn't enough to soothe my father's fears of losing me. Like he'd lost my mother, Aurora. Best not to think about her. Noah wasn't much different from my father, though he had absolutely no reason to be so protective. He was only 20, but fretted over me like an old, overly doting grandmother. But he'd once promised my father that he'd protect me, and despite that promise being made when Noah was 8, he took it very seriously. Besides, Professor Lin's aunt was killed by a fire dragon, I said, forcing a smile. This is a water dragon, and considering it's just living in this water plant, it has to be small. The humans probably just think it's an alligator. The hissing screech of the dragon split the air around us, just on the other side of the concrete wall. the solid, straight concrete wall. I tipped my head back, judging the height. 15 feet? 20? There didn't appear to be any ladders or footholds, and no nearby fence or tree to jump from. "How are we going to get in?" Noah asked, as if he'd read my mind. "Isn't it obvious?" I asked. It really wasn't, but I refused to admit that I hadn't foreseen this particular obstacle. I'd figure it out. I didn't come all this way to be defeated by a concrete wall. "We leave it to the allure, who have wings, years of weapons training, blessings from the angels?" Noah asked. "No," I replied. I kept walking along the length of the structure, searching for any way up. There was something odd, a place where the moonlight cast a short, horizontal shadow. I trailed my hands up the concrete, groping the space. My fingers brushed against an object, damp and solid, just above my head. It was the remains of something. A step or a ladder, maybe? "We climb," I said, grinning. Noah sighed and cast his eyes heavenwards, as if God Almighty might instill him with enough divine patience to handle me. I sucked in a deep breath and jumped. My fingers curled over the edge of the step as I hauled myself up. My eyes darted upward, squinting through the darkness. There was another step, a couple feet up. Carefully balancing on the narrow step, I pulled myself onto the next one and quickly scaled the side of the concrete. My arms burned as I reached the top and pulled myself onto the rim, being careful not to fall into the water on the other side. I turned to Noah, reaching a hand to help him stand as he joined me. "See?" "No wings needed?" I said. He didn't smile. Instead, he gazed into the murky pool of water beneath us. "Is it even in here?" Noah asked. I bent down, peering closer into the water, but only saw my own distorted reflection in the smooth surface. In the murky water, my blue eyes looked black, and my pale hair a dingy gray. I pulled at my black blouse, which clung uncomfortably to my skin. The humid air that struck my bare stomach didn't offer the comfort I'd wanted. The sweat gathering under my breasts and beneath my sturdy canvas pants was worse. If there hadn't been the threat of a dragon, I'd have been tempted to jump in fully clothed, despite the filmy layer of grime floating on the water's surface. Without warning, a flash of blue lightning lanced through the water toward us, just as something slammed against the concrete. A jagged sliver forked up the side of the wall beneath Noah's feet, a trickle of water seeping out of the crack. Noah stumbled backwards as the concrete shuddered under his feet. I grabbed his arm to stop him from stepping off the ledge. "Careful," I said, as he regained his footing. I drew a 4-inch cylindrical rod from my back pocket and pressed my thumb into the M-shaped rune, flicking my wrist the way I'd seen my father do 1,000 times. The weapon extended into a 9-foot lance with a deadly point. Noah's jaw dropped. "Cora, no, you didn't," he said. "Oh, but I did," I replied, smirking. "What else were we going to use to fight a dragon?" Noah smiled, a new eagerness flashing in his eyes. He reached over his shoulder and drew a star-bright crusader's sword from the sheath across his back. "The sword of St. George?" he suggested. "And you criticized me for stealing my father's dragon lance," I exclaimed. "The good saint's sword was just gathering dust in the library," Noah said. "There's hope for you yet," I replied. "But God above, my father is going to kill us both." My father was the chancellor of divine providence, the academy that trained the allure, and as his daughter, I knew I'd get a good scolding and a slap on the wrists. At worst, maybe a month of latrine duty. But Noah could face real punishment, especially for borrowing a saint's weapon. His mother worked in the kitchens of divine providence, and his father had abandoned him long ago. Noah didn't have a high-ranking family to protect him. "It's not too late to turn back," Noah said, his voice becoming serious, "and pretend none of this ever happened." I shook my head and tightened my grip on the lance. "Not unless we're hauling the head of a water dragon with us." The surface of the water churned a little. I watched for flashes of blue, studying the shimmer of moonlight reflecting on the surface. "Do you see it?" I asked, as I circled around on the ledge. I tucked my father's lance between my bicep and my ribs and curled my hand around the weapon's shaft, forcing it steady. My whole arm ached from its weight. It was bigger than me by about 3.5 feet. That gave me a good reach, but I hadn't anticipated it being so unwieldy. Father always made it look so easy, and the life-size mural of Michael and his 6 brothers slaying a dragon horde in the Great Hall made it look simple enough. Tuck under your arm, aim, pointy end forward. But they had wings, which probably served as a counterbalance. God, why hadn't I thought of that before? As blue lightning flashed in the water, I suddenly wished I'd brought a trident instead, or a sword like Noah had. A swish of a finned tail flicked up through the surface. I stabbed the lance down before the dragon could disappear into the depths again. Its snarling cry tore through the air and echoed off the water, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. The dragon dove, threatening to pull my lance with it. Frantically, I pushed on the rune, causing the lance to collapse once more. Red blood spurted from the tip, staining the water with a colorful cloud. Once more, I pressed the rune on the lance, extending it to its full length again. Beside me, Noah cried out. I barely caught sight of the triple row of jagged teeth as the blue-scaled beast reared out of the tank behind us. For a split second, I stood frozen and mesmerized. I'd always heard of dragons as being monstrous beasts who ate the hearts of angel-born for power. 100 angel hearts, and, the bestiaries said, a dragon could become human. I'd seen countless illustrations and tapestries of dragons being slain, but I'd never realized how beautiful they were. The dragon's scales looked like sleek, polished sapphires, and its delicate-looking wings were thin and translucent like a dragonfly's. Even the dragon's sharp spines and crest seemed lovely, like icicles clinging from a tree. Then, the spell was broken, and I steeled myself for the coming attack. It snapped at Noah, who slammed into me, pushing me off balance and into nothingness. Over our heads, the dragon launched from the edge of the tank. It flew through the air with its short wings, then dove into the murky sludge just feet from us. When my body struck the lukewarm water, I floundered, struggling with the weight of my father's lance. Praying that the dragon didn't choose then to strike, I collapsed the lance and dragged my way up through the water, gasping for air as I broke the surface. My eyes stung with the rank, chemically treated water. My soggy boots dragged me downwards, but I kicked hard to stay above water. I reached the edge of the tank and leaned against it, swiveling my head to look for Noah. He surfaced a short distance away, but then dove and disappeared for several heartbeats. When he surfaced again, his face was frantic. "What is it?" I shouted. "I dropped the sword!" I growled in frustration and tucked my father's lance into my back pocket. Instead, I drew out my mother's twin daggers, as always, sheathed at my thighs. With my hands free, I swam across the water and shoved the hilt of the second dagger into Noah's hand, just as the water beneath us began to churn. I kicked away from the edge of the tank and out of the path of the breaching water dragon. It broke the surface, jaw chomping. I gasped, pain shooting up my leg as its teeth sank into my ankle. I sucked a frantic breath before the creature dragged me beneath the surface. Twisting my body underwater, I thrust the dagger down at the scaled flesh of the beast. The blade turned against scales, unable to penetrate the thick, natural armor. I almost screamed in surprise as a second scaled body slammed into my ribs, but forced my mouth shut to preserve precious air, biting my tongue hard in the process. I slashed again at the dragon holding me, then kicked hard with my other leg. Its teeth ripped through the skin at my ankle and snagged on my boot, a chunk of leather coming away in its mouth. I kicked off its head to surface, took in a frantic breath, and dove again. I roughly wiped away water from my burning eyes and searched for the dragons. I barely made out the flickers of blue as their scales and wings glowing in the moonlight. Their tails swished, cutting through the water as they circled back on me. The water rippled as Noah dove beside me. We nodded at each other as the first beast snaked its way toward us. It cut swiftly through the water with its short wings and swaying tail. The beast's mouth opened wide like the gaping jaws of an alligator. I kicked away, out of its reach, as Noah slashed his dagger across the eye on one side. I buried my hilt through the other. Blinded and enraged with pain, the dragon snarled and thrashed. My chest burned, and I pushed myself back to the surface for air. I barely managed to gulp a fresh lungful of air before the second dragon rammed into me. It seized my left arm with its jaws and wrapped its wings around me like a cocoon, dragging me beneath the surface. I slashed out with the dagger, slicing through the delicate skin of its fragile wings until the blade struck bone. It thrashed and recoiled. I surfaced again, then cried out as its sharp spines dug into my back. Once more, its jaws gripped my bleeding ankle. "Noah!" I yelled, before my head sank beneath the surface again. My lungs burned from the lack of oxygen, and the moon above the tank grew fuzzy as the dragon's deadly grip pulled me to the bottom of the tank. Blood stained the water and swirled around me in clouds of color. How much was mine? My ankle and arm throbbed, and the deep gouges in my back burned like wildfire. A shadow blotted out the light. The dragon's jaws loosened, and its whole body grew limp. I slipped out of its grasp, but my clothes were sodden, and my muscles weak with exhaustion. I kicked and swished my arms through the water, but my movements were sluggish. Heavy, impossible. My thoughts were groggy, slow, and my vision grew black at the edges, as murky as the water around me. Strong arms wrapped around me. A part of me wanted to thrash, to fight off this new attacker, but I was so tired. So very tired. When the night air hit my face, I gasped, coughing up water as I was lifted through the air. My rescuer's feet struck the pavement at the foot of the tank. Did he just jump down to the ground? Impossible. The distance was 15 or 20 feet. He loomed over me, night-black eyes gazing into my face with sharp intensity. "Damn it, Cora," he muttered. His dark, velvety voice was familiar, although my mind was slow to put a name with it. I blinked in confusion. My eyes burned from the water, but I was almost certain I glimpsed fanged teeth between his lips. "Omen?" I whispered. I must be imagining things. It couldn't be him. My body recoiled from the hard pavement as Omen laid me on the ground. Every cell of my body felt hypersensitive and charged. I shakily sat upright, my throat raw. My eyes traced over his dark hair, his strong jaw, and the barely noticeable scar that cut just beneath his right eyebrow. It wasn't a scar earned in battle or anything like that. He'd hit his head on the coffee table as a child. "Omen," I rasped, choking on his name. He glanced at something in the distance, then shook his head. A second later, his thumb traced my cheek, his touch like lightning. "Please don't do anything stupid," he whispered. "Anything else." I shivered at the chill on my skin where his hand had rested. Then, he was gone, as if he'd simply become one with the shadows around me. My head spun as I looked around, trying to find him. "Cora?" my father cried. I glanced up. His metal armor and star-white wings shined in the moonlight. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Noah," I croaked. My throat is rough and raw. "The dragons." He sighed and flicked a hand to command the others. I swallowed, closing my eyes against the pain that throbbed through every part of me. I couldn't bring myself to move. My thoughts were in fragments, but still, I wondered if Noah was okay, and if we at least managed to get a dragon head out of this whole stupid misadventure. Chapter 2. "If you pace around anymore, I'm going to throw you out. All that moving is making me a nervous wreck." "She'll be fine, Joel." Professor Linda Ricks had been my father's friend longer than I could remember, but it was still strange to hear him addressed by his first name. At the divine providence, he was Master Servatus to most, chancellor and throne of the Order of Allure. I sighed, leaving my still stinging eyes closed as I came to terms with my failure. If I was in Professor Rick's care, then I was back at the academy. Rix was one of the very few adult authority figures who wasn't a Larry. She never got her wings, and it had taken my father years of arguments to land her position in the order as the head of Raphael's house. Rix had healed all my childhood scrapes and soothed all my seasonal allergies. But a pit formed in my stomach as the significance of it all sank in. If I was waking up back at the academy with Professor Rix, then I was in the infirmary. If I was in the infirmary, that meant I hadn't killed a dragon and brought its head home in glorious triumph. I felt cool stones stroke my forehead as Professor Rix used a crystal to draw the staff and ring symbol representing Archangel Raphael's healing. The rune would last only a few minutes. A wave of warmth shimmered outward from the symbol, and the heat flowed through my body. Aches I hadn't even noticed eased, and my mind cleared. The burning in my throat and eyes faded. I blinked, testing the light in the room, then looked up to see the professor's familiar red hair brushing her shoulders as she gazed down on me. Behind her, my father paced, evidently not caring too much for Rick's warning. Around him, the white room looked stark and barren. He ran a hand through his hair, restlessly shoving back a stray strand of long blonde fringe that had escaped the ponytail he used to keep it tamed. "Cora," the professor said, her relief heavy in the simple sigh of my name. "Noah?" I whispered, watching her face for the truth in case I shouldn't believe her words. Her smile was warm and open, but tinged with sadness. "He's fine." I drew a shaky breath and let it out with the fading thoughts of tragedy. Noah was alive. He'd be annoyed at me, and we'd probably share a punishment for a few weeks, but at least he was still alive. I tried to get my head around how close I'd come to getting my best friend killed with my stupid stunt this time. "Cora, thank the angels," my father said, interrupting my thoughts. He stepped close to the bed and clutched my hand. "Father," I whispered, my voice still a croak. I gazed up at him, hoping my best look of contrition would soften the lecture and punishment to come. I wondered if they'd found his dragon lance in my pocket. Given someone had redressed me in a white cotton nightgown, I guess they probably had. And that wasn't even taking into account the sword Noah had stolen. We were so screwed. My father's brows knitted together. The look of relief on his face turned to frustration and anger. "Really, Cora? What were you thinking?" I pushed myself upright. Professor Rix glanced first at me, then my father, and made herself scarce at the other end of the room. She seemed suddenly fascinated with her bottles of herbs. I crossed my legs under the nightgown. It was only supposed to be one small water dragon. "You should have never been down there. Only—" I leaned forward and cut him off before he could remind me again how the world of humans and feldings, the world just beyond our academy and the illusions that hid it, was dangerous. We are just weeks away from the blessing ceremony. I had to prove to you, to myself, that I am ready. His eyes sparked with restraint. We would never test an apprentice against a dragon, even a young water dragon, without the aid of an allure. The feldings are powerful, dangerous, as I've told you time and time again. I'll be an allure soon, expected to go into that world to hunt the felding and destroy their evil. You can't keep me safe forever." He shook his head, eyes piercing me. "If you knew the dangers that exist beyond these walls, you'd understand why I insist on keeping you safe," he snapped, his voice louder. "You have no idea the cruelty and the monstrosities that exist in this world, and you aren't ready to face them." His words echoed across the room. I glanced around, glad the other beds were empty. "Cora," he said more quietly, drawing my attention back to him. "I know you're eager to prove yourself. I know you want to see with the world, but you can't toy with these things. Your interest in the human world? The risks you take?" He shook his head and ran his fingers slowly over his closed eyes. He couldn't even look at me. "The humans," I began. "Don't!" he snarled, fixing me with a sharp look. I shrank back from the dark rage on his face. "I don't want to hear it," he said. "But if only going outside these walls were all of it." He stalked across the room, his movements sharp and heavy. For a second, I watched as he silently stormed across the floor, like some wild animal confined into a too small space. "You stole the dragon lance," he said, whirling around suddenly. I winced. Worse was coming. "I can forgive a lot, but have you no sense? You endanger—" His words trailed off, and he shook his head, then said instead, "By the angels, Cora. Do you have any idea what would happen if a Felding were to wield a true angel blade against us?" I shook my head, and he sighed. "They're sacred for a reason," he said. "We didn't think." "Exactly. You never think. You lead Noah by the nose into this trouble. He could have died. You both could have." He crossed the room, pacing back and forth as he considered his words before he spoke. The movements reminded me of the water dragon snaking through the murk. "Noah's fate." He sighed and shook his head. "You realize what Divine Providence's guidelines state regarding this, don't you?" My hands quivered. I clenched them into fists at my side. "What do you mean?" I whispered. He was quiet so long I wondered if he'd heard me. "Father?" He looked up at me, meeting my eyes. There was sorrow and hollow frustration in his. It had never occurred to me before exactly how much my father carried the weight of the entire Alarium on his shoulders. "The rules are clear. Noah can't remain at Divine Providence after this." I gasped. "But you can't!" I cried. "This was all my fault. He didn't do anything wrong." "It's only because you're my daughter that the same fate won't be applied to you. Several of the Order insisted that you be equally punished. Probably St. John and Bells. St. John hadn't liked me since I was 6 years old, and knocked over a candle, setting the book he was writing ablaze. And Bells hated everyone. I couldn't see the others agreeing to expel me so easily, not when Divine Providence was all I'd ever known. That was far from several of the Allery, but St. John and Bells were certainly vocal. I lifted my chin. "I'm not afraid of the Order." His brief bark of laughter made me feel small. "I had hoped one day you'd sit upon it yourself. Small mercies if your stupidity lets you live so long." I bit my lip, forcing myself not to give in to tears. Something flickered across my father's face, and he looked suddenly distant. I wondered if he was thinking of my mother Aurora, the young and beautiful Allery who died on a mission when she was only a handful of years older than I was. "Your fate is kinder, at least. I was able to negotiate on your behalf," he said. I kept my mouth shut and waited to hear his verdict. Finally, he turned back to look at me. I could see the resolution in his face. "To help you learn, you'll have a 3-fold punishment. Since you enjoy sewer water so much, you will start each morning by scrubbing the academy bathrooms. In the evenings, after you've spent 2 additional hours training with Victoria, you will spend another 2 with Linda in the library." I drew a shaky breath before whispering, "There aren't enough hours." He cut me off again. "You'll make the time, even if you have to rise at 5 a.m. to perform your assignments. From now on, you will do nothing but your duties, your chores, and your studies." I swallowed, wanting to argue, but forcing myself to hold back. My father was a reasonable man, fair, but he demanded respect. I tried to imagine what it had cost him to negotiate these terms with the Order on my behalf. Fighting their judgment would only land me in bigger trouble, and he'd probably still get angry looks and snide remarks from St. John and Bells over this. Instead, I muttered, "For how long?" "Until your blessing." 3 weeks. It could be worse." "What about Noah?" He shook his head. There's nothing I can do for that boy. He stole a saint's weapon. But he didn't. I stole the sword. The lie came easily to my lips. My father's gaze narrowed. The dragon lance and the sword, I took them both. We needed weapons to kill dragons. I held his gaze, daring him to call me out. He confessed to the crime himself, Cora. Noah would say anything to protect me. I could tell my father was looking for a way to use what I was saying, so I doubled down. I swear to you, Noah's only fault in all this was that he insisted on keeping me safe. He didn't even want to come, but I insisted on going, and he followed me out. That wasn't true. I'd asked Noah to go with me, knowing that he'd be too loyal to tell on me. But maybe my father wouldn't know that. Or maybe he knew already, but would pretend he didn't, for Noah's sake. And for mine. I'd be devastated if Noah couldn't become an allure like he wanted, or, worse, if he was forced to leave the only home he'd ever had. If that's true, he should have told any of the many allure living within these walls. He was worried to leave me alone. He thought I might get lost in the city or find trouble, I said. That was almost true. I'd have died without him, I continued. Everything else was my idea. It was stupid, and I'm sorry. But it was all me. He sighed. If what you say is the truth, it is, I insisted. I'll stand before the order myself and own to it. I'll take your confession to the order. But Cora, you don't know the consequences that might come from this. I'll scrub toilets for months if it'll give Noah back his rightful place at the academy. You just might have to. He gazed down on me and sighed. I could read the exasperation in his handsome features. The frustration was deep this time, and it stung. Usually he'd just get angry and yell. This sad, heavy disappointment was much worse. Like he'd tried everything. Like he'd already given up hope. I held his gaze, refusing to back down. Eventually he said, I don't know what I'd do if I ever lost you, Cora. My lower lip quivered. I sucked a sharp breath and forced a smile to my lips. I'm fine. The ice blue intensity in his eyes reminded me of similarly intense black ones. I gripped his arm as he made to turn away. I'm sorry, I whispered. I know this is an extra headache for you, and I should have thought it through. He glanced at me, releasing a ragged breath. His arms dropped to his sides. Questions about Omen burned on my lips, but my father's shoulders sagged from the burden of all he'd already done for me today. I couldn't ask now. Instead, I shook my head and said, I love you. The edges of his mouth lifted, and he gripped my hand and gave a brief nod. I know, he said. I love you too, but you have to be more careful. Please, try for me. I will. I'll be on my best behavior, I replied. I've seen your best behavior. Do better. Duties, chores, studies, nothing more, he said. I nodded. Understood, I said. He put an end to the conversation by marching out of the room. The infirmary doors swung on their hinges in his wake. I hoped Noah was okay. Because his family weren't allure, none of them had been blessed with more than the tiniest of gifts in centuries. Noah's mother, Irene, was the only one left, and she worked in the kitchens. But Noah showed promise, a lot of promise. I couldn't be the reason he never ascended to the ranks of allure. He deserved it 1,000 times more than I did. He worked harder than me, and he didn't have the powerful connections I had, watching out for me. If anyone were destined to be the next great allure, it was Noah. Sane, sensible Noah. He was a true believer, with deep respect for our traditions and rituals. A gentle squeeze on my arm reminded me that Professor Rix was still there. He worries about you, Cora. It took a moment before I realized she meant my father. I nodded. Never mind, she added, her ruby lips curving. You'll have fun with me. I forced myself to conjure up a smile as she patted my arm one last time, then turned away to tend to her other duties. Sounds like a blast, I muttered. Not really, but there were definitely worse professors to deal with. I could have been stuck doing something with St. John or Bells, or Faye. Professor Faye was the kindest, sweetest woman in the whole academy, but she was the worst Allery to assist because she hovered constantly. I turned my head and gazed through the window at the iridescent shimmer of illusions, and beyond them, the city of Boston. She looked beautiful at night, like a dark sea spotted with stars of light. And beyond her, there was the ocean, of which I'd caught only glimpses of gray, blue, and white-capped waves. The world beyond the walls of divine providence was so vast and beautiful. Could my father really blame me for wanting to explore it? The 3 weeks passed slowly, but my father had managed to keep Noah from being kicked out, although not without him also being assigned to latrine duty. All things considered, it could have been worse, but it was still a relief when the blessing came and heralded the end of our punishments. The great hall was loud and lively. Familiar students and professors mingled with new hopefuls and a scattering of parents. At one end of the great hall, a massive table, laden with food, had been placed. I paused at the top of the staircase, searching the crowd for Noah's familiar dark hair. "Shouldn't you be cleaning the toilets?" Great. Danica, my absolute favorite upperclassman. "Don't you have something better to do than stand around and make everyone miserable?" I asked. Knowing her, probably not. I turned around and crossed my arms. Across from me, Danica stood, leaning against the banister. Like me, she'd been forced into a long, white gown for the occasion. To my irritation, she looked downright angelic in it. Unlike me. The color white brought out the yellow undertones in my skin and made me look as though I'd just recovered from some terrible illness. Danica smirked and tossed her thick, brown-blonde hair over her shoulder. "Don't be rude," she said. "It was just a joke. I'd never insult a princess." My face burned at the old pet name. "If I was a princess, Danica, you'd have been tossed out of here years ago," I said. 3 years at Divine Providence, and you're still that bad with a bow and arrow? I think a blind man could outshoot you." Danica's blue eyes gleamed. "Princess of the latrines," she said, adding a mocking bow. "This is, what, the 4th time this year?" "It is," I replied. "I know you're wildly jealous and obsessed with me, but it's still a little creepy that you're keeping count, Danica." Danica scowled. "As if. Everyone knows the only reason you haven't been thrown out for your insubordination is because your father's the chancellor." Before I could respond, Danica turned and descended the staircase, her head high and her shoulders rolled back. At the bottom of the stairs, she met Dante, the head boy to Michael's house, and curled her arm around his like ivy around a tree. I felt an unwelcome spark of envy. Dante was almost unfairly attractive. His sun-gold hair was artfully tousled, and his eyes an intense shade of blue. And his voice, his deliciously dark voice and British accent, always made my insides curl themselves in knots. Unfortunately, like most of the upperclassmen, Dante knew me as the silly academy mascot. Sometimes I broke the rules just to prove I wasn't the teacher's pet, which led to more latrine duty, hence the nickname. I searched the crowd once more, looking for Noah. I still didn't see him. Maybe he wasn't here. Maybe he was late. Or helping his mother in the kitchens. With a sigh, I headed downstairs. My father would expect me to be sociable, to make us look good before all these new students. I scanned the crowd again, and found my father easily enough, deep in conversation with my Uncle Mordecai. They looked similar enough, for brothers. But my father was strong from training, with broad shoulders. Mordecai hadn't been chosen, receiving only a minor gift. He always looked much more approachable than my father. As if he'd sensed my approach or heard me thinking about him, my father turned his hand and beckoned for me. There went any hope of being left to my own devices for the evening. But with Noah and me on thin ice, I needed to be a model daughter, and my father knew it. Chapter 3. Uncle Mordecai's blue eyes and smile were sympathetic, reassuring me that it wasn't his idea for me to be under my father's thumb all evening. But then, he'd never enjoyed these events much himself. I knew that my uncle hated interacting with people, and charm didn't come easy to him. Mordecai was too blunt and too reckless to be diplomatic, and he'd probably thrown back a few glasses of scotch before coming down to all this. Before the evening was out, he'd likely sneak off to have a few more. The next morning, he'd wake up with a headache and a merciless lecture from my father, who'd never touched a drop of alcohol in his whole life. I gave them both my best smile, assuring them that I was going to play nice. For now, anyway. My father wrapped an arm around my shoulders and pulled me close. "You look so beautiful today," he said. "I wish your mom could be here with us." "Me too," I replied. I'd been raised on stories of her heroic escapades, shoes I knew I'd never fill. He squeezed my shoulder. "I also appreciate you coming down in a timely manner so we can meet everyone," he said. "Joy," I replied. "Be nice," he said, his tone warning. "I will be," I said. "But you realize I'm less likely to offend someone if I'm in my room, right? I could just skip this all and emerge for the blessing." "If you'd learn to control your mouth," my father began. "It's hardly my fault that no one can keep up with my razor-sharp wit," I said, smirking. My father shook his head and adopted a stern expression, but the glimmer of amusement in his eyes gave him away. "There's a difference between witty and smart, Alec," he said. "I fear—" "Joel is the latter," Mordecai interrupted, jerking his head towards my father. "Or at least, he was when he was your age. It's nice to see his vices revisited upon him." My father arched an eyebrow. "I do my best," I replied cheerfully. "I see now why you're this way," my father said. "It's because your uncle is such a terrible influence on you." "A regular snake in the garden," Mordecai said, waving flippantly. "You'd best sleep lightly, brother dear." My father shook his head and put his hand between my shoulder blades. I forced a smile and let him guide me along. Every year, it was the same affair. Greeting important friends of my father's, which wouldn't have been so bad except that his friends always ignored me. I was practically an accessory, something to hang on my father's arm and look pretty. I smiled through all the small talk and said all the right things, but my eyes kept drifting over the crowd. Still, no Noah. Maybe Noah had decided to skip the whole introductory party and only appear at the blessing ceremony. If that was the case, I was going to kill him. He knew that he was always supposed to rescue me from these sorts of things. Of course, I knew this was part of being chancellor and the throne of the order. You had to greet people and play politics, but it all seemed so stupid and superficial. It wasn't even like we were discussing anything crucial. These were the same conversations we had every year, about how it was so exciting to have recruits for the blessing, followed by long reminiscences about people talking about their blessing ceremonies. No wonder Uncle Mordecai hated doing this kind of stuff. My eyes kept drifting off. Despite the sprawling estate and sweeping towers that studded the castle like candles on a birthday cake, the central hall was the central gathering area, and today it had been decorated with sigils of the order, and fancy plates and silver utensils I knew were only brought out of storage once a year. They gleamed in the light from the fireplace, and dozens of tall candles spread throughout the room. A few decades ago, the chandeliers had been replaced rudely with modern electricity, and I saw a few of the older allure glare at them skeptically, as if they were powered by some form of dark magic. "Yes, it's a pity that Colton couldn't be here," I overheard my father say. "I'd have liked for him to see the ceremony." My ears perked up with interest. Most of the Academy's professors had been around since I was a toddler, but Colton Arafet was a rare new hire. A new professor wasn't usually all that exciting, but the stories about Professor Arafet were anything but usual. He was only 20, the same age as Noah, but a prodigy with 2 angelic marks, and one of the most powerful allure living, or so I'd heard. I'd glimpsed him once on his way to my father's office, and my face had burned as my eyes traced across his shining wings, broad shoulders, and lithely muscled arms. His red-gold hair was shiny and sleek, and his eyes were a deep sea green. "Where is he?" I asked, trying not to sound too curious. But how could I not be? Anyone would have been curious about such a powerful allure, wrapped in mystique, his accomplishments already bursting with thrilling, supernatural encounters. And if Colton Arafet had been given a teaching position so young, he had to be something really special. My father wouldn't have given just anyone a professorship, and I'd seen him turn away countless allure hopefuls. "He was delayed in New York," my father replied with a shrug. "Vampires." A nod of understanding. "Dreadful business," said Amos, Danica's father. "I've heard New York is just infested with them." "I think that's most major cities," Mordecai said, sounding absent-minded. "More humans, more prey. They're just animals, drawn to the easiest source of food." I followed my uncle's gaze to a tall, slender allure with short brown hair and green eyes. Professor Felicity Fay wore an elegant, flowing dark dress, carefully cut to accommodate her wings, and a gleaming sword from a belt around her waist. But it was decorative, a display of power for the ceremony, but too light for real battle. "Ah, Felicity," my father said. Professor Fay smiled. "Good evening, everyone," she said. There was a mumbling of greeting. "How is the restoration going on the Percy manuscript?" Mordecai asked. While Professor Fay taught a full class load and served as the head to Jophiel's house, she always had dozens of personal projects going on at any given time. Restoring and repairing old manuscripts and gleaning their secrets was her real passion. She knew more about history and old languages than nearly everyone in Divine Providence, except for, maybe, Professor Bells, who specialized in ancient languages as the head to Gabriel's house. And from the way Professor Fay's eyes brightened, I knew the next several minutes were going to involve a long, intricate discussion about restoration efforts. God knew if my uncle cared about anything pertaining to restoration or manuscripts, but I knew he enjoyed Fay's company enough to suffer through it. I stifled a sigh and searched the crowd once more, praying for Noah to rescue me. He didn't arrive. But there was a girl with dark curly hair in a wheelchair, struggling with the Persian rug that had bunched up beneath the wheels of her chair. Odd. I didn't think the academy had ever taken a student in a wheelchair before. "Excuse me," I said, darting away before my father could stop me. When I reached the girl, she looked up. For a moment, I was stunned. Her skin was as dark as a starless night, but spattered with starbursts of white gold over her noses and cheeks. Although I'd heard of vitiligo before, I'd never seen anyone with it. "Hello," I said. I placed my foot upon the rug and smoothed it out once more. "Thank you," she said, wheeling over the rug. "No problem," I replied. "I'm Cora." "Contessa," she said. "My friends call my Tess." "Human or angel-born?" I asked. "Human," she replied. "Oh, good, other humans." The speaker was another recruit, a young woman with big blue eyes and short lavender hair. Lavender. I'd never known anyone with hair that color. It was so beautiful and bright that my hand ached to touch it. Instead, I shook the girl's offered hand. Her palm was drenched with sweat, and after I shook it, I covertly wiped my hand against the back of my dress. "Sadie," she said. "Sorry, this is nerve-wracking. It's really weird being here with actual descendants of angels." We weren't exactly the descendants of angels, just beings who'd been blessed by them. But Sadie looked so nervous that I'd have felt like a huge jerk for pointing out the difference. "I feel like if I do one thing wrong, I'll get a one-way ticket to the frozen floor of hell," Sadie said. "Oh, we won't send you to hell for just one mistake. Maybe two," I replied with a smirk. Otherwise, you'll just go to the latrines. Sadie smiled awkwardly. I'm Cora, I said. This is Contessa. Her friends call her Tess. It's nice to meet you, Sadie said. You too, Tess replied. I was actually looking for Ella, Sadie said. She knows a lot more stuff about angels than me, and she was guiding me along. It's really cool that we're learning all this stuff. I kept smiling. If Sadie failed at the blessing ceremony, though, she'd be sent back to wherever she came from, with absolutely no memories of this place. It made all her excitement bittersweet. It really is, Tess replied eagerly. Suddenly, Sadie's eyes widened. Wait, are you human? She asked, her eyes looking over me. You said... Angel-born, I replied. Sadie's jaw dropped. Red flooded her face. Did I offend you? I didn't mean to. God, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to take the Lord's name in vain. It's just really cool that you're angel-born. I wish I was. The blessing ceremony would make me much less anxious if I was practically guaranteed to be accepted. I frowned, but nodded my head. Being angel-born didn't guarantee acceptance into the Alaric order. Sure, the angel-born were usually given a blessing from one of the 7 archangels, but not always. And sometimes, an angel-born was given a minor, often useless power. Like my uncle Mordecai, who'd been given the ability to sense when bad weather was coming. Annalise sauntered over. Oh, honey, is that what they told you? She twirled a strand of fine black hair around her finger and popped out her hip, the white satin of her dress pulling taut against her. A cruel smirk spread across her pretty face. But I was used to it by now. Annalise had pulled this kind of crap for the past 2 years. She'd scope out humans and feed them a bunch of scary stories. Failure for humans was easy. If they failed, they'd return to their homes, none the wiser. But a failed angel-born would face a lifetime of pity and disgrace, unless you were like my uncle and blessed with a very powerful and uncommonly sympathetic relative. I suppressed a shiver. What if I went to the blessing, and that's all I was? A failure. A failure who'd spend the rest of her life riding her father's coattails. Told me what? Sadie asked. Sadie's question jerked me from my thoughts. Even angel-born aren't necessarily accepted, I snapped. Thank you, Annalise, but I'm more than capable of explaining how things work. Annalise pursed her lips together into a well-practiced pout. I thought it looked childish, but I also knew that same pout had a record of winning over most of the guys in the academy. And it wasn't as if I didn't also, occasionally, use a similar strategy against Noah or my father to get what I wanted. What do you mean? Sadie asked. I thought the angels chose you. If you already have their... I shook my head and deliberately turned my back to Annalise. Maybe she'd take the hint, and if not, I'd have to be a bit more in her face about it. I'll tell you about it while we go find your friend, I replied. Ella, was it? I put my arm around Sadie's shoulders and steered her along with me. Tess came with us, her dark eyes thoughtful. Sadie looked startled, like she had no idea what to make of the brewing hostility. Belatedly, I realized I might have come across as rude for cutting Annalise off like that, but I wasn't going to try and justify my actions to 2 people I barely knew. If Sadie and Tess had known Annalise as long as I had, they'd be curt with her too. The first thing you need to know, I said, is that there are 7 archangels. I led Sadie and Tess from the ballroom so they could see the massive stained glass window that decorated the corridor just a few feet away. It featured Michael and his brothers, in all their angelic glory, waging war against the forces of hell. Michael, Sadie said. Gabriel, Raphael, and, Uriel, right? I nodded. Those 4, plus Jophiel, Zadkiel, and Shamuel. If you pass the ceremony, you'll receive a blessing from one of the 7 archangels, which will determine the house you're placed into. Okay, Sadie said. That's cool. Which, One do you want? I'm hoping to be blessed by Michael, I replied. He's the greatest of the archangels, the warrior. His house is renowned for their courage and strength in battle. Like my father and my mother. Sadie furrowed her brow and tipped her head back, looking over the glass. I don't know if I like the idea of fighting, Tess said, biting her lip. Then she was in for a rude awakening if she passed the blessing ceremony and joined the hunters. Though Michael's house was the one which concentrated most on fighting, all the houses were expected to learn combat and aid in the glorious purpose of the Alaric order. They have healers too, Sadie said. Sure, but even Professor Ricks, who worked primarily as a healer and scholar, knew the best way to slip a stake between a vampire's ribs or the most effective angle to lance a dragon. Those in Raphael's house practice healing, I said, nodding. There's also Chamuel's house, which is all about compassion. They learn some healing and little charms to help improve people's lives, although Chamuel's most notable blessing is the ability to shield yourself and others from harm. That's cool, Sadie said. It would be nice to have magic and help people with it. I rolled my eyes, as if the angel-born and allure were lowly witches or treacherous fae, drawing their powers from the demons that roamed the earth. We don't call it magic, I said. They're blessings, gifts. But Sadie began. Sadie, I thought I'd lost you. A girl with dark hair and striking gray eyes joined us. She wore a necklace with the largest, polished amethyst I'd ever seen. The girl could have probably killed a man with the blunt force of that gemstone, despite her being so tiny. She was barely 5 foot tall, if that. Thank God, Ella. This is Cora, Sadie said, pointing to me. And Tess. Ella fidgeted with her necklace, pulling the amethyst along the string. Please don't leave me again, she said quietly. This is all so surreal. Did you see their wings? The wings aren't even the most terrifying part, Sadie said. It's this blessing stuff. Did you know we need to get picked by an archangel? Ella's eyes snapped to me before drifting back to the stained glass artwork. I pity whichever archangel chooses me, Ella said, sighing. I'm not good at, well, I think I'm probably not at all what the angels want. If it's any consolation, I work at Sephora. The closest thing I've got to a special talent is being able to make you look like an Instagram model, Tess said, with a shrug of her shoulders. Sephora? Instagram? Whatever those were, they seemed to be common knowledge, because neither Sadie nor Ella asked about them, and I sure wasn't going to admit that I didn't know much about the human world. Ella nodded sympathetically. I can sew, she offered. So, between the two of us, we can win a cosplay contest, Tess said, smirking. As long as I'm not the model, Ella said. I'm not fond of having people look too closely at me either. But that's why it's an academy, right? Sadie asked, looking at me. They're supposed to teach us how to be good at whatever our angel wants? More or less, I replied. Sadie bit her lip. Is there anything more bookish? I was good in school, straight A student here. She raised her arm, as if she was expecting a sticker. I shrugged. Gabriel emphasizes communication and Uriel wisdom, I said. I suppose those are more bookish. And most of the more scholarly professors, like Ricks, Fay, and Bells, were aligned with one or both of those houses. I grimaced at the thought of being stuck with Bells as the head of my house. There's also Jophiel, which emphasizes inspiration and joy, I said. That's where most of the artists go. Then there's Zadkiel. Those are usually the nature people. Nature people? Tess asked. I shrugged. You know, you go out into the woods and become one with nature, help nurture the earth, plant seeds and stuff, that sort of thing. I could probably get behind the nature people, Ella said. I really like the woods. The call of a trumpet sounded, calling us all together for the blessing ceremony. The room seemed to hum with energy and swishing robes as the Allery's conservations died down and then moved towards the lower stairwell until the entrance was crowded. Oh, Sadie exclaimed. Does that mean it's time? I nodded. This way, I know a shortcut, I replied, heading off without actually checking to see if they'd follow. My heart pounded so loudly that I heard its beats reverberate through my skull. My whole life had been leading up to this one day, this one moment. I had to be chosen. Failure wasn't an option here, not for me. I just hoped the archangels agreed. Chapter 4. The blessing ceremony was held in a long, cross-shaped room, known as the Ascension Chamber. I took the back stairs to avoid the crowd, then stopped outside the engraved marble doors. Most of the room was filled with velvet-covered chairs, but at one end there was the sanctuary with a glowing pool guarded by silent statues of the 7 archangels. And there, on a raised platform, was a massive basin filled with holy water and vials containing the ancient bones of our divine ancestors. The closest seats were filled with professors and my uncle. My father went to the raised platform, preparing to launch into the same speech he used every year to greet the potential acolytes. I filed in quietly, rocking back on my heels as I waited for the line to move. Once it did, I headed as close to the front as I could get and ended up a few rows behind the academy's faculty. I seated myself, then looked up to find Sadie and Ella sitting beside me. Tessa had parked her chair outside the aisle. Too bad we couldn't just skip the speech and get straight to the blessing ceremony. Noah forced his way past everyone and sat next to me. "About time you showed up," I said. "Mom needed help in the kitchens," Noah said. "She's not very happy with me at the moment. You know, I'm trying to get back into her good graces." "By help, do you mean taste testing the cake icing?" I asked. Noah elbowed me in the ribs. "No, I wish it had been that glamorous," he replied. "She had me washing dishes." "Aren't you just such a good, obedient son?" I teased. "You could learn a thing or two from me," Noah said. "Could being the key word," I replied, smirking. As the last of the guests shuffled in, I fought the urge to fidget. Surely one of the archangels would want me, right? I'd grown up in the academy. Already I knew more about the angels and the Feldings than all these human recruits, and probably some of the angel-born too. And I could fight. I'd been training with swords and daggers since I'd been able to walk. That level of determination and devotion must mean something to the angels. Sadie leaned forward and flashed Noah a smile. "I'm Sadie." "Noah," he said. "Are you an angel-born like Cora?" Sadie asked. Noah nodded. "Not quite as prestigious as her, though," he said. Sadie furrowed her brow in confusion. "My father is Master Servetus," I replied, nodding to the sanctuary. Sadie followed my nod and gasped. "Oh, wow," she murmured. "He's, really amazing." Even though I saw him every day, I had to admit that my father did look impressive in his golden ceremonial armor, his wings half spread behind him. He radiated power and regality worthy of Michael and his brothers, and someday, I wanted that to be me. "I'm Ella, and this is Tess." I leaned back in my seat as Noah reached across me to shake hands. "It's nice to meet you all," he said. A horn sounded, and the room fell silent as the lights dimmed. My heart raced, and I leaned forward. This was it. Finally, after all these years of waiting. "Welcome," my father said, spreading his arms wide, "to divine providence. I am Joel Servetus, chancellor and throne to the Order of the Allure. Centuries ago, the angel Lucifer betrayed the will of God Almighty and waged war against him. The Lord's 7 archangels were sent forth to lead the armies of God, and to combat them, Lucifer created 7 malignant races to plague the earth." My father paused, letting his words linger for a heartbeat. Then he continued. "Although the archangels emerged victorious, these 7 races lingered like rot, infesting the dark corners of the world. The vampires and werewolves spread their cursed bloodlust onto mankind. The witches and warlocks devoted themselves to demons, trading their souls for unnatural powers. Mermaids and dragons hid away in the wild, untamed places and took the lands God meant for mortals. The Fae and the Jinn established their treacherous courts and worked to seduce humans away from the Lord. Another pause. Despite knowing the speech by heart, I sat still, my nerves temporarily soothed and spellbound by my father's words that echoed faintly against the stone walls. Seeing the chaos spread by these malignant races, blessed mortals of the archangels established orders to protect the human race and, indeed, our own, from the forces that might seek to taint or destroy us. Divine providence was founded upon these principles, and we have adhered to them ever since. All of you are here today because you have been recruited by a member of the allure, or because you have a proven lineage as angel-born. These conditions make you eligible for our blessing ceremony. The first step to joining our ancient order is to present yourself for judgment by the 7 archangels. If one of them deems you worthy, you will be invited to join our glorious cause. If one of them deemed me worthy. My anxiety came back in a rush, so heavy and sudden that it threatened to overwhelm me. And if you choose to join us at Divine Providence, you will be divided into houses based upon the attributes most valued by your patron. While at this academy, you will also seek to follow the path of the 7 virtues: humility, charity, patience, diligence, temperance, kindness, and chastity. Chastity? Well, I'm screwed, Sadie muttered, slumping against her chair. My lips curved into a smile. Both literally and idiomatically, I whispered, unable to help myself. Noah kicked me in the shin, not hard enough to hurt me, but enough to express his disapproval. I shot him a sweet smile and turned my attention back to my father. Although Divine Providence is not like most academies or schools you've attended, our faculty does maintain high standards for our students. Being chosen or bestowed a gift does not guarantee that you will ascend to the allure, nor does it guarantee you will stay at our academy. During your studies at Divine Providence, your performance and growth will be closely assessed. Our order is not something which everyone, or even most, are fit to join. But for those of you who do succeed, I can assure you there is no path more rewarding. My father's blue eyes seemed to lock with mine, and I thought I saw a flash of discomfort there. I wondered what he was thinking about. Maybe he was as nervous as I was about how my test would go. Mordecai, we'll have the names now, my father concluded. It would have been nice to have a last name like Amos or Abernathy. I sighed and settled back into my seat. My leg bounced against the floor. Clearly, patience wasn't my strongest virtue. But no one had all 7 heavenly virtues. The idea was to get an appreciation for them and do the best you could. And even then, the rules weren't clear-cut. Like chastity. Professor Fay had a week's worth of lectures about the chastity debate and how it was meant to apply to acolytes versus the allure. Noah Astrologia. I squeezed Noah's hand. Good luck, I whispered. His smile was awkward as he moved through the row of chairs and made his way up front. Do you agree to accept the judgment of the archangels? My father asked. And if they deem you worthy, do you swear to uphold the values of divine providence and the destiny of the allure? I do, Noah replied. My father swept his hand to the basin. Noah's shoulders tensed as he stepped onto the platform. He reached into the glowing basin and waited, his face cast in watery blue ripples. There was a hush from the audience as he grabbed a vial, clutching it tightly in his fist. Behind him, the stained glass lantern in front of Gabriel's statue glowed bright white. Noah pulled his hand from the basin of water, his jaw going slack in a stunned expression. Congratulations, my father said. The angel Gabriel deems you worthy. Noah bowed and returned to his seat beside me. His arm was wet, and he trembled as he sat back down, before sucking in a deep breath. Congratulations, I whispered. Noah sighed and tipped his head back. Thank you, he said. Gabriel is really cool, Sadie whispered, fidgeting with her white dress. A few more hopefuls went up. Some were chosen, others rejected. Those who weren't chosen were escorted out, to have their memories erased if they were human, or to join their family if they were angel-born. Sadie Dankovich! Sadie shook as she stood and walked up front. She tripped over something when she reached the platform, drawing a few stifled laughs. My father only smiled, watching Sadie with a soothing, gentle sort of patience. Do you agree to accept the judgment of the archangels, and if they deem you worthy, do you swear to uphold the values of divine providence and the destiny of the allure? My father asked. I do, Sadie said. My father gestured, and Sadie stepped to the basin. She plunged her hand in, fishing for a vial. After a few seconds, the image of Uriel glowed bright red, flooding the room with crimson. Congratulations, my father said. The angel Uriel deems you're worthy. Sadie froze, her eyes wide. What? She asked. Uriel deems you worthy. You may return to your seat now, my father said. Sadie pulled her hand from the basin and headed back to her seat, looking dazed. Uriel, she repeated quietly. Congratulations, I said. Sadie smiled. I just can't believe I was actually chosen, she said. I was pretty sure this was all just a crazy dream, or a mistake at least. God, I'm going to have to straighten up. I think you'll be fine, I said dryly. If people like Danica and Annalise, with their obnoxious attitudes, were good enough to be acolytes, surely the angels wouldn't care that much if Sadie had sex before, or sometimes used the Lord's name in vain. Or maybe they'd make allowances because she wasn't angel-born. More students went up. I thought suddenly of Omen. When he was 17, both his parents were killed by a coven of witches, so he'd been sent to live with his only surviving relative, his aunt Professor Victoria Lynn. I'd been 16 and adventurous, and Omen had seemed so worldly. He'd traveled the world with his parents, while I'd been locked behind the doors and walls of divine providence. It gave him a sophisticated, slightly European accent. A delightful shiver went up my spine, as I remembered fumbling in the darkness of a linens closet and the warm scent of clean sheets and blankets. His hands had made my insides twist and churn, while fire and lightning sparked through my body. I remembered Eamon's breath and lips hot on my throat, my collarbone, and my jaw. It had seemed like an eternity before he finally brought his lips to mine, and from there, I'd fallen hopelessly into a deep, passionate infatuation. Then, he'd had his blessing ceremony. Whatever the results had been, Omen hadn't told me. He'd disappeared that night and was found dead a week later. There hadn't even been much a body left, my father had told me. His voice thickened with sympathy and regret. I was heartbroken after his tragic death, but I held it in. The allure were supposed to accept a life of constant war against the supernatural races, and that every day could be our last. Plus, I couldn't just stay in my room for weeks like I wanted to, without revealing our relationship. After a few months, I thought I'd moved on, until the water dragon. Omen had been there, I was sure of it. He'd been there, and he'd saved my life. Possibly Noah's too. But none of that should have been possible. An angel-born couldn't be a vampire. We were impervious to that taint. And Omen was supposed to be dead. Ella Noel. The sound of Ella's name and her startled squeak brought me back to the present. When she stood, she clasped her hands before her and slowly approached the basin. She looked more like she was walking to her death rather than to a potential blessing. It was best not to think about Omen. Not right now, anyway. I couldn't let my heart waver on the day of my blessing. The allure were brave, dedicated, and pure of heart. Ella dipped her hand into the basin and immediately drew it out. You're supposed to leave your hand in the water, my father said kindly. Sorry, Ella replied, thrusting her hand in once more. A few chuckles flitted through the air. Do you agree to accept the judgment of the archangels, and if they deem you worthy, do you swear to uphold the values of divine providence and the destiny of the allure? My father asked. I do, Ella said, keeping her hand in the water this time. There was a long pause as she clutched her necklace, whispering a prayer. Then behind her, Zadkiel's image glowed violet. Congratulations, my father said. The angel Zadkiel deems you worthy. Ella's jaw dropped. She audibly gasped, and in her excitement, grasped my father's hand. Thank you, she exclaimed. My father smiled and patted her hand. Ella returned to her seat, practically vibrating with excitement. Good job, Sadie whispered. Thanks, Ella replied. A few more names passed. I rubbed my foot against the back of my ankle. It felt like I'd been sitting for an eternity. But at least Noah had passed. At least Sadie and Ella had passed. They both seemed like nice girls, and I'd have felt a bit guilty to see them sent back to wherever they came from, all memories of me scorched from their minds. Contessa Rivers. Tess wheeled herself to the sanctuary and stood. I was surprised to see she could walk at all, but her legs were bent, and she seemed capable only of an awkward hobble. My father offered his hand and led Tess up the platform to the basin. Tess dipped her hand into the water. Do you agree to accept the judgment of the archangels, and if they deem you worthy, do you swear to uphold the values of divine providence and the destiny of the allure? I do, Tess replied. Behind her, Michael's image glowed deep blue. My father's polished smile faltered, becoming intrigued. I heard a few mutters from the gallery. A woman in a wheelchair, chosen by Michael? How was she supposed to hold a sword? But the angels didn't make mistakes. The blessing was never wrong. We could only do our best to follow their will. After returning to her chair, Tess wheeled back to her place. Sadie and Ella offered their quiet congratulations, and I gave Tess a smile. She looked more confused than anything else, although I thought I saw a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Tess had been hesitant about the idea of fighting, and now she'd been placed in a house of warriors. Cora Servetus! I steeled myself and climbed to my feet. Good luck, Noah whispered. Don't need it, I replied. I even gave him a smirk and a confident wink, as if my insides weren't coiling around like snakes. I crossed the floor, conscious of everyone's eyes on me, but mostly my father's, very cold and very blue. He smiled the same sort of polished smile he'd given everyone else. Hello, Father, I said, as I put my hand in the basin. The water was cool on my hand, and at the bottom of the basin, the silver and enamel vials shone like diamonds. Hello, Cora, my father said softly. Ready? I nodded. As my father asked the familiar oath, I ran over the words of it in my head. Warmth spread through my chest and all the way up to my face. Was I really worthy to receive the favored blessings? Everything I'd ever done, all the stuff I'd gotten caught for, all the times I'd been rude, flashed through my mind at once, as well as my father's deep look of disappointment after each incident. I trembled, squeezing my fists together tightly. What if I was exposed as a fraud, in front of everyone? I sucked in a deep breath and stepped forward. My father finished his oath, and heart hammering, I smiled. I do, I said. I reached in and grabbed a vial, and I waited. My whole life came down to this moment. Everything I was or hoped to become, the expectation to exceed my parents, was completely out of my control. The angels would decide my fate and validate my worth. I'd either be blessed or cast out of divine providence forever. Time seemed to stretch before me and into infinity. Then my father's polished smile fell. He furrowed his brows and stared beyond me, his mouth pulled down in a thin line. My heart plummeted like a stone. My father's carefully rehearsed congratulations, the same ones he'd repeated over and over today, never came. I hadn't been chosen, had I? I gulped and counted to 3, preparing to turn around and face my failure. 1, 2, 3. I squared my shoulders, lifted my chin, and turned around. Behind me, all the glass images were alight, but flickering a rainbow of colors, like a disco. Then they went dark, like light bulbs that had bust a fuse, or candles snuffed out by a sharp wind. The horrified gasps lingered in my ears as the ascension chamber went dark. Chapter 5. If you keep strutting around like that, you'll dig a rut into the floor, Cora, Mordecai said. Maybe if I dig it deep enough, the order can just bury me in it, I snapped. My uncle heaved a long-suffering sigh. Please, sit. Do you want some scotch? I won't tell mean old Joel I've given you any. With a sigh, I plopped down into the chair my father usually occupied and curled my fingers around the leather armrests. My uncle sat across from me, my father's massive desk the only thing separating us. Normally, I'd have been elated to be in my father's office with Mordecai. My father had lots of interesting things in here, things I wasn't supposed to look at, like the forbidden books lining the walls, and Mordecai was usually fine with letting me bend a few rules, especially when I was feeling down. But right now, I couldn't bring myself to look around or press my luck. Not when my blessing had gone like it had. I'd watched the blessing ceremonies every year, seated right beside Mordecai, and I'd read about the blessing ceremonies. And things like this didn't happen. Something was very wrong with me. Is your scotch going to make me any less of a fuck-up? I asked. Unfortunately, no, Mordecai replied. If scotch had that particular power, I wouldn't also be a fuck-up. I knew he was trying to make me laugh, and on any other day I might have. But not right now. Not when the order was in their chambers trying to decide on the significance of my blessing, and I'd been forced into my father's office with my uncle serving as my babysitter. Both of us, rejects. I should be allowed to hear what they're saying, I said. If they're discussing my fate. I agree, Mordecai said, steepling his fingers. But he offered nothing further. With a sigh, I tipped my head back and gazed at the ceiling. I didn't fail, I said slowly. Or nothing would have... Mordecai opened his mouth like he meant to say something, but the door opened before he could. My father entered and quietly closed the door behind him. His brow was furrowed and his lips still pulled into a frown. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves. If the order had determined that I was a failure, I wasn't going to burst into tears or beg for another chance. I was going to be a failure with the grace and dignity befitting my father's daughter. Maybe for the first time in my life. What did they say? I asked. He didn't answer. Joel? Mordecai asked. There was a shrewd look in his eyes, and I could tell me was more curious than I was. I resented the slight eagerness he failed to hide, that tightened the skin around his cheeks. My father shrugged. We haven't the faintest idea what it means, he said. Some of the order believe the test malfunctioned somehow, given the mechanisms are ancient and little understood. Others believe it was inconclusive. We all agree that it's an impossible result that has never before occurred at divine providence, any other academy for Angelborn, as far as we know. But I didn't fail, I said. If you did, it wasn't in the conventional way, my father replied, every word measured and carefully delivered. Surely, if we're incapable of interpreting this sign, it's unfair to deny Cora her rightful admittance, Mordecai said. Agreed, my father said. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. They were letting me in. So which house will I be put in? I asked. Michael would have been a dream, but after my weird exam, I'd settle for any house. Anything would be better than living the rest of my life without the blessing of the archangels, and having everyone in divine providence rub my face in the failure forever. After careful polling, the the majority of the witnesses confirm that 3 of the lanterns were lit first and longest. These were Michael, Jophiel, and Uriel. The rest seemed to flicker. For now, the Order has agreed to let you study rudimentary classes in each of these houses, my father said, and hopefully, as you progress, we'll get a confirmation of your abilities, which will enable us to be more confident about your placement and what the angels desire of you. My pulse raced, but now it was with excitement. 3 houses would mean 3 different concentrations and 3 different sets of skills, so my education and progress might be slow, but more grounded. At least one of them was Michael. That was promising. Maybe I could just prove that's where I belonged, if I worked hard enough. Well, those in Michael's house are always ready for a challenge, I said. Right, Father? You aren't in Michael's house yet, he replied, but my father wasn't unable to hide the spark of amusement in his eyes. We were both surprised and anxious, but at least we were in it together, and it's not like we hadn't resolved a fair share of problems. I will be soon, I said, putting a hand on my hip. In fact, you should just go ahead and purchase the blue uniforms for me. That sounds like the sort of task I'd be assigned, Mordecai said. Brother dear? My father waved for me to stand and enveloped me in a hug. I smiled, relieved to see some of his goodwill return. Yes, I think so, my father replied, gripping my shoulder. The house of Michael would be lucky to have you, and you'll look great in blue, just like your mother and me. She'd be so proud, Cora. I brightened and placed a kiss on my father's cheek. I'm going to tell everyone, I said, pulling away from him. I kept my head high and a smile on my face until I'd closed the door behind me. Then, assuring there was no one around to see, I let myself lean against the wall behind me. The Order didn't know what my test results meant. I wrapped my arms around my waist, trying to keep my fingers from shaking. Had the test really malfunctioned, or was I just so broken it didn't know where to put me? At least I hadn't failed. I wasn't out of the woods yet, but for now, I had a chance. 3 chances, to be exact. It didn't make any sense, but unless the angels struck me down, I'd probably be allowed to putter around between houses and eventually earn a place on a fight squad. Then I'd rack up prestige through combat and successful missions. Would it be easy? Probably not. But then, little worth having was easily obtained. I gathered myself and squashed the fierce anxiety bubbling just beneath my skin. Then, I set off to the Great Hall. Following the blessing ceremony, there was always a sort of meet and greet, where students were introduced to their professors and the heads of their houses. I raked my mind over the past few hours, trying to remember which of the new recruits had been admitted into each house. Tess had been placed into Michael, so I'd get to have classes with her. Sadie had been chosen for Uriel. They both seemed nice. And they were human, so they could probably tell me all sorts of interesting things about their lives in the outside world. Maybe they could help me develop a network of assets. I could distinguish myself as a researcher or information specialist. Obviously, I'd met humans before, but most human students preferred to stick with their classmates. Not that I could blame them. It was probably way easier to become friends with people you spent a lot of time with than it was to befriend the chancellor's young daughter, who appeared mostly at ceremonies and spent most of her time following her father around and being a nuisance. I found Tess in a cluster of new recruits, and at the front of them, explaining the importance of courage and valor, was Dante. Warmth rushed to my face. Maybe this was an opportunity to make him see me as something more than the academy pet. As if he'd sensed my thoughts, Dante's blue eyes landed on me. Still here? He grinned. Did Daddy pull some strings? The new recruits, including Tess, all turned to look at me. Most of them were human. They might not even realize that anything about my results had been unusual. The Angel-born were unsettled, but just because it hadn't happened before didn't mean it was wrong. I just had to put a positive spin on it. My father didn't have to pull any strings, I said. What happened at my blessing was clearly a miracle. Not entirely true, but I was willing to bet the order would avoid talking about my testing as much as possible. They wouldn't want to admit that they had no idea what really happened. Besides, gossip spread faster than truth anyway. I've been invited to join 3 different houses, I said, which is, as I'm sure you know, unprecedented. Unprecedented isn't always a good thing, Dante replied. His eyes narrowed. I suppose we'll see then, I said. As an acolyte of Michael, you'll have a front row seat. Dante's lips curved into a smirk. My pulse raced at the way his eyes narrowed, mischief and cunning swimming in their depths. Dante was going to make me regret those words, and as head boy to Michael's house, he could make my life a living hell. But I didn't care. I stared him down, feeling flustered even after he'd turned away to continue bragging to his retinue. Maybe I hadn't passed my test in the traditional way, but I was going to prove I belonged here, no matter what it took. Professor Lin stood in front of the classroom, her head bent and her long red hair spilling over her shoulders. She raised her head briefly, her green eyes scanning the room and comparing it with the roll call. I sat in my desk beside Tess, who was doodling in the margins of a piece of vellum. The poor girl had clearly never used a quill and ink before in her life. Her doodles were barely legible. I thought one might be a cat. Or maybe it was a rabbit? Hopefully, Tess wouldn't end up taking any classes with Professor Bells. She was notoriously picky about students' handwriting. If she didn't like yours, she'd make you scrape off layers of the vellum and rewrite all your work. Welcome, everyone. I am Professor Victoria Lin and the head of Michael's house here at Divine Providence. In the coming weeks, we'll get to know one another very well. I'll confess, I'm not a fan of schoolwork, which means we'll do very little reading and almost no homework. But that doesn't mean it'll be easy. In fact, I accept this course to be punishing, and you should too. If I've done my job right, you'll need to sleep more than usual to recuperate after having your ass handed to you. This first semester, however, our main goal will be to unlock the powers which the Archangel Michael has bestowed upon you. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. I'd seen enough first-year students to have a clear idea about what this task would involve. Powers? Tess asked. Lynn raised her hand, and without batting an eye, summoned blue-green fire to her hand. It wasn't just any fire, though. Michael's fire was so hot it was capable of melting stone, and it was only by virtue of his blessing rune, glowing a soft blue on her wrist, that allowed Lynn to hold it like she was. With a small smile, Lynn closed her hand, and the flames vanished. Michael's gift to us is his sacred fire, Lynn continued. All acolytes within his house receive some form of this gift, but the powers will only manifest under stressful conditions. Therefore, the purpose of this class is to place you into situations taxing enough to unlock Michael's blessing within you. You are coal, and we don't have time to wait around for you to become diamonds, so I'm going to push you. Hard. Unfortunately, this might be where I ran into a problem. Having been raised in the academy, I knew how to fight. My father had taught me to wield both swords and knives, and my uncle had shown me how to shoot a bow and throw a punch. And I'd observed the Allery's mock battles and practices my entire life. I knew weapons, but I didn't know magic. I could bluster false confidence to my classmates, but if Michael hadn't really chosen me, if it was just a fluke or a mistake somehow, I would never be worthy of his fire. Lynn pointed to the 2 doors behind her, one on each side of her desk. Behind these doors are your fears and your most terrifying memories, she said. You will enter 2 at a time, 1 through each door. I don't expect any of you to emerge with Michael's fire on the first try, so we'll be doing this often in the coming classes. It may take weeks or months, and it will not be pleasant. Do I have any volunteers to go first? My hand was the first in the air. I needed to get this over with and remove any doubts about whether or not I belonged here. The House of Michael represented courage, after all. Lynn gave me a wry smile. Very well. I left my seat. A few seconds later, one of the other new recruits joined me. I gave her a quick smile before striding to the door and putting a hand on the knob. "You may go in," Lynn said. Without hesitation, I flung open the door and entered. The door closed behind me, seemingly of its own accord. There was only darkness. I tilted my head, squinting and listening. But there was nothing. What did I even expect there to be? The only thing I really feared was failure. Failing to become the angel-born warrior I was raised to be. Failing to prove myself as being something more than just the chancellor's daughter. But neither of those scenarios seemed like something I could face in a simulated experience. I took a few steps forward, and the darkness slowly receded, giving way to stone buildings and heavy rainfall. The water was frigid, and I ducked beneath an overhang to keep myself partially dry. A street. This was probably some part of Boston, pulled from my memories, though I didn't recognize it. Fog drifted in, swirling and gathering along the ground, and leaving frost in its wake. Ice crackled upon the pavement. My blue uniform, the crisp blouse and skirt, had vanished, replaced with what I'd worn when I faced the water dragon. Was that what this was going to be? Some sort of more miserable reconstruction of my last misadventure? I reached into my back pocket. Yes, there was my father's dragon lance. I had my knives, too. If I just had to relive facing the dragons, that wouldn't be so bad. I might even be able to notice a few details I'd missed the first time. And it wasn't like I'd die if I failed here. But even if I didn't die, that didn't mean I'd emerge unscathed. I'd seen first-year students from Michael's class, rocking themselves in dark hallways, trembling violently with sweats and pale faces, even throwing up their lunch. According to Dante, some students found these illusions so traumatic that they left the academy. It was a point of pride among Michael's house. I left the overhang and set out, searching the street for the dragons. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed across the sky. Miserable, but not terrifying. The street was beginning to flood, water and mud pooling together over the pavement and sidewalks. I kept walking, grimacing as the rainwater seeped through my boots. Swirls of red coiled in the muddied water. I unsheathed my knives, taking one in each hand. It was probably best not to try the dragon lance. Last time, I'd been terrible with it, and my aim was good enough that I could probably put out a dragon's eye with a good knife throw. As I walked, the mud on the ground grew thicker and thicker. A black shape cut a silhouette ahead of me, and I quickened my pace to face it. Then I halted abruptly. There was an arm in the road. Just an arm, torn and bloodied. I shivered and kept walking, following the swirling trail of blood to a narrow alleyway. My boot struck something in the shadows. A body torn open. When I looked down, I stared at the open chest cavity, the ribs snapped in pieces with a heart frantically pulsing blood between them. The throat was gone, torn roughly out. My eyes snapped to the face, frozen in a mask of horror. Omen. I sucked in a sharp breath. I'd seen similar scenes 1,000 times, nightmares after he'd disappeared. But I'd never told anyone about them. Somehow this test really knew my deepest fears and secrets. "You're a long way from home," a voice purred behind me. I moved into a fighting stance. The man emerged from the shadows. He was strikingly beautiful, his pale skin gleaming like stone and caressed by diamond-like raindrops. His eyes were red like blood, and when he smiled, sharp fangs swept into view. He crooked a slender finger, urging me closer. "Come here, pretty girl," he said. "I'm so lonely tonight." "With your sparkling personality?" "I can't imagine why," I said. The vampire swept into the shadows, furling his cape. I'd never actually met one, but I'd heard stories. Vampires killed more allure than any other supernatural race, probably because they lived close to their food supply, passing as humans, until they struck. I narrowed my eyes and waited. My knives were ready. When the vampire lunged, I ducked and plunged my knives up with as much force as I could. They sank through flesh and muscle. Hot blood burst onto my hands and flowed down my arms. I'd struck him in the belly, lower than I'd intended. I pulled my knives free and swept upwards, burying one knife between the vampire's ribs. Once more, I jerked the blade free and moved into a fighting stance. Water rushed around my ankles, the red blood swirling into patterns like a kaleidoscope. I spun around, searching for the vampire, but he seemed lost beneath the torrent of water. Suddenly, a hand seized my ankle and pulled me down. I floundered in the water, taking in a mouthful of foul liquid that tasted like iron. Somehow I knew it was Eamon's blood, that I was drinking him up. With a growl, I kicked, and when I couldn't free myself, I twisted, shoving my knives through the water until they met with resistance. There was a tearing of flesh and muscle as I pulled the two blades together, followed by a piercing shriek. A head emerged from the water. Amon, again. Still bloodied, but his face was animated now. His dark irises had turned a vivid scarlet, and fangs emerged beneath his lips. I kicked him in the face and stabbed again, but the water was rising and pulling me down as if it was a rapid stream. I clenched my jaw. I was treating this like a puzzle, something to solve, but I had a feeling there were no answers here. This wasn't something to escape, only to endure. "The master will have so much fun with you," Eamon said gleefully. "He likes tearing apart Angelborn." Was this the test? To see whether I could fight someone I cared about, even kill them if I had to? Gathering all my energy, I kicked his arm and twisted around. The suddenness and awkwardness of my position sent bolts of pain down my ensnared leg, but I drove both my knives into his eyes. Eamon screeched and clawed blindly at me, blood streaming from his eye sockets. He released my leg and I scrambled back, but the water was too deep. I swam, desperately fighting the current, as the soft lights of the stately brick building zoomed past. The ground was too far below me to reach, and my mouth tasted of blood. Splash. I caught the too familiar gleam of blue scales, as a water dragon cut its way swiftly through the water. I growled and gripped my knives tightly, prepared to face it. Suddenly, something hard barreled into me. My back collided with a building, and my head ducked underwater. I gulped a lungful of blood and forced myself to the surface, gagging and choking. The beautiful vampire had returned, his eyes gleaming and his face covered in blood. My hands, which held knives just a moment before, closed around empty air, and before I could move to stop him, the vampire lunged for my neck. Fire burst through my body, but this wasn't Michael's sacred fire. This was something far worse. Black spots dotted my vision as the vampire's poison rushed into my veins, and my angel-born blood fought it. And it hurt. Dear God, it hurt. I clawed feebly at my assailant, whose teeth clenched tighter around my throat. There was heat and blood and water, and then the pain faded, replaced by a terrible, awful thirst. I was becoming one of them. With a gasp, I collapsed backwards onto a cold marble floor. I scrambled to my feet, my mind slow to recognize the red-haired woman before me. "Cora? Cora, you're back. You're in the classroom." My eyes were wide and panicked. I spun, searching the room until I found a dark window that served as a reflection. I drew my hands across my face, but my eyes weren't red anymore. My throat felt raw and my palms sweaty. Had I screamed? My cheeks warmed. How embarrassing. My heart raced as I forced myself to smile. I wanted to vomit, but I'd be damned if I was going to show weakness in front of my classmates. Instead, I summoned all the bravado I could muster and laughed. "That's all?" I asked. That wasn't so bad. God, I probably wasn't going to sleep peacefully for the next 3 weeks, or maybe ever. Until I materialized Michael's blessings, or until the visions drove me crazy, I'd have to watch Eamon die over and over again. Chapter 6. Meals at the academy were taken at 8, 12, and 6. Everyone crammed into the dining hall, the allure at one end of the hall, and the acolytes at the other. It was the one time of day when the houses were allowed to mix as one. Before my blessing, I'd always sat beside my father, or in the gardens with Noah. But now, I took my seat at the end of a long table with Noah, Ella, Tess, and Sadie, no longer on the fringes. Noah's brown eyes were filled with concern. I shook my head at him over the table, a silent signal that I didn't want to have some long, sappy conversation about it. But of course, he couldn't let it go. "So, Cora, I guess you're so good all the angels want you on their team." He was kidding, but I could tell he wanted to talk, and for me to open up about what happened. He must know how confused I'm feeling. And we usually talk about everything together. I forced a smile and flipped my hair over my shoulder. "I always told you I was destined for greatness," I said. "Every day since I was 4, Noah said, without missing a beat. "How did you feel about the simulation we did?" Tess asked quietly. I thought of Eamon's mauled face and the vampire venom rushing through my veins. "We'll be doing those a lot," I said, "so we might as well get used to it." Tess's face fell. She nodded, the motion jerky and stiff. With a pang of guilt, I realized I'd been too flippant. Tess had been seeking sympathy, and I hadn't given it to her. It must even harder for her, since she was a human. I'd had some idea what the simulation would involve, but she hadn't, and I'd already overheard people talking about how Tess wasn't suited for Michael because of her wheelchair. "Of course, that doesn't mean it's easy," I said, giving Tess a soft smile. "But I'm sure we'll both manage fine. We were chosen. We belong here." At least Tess belonged her. My fate was still undetermined. The servers emerged, bringing out the plates and silverware. Food would come next and be spread over the table. Then, it was always a bit chaotic, while everyone rushed in at once. At least, it usually was for the acolytes. The allure went in order. I glanced at my father's table. Professor Colton Arafet had finally arrived and appeared to be in a deep conversation with Mordecai. "I'm super jealous you both get to wear blue," Sadie said, picking at the red sleeves of her blouse. "I can't wear red without thinking Handmaid's Tale." "Or Target," Tess said. I exchanged a look with Noah, who shrugged. "Target?" I asked. "Like, a shooting target?" Sadie shook her head. "No, it's a store. You've never been to a store?" "I'm aware of the concept," I replied. "But we have people who do the shopping for us. The allure are too busy with mundane stuff like that. I grew up in the compound, so I haven't seen much of the outside world." Aside from the few times I'd wandered out, leaving divine providence wasn't explicitly forbidden, but it wasn't exactly encouraged either, especially with an exceptionally protective father. Even during my escapades, I'd mostly stayed within a few miles of the grounds. Although the academy was just on the outskirts of Boston, I hadn't seen much of the city. "It's great," Sadie said, her face brightening. "I'll take you to see it sometime." "Not anytime soon," Noah replied, shooting me a warning look. I sighed. "I'm on thin ice with my father." "So you aren't allowed to leave?" Ella asked. "It sounds like a prison." "No, I can leave," I replied. "Just not until I get back into my father's good graces. I missed curfew, a few too many times." That definitely wasn't the truth, but it was far less embarrassing than admitting what I'd actually tried to do. "Well, another time," Sadie said obliviously. "It'll be fun. We can show you all around town, Cora. We'll make a day of it." "I could get behind that," Tess said. "I was born and bred in Boston, so I can help you avoid all the tourist traps." This was exactly the sort of outing that my father would hate. "Sounds fun," I said. "We'll have to do it." Noah raised an eyebrow, which I met with a sweet smile. Despite his best efforts to keep me away from the world of humans and feldings, Father wouldn't be able to keep me at Divine Providence forever, especially now that I was a real acolyte. Really, he ought to be grateful I was dreaming of a harmless outing, rather than another stint like my last unsanctioned mission. Eamon's dark eyes flashed into my mind again, but I dismissed it. It couldn't have been him. I was just in shock. And I had bigger things to worry about. I would enjoy that, Ella said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm not native to Boston, so I don't really know where anything is. Where are you from? Sadie asked. North Carolina, Ella replied. I only moved here a few months ago. Without warning, Danica slammed her hand on the table between Ella and Sadie, rattling our plates. Oh, look! The princess has found her court, Danica exclaimed. I'm surprised you aren't eating in the latrines. You used that insult last time, I replied. You need new material, Danica. Some things never get old, Danica said, smirking. Dante joined her and put a hand at the small of Danica's back. His eyes flitted towards Tess and lingered on me. Michael must have been feeling generous this year, he said. I'll say. He hasn't struck you with lightning, I replied. Danica emitted a fake, haughty laugh, and together, she and Dante headed to the front of their table, where their friends waited for them. They're pleasant, Sadie said. Tell me about it, I muttered. At least they're nice to look at, Tess said, her eyes lingering on the retreating pair. I couldn't disagree, but I bit my lip to keep from commenting. Food arrived, bringing a welcome distraction with it. I piled my plate high with yellowtail fish, rosemary potatoes, asparagus, and fresh bread. Noah and Sadie didn't seem to have any reservations either. Tess avoided meat entirely, and Ella selected only a small loaf of bread, which she picked apart with her fingers, dipping the chunks into a square of soft butter. That's all you're getting? Sadie asked, nodding to Ella's plate. I don't usually eat more than once a day, Ella replied. I'm really not all that hungry. So what's their deal? Tess asked, nodding towards the center table, where the oldest students jostled for position. The boy and girl that were here, the mean ones. Danica and Dante, Noah supplied. They think they're God's gift to the school. I try not to pay much attention for them, so they'll leave me alone, unlike someone else we know. I'm an Old Testament girl, I smirk. More an eye for an eye, less turn the other cheek. That's a philosophy I can get behind, Sadie replied, grinning. But I'm not going to lie. I'm really glad to have met Danica and Dante. I feel so much better knowing I can be an asshole and still be chosen by the angels. I was starting to really worry about that. I wouldn't exactly use them as a confirmation that my own vices are acceptable, Noah said, pushing up his glasses. Just because they've progressed thus far doesn't mean... Spare us, St. Augustine, I said, grinning. We all know about the heavenly virtues. Noah glared at me. And if anyone is going to achieve them all, it'll be you, I said. But the rest of us dirty sinners just have to do the best we can with what we've got. If you were a little more obedient, you might be closer to sanctification yourself, Noah said, his voice soft and fond. If I became more obedient, you'd be bored with me, I replied. We'll settle for you being a sanctimonious little shit. I mean saint. How do saints work for you? Sadie asked. I've heard a few people mention them, but they're not like the Catholic saints, right? They're our ancestors, Noah replied. Most them, anyway. They were chosen angel-born, and many of them great allure, who performed amazing holy feats, things nobody had ever done before or since. Sadie hummed and chewed on a piece of chicken. I wish I could just look stuff up, Tess said. But there's no technology anywhere. Is it that you don't like it, or is it not allowed? Technology distracts us from following the old ways and the paths that the angels and our forefathers set for us, I replied, parroting my father's lectures. We've made a few changes over the years, but are slow to adapt. The allure are usually more lenient on new acolytes. They don't really forbid technology. It just makes them uncomfortable. My hair must be driving everyone crazy then, Sadie said, patting her dyed purple locks. Probably. Dyed hair was considered a sign of vanity and generally frowned upon by the allure. But it suited Sadie well. It seemed like such a harmless thing, too, especially compared to some things other acolytes had done. Other acolytes like me. Eamon's dark eyes flashed before my mind. I thought of his hands drifting beneath my shirt, his fingertips sending jolts of lightning through me as he traced along my belly and over my ribs. I remembered curling my hands in his hair and tipping my head back, expectation twisting inside me. His eyes had shined like polished jet as his thumb caressed the bottom of my right breast, and I'd thought of nothing except for the heat growing between us. My father's lectures about the importance of chastity had seemed very far away when I was 16 and raging with hormones and in tight quarters with someone so handsome. I can show you where there's a charging station, Noah said, shattering my thoughts. But good luck finding Wi-Fi. Besides, you wouldn't find anything useful online. Our history, our abilities, we've always been careful to conceal our existence. You'd find information about the dark races, but most of it is just folklore or junk accounts. I raised my eyebrows at Noah, realizing he knew more than me about this stuff. He probably had a phone or laptop stashed away somewhere, and it made me uncomfortable. I kept secrets from him, but I didn't think he had any from me. I took a bite of bread and tried to erase Eamon from my thoughts. After his death, I'd forced myself not to linger on his memory, but now it seemed as though he'd managed to pursue me from beyond the grave. That night with the water dragon, someone had saved me, and my muddled brain had conjured up my repressed emotions and manifested him. But once he appeared, it was like letting a genie out of a bottle, and now he seemed to be everywhere. Why did he suddenly keep turning up? Why now? Somehow I had to figure out how to stuff him away again. I couldn't afford any distractions. After the end of a confusing blessing ceremony and an exhausting yet uneventful first week of classes, I swept into my uncle's office without preamble and closed the door behind me. Mordecai raised an eyebrow as I dropped into a chair across from him. His desk, normally uncomfortably neat, had practically disappeared beneath piles of papers and books. While my father's office was spacious, my uncle's felt like a closet, with dark, gleaming furniture and polished antiques. "What are you doing?" I asked. Mordecai let his cheek rest in the palm of his hand. Although he'd rolled the sleeves of his shirt all the way up to his elbows, dots of black ink still managed to stain the white linen. "My dearest brother has been asked to weigh in on an inquiry about the rightful ownership of a baby in New Orleans," he said. "Evidently, the father is allure, the mother is human. Because their order cannot remain unbiased, they've sought Joel's guidance in the matter. I've been buried in law books all day, trying to decide what the fair thing to do is." I whistled between my teeth. Usually, if an allure had a child with a human, both were expected to live together, and the child was declared angel-born. I couldn't recall hearing about a mixed couple splitting up before, and who wouldn't want their child to embrace the Alaric tradition? "So, what is done in a situation like that?" Mordecai shrugged. "I don't know. Flip a coin? It's all very Song of Solomon if you ask me," he said. "I don't know why they don't just saw the baby in half and be done with it." "I don't think that's quite how the story goes, Uncle." "Well, what do you know?" Mordecai asked, reaching across his desk and prodding my arm with a quill pen. "Why are you here, by the way?" "My father wasn't in his office," I said. "Do you know where he is?" "Meeting with the order." "Have they discovered anything more about my blessing ceremony?" I asked. "No," Mordecai replied, "and not everything is about you." "Well," I frowned, straightening my skirt. "I guess no news is good news." I turned to tinker with the small alchemical set on the shelf behind me, stroking the feathers of a stuffed raven. I teased my uncle about his fascination with dark magic, but he always declared that alchemy was a noble science. Even so, the stuffy office filled with trinkets was more comfy and interesting by far than the typical Alaric seals and large murals, and portraits scattered throughout the compound. I hadn't spent as much time here lately, but years ago I'd often fallen asleep on the small sofa in the corner, reading by the soft glow of a standing lamp. I was half hoping for some clarity on my position, since I felt like I'd made absolutely no progress in any of my classes, other than reviewing things I'd learned years ago. And in every lecture, a throbbing voice sounded in the back of my mind. You don't really belong here. You weren't really chosen. Having the order still confused about the results of my blessing ceremony, however, was better than having them decide that I ought to be expelled. You know, Cora, Mordecai said, pushing his papers to the side. You can still be of service without powers or blessings. It doesn't make you less Allery. Plus, I hear the wings are a dreadful annoyance. Feathers show up everywhere. I know, I said quietly. Even though I was screaming inside, at the end of the day, you'll still be Joel's daughter, and you're still my niece. There's nothing wrong with being just that, and nothing more. He was right, of course. At least, that's what we always tell those who don't develop their gifts. But I wanted to be one of the Allery, like my father and mother, and like their mothers and fathers. I'd spent my whole life preparing for it, and I didn't know how to settle for less. I took a deep breath and considered my words carefully. How could I possibly explain to my uncle Mordecai, who hadn't been given a great blessing or promised great powers, that his life, a normal life, would never be enough for me? It's impressive what you've done with what the angels have given you, I said, trying not to look at his bare, unmarked forearms. It's just that you're young and ambitious, and when you imagine yourself in my position for the rest of your life, you don't like it, Mordecai said with chagrin. I realize you think I'm older than dirt, but I do remember what it was like to be young. Leaning forward, I planted my elbows on his desk and cupped my chin between my hands. I just wish I knew what it meant, I said. Surely, when you were in my place, you were disappointed to learn that the angels didn't favor you. Mordecai leaned back in his chair and ran a hand through his dark hair. He pursed his lips together and looked askance. Of course, I was disappointed, he said softly. I'm sorry, I said, slumping back into my seat. I shouldn't have brought it up. My uncle shook his head. I'm glad you did. Who else here is going to understand the way you feel? Most of the Allery, they never stop to question anything. They never need to. I'm doing my best, I said, and I think there's value in that. But I wonder, too, if I'm not meant to succeed. What if the order is wrong, Uncle Mordecai, and I spend years at Divine Providence working against the will of the angels? What if I spend years trying to become something I'm not, only to fail anyway? Mordecai leaned forward and searched my face for a long moment. It's just... He trailed off. Your father thinks... My uncle leaned back again and sighed. What about my father? I asked. Mordecai's face was pained. There are things you don't know, he said, sounding hoarse, and I want so badly to tell you. My eyes widened. This was strange behavior, even for my uncle. It meant he had a secret, that he knew more than he was allowed to tell me. Is it about my blessing ceremony? Mordecai closed his eyes and let out a short huff of air. He nodded reluctantly. My heart sank. This was bad, wasn't it? I deserve to know why my blessing ceremony was so unusual, I said, even if it's bad, even if it means there's something wrong with you. My uncle's eyes snapped open. There's nothing wrong with you, he said. But then, what did the results mean? I asked. Why did the angels reject me? There are no angels, he blurted out. I covered a hand to my mouth in shock. What is this blasphemy? Mordecai shook his head, his face going pale. He'd said more than he meant to, and now he was regretting it. He leaned forward again, obviously flustered. He smiled and frowned in quick succession, and raked a hand once more through his hair. "Cora," he finally said, "you can't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you. Joel will kill me if he knows I've shared this information with you." A shuddered breath tore from my lungs. "I would never do anything to get you in trouble, Uncle Mordecai," I said. His blue eyes flickered down, still hesitant. I stood and reached across my uncle's desk, clasping his hands between mine. "Please, tell me what it means," I said. "Even if it's bad. I won't say a word to anyone, I swear." My uncle smiled sadly, even as his eyes, determination shining in their depths, locked with mine. "The blessing ceremony is a joke," he said finally. "It's an entirely randomized process. There's nothing angelic about it." The room seemed to grow smaller all around us. I furrowed my brow, sure I'd misheard. "But that can't be true," I said. "The blessing ceremony, it's a sign of divine intervention. It shows us where we belong." Mordecai vigorously shook his head. "The will of God and the will of angels have nothing to do with it, Cora. It is true that the bones of the angels bestow powers to us, but the distribution of those powers doesn't come from any divine force. It's all just luck of the draw, like a lottery." "But that," I trailed off. My entire life seemed to be falling apart before me. This didn't feel right, and it didn't make any sense. Mordecai had always been well-informed, but how could he have strayed so far from the Order's teachings? And why would he lie to me about something so serious? "Think about it," Mordecai insisted. "How many students have you seen be ill-suited for their houses?" A lot, when I thought about it. But I, like everyone else, had always assumed it was part of some great divine design. Placement into an angelic house told you not who you were, but who you were supposed to be. My heart thundered in my chest as I tried to piece my thoughts into some semblance of order. The blessing ceremony was a sacred ritual. The angels guided our hands towards the proper selection and confirmed our choices. I had to believe that. "Cora," Mordecai said, "I know this is a shock to you. It was to me too, when Joel first told me about it, and quite a bitter blow, as you can imagine. But then I realized it allowed me to move forward. I'd spent years feeling rejected, even cursed, inadequate, unworthy. Don't you see? If the blessing isn't a divine sacrament, if it's just a circus game, it means we aren't responsible for the results. Failing the blessing ceremony doesn't mean we are any less deserving or less capable. Just that, for whatever reason, we picked up the wrong vial." My mouth was too dry to speak, not that I could have found the words anyway. If what my uncle said was true, that would mean his entire life as being the less talented brother, the brother without powers, had been entirely due to luck. It meant that every student who'd ever been deemed unworthy of divine providence had been rejected through chance, not inadequacy. We might have lost so many great healers, warriors, and scholars. I stared wide-eyed at my uncle. "But what did my test mean then?" I asked. He shrugged. "I haven't the faintest idea, Cora," Mordecai said darkly. "But whatever the result may have indicated, you can be sure that neither the angels nor God Almighty had anything to do with it." Chapter 7. I stayed close to the wall and kept to the shadows as I crept through the academy. By night, it was a different place. All the beautiful stained glass and torches were darkened, so moonlight remained the only source of light. An intruder or a new student might easily become lost within the dark labyrinth of the academy by night, but not me. Unlike the rest of the students who slept in their house dormitories, I had a set of rooms near my father and my uncle's rooms, and no one had suggested I abandon them and move into the dormitories. I didn't even have a real house I could claim, and that might have bothered me, except that sleeping in my own bedroom made sneaking out at night so much easier. With my uncle's words still twisting and turning in my mind, I slowly seized the chapel door and pushed it open. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me. It was even darker here, and it took my eyes a moment to adjust. I waited silently, barely daring to breathe. It wasn't forbidden to be in the chapel, and I knew it was technically always open for students to pray. But it was forbidden to doubt the allure, to question the will of the angels. And I was here to investigate, to examine the ancient bones of our noble patrons. Gathering my courage, I forced myself away from the wall. My boots were quiet on the sleek marble floor as I approached the sanctuary. I dropped to my knees before the raised platform and bowed my head. My blood roared in my ears. This was sacred space, and must be treated as such. I mumbled a quick prayer, before glancing over my shoulder to make sure I was alone. Slowly, I stood. I kept my head high and my shoulders back as I climbed onto the platform and gazed down into the basin of water. The serious countenances of Michael and his brethren shimmered around me like a crown in the pool's reflection. The water was crystal clear and still, the silver and enamel vials visible at the basin's bottom, just as they had been during my blessing ceremony. Maybe my uncle was just trying to make me feel better, or make himself feel better. I could see how the narrative made it easier for him to accept his lowly position, and how years of being marginalized by the allure could make him cynical and jaded. But why would my father have gone along with such devious, dangerous ruminations? He might have conceded some private doubts, in an intimate moment, to placate his brother. Though even that seemed unconscionably manipulative, and I couldn't imagine my father even considering these possibilities, much less speaking them out loud. He was the chancellor, after all. In hindsight, I should have asked my uncle for proof, but I'd been so numb and stunned by his words that I hadn't even considered it. With a sigh, I sank to the ground and let the back of my head rest against the smooth stone of the basin. Maybe the angels would forgive my irreverence, if I was even committing any. I gazed upward at the stained glass, darkened by night and the tall trees beyond. "Or is it just that you don't want me?" I whispered. But my test hadn't been a failure. All the images had lit up. If Mordecai thought the process was due to simple mechanics and his science, he should have had an explanation for the mixed results of my ceremony. But he had none. There had to be some significance in that, right? Surely, if it was all truly random, this would have happened before. No, it had to mean something. But what? Maybe the angels had found my sins so great, they'd declined to judge me. Or maybe my sins and virtues both weighed so strongly that the angels hadn't been able to decide my fate. Maybe it was instead a reprieve or a challenge of some kind, an invitation to prove myself before them. I shifted onto my knees and leaned my weight back on my heels. Outside, wind whispered through the trees and sent their branches brushing against the windows. My thoughts turned to Omen. "I've heard it hurts the first time," I'd whispered in the heat and the darkness of the linens closet. I'd heard that from one of the girls, who before she'd come to Divine Providence, had cut her teeth on historical romance novels. Always blue-blooded men with dark secrets being overcome with passion for some blushing virgin. It always hurt the first time. There would be blood. But Omen had laughed, his breath hot on my neck and rustling my hair. "I think that's just something people say," he'd murmured. He'd made a joke about sex magic and the secret rites that witches performed in the forests at night. And Omen had been gentle, and I hadn't bled like a Regency governess who'd just lost her virginity to a dark earl. Mostly it had been weird and awkward. And then, before we'd had a chance to talk about it, Omen was gone. And it did hurt. It hurt worse than I could bear. Until the water dragons. I furrowed my brow and tipped my head back, meeting Michael's stony stare. "Didn't I repent enough?" I asked softly. "Haven't I paid the price? It isn't as if I sold my soul for eternal beauty or consorted with Mephistopheles. And even the saints had their vices." The angels offered no answers. I sighed and slowly stood. Once more, I looked into the basin. Casting a fleeting glance to the stained glass windows and the ring of statues with their solemn expressions, I quickly reached into the basin and closed my hand around a vial. A bolt of fear shot through me, and I waited, half expecting to meet some horrible and sudden end. But nothing happened. My heart was in my throat as I lifted the vial from the water, cradling it in my hand. It was sleek and smooth and lovely, droplets of water falling from it like tiny stars. The white liquid inside sparkled like glitter, wrapping softly around a dark shard of petrified bone. I returned the vial to its water with a sense of trepidation. It felt profane to disturb the sacred relics this way, and yet the calm stillness, the lack of response, was even more chilling. What did it mean? The angels didn't deem me fit to be chosen, at least not clearly, definitively. But they also didn't think I was worth condemning. I had to be missing a piece of the puzzle. There was no way that the angels would leave the defenders of mankind to chance. Though of course their plans and devices had always been shrouded in obscurity. That's why we relied on faith and tradition to pierce the veil and perceive their divine intentions. Surely my Uncle Mordecai had just misunderstood something. Mistranslated a tricky bit of Aramaic or Sumerian, something like that. I walked around the basin, my eyes searching every crevice for the least little hint of something amiss, something complicated. But there was nothing save the smooth basin and the platform of the chapel. Nothing to prove or disprove my uncle's wild claims. And it wasn't as if I could just ask someone else. No, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd messed this all up. I should have pressed my uncle for more answers. I should have asked him to explain it to me, or who else knew all of this. For a split second, I seriously considered storming into his bedroom and demanding that he tell me everything. Sure, my uncle might be irritated at first, but he also ought to realize he'd brought it on himself. How could he just drop that information on me and expect me to be satisfied? What am I even supposed to think anymore? I muttered. I don't suppose you'll give me a sign, will you, Michael? Nothing from the dark statues around me. I sank into one of the chairs in the front row, staring at the sanctuary. Well, at least you aren't allowing the hellhounds to drag me towards my eternal torment, I muttered dryly. I appreciate that. Hellhounds probably couldn't even enter a place like this. Divine Providence was a fortress, protected by magic and divine power. Even so, I imagined a crowd of horned demons outside the doors waiting for me. Everything from tiny little imps to red, hulking monsters, and my thoughts were so scattered and confused that I nearly laughed. I shook my head, a bit embarrassed to have brought all these unholy images here to the angels. Maybe that was why they'd responded the way they had. Maybe I was just an immature teen who smarted off too much. Well, if that was what the angels thought, I'd prove them wrong. They hadn't condemned me yet, after all. They'd simply answered in a way I hadn't understood. Maybe it didn't matter if it was all luck of the draw or some divine sign. The only way to know for sure was to earn my sigils. If I worked hard enough, and the angelic marks appeared on my skin, it would be a stamp of approval. I just had to believe I could do it. I stood and bowed respectfully, and as I turned to leave, I paused. Once more, my gaze landed on the basin and flitted to the glass images. If you can hear me, I said at last, thank you for giving Noah his rightful place here. He's really going to be an extraordinary allure one day. I was glad Noah had been chosen. If he hadn't, it would have been even harder to convince myself that the angels knew what they were doing. I pushed my hand against the chapel door, but froze when I heard footsteps on the other side. I wasn't alone. I froze and slowly retreated, letting the chapel door remain open just a sliver. The sconces along the walls lit, and the allure were at the end of the corridor just outside the chapel. My father, dressed in his shining silver armor, landed less than 50 feet away from me, through one of the open skylights. He tucked his wings behind him. Immediately, I assessed his weaponry. He carried his sword and his sacred javelin, crafted from the stake upon which Joan of Arc had burned. Professor Fay landed neatly beside him, a quiver of slender arrows strapped to her waist, and a bow in hand. Wooden weapons. They must be facing vampires. Then Professor Arafet. My heart quickened at the sight of him. I'd never seen him in armor before, and my face warmed at how well he wore it. It was like gazing at St. George, off to rescue the beautiful Princess Una from a ghastly dragon. Victoria said she'll join us at Ashmont with the second wave, Arafet said. That wasn't unusual. When there was trouble, the allure often arrived in waves rather than all at once. It was so if a small coven of witches or a circle of fae turned into an ambush. Only a handful of the allure would be caught in it. Good, my father said. Let's hope she isn't needed. They began walking briskly, up the stairs towards the main hall. I bit my lip and slowly crept from the chapel, ensuring that I remained in the shadows. Ashmont. I didn't recognize the name. How many vampires do you have in Boston? Arafet asked. Too many, Faye replied. Despite our best efforts to contain them, there are just too many places to hide in a city this old. About 15 years ago, the vampire covens all united under a single leader, someone organized and ruthless. They've only gained power since. We've hunted their master for years now, hoping his removal might discourage some of the bolder ones. But thus far, we've not found a trace of him. Thoughts of Omen bubbled to the surface, threatening to overwhelm me. I thought of his mauled face from my visions, and then, his face from the night he'd rescued me from the water dragons. The fangs that had glinted from beneath his lips. Was I afraid of vampires? Is that why my subconscious was dredging up these images? Maybe Omen was the reason that the angels hadn't accepted me like I wanted. Maybe I just had to face my fears, for real. And you won't, my father muttered, sounding as though his thoughts had gone to some far-off place. At least, not soon. Faye cast him an odd look. Forgive my pessimism, my father replied, but I'm sure their master is very careful. That's frustrating, Arafet replied. It is frustrating, my father said. But until late, the vampires have been relatively quiet. It's usually the witches and warlocks that we have to keep a close eye on. Every All Hallows' Eve, at least one coven tries to raise all the dead in King's Chapel. They were heading towards the entrance. I bit my lip. There was no way I'd be able to sneak out right behind them. The academy entrance opened with 2 large oak doors into a spacious courtyard. But maybe I could wait until they'd gone ahead, and I could sneak out between waves. If the angels did need me to prove myself, this could be an invaluable opportunity. Maybe I'd failed with the dragons, but to my credit, I hadn't known how to use a lance as well as I thought I did. But I could shoot a bow. I could use a stake. You have my sympathies, Arafet replied. I've lost count of the number of witches who tried to sacrifice themselves in hopes of freeing Merlin from his prison. And of course, there were always the dealings of the Fae to attend to. Where are you from? Faye asked. Wales, I know. Caerfyrddin, Arafet replied, the name like music on his tongue. My father opened the doors. Moonlight spilled in, along with a soft orange glow from the external torches. I crouched around the corner and waited, watching as the allure disappeared through the main gates. Ashmont. Where was that? And how quickly could I find it? This was a bad idea. A very bad idea. But I wasn't going to sit around and wait for someone else to decide my fate for me. My heart raced as I ran to my rooms. While most weapons were locked in the armory, I kept a few in my room. I tucked my knives into my boots and strapped the quiver of arrows to my waist. Then, I grabbed my bow, taking comfort in its familiar weight. Should I ask Noah to come with me? No, not after the disaster with the water dragons. He was on thin ice already, and if someone was going to take the fall for this, it would be me and me alone. I had to do this, to see if my uncle was right with my own eyes. I had to believe I was an arrow of God and that the angels would protect me. I either believed in the mission of the allure, or I didn't deserve their gifts. I slipped carefully into the corridor, taking extra pains to be silent as I crept past my uncle's room. In my father's absence, Mordecai headed divine providence, so if he hadn't been awakened already, he would be soon. And even my uncle wouldn't condone a plan this reckless. As I went downstairs, I heard the shuffling of other allure, preparing themselves for battle. Whatever was going on, it was more than a little squirmish. I slipped into the academy library and crossed the floor with strong, confident steps. While I wasn't usually one for reading, I knew where the maps were kept. I trailed my finger along the spines of books until I found the one I wanted, the map of Boston that I'd used just a few weeks before. I pulled it out and opened it, my eyes scanning the pages. Ashmont appeared to be a large neighborhood. I bit my lip and traced my hand over the area. Arafat hadn't specified where in Ashmont the allure were going. It looked like the neighborhood wasn't that far away, though. It bordered Dorchester Bay, which I knew was only a few miles east of Divine Providence. But where did they go? I muttered. I couldn't just comb the whole neighborhood. That would take too long. And I couldn't just follow the second wave of the allure either. They would be too fast for me to follow on foot, and I hadn't earned my wings yet. I flipped a few more pages, trying to find a noticeable landmark, a place where Feldings might choose to gather. There had to be something, a historical site, a cemetery, anything. Another page. Wait. Ashmont was the name of a station, too, and a station would be the perfect place for some Feldings to create some chaos. My heart hammered in my chest as I traced a finger along the map, memorizing the path. I didn't know Boston well, but I could follow the route easily enough. I slammed the book closed. If this didn't prove I was good enough to be chosen by the angels, then nothing would. Chapter 8. I jogged through the woods, keeping my eyes on the city lights just beyond the trees. Ashmont was on the edge of Boston, just past the cemetery. I cut through the faded graves and tombstones, climbing the gate at the other end, until I saw the flickering sign of the underground station. It cast a dim halo across the entrance, which was blocked by broken glass and a handful of bodies. I stepped over them gingerly, clutching my weapons. The sounds of battle reached me before I even descended the stairs. I nocked an arrow and slowly moved forward. Already the ground was cracked and the railing split. Angel feathers and blood littered the station, and the battle still raged. I kept my back close to the wall and froze. There were vampires, as expected, clawing and snapping at the allure. They were easy to pick out, in their dark, tailored suits. And despite their speed, the alluric armor kept my brethren well protected from their fangs and claws. But they weren't alone. Tall, spindly creatures dwarfed them both. They looked like skeletal humans with thin, furred pelts stretched over their emaciated frames, but their faces were feral and full of teeth. Werewolves. My heart raced. Despite both races being creatures of the night, vampires and werewolves were notorious enemies, and typically had enough sense to stay away from each other. Two large groups must have crossed paths, and it seemed like they'd chosen here and now to settle their infamous rivalry. I cursed under my breath. I hadn't brought any silver weapons with me. My arrows were wood and my knives steel. I should have been more prepared. But I'd do what I could. I drew back my bowstring and launched an arrow into the chest of the nearest vampire, a clean shot and through the heart. The vampire fell backwards, hissing and thrashing. Its pale, clawed hands flailed at the arrow shaft as it fought to pull it free, but it was too late. Exhilaration rushed through me as it crumbled into a fiery heap. My heart was beating too fast, and I pressed down the slight nausea rising in my stomach. My first kill. I nocked another arrow. With a flutter of white feathers and a flash of metal, Professor Fay lighted beside me. "What are you doing here?" she snapped. Blood stained her armor and her wings. "Helping," I replied, taking aim once more. "We can't afford a distraction," Faye said, her eyes darting over the chaos. Then don't get distracted, I replied. I can handle myself. I loosed my arrow and struck another vampire. This time I caught his shoulder, but it was enough of a distraction for an allure to stake him properly. A werewolf lunged towards us, its jaws bared. With a shout, Faye met it with her silver-tipped blades, slashing at its chest and neck. The werewolf barreled into her, knocking her to the ground. Faye flipped the wolf over, and seeing an opening, a vampire dove towards her with an elegant rapier. I knocked and loosed an arrow. It struck the vampire through the throat, spinning it to the side. Faye twisted her knife through the werewolf's right eye. Blood burst forth, coating the werewolf's face. The werewolf scrambled free. I unsheathed my knives and lunged, burying the blades through the thick fur and piercing its leathery skin. The werewolf snapped its teeth, swinging its long claws towards my neck. I shifted my weight and ducked, forcing the werewolf off balance. With a howl, it stumbled over me. I pulled my knives free and brought my shoulder up hard into its stomach. I swept it aside, and Faye was ready. Her arrow found the werewolf's throat and pinned it to the concrete beneath. Its body continued thrashing and flailing, its muscles spasming uncontrollably. Faye shouted something, but the words didn't register. Around me, it was as if the world had exploded. The ground was slick with blood and littered with bodies. Concrete fell as parts of the station began to collapse. Behind me, I heard someone scream. The sound lacked the smooth cadence of a vampire's voice or the growl of a werewolf's. Human or allure, one of the two. Without thinking, I was in motion. I charged across the platform, my boots sliding on the thick pools of blood. A vampire whirled around. The range was too close to fire a shot, and my knives would be no good. I let the knives fall. They clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. I pulled an arrow from my quiver and lunged forward, putting all my weight into the blow. The shaft struck flesh and met resistance, but I pushed forward. Flesh tore, blood spread from the wound, and the vampire growled in annoyance, with hatred burning in its eyes. The arrow struck a rib and refused to move any further. Pain lanced across my belly as the vampire's claws ripped through my skin. With a growl, I pulled my arrow free and ducked beneath the vampire's claws and teeth. In a quick, fluid motion, I swept my knives from the ground, tossing one at its face. The vampire caught the spinning blade, but it was enough of a distraction for me to deliver a roundhouse kick to his jaw. My father appeared between us, flaring his wings like an armored shield. He drove his javelin through the vampire's chest and out its back, lifting it off the ground, before stabbing it down again so hard it cracked the tiles of the subway floor. "Go home," he growled, his eyes alight with fury. "Now!" I darted away and stumbled off the ledge, onto the subway tracks. I heard shuffling behind the chunks of fallen concrete. I sheathed my bloody knives and nocked an arrow. A human cowered behind the rubble, only a year or two older than me. He stared at me, his hazel eyes wide and horrified. Blood was streaked across his pale face and his light brown hair, but I didn't think it was his. I didn't see torn flesh or puncture marks where he'd been bitten. Slowly, I lowered my bow. No one else even seemed to realize he was here, so it was up to me to get him to safety. I returned the arrow to my quiver and shouldered the bow again. "I can help you," I said, holding out my hand. "Come with me." The young man clasped my forearm and hauled himself to his feet. He was taller than I expected. I pulled him along after me, sticking close to the wall until we reached the stairs. We stumbled over broken slabs of concrete and uneven tiles. Seeing a werewolf lunge towards us, I ducked behind a railing, shoving the human behind me as the beast scrambled for purchase. The werewolf growled and bared its teeth, preparing to lunge again. In a flash of silver armor and white feathers, Arafet swooped down, his bright sword gleaming. I didn't have time to admire him, though. I leaped to my feet and dragged the human along with me. A stitch knotted and throbbed in my side as we cleared the entrance and raced down a dark alley. Not far away, I could see the flashing lights of police cars and hear the sirens. My mouth tasted of blood and concrete dust, and my belly burned as vampire venom mingled with my angel blood. I'd have to get that looked out soon, but at least I was in one piece. Beside me, the man gasped for air. "Are you—" I began. Fire burst along my wrist, so sudden and fierce that I bit back a scream. My body trembled as I ripped off my jacket. I held up my wrist, the skin red and angry. Pain came through me in a rough, haphazard burst. I gasped and bent over. God almighty, whatever this was, it hurt beyond anything I could imagine. My breath hitched, stopping and starting as if my lungs had forgotten how to work. Beneath my skin, something moved. My veins seemed to shift, and my skin bubbled upwards. Had I been bitten? Cursed or poisoned? "Cora!" My head snapped up in surprise. How did he know my name? The human stared at me, his hazel eyes glassy and unfocused. I sucked in a sharp breath, recognizing the signs of a vampire's hypnosis. A dark shadow stood just behind him, out of the light. The voice was unfamiliar, but something about the gentle way he'd said my name felt intimate. "Omen?" I guessed. A nod, followed by a slight grin. "I thought I told you not to do anything stupid. You could have been killed," the man spoke, with words that weren't his own. I reached for my knives. There were only two ways to break a vampire's hypnosis, by killing the affected human or the vampire controlling him. "Why don't you stop hiding behind the puppet? Face me, and we'll see which one of us dies tonight." But my heart was racing, and my temples pounded from the burning pain in my wrist. Was this even real, or some kind of fever dream? "I don't want to kill you," the man said. "I love you. I never stopped." I felt as though all the air in my lungs had been stolen from me. I shook my head. This couldn't really be happening. Omen was dead, and yet while I'd discounted our first interaction, I couldn't deny my own eyes a second time. His face, while hidden in shadows, hovering just behind the human's neck, was achingly familiar. Part of me wanted to rush into his arms, but I knew better than to let my guard down. "I'll remember that when I'm staking you," I said. "Whoever you are, it's obvious you're trying to trick me, stealing my memories, using a glamour of someone I care about. It isn't going to work." "Cora," the man's voice softened. "It's really me. The allure lied to you. You don't understand what they are, or what they've done." The burning in my wrist lessened just a little, but it still hurt. I didn't dare look down to see what had happened. Instead, I kept my gaze locked on the man's hazel eyes. "You've had your blessing ceremony now," he said. "Did you get the result you wanted? Or was the result a little strange?" Warmth rushed to my face. "How do you know about that?" "If you want to know the truth," the man continued, his voice strained, "you should seek out Merkala Karnstein. She's the purveyor of a very exclusive club called the Sapphire Lounge." "I'm assuming it's the sort of place Father wouldn't want me going to?" I asked. The man chuckled. "Since when have you listened to what Daddy tells you?" Without warning, the man's knees buckled. I caught him around the waist and let him lean against me to prevent him from falling face first onto the sidewalk. Omen had relinquished his possession, but that still didn't mean it was safe. I carefully laid the man on the sidewalk and watched silently as he began to stir. He blinked rapidly several times, clearly disoriented. Shakily, he sat upright and stared at me. He bolted to his feet and slowly backed away. "What? The actual hell?" he asked. "What was that? Who was that? What are you?" "You were hypnotized by a vampire," I replied. His eyes widened. I hit my head or something, didn't I? Now I'm probably laying in a hospital somewhere doped up on morphine, and I'm imagining this." As he rambled, my instincts kicked in. "You need to..." I trailed off. Or it's a dream, he continued. Or maybe a near-death hallucination of some kind. He needed to get away from here, obviously. And I'd been about to order him to run into the dark streets of Boston, probably flooded with vampires and werewolves. Not my best plan. I was responsible for him for now. Do you live nearby? I asked. You need to get somewhere safe until dawn. He furrowed his brow. I work at this church. Perfect, I said. I'll walk you there. He didn't move a muscle. Unless you'd rather have your throat ripped out? I asked. He audibly gulped and set off briskly down the sidewalk. I followed, easily matching his pace. My wrist and stomach burned, but I resolved to ignore my injuries. Right now, escorting this human to sacred ground was my priority, even if all my muscles itched to return to the fighting. So it's Cora? The human asked tentatively. He must have been partially conscious, as Eamon used him for our private conversation. I nodded brusquely. I could tell this human whatever I wanted. One of the allure would ensure that he didn't remember any of it, and even if they somehow missed this one, none of the other humans would even believe him. I'm, Shane. Shane Meadows, he said. Oh my God, you're bleeding. I waved a dismissive hand. Once I return to divine providence, a healer will tend to me, I said. But shouldn't you at least stop the bleeding? Shane asked. Once we're inside the church, I can, at least help you clean it. What if it's really bad? He'd just learned that vampires and werewolves existed, and yet he still found it in himself to be concerned about me. That was sweet. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. He had a nice profile. His light brown bangs fell into his wide hazel eyes and just barely grazed his high cheekbones. He had soft-looking full lips, too. I noted that detail with a bit of embarrassment. We approached a church, a small cottage-like building, with a tall Gothic steeple made of dark stone. A warm glow from inside filtered through the stained glass windows, painting the rose bushes outside in soft colors. It seemed almost magical, and I might have mistaken it for a fey hiding hole if there hadn't been a sign proclaiming the building as St. Gertrude of Nivelle's Catholic Church. The fallen races couldn't abide consecrated ground. The message beneath read, "We support our Jewish and Muslim brothers and sisters." Shane pulled a set of keys from his pants pocket. He unlocked the doors and waved me in. I hesitated on the threshold. I ought to go back. Shane would be safe inside his church, where neither demons nor werewolves could reach him. "Welcome to St. Gertrude's," Shane said with a sheepish grin. "I should get back," I said. "You aren't human, are you?" Shane asked quietly. "No," I replied, looking over my shoulder into the shadows. "I'm an angel born, one who has been blessed by the archangels." It was the first time I'd introduced myself since my blessing ceremony, and I realized it rang false. I was still angel-born, by birth, but I was no allure, and I hadn't technically been blessed. Shane gazed at me with such a look of wonder that warmth flooded my face once more. He cleared his throat and smiled. "Please," he said. It would be an honor to look over your injuries." I hesitated in the doorway. "Please," Shane said, "as my gift, for you saving me. If you don't let me look, I'll just follow you, all around Boston." "Like what?" I asked. "A stray cat?" I wondered if he'd catch the joke. Gertrude of Nivelle's was the patron saint of cats. "Oh, I'd be much more annoying than a stray cat," Shane said, sounding as if he'd systemically planned out hundreds of ways to annoy me. I glanced into the church beyond him. I'd never been inside a human chapel. "Just for a few minutes," I said. I was in no rush to face my father. I couldn't get his angry expression out of my head, and I was still shaky from my first battle. Not to mention the weird incident with Eamon, and all the new questions it had raised. Shane brightened as I stepped past him. He led me down a narrow, carpeted walkway. I glimpsed interior of the small chapel. There were red votive candles by the door and tiny cards bearing the name of the church. We entered a room in the back, which seemed to serve as both the kitchen and the living room. Shane crouched by the sink, pulling open a cabinet. He emerged with a white case, the red cross of St. George emblazed upon it. "What do you do here?" I asked. "Are you a priest?" Shane shook his head. "No, my grandfather is, though. I help out with little things around here, changing smoke alarms, pulling weeds in the cemetery, cleaning the bathrooms, that sort of thing." "But you're a believer?" I asked. "To be honest," he said, "before today I was kind of flirting with secular atheism. You're really ruining my whole vibe." He smiled, and I felt a warmth in my stomach. Examined him more closely in the dim light. I could tell he was only half joking, but it was nice for someone to just openly admit their doubts like that. Plus, I could finally bond with someone over the shared experience of cleaning the latrines. God truly did work in mysterious ways. I cocked my head at him and waited. Shane pulled on a pair of thin, opaque gloves and stared at me. "Am I going to burst into flames if I touch you?" he whispered, stepping closer. "That is what happened to my last boyfriend," I joked. Shane's eyes widened. "I'm kidding," I said, taking pity on him. "I'm pretty sure you aren't going to burst into flames." There was a wooden table placed across the opposite wall. With a smirk, I strode across the room and sat on it, wincing as the movement sent a bolt of pain across my belly. "Unless you've made a deal with the devil," I added, "and if you have, I'll need to kill you." Shane placed the white box beside me and gingerly peeled my shirt free from my stomach. It was shredded and covered in blood, but I could tell the wound wasn't deep, and the venom from the vampire's claws was poisonous, but wouldn't turn me. I really should get it looked at by a professional, but for some reason, I wasn't eager to leave. I shrugged off the rest of my shirt, rolling my shoulders and tossing up the fabric into a ball. I kept the dark bra and the thin, nearly translucent armor that hung from my shoulders. It was just an undergarment, meant to help the real armor sit right, kind of like the boning supports of a corset. Shane sucked in a deep breath. His brow was furrowed in concentration. "Do you do this often?" I asked. "Bring home bloody girls after facing down monsters in the subway? Only every other Thursday." He gently wiped a damp cloth against my belly, until he was able to pull out the scraps of fabric with a pair of tweezers. "Not really," Shane continued. "Most of the time, I'm studying. I go to Boston College." I grimaced as Shane wiped something across my belly that stung like fire. But once the wound was cleaned, it was revealed to be exactly what I'd thought. Deep gouges, but not bleeding too badly. Nothing that Professor Ricks couldn't heal easily. Thank God I'd worn the practice armor. Shane tenderly took my injured wrist between his hands, studying it closely. I thought fleetingly of Omen. "I promise I'll be gentle." My heart gave an awkward, little flutter. I didn't think anyone would ever call Shane Meadows handsome. He had wide eyes and a slightly crooked nose, but he was pretty and fragile, like dogwood blossoms. If he hadn't entered the church, thereby proving he didn't associate with demons, I might have mistaken him for one of the fae, or maybe a djinn, who were said to be beautiful and airy creatures. He was kind too. And maybe his attention was a little endearing. No one had ever looked at me quite like he had. Like I was something wondrous and sacred. Something deserving of reverence and respect. I'd been waiting my whole life for someone to look at me like that. "What are you studying?" I asked. Shane shrugged. "It changes every week," he said. "Sadly, I've tried psychology, neuroscience, nursing, English, art history. There's just nothing sticking." "The logical solution would be to pursue all of them," I said. Shane gently rubbed away the blood on my wrist, looking for the source of the wound. Most of it wasn't mine, but the skin was tender. I clenched my jaw and barely kept from hissing in pain. My student loan provider disagrees, Shane said. His what? Flecks of blood fell away from my wrist. What is this? Shane asked, his eyes widening. Did someone... His eyes were glowing, a soft pink color. I jerked my wrist away, reaching for my blades, before I realized the light source was me. I stared at my wrist in confusion. Beneath the redness and the blisters, the blood and shriveled skin, an angelic sigil was glowing like hot pink coals. Chapter 9. I turned my wrist slowly, admiring the sparkling rune of Shamuel with awe and consternation. This wasn't possible. The order had temporarily placed me in Michael, Jophiel, and Uriel, until one of them proved my true vocation. I hadn't prepared myself for any other house. Had the wise elders of the allure gotten it wrong, or was this mark just another awful mistake of some kind? Bang! Someone had opened the front door. I leaped to my feet, one hand curled around my newly branded wrist. This was no time to get distracted. I was still out in the wild, with a human. I could ruminate when I got home. Shane had just put away the white box. He froze, wide-eyed. I take it you aren't expecting company? I asked. No, he replied. It probably wasn't one of the damned races. They couldn't enter sacred ground, but that didn't mean it wasn't anything to worry about. Humans, possessed by vampires or enchanted by fae, could still enter hallowed spaces, and they could do a lot of damage. I unsheathed my knives and wiped them clean on my pants. What can I do? Shane asked. Stay out of my way, I growled. Shane cleared his throat. I'll come with you, he said. It might be nothing, and if it is, I'll have an easier time explaining why I'm here than you will. I pursed my lips together and nodded. Fine, I said. But if it's dangerous, I expect you to run. Will do, Shane replied. I moved slowly through the hallway, with Shane following close behind. I dropped to my knees and ducked behind a pew. Shane remained with me, but kept his distance, giving me space. I peered beneath the pew and at the light streaming into the church. I glimpsed the familiar plated sabatons. It was my father, wings out, framed by the light of the coming dawn. Blood was spattered over his once brilliant armor and caking across his face and hair. Slowly, I stood from behind the church pew. My father halted, letting out a small, relieved sigh. From the corner of my eye, I saw Shane stand and heard his sharp intake of breath. My father's blue eyes flitted to him. Cora, he said, reaching out one hand. Come here. I swallowed. The devil himself might have been less terrifying than my father at that moment. I sheathed my knives in my boot and gave Shane a quick smile. It's all right, I said, trying to sound confident. It's just my dad. Shane's eyes widened. I see the resemblance, he said weakly. I tentatively crossed the room and raised my wrist. Look, I said, showing him the mark. Shamuel, aren't you proud? My father clenched his jaw, but his eyes narrowed in fascination, then something deeper. He took a breath, and I thought I saw something exposed, even fragile, in his expression. Then it was gone, and he was all business again. I don't know whether I want to hug you or lock you in your room until Armageddon, he said lowly. That seemed a bit harsh, but entirely expected. I did good, though, right? I said. Cora, you could have been killed tonight. You could have gotten someone else hurt. She saved my life, Shane interrupted. My father took a deep breath and leveled his gaze on Shane. And I'm glad you're alive, he conceded. Nevertheless, it is not her place to interfere in the affairs of the allure, nor is it yours. To Shane's credit, he barely flinched, even as my father stared him down. I had to prove myself, Father. You must understand that. You should have stayed at Divine Providence tonight. If anything, Your behavior has merely confirmed that you're not responsible enough yet to be on the battlefield, and maybe you never will be. My father's reprimand stung worse than the vampire's venom, and I felt my eyes water. It was all so unfair. My father pulled me into a hug and pressed his cheek against mine. "I'm glad you have your mark, but you can't keep acting this way," he murmured, close to my ear. "First, the water dragon. Now this has to be the end of it, Cora." I nodded my head, wiping my eyes roughly. "It will be," I whispered. "I just wanted to prove that I was worthy. You don't know what it's been like, what everyone is saying. I couldn't stay at Divine Providence if I didn't really belong." "And haven't you learned not to listen to their gossip by now?" my father asked. "I thought I had," I replied, "but it's different now. I'm not sorry, but I promise I'll do better." My father sighed, and his whole body seemed to slump and fold in on itself. Something subtle about his posture shifted. With a flash of guilt, I realized that he looked suddenly old. His gaze flickered behind me, looking at Shane, I was sure. "Well, I suppose that'll have to be enough. Let's go home," my father said. "I'll send Felicity to tie up your loose end." He'd send Faye to erase the human's memories. Poor, nice Shane, who'd been so kind and helpful. He wouldn't even remember meeting me. "Do you have to?" I asked, biting my lip. My father's eyes hardened. "You know we do," he said. "You can't befriend them, Cora." Of course, I knew it. "But this once," I began. "Absolutely not," my father said, his eyes darkening. It was a bad time to disagree with my father. He was tired and anxious. All my instincts screamed at me to back down, but there was another part of me, a very loud part, that wanted to fight. Shane had helped me. He'd been nice to me. For some reason, I didn't want to lose that. "But why?" I asked, keeping my voice low. No one would believe him even if he told, and if he was worthy of knowing about the allure, he'd have been chosen, my father said, his eyes narrowed. Our place is to protect people like him, and befriending humans is a distraction from our glorious mission. I knew that too, but I couldn't make myself really, truly believe it at the moment. If they wiped him, he'd forget everything. The way he'd looked at me. The harmless banter. Previously, I would have immediately sided with the allure. I knew emotional bonds affected our decision-making and could put missions at risk. But my heart felt like it had grown 2 sizes, filling me with a deep, steady rhythm that felt more solid than my scattered thoughts. "I don't want you to," I trailed off. "I don't particularly care what you want," my father said more gruffly this time. "We are not going to argue about this. You're going back to Divine Providence, where you belong, and so help me God, this had better not happen again. You're too old to be engaging in these stupid stunts." "The angels seem to approve," I snapped, holding up my wrist like a badge of honor. "Not for fighting," my father said darkly. "If you were meant to be fighting, you would have been blessed by Michael. Instead, you put our whole team at risk, rescuing a single human. Chamuel might have approved of the deed, but as compassion has no place in the battlefield." I sucked in a sharp breath, but the fight went out of me. I was surprised to hear my father admit that Chamuel's gifts were somehow less useful than the other archangels, something I'd privately long suspected. But his comments rang true and dredged up deep feelings of insecurity and rejection. The air trembled, and Professor Faye swooped into the church. I gave my father a pleading glance, but his eyes never softened. His grip tightened on me, as if worried I'd do something reckless, and I might have, if I wasn't so tired. "Felicity," my father said, his eyes never leaving mine. "Take care of the boy." My return to Divine Providence was a mixed bag. The professors, most of whom had known me for my entire life, gave me fond, if frustrated, smiles. The exceptions, of course, were St. John and Bells, who glared at me as I walked past. But my classmates saw it differently. Even before I'd returned, word had spread that I'd joined the allure in battling against vampires and werewolves. And sure, I hadn't been blessed by Michael, but at least I had been blessed. The mark on my wrist confirmed that I was worthy of Chamuel, even a bit beyond worthy. Some acolytes weren't divinely marked for decades, and some never were. So returning to divine providence should have been a triumph, but it really wasn't. I was sleeping too much and filled with feelings of overwhelm. Professor Rick said it was normal to feel fatigued after being wounded with vampire venom, and added that the allure are encouraged to seek counseling after their first real battle. But how could anyone understand what I was going through? I couldn't reveal my Uncle Mordecai's comments, that the blessing ceremonies weren't divinely inspired, or that Omen was, somehow, impossibly, both still alive and also a vampire, and that he'd been too well informed about my blessing ceremony. My thoughts kept turning to Shane, now completely oblivious to everything that had happened, with a sense of loss. But really, what did I have to complain about? I'd received my first angelic mark. That had to mean that the angels were real, that they'd found me worthy. It was proof that I belonged here, and that my uncle had been wrong. I didn't understand the inner workings of the Alaric order, but it wasn't my place to understand, only accept. Miss Servetus? I looked up from the records I had spread before me on the wide table. My breath caught in my throat. Professor Arafet stood opposite me, leaning close. He'd forgone the traditional rose-petal robes, usually worn by the head of Chamuel's house, selecting instead a modern white suit with a pink collared shirt. His sea-colored eyes were open and friendly, and his smile was gentle. I was taken aback by how young he looked up close, although I knew he was only 4 years older than me. It was incredible what he'd accomplished and how quickly, and I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from pestering him with the dozens of questions at the tip of my tongue. The last thing I wanted was for Arafet to think I was a ditzy academy princess who was far too easily impressed. Call me Cora, I said. Everyone does. Certainly, if you prefer that. What are you studying? The sound of his voice unleashed a storm of butterflies in my belly. He had a way of sounding legitimately, deeply interested. Records, I said, of every vampire in the city of Boston. I shifted over the documents so he could see them too. I knew I wouldn't find much in the standard library, but vampires lived a long time, so their lineages were slow and rarely updated. Mostly it gave me something to do, and I found solace in the spacious room filled with books and determined students, quietly absorbed in rapt fascination, the slow whisper of turning pages generating a hum of white noise. Arafet tilted his head and furrowed his brow. And why are you looking over these? He asked. I'm just scoping out future kills, I joked. Actually, I'd been searching for any mention of Mircalla Karnstein, but my attention kept drifting away from the names, to consider instead the stained glass depictions of valiant battles fought against the fallen races in previous epochs. Are you? That seems a bit hasty on your part, Arafet replied. You've only seen one battle, and you shouldn't have seen that one. No time like the present, I replied. Arafet's lips twitched upwards, and his eyes shined with amusement. All things in their own time, he said. Are we just going to trade aphorisms? I asked. Or did you want something? I cursed myself for being short with him, but I got enough disapproval from my father, and he was treating me like a kid. This is not how I wanted Arafet to think of me, if he thought of me at all. Sorry for the intrusion, he said, taking a seat across from me. I believe you're one of my charges now, aren't you? I just wanted to say hello. I rubbed my foot against the back of my ankle. Right. I'd been marked by his patron, the angel of love and compassion. It seemed almost fitting that the head of Chamuel's house would be an attractive man that stirred up confusing emotions. I fought to keep my features schooled and not to dissolve into a flustered mess. He was going to be my professor, and I needed to keep my hormones under control. I suppose I am, I replied, rolling up the sleeve of my blue blouse and bearing the mark on my wrist. I'd spent most of Saturday in the infirmary, and then in my private quarters. I hadn't heard anything from my father or the order, but it made sense I'd start working with Arafet. I hoped that wouldn't mean I'd have to start wearing pink. Arafet gently placed his thumb over my mark, still slightly red and blistered around the edges. To have earned a blessing so early, Arafet trailed off. You must be quite an impressive acolyte. My eyes darted to his wrist. Beneath the loose pink sleeve of his shirt, I caught the flash of 2 marks, Chamuel's and Raphael's. It wasn't impossible for an allure to have 2 marks, but it wasn't exactly common either. He'd already earned his wings, too. That was almost unheard of for a man his age. The only other allure I knew who'd earned his wings so early was my father, who'd gotten them when he was 23. You're impressive, too, I replied, my cheeks warming. My father doesn't hire just anyone. I received my first mark when I was 15, Arafet replied, letting go of my wrist and leaning back. I whistled between my teeth. That's incredible, I said. Arafet shrugged. Where I come from, the angel-born are permitted their blessing ceremony at puberty. I take no credit for gaining the favor of the angels, he said. It was by Chamuel's grace that I was marked early, and I strive every day to bring him glory. And Raphael? I asked. When did you earn that one? When I was 17, Arafet replied. To be chosen by both angels. I'd never met anyone like that before. Even my father, as much of a prodigy as he'd been, hadn't gotten 2 marks, much less so young. You must be very brave, I said. All my sass and wit seemed to have abandoned me. I felt like I was staring at a legend. Like all allure, Arafet had been trained for combat, but his gifts meant he possessed the powers of both shielding and healing. That would make him nearly indestructible, and a desirable asset for any mission. I imagine most men would like to consider themselves brave, Arafet replied, patting the table before him. But remember, courage is Michael's virtue. Ours is a little more subtle. Well, I'll leave you to your work. I just wanted to introduce myself. I've never liked those professors who barely bothered to know their students. That's terrible pedagogy. It sounds like a lot of work on your part, though, I said. Maybe it depends on the student, Arafet smiled. At any rate, I'll see you in class, Cora. Yes, Professor, I replied. Arafet's eyes crinkled at the corners. My eyes followed him as he left, and after he was gone, I reluctantly turned my attention back to the records. But now my thoughts were even more scattered than they had been. Still, I pressed my forearms against the table and forced my eyes to follow along through the lists of handwritten names until I'd finished my stack of records. No Merkala Karnstein. There wasn't even anything close to that name. I slammed the book closed and sighed. Maybe Eamon was just sending me on a wild goose chase. Why was I even listening to him anyway? He was a vampire. Was he, though? I'd seen his fangs the first time, but I'd barely been conscious. This time he was compulsing Shane, hiding in the shadows. Something only vampires could do. And he'd known that something went wrong with my blessing ceremony. Even though I'd been blessed by Chamuel, it didn't mean I could just sweep everything aside and focus on my education, no matter how attractive my new teacher was. Something weird was going, and I had to figure out what. I returned the books to their shelves and headed downstairs. It was Sunday evening, so the academy's halls were filled with clusters of students sitting and talking with one another. As I passed, a few acolytes whispered, something I noted with a smile. It was about time I managed to get some good attention, on my own merits. I found Sadie, Tess, and Ella sitting together in the shared commons area. Sadie had torn off her red and gold blouse and thrown it onto the ground. I arched an eyebrow at her magenta tank top. Her bra was lacy, too, but Sadie didn't seem to care that everyone could see it when she bent forward over her book. She made a stunning contrast with Ella, whose violet blouse was buttoned all the way up to her chin. It was impossible to tell if Tess wore her uniform or how she wore it, for she'd curled up in an armchair with a thick blanket wrapped around her. They were clustered before the fireplace, peering over sheets of vellum. I dragged over a vacant chair and collapsed into it. Sadie's head snapped up. Her eyes widened, and a broad smile spread across your face. "I heard you fought werewolves and vampires," she exclaimed in a hushed voice. She seemed eager to take a break from studying. "I did," I replied, "and I was marked by Shamuel for my efforts." I rolled up my sleeve, unveiling my mark, and the three of them leaned in closer. "That's crazy," Sadie said. "It's like a neon tattoo. Does it always glow like that?" "I guess so," I said. It was brighter in the dark and pulsed faintly with my heartbeat. "Did it hurt?" Tess asked, sounding as though she was half asleep. I shrugged. "Not too badly," I replied. It had hurt like hell, but I didn't want to scare them. Sadie bit her lip. "What was it like? The fighting, I mean." "Nothing I couldn't handle," I said. "Vampires and werewolves tend to have very predictable attack methods. They use their fangs or their claws, so as long as you aren't caught off guard, they aren't terribly difficult to defeat." Bullshit. I was reciting something I'd heard in class, but the truth was nothing like I was prepared for. The training had proved useful, but I'd mostly acted on instinct. I'd shot one vamp in the back, but the others I'd merely maimed, or distracted enough for the real allure to finish off. Ella pulled her amethyst along her necklace. Her skin had grown a few shades paler. Maybe all the talk of fighting made her queasy. She'd have to get used to it. "I heard it was at Ashmont," Sadie said. "I used to live near there. It's a nice neighborhood." Unlike me, they hadn't grown up sheltered behind the walls of divine providence. They might know Boston better, I realized. "I don't suppose you've ever heard of the Sapphire Lounge?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casually aloof. Sadie furrowed her brow and crossed her arms. I don't think so. Is it a strip club?" she asked. "It is a club," I replied, "but I don't know about the stripping." Tess shrugged and shook her head. "How did you hear about it?" Ella asked thoughtfully. "A friend mentioned it," I lied. "That's all. He said I ought to have a look, but I'm not all that familiar with Boston." Ella bit her lip and looked askance. "I don't really frequent clubs," she said, with a shrug of her slender shoulders. They didn't know where it was then. That wasn't really a surprise. Many paranormal establishments were entirely hidden from mortal eyes. It made sense that they wouldn't have heard of it. Still, it would have made life easier if they had. "So what are studying?" I asked, before they could delve too deeply into my question. "The history of the allure," Sadie said, "but it's proving difficult. It's like reading Shakespeare." I grimaced at the mention of one of the most infamous fae. "Shakespeare isn't that hard," Ella said. "Once you've read him a few times, you get accustomed to the early modern language." "Maybe it took you a few times," Tess said, "but Shakespeare almost single-handedly killed my GPA." "At least Shakespeare comes with spark notes and movie adaptations," Sadie replied dryly. "This stuff doesn't." I glanced at the vellum, which recounted the Archangel's war with the 7 damned races. Of course, it was old news to me, and it looked like this account had been simplified too. This was probably for the Introduction to Allure and the Angelborn class, taught by Professor Jason St. John. One of the benefits to growing up in Divine Providence was that I didn't have to take that class, which I'd heard involved a lot of sitting still and listening to St. John's infamously monotone delivery. "Okay, listen, it's like this," I said. "You heard what my dad said at the blessing, right? The allure are the winged soldiers who fight the 7 damned races. Some of us have been born into it, like me, while others have been recruited, like you. We keep the balance by making sure the darkness never encroaches too far on human civilization. It's a holy mission, but secretive, because humans aren't ready to know about all this supernatural stuff. We do, though, Sadie frowned. I mean, Twilight. Sure, myths and legends, but most humans don't really believe in the cursed races, because the allure destroy evidence and erase memories after encounters. That's Jophiel's gift, right? Tess asked. Usually, yes. The gifts don't always manifest in predictable ways, but Jophiel is the house of vitality and inspiration. They can bend light, create visions, but they can also kind of burn memories away, replace them by something better, remove past traumas. I felt like I was explaining it badly, but I didn't really understand the subtle details. What about the other houses? Sadie asked. Are they related to the 7 virtues? This stuff is so much more exciting than the history. I mean, kind of. The virtues, they're more like mantras, to remind us of the particular temptations of shortcomings of our house. So, for example, Michael is known for courage, but his virtue is humility, because otherwise they'd all end up conceited pricks like Dante. Sadie snickered, and even Ella's lips curved into a rare smile. Jophiel's virtue is chastity, because they have to be willing to be forgotten. Shamuel's virtue is kindness, because they protect people who can't help themselves. Gabriel's is patience, because they have to pretend to listen even when people are boring. Raphael's is charity, because they care for the sick and broken. Uriel's is temperance, because of the dangers of mixing alchemical formulas, or thinking they're smarter than everyone else. All things in moderation, selectively. Some information is dangerous, so it can't all be given equal weight. Sadie frowned at this, but didn't comment. Zadkiel's virtue is diligence, I continued. Careful and persistent effort, because the best things grow slowly and must be nurtured. Wow, Tess said, her eyes brightening. I feel like I learned more in the last 2 minutes than I have all week. Cora! At the sound of Noah's voice, I whirled around and held up my wrist proudly. I'd been dying to show him my mark, but Noah didn't seem to care about that. Instead, he pulled me into a tight hug. Although startled, I returned his embrace. What's up? I asked. Are you kidding? You're alive, Noah replied, still holding me at arm's length. What an astute observation, I smirked. Noah shook his head. Be as sarcastic as you like. I'm just happy you're back. My easy smile faltered for just an instant. He'd been worried about me. Of course, he had. I'd faced the fallen, in a real battle, and been injured by a vampire. To Noah, any angelic mark was secondary to my survival. I tried to keep a brave face in front of Noah, my oldest friend, even though I wanted to melt and confess everything. I felt my face soften. Poor, kind Noah. He was a bit like Shane, something I noticed with a ton of guilt. Of course, you dork, I said, putting my hands over his. How am I going to drive you into an early grave if I'm already dead? Chapter 10. I flipped through the vellum pages, my eyes skimming over St. Augustine's Confessions. Really, there was only so much I could take of the author's sexcapades before I wanted to gauge my eyes out with a kitchen knife. I'd skimmed it years ago, but reading it now was worse than usual, because this was the first text that Arafet had assigned me, and every time I thought about my handsome new professor, my thoughts went to places they shouldn't. Still, there are a few passages that caught my attention enough to highlight, even if they seemed more risque than were intended. You shattered my deafness. You put to flight my blindness. You were fragrant, and I drew in my breath, panting after you. I tasted you, and I felt only hunger and thirst. You touched me, and I burned for your peace. The storms of incoherent events tear to pieces my thoughts, the inmost entrails of my soul, until I flow together unto you, purged and molten in the fire of your love. I took a shaky breath, then glanced up at my fellow acolytes. I felt like I was reading an erotic novella rather than saintly writings from the 4th century. Tess was reading over her notes for Professor Lynn's class. Ella and Sadie had both crammed onto the sofa, sharing notes on the history of the allure, and Noah was scrawling an essay, his penmanship thin and elegant. They all looked so devoted and studious. Or maybe they were just faking it, like I was. Cora. I slowly looked up from my place on the rug. Dante stood above me, his blue eyes gleaming. My eyes darted to the 3 upperclassmen behind him. Danica was among them, looking like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. And beside her, Annalise looked angry. Odd. Those 2 normally looked radiant in Dante's presence, like flowers in the sun. The 3rd student was Bartholomew, dark-haired and dark-eyed, who I'd only spoken to once or twice. He seemed nice enough, for someone so popular, but I also found him absurdly boring. Dante, I said smoothly, licking my finger to turn a page in my book. Dante scanned my body, his frost-blue eyes taking me in slowly, like he was assessing me for hidden weaknesses. See something you like? I asked, leaning forward. I told you this was stupid. Danica grabbed his arm and pulled him away, but he shrugged her off. He grinned shamelessly, sending butterflies stirring in my belly. Why did handsome men always have this effect on me? It wasn't fair. We were on our way to have some fun, he said. I thought you might like to join us. Dante, who always either mocked me or ignored me, wanted me to do something fun with him. This totally didn't sound like a trap of some kind. I pursed my lips together and narrowed my eyes. Trap or no, I was never one to back down from a challenge. I deliberately closed my copy of Confessions and handed it to Noah, who sighed and gave me a familiar warning look. I smiled sweetly and patted his head. I'll see you later, Noah, I said. After all, the absolute worst Dante and his friends could do was humiliate me somehow. I was still the Chancellor's daughter. They wouldn't take it too far. Whatever they were planning, it couldn't be as bad as being called a chicken. Not when I was still pining to be accepted by the Archangel Michael. Dante hadn't moved an inch. I approached and stood before him, trying to ignore that he had at least 6 inches on me. Well? I asked. Are we going? His grin widened. Sure, princess. He sauntered ahead, his pace languid. I clenched my jaw and tried to match his walk. One of my pet peeves was people who walked really slowly when I was in a hurry, but Dante acted as if he had all the time in the world to reach his destination. He was probably doing that on purpose too, just to mess with me. Behind me, I heard his friends whispering, plotting something malicious, mostly likely. Then, my father rounded the corner, and everything changed. Dante's carelessness and ease vanished, replaced with a formal stiffness. The whispers behind me ceased. Good evening, Master Servetus, Dante said, flashing a polished smile. My father glanced at me, and I saw the careful calculation in his eyes. Dante was an angel born, from a well-connected family of allure who lived in London. He was one of the brightest at the academy, a skilled acolyte who was proficient with nearly every possible weapon. He'd seen 2 battles and emerged victorious, and most importantly, he had Michael's coveted mark emblazoned on his wrist. He'd earn his wings soon. While he was exactly the sort of man my father would approve keeping me company, he had to know we weren't friends. Good evening, everyone. What are you doing? My father asked. We're on our way to the library, Dante replied. I wanted to show Cora this book I found on how to best slay a member of the Fae. A shadow of worry crossed my father's face. I wondered if he thought I was about to bolt away and gallivant off to slay one of the 4 Fae monarchs. We had a disagreement about it earlier, Dante added, evidently recognizing my father's concern. And Danica mentioned she knew of a less dangerous, more subtle way that's more effective than outright violence. I thought maybe Cora could profit from learning how a battle can sometimes be avoided, with proper planning. Right, Danica? Right, she deadpanned. It's purely theoretical, of course, Dante concluded, but all knowledge is beneficial, especially if it keeps the allure safe. Smooth. He was laying it on a little thick, but he knew how to perfectly play on my father's anxieties. My father relaxed and nodded. His blue eyes shone with approval, though his gaze lingered. I nodded lightly, to let him know I was okay. "Well, I won't keep you," he said. "Have a good evening." "You too, Master Servetus," Dante replied, as he sauntered down the corridor. I followed and fought the urge to fidget with my hands. It had been a long time since my father had looked at me like that, like I'd done something right. I knew he didn't approve of my friends or choices. Although my father was fair, I often wondered if that was the wrong approach. Being fair wasn't quite the same thing as being just, and my father treated everyone by what they'd earned, completely discounting extenuating circumstances or excuses. Yes, Dante had gained a lot of impressive prestige, but he'd also been raised in an angel-born family, associated with several academies. Dante had the fortune of being from the right family, a family that drew its blood from Dante Alighieri, the angel-born who'd descended to the frozen floor of hell and returned with a record of everything he'd seen. From the beginning, Dante had everything going for him. He wasn't like the humans, who stumbled in, most of them between 18 and 20, with a vague understanding of angels and demons. Or like Noah, who'd only escaped his fate as a kitchen boy because I decided at 4 years old that he was going to be my best friend. And although I hated to think about it, I knew our friendship would have ended if the angels had deemed him unworthy. Noah would have been banished without any guilt to the kitchens, and my father would have secretly rejoiced that we'd finally been separated. I was his only daughter, destined for greatness, and great allure weren't best friends with kitchen boys. Even though my father was uncommonly liberal, allowing both Professor Rix and Mordecai power and influence that no other chancellor would have given them, I knew there were limits to how far my father could push against tradition. We walked to the end of a dark hallway. I stiffened as Dante approached me, shamelessly invading my space. "So," he purred, his breath hot on my cheek. "Blessed by Shamuel, "What of it?" I asked, acting as if being marked was no big deal. "That's unusual for someone so young," Dante replied. I tipped my chin up and shrugged. "I like to exceed expectations," I replied. "I'm sorry it took you so long to receive Michael's mark." Behind me, Danica audibly scoffed. She had yet to receive her angelic mark. Bartholomew and Annalise hadn't either, but they remained quiet. "We heard a rumor that there were fae living just outside Divine Providence," Dante said. "We thought we might have a little fun flushing them out. Want to join us?" Join them in fighting fae? My heart raced through everything I'd ever heard about the fae, their treachery, their strengths and weaknesses, and their long history. They were more mysterious than the other fallen races, and rarely interfered in human affairs. But I knew they were dangerous if pressed. Dante's eyes were radiant, alight with the excitement of a challenge. "She won't do it," Danica said nervously. "The little princess is only interested in the fae if they're hiding in the latrines." I barely registered the insult. It was tired and almost forced, like she was trying too hard. Dante's eyes, however, promised something new and exciting. Who cared what Danica thought, anyway? If she thought I was a coward, I had no problem proving her wrong by calling their bluff. "I assume you have a plan for sneaking out?" I asked, crossing my arms. Dante's lips curved into a small smile. He reached behind me, his arm brushing against my waist, and unlatched the window. "Follow me," he said, pushing it open. He climbed quickly out onto the roof and dropped down onto the grass below without a sound. We followed him, then rounded the building. Behind the academy, there was an expansive stretch of gardens and training grounds. Dante led the way through them and walked to the tall stone wall surrounding the academy. He reached beneath a nearby bush and pulled out a stash of iron weapons that he distributed. I took 2 of the throwing knives and tucked them into my boots. The sheath strapped to my thighs already contained my mother's curved daggers. I wore them everywhere, since I turned 12 and my father allowed me to be armed. The illusion hiding us from the humans shimmered just above the wall. Danica approached it first. "I hope you can climb, Princess," she said. I didn't have to do this. Or did I? Friendships forged at school would last a lifetime. When we were Allure, we could be fighting monsters together, and we'd have to trust and depend on each other. If I wanted respect, I had to take it. I didn't know why they were finally taking me seriously, but this might be my only chance to prove myself. I'd promised my father I'd do better, but I hadn't explicitly promised not to leave the grounds again. Besides, for all his bravado, Dante would never risk getting in real trouble by violating the Academy's codes of conduct. I dug my fingers into the stones of the wall and hauled myself up. Admittedly, this wasn't nearly as extravagant a stunt as I'd been expecting. Dropping from the roof and climbing over the back fence was an approach I'd already used countless times. Except for when we were on high alert, the Allure only guarded the front entrance. I easily scaled the wall, dropped onto the ground on the other side. Danica landed beside me, followed by Dante, who gave me an approving nod. Annalise and Bartholomew lighted silently on the ground with us. "This way," Dante said, jerking his head. I followed. Thus far, this hadn't proven to be anything mean-spirited. Still, I'd have to remain on my guard. As much as I wanted to believe I'd really been accepted by Dante and his friends, I had enough sense to know just how unlikely that was. "What sort of fae are we dealing with?" I asked, as we headed toward the lights of Boston. "Scared?" Annalise asked. "Hardly," I replied. "I just like to be prepared." "It's nothing we can't handle," Dante said. We hiked quickly through the woods, sticking to back roads and trails. As we headed lower towards the shipping wharf, memories of the water dragons swirled inside my mind. I squeezed the hilts of my mother's knives a little more tightly. We ducked low as we made our way down the docks. The moonlight cast long, dark shadows behind us. My eyes darted around, watching for signs of a trap. But there didn't appear to be any. Dante grabbed my bicep and pulled himself so close to me that I felt the warmth of his body press and mingle against mine. My breath stuttered. "They're just up ahead," he murmured. I nodded, studying the shipping containers and empty warehouses lining the docks. Would there really be fae, though? Or would this all some elaborate attempt at hazing? "What have they been doing?" I asked. "Doing?" Annalise asked with a blank expression. "The fae," I said. "Who cares?" Bartholomew asked, his voice rough and low. "They're fae." I glanced at Dante, his eyes burning into me as fiercely as Chamuel's branding. "The Allure protect humans. We keep the secrets. We don't target other races or seek them out if they aren't actively causing harm. It's like one of the main rules," I said. "If they aren't actually hurting anyone—" Annalise made a sharp, little laughing noise. "A damned race is a damned race," she said. I narrowed my eyes. If these fae weren't doing anything wrong, we should leave them alone. It wasn't our mission to hunt down and destroy the other races, although I knew some acolytes and angel-born that believed it was. My father had strong opinions on the matter. Pissing off a bunch of fae for the wrong reasons was exactly the kind of reckless behavior he abhorred. "Scared?" Danica asked. "Is the little princess backing out already?" "And what? Leave them to face a bunch of fae on their own?" I cleared my throat. "Not a chance," I said. "Maybe I could keep them from getting in too much trouble." "Good," Dante replied. "Let's keep going. Don't worry, Cora. We aren't going to kill anyone. We're just going to scare them a bit, show them who's boss, and remind them of the might of the Allure." That didn't make me feel any better, but I also wasn't going to just abandon my classmates. It was too late to turn around now anyway. Soon, we rounded the corner, and Dante raised a finger to his lips, calling for silence. He led the way behind a warehouse. There was a half-broken window and a heavy-looking metal dumpster beneath it. Dante climbed on top of it and went through the window. I pulled myself up behind him and slipped between the shards of glass. We landed behind stacks of wooden crates, pulling up our hoods and staying in the shadows. The thick, heady smell of incense drifted through the room along with laughter and discordant music. Frowning, I edged forward and peered from behind a crate. We were on the second floor with the Fae beneath us. My face grew hot at the sight of naked flesh, and I averted my eyes. In those few seconds of looking, I'd seen more nudity than I had before in my life. "You didn't say this was a brothel?" I hissed. "I believe the Fae prefer the term orgy," Dante said, smirking. His grin was victorious, and I realized this was meant to embarrass me. "And what?" I whispered. "We're just going to scare a bunch of Fae having sex?" "Why not?" Annalise asked. "That's one way to assure they don't procreate and run wild." I grimaced and glanced at the other students, but I appeared to be the only one concerned. Peeping on what could be a sacred ritual, it just felt wrong. They weren't even wearing clothes. This all seemed really stupid and mean-spirited. "You go ahead," I said. "I won't be a part of this." "I told you she'd chicken out," Danica said. I clenched my jaw. "I prefer the Feldings I'm fighting actually be, armed and dangerous," I said. "That's hardly cowardice." "No, it's stupidity," Dante said, his eyes gleaming. "Allery always pressed the advantage, to minimize risk." I deliberately sat behind the crates and leaned my head back against the rough wood. "Go ahead, then," I said, crossing my arms. "She'll tell her dad," Annalise said, looking nervous. Dante's eyes lingered on my face. "No, she won't." He winked at me before pulling out his blade and jumping over the box. My heart raced. I watched him creep forward silently, hoping he'd turn back. But with a sigh, Dante left me behind. He and his friends went along the floor and began creeping down the stairs. I stayed hidden, watching anxiously. A shrill scream tore through the room. I sprang to my feet. My eyes snapped to the Fae below. The cries of pleasure had turned to screeching and clawing. They were mostly humanoid, but their large eyes and lithe forms made them seem like raw creatures, bred in the wild. Some had glistening wings and fancy attire. Others were barely covered with scraps and rags. Something had clearly startled them. I assumed it was my new friends at first, but then I saw them crouched below the stairs with wide eyes, and a tingle shot through my spine. If it wasn't them, then what were the Fae so scared of? The Fae scrambled away, edging towards the walls. In the center of the floor, a lone creature remained. It was a large winged horse with shining white flanks and silver armor. As it reared, it flashed with magic. Metal creaked and glass trembled as its massive hooves stomped the ground. My eyes darted to the stairs, where Dante and his friends had frozen. I ran towards the stairs, but there was another ear-piercing shriek and the ground trembled. The stairs collapsed just as I reached them. I jumped, tumbling through the rubble and rolling to a stop on the warehouse floor below. My shoulder had struck the concrete hard, but I managed to avoid most of the falling concrete and metal. I groaned, sucking in a dusty breath and stumbling through the wreckage. Around me, Faye ran for the exits. In the center of the room, the winged horse continued rearing and bucking. Every movement of its silvery hooves caused cracks to form along the floor, threatening to rip the whole structure apart. A few brave Fae tried to face it, but chunks of concrete and rebar split from the earth and drew them back. This whole place was coming down. My head snapped to the stairs. Whatever this was, we had to get out, and we had to get out now. I ran towards the rubble. Danica was on her feet, blood flowing into her hair and down the side of her face. She tried to move the railing to free Annalise, who seemed firmly stuck beneath a large chunk of the wall, ribbed with rusty metal bars. I darted around the crowd of panicking Fae and dug beneath the concrete. cutting my hands as I tried to loosen the rubble enough to shift the weight. Annalise's face twisted in pain, and as the concrete titled, crushing her leg. It was too heavy. We needed help. But there was no one here, nobody who could help us. Except... My head whipped around. There was a fae nearby, covered in white, embossed armor, capped with silver. Her hair was braided, and blue veins spread across her face, beneath nearly translucent skin. A fae from the Winter Court, the Unseelie, the darkest of the fae. Unlike the others, she wasn't panicked or running. Instead, she watched with a kind of cold detachment. I approached, holding my palms up as I stepped in front of her. "What's happening?" I asked. The fae's head snapped to me, her turquoise wings twitching in what might have been annoyance. Beneath the helmet, I saw a narrow nose and thin lips. She considered me a moment, her black eyes slitted and wary. The warehouse was built over sacred ground, where my kind has practiced the birth rituals for thousands of years. However, there is some dispute about which courts are allowed to access this area. Conflicting schedules, or a failure to offer the right tribute, has disrupted a peace agreement between kingdoms, I suspect. This is a fae matter, but you don't belong here, daughter of Eve. You should leave immediately, or you'll die with them. "We can't," I said, gesturing behind me. "My friend is trapped." The fae glanced to the winged horse, and the pile of fae bodies churning around it like autumn leaves. Then, so quickly that I could barely follow, the fae was at my side. "Do not linger after this," the fae said, her voice cold and sharp. "I wasn't planning on it," I replied. Danica made a strange, shrieking noise. With a growl, the fae curled her hands around the concrete, and together, we pulled. With the weight lifted, Annalise managed to wriggle herself free. Her leg was bleeding and bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. She crawled out, stumbling over the debris even with Danica's help. But then, I heard a low groan beneath the rubble. "Dante." I dug through the chunks of cement, lifting a sheet of metal, grimacing as something sharp cut across my arm. Dante's eyes were glazed with pain. "Cora," he rasped. There was blood, a lot of blood. My stomach lurched and twisted as I checked Dante's wounds and saw the jagged piece of twisted pipe stabbing up through his side. Vomit rose in my throat. This was bad. There was no way we'd be able to get him out of here. Behind me, something heavy and metallic fell. With a resounding boom, concrete shattered. "You need to go," Dante said, blood dripping from his lip. "I'm not leaving you," I insisted, tugging at the piece of rebar and trying to free his mangled body. The armored fae hadn't left. Instead, she drew her sword. I flinched instinctively as the fae's blade caught the moonlight, but she swung it down, cutting cleanly through the heavy metal beam pinning Dante down, like a laser. Together, the fae and I pulled him free. "Help him," I begged. "Please." I knew the fae had magic, though I wasn't exactly sure what I was asking. "Why would I help you, Allery?" she said coldly. "We were doing no harm to humans. We rarely do. Though that hasn't stopped your zealous, righteous fanatics from killing my kind. Why should I save one of yours?" "I'm not a Larry," I said. "Not yet." She seemed to consider me, her eyes hard like diamonds. "Then perhaps it's not too late for you." "Can you save him?" I asked. "In a manner of speaking, but there will be a cost." Of course there would be. One thing about the fae I knew was their love of deals. They couldn't lie, but they were sneaky and manipulative. I'd been warned 1,000 times, never make a deal with a fae. But I couldn't let Dante die. On an unsanctioned mission, after betraying my father's trust and sneaking out again. This was exactly why only real Allery were supposed to go on missions, and why there was always someone with the mark of Archangel Raphael. With it, a death could be prevented. Without it, we were absolutely screwed. I pinched the bridge of my nose, looking back as Dante sucked in a wet breath, with Danica crying over his broken body. Annalise was standing nearby, leaning against a support beam from the now-ruined warehouse, her eyes dark and frightened. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. He doesn't have much time. I feel his life slipping away. "Fine," I yelled. "What'll it take to save him?" "A small thing," the Fae said. "You'll owe me a boon, a favor. It will be of equal weight, a life for a life." I hesitated, turning the words over in my head. "A life given, not taken," the Fae added. I nodded quickly. I was half afraid she'd turn me into an assassin or something. It just meant someday I'd have to spare a life, not condemn one. Saving people was my mission anyway. The Fae seized my arm and pulled me close. I jerked my wrist back, but the Fae's grip was too strong. When our eyes met, something shifted and caught fire within me. Heat and light burst along my arm, and I gasped in pain. The Fae released me. "Heal your companions and leave," she whispered, her lips brushing my cheekbone. "I can't," I said, trembling. "I don't have the power." "Yes, you do," she said, letting me go with an enigmatic smile. "And know this, winged one. If attacked, we will respond with violence. But there does not need to be enmity between our peoples." Then, the Fae tore away, jumping onto the winged horse and riding it through the now open roof. She left us, without healing Dante. Had it all been a trick of some kind? I blinked through the settling dust, my heart pounding in my ears. When I looked at my burning wrist, fearing I'd fallen victim to some terrible Fae spell, I found instead Raphael's mark, glowing a light green against my skin. A shiver tore down my spine. That shouldn't have been possible. When I got my first mark, that of Jophiel, it had felt like a blessing, like being touched by God and rewarded for a good deed. But this one, writhing like living fire just under my skin, seemed foreign and unearned. I hadn't done anything heroic, other than sneaking out to a Fae orgy, for all the wrong reasons, trying to prove myself to the cool upperclassmen. And I'd made a deal with the Fae. If there was a mark for stupidity, I would have earned that one instead. Sure, I'd refused to leave them behind, but that wasn't exactly courage. Why hadn't I gotten Michael's mark instead of this one? Because it's not the one I needed. I sank to the ground beside Dante, eyeing the blood. Usually Professor Rix did this with her crystal and staff, but she wasn't angel-blessed herself. She merely had Allery bearing Raphael's mark charge her crystals with healing energy so they could serve in active missions. Dante had grown still, his face white as bone under the moonlight. Wide-eyed, Danica leaned over him, yelling something at me. But everything came in a sort of daze, and it felt like I was pushing through fog. Raphael's mark was glowing like a green brand against my skin and seemed to shine brighter as I raised my palms over Dante's chest. But did it really give me the gift of healing, or was this some kind of awful mistake? My forehead was sweating. There was only one way to find out. I pressed my hands downward over his chest and felt a hot knife of pain slice me open. I screamed, closing my eyes tightly. I felt Dante's warm blood pump over my trembling fingers, and a hot, vicious energy curled inside me. I took a deep breath and pushed it outwards. Dante arched his back, his mouth open in a silent scream, as green light flooded through him, piercing his eyes and fingertips. Pain exploded behind my eyelids, so sharp and sudden that my head spun. I choked back a scream and abruptly drew my hand away. My eyes snapped open, and Dante stared at me with awe, as if he'd just seen Raphael himself descend from the heavens. Bile rose in my throat, acidic and sharp. "We have to run," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "We should never have come." Chapter 11. My father buried his head between his hands and fell silent. He sat at his desk, with me across from him. I tried to distract myself from my father's building frustration by studying his desk. While Mordecai's desk only occasionally appeared messy, my father's was in a default state of disorganization. Presently, law books shared space with books on ancient artifacts. I was surprised there weren't more vampire texts among them. Considering the recent vampire attacks, I'd assumed my father would be more focused on his quest to uncover the identity of the vampire's mysterious master, but his attention was clearly elsewhere. At least, until I'd distracted him, yet again, with another unfortunate incident that demanded his immediate response. My sleeves were rolled up, in part to show off the glowing brands on my arm. I had been given a once-over by Professor Rix, then sent straight to my father to give a full report. Dante was still weak from blood loss, and Rix was keeping him in the infirmary, though she begrudgingly agreed I'd probably saved his life. Annalise's leg would heal. Broken bones were common and easily treated. And Danica was probably neck-deep in a bubble bath. I wasn't feeling too hot myself, with a pounding headache and a growing existential terror, but I wasn't going to complain about either of them, given the circumstances. "Walk us through it," my father said, staring at the runes on my arm. "Because I'm really having trouble understanding what urgent circumstances must have forced my only daughter to break her word and deliberately sneak out again." I glanced guiltily at Uncle Mordecai, who sat in the chair beside me, waiting. I drew in a careful breath. "In my defense," I began. "Oh, I can't wait to hear this," my father grumbled, crossing his arms. "I don't see why the circumstances matter that much. I earned Chamuel's mark after sneaking out and helping Shane," I said. My father grimaced. "And I earned Raphael's after sneaking out and helping Dante." No need to mention all the details. I just had to keep him focused on the result and finish the argument I'd rehearsed before he cuts me off. "It seems to me that the angels approve of where I have been and what I've done," I replied, holding up my wrist. "And you can't argue with the angels, Father." My father pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly gathering the shattered remains of his patience. "Joel," Mordecai said slowly, "before you eviscerate her, hear me out." My father ran a hand through his shaggy hair, pulling it from the confines of his usual ponytail. "Mordecai, please don't encourage her," he said. "But she's right," Mordecai said. My eyes widened, and he winked at me slyly as I turned towards him. But did he really even believe in the angels anymore? Or was he just helping me out, so I wouldn't reveal his blasphemy? It wasn't unusual for him to defend me after I got caught misbehaving, but so much seemed to have changed in the last few weeks. I looked at my wrist, as if to reassure myself that Raphael's branding hadn't faded or disappeared. My father's cheeks were turning red, but before he had the chance to erupt, Mordecai continued smoothly, furthering the clumsy argument that I'd already established. "It does seem that Cora's misdeeds are being rewarded here lately," Mordecai said, "and it was already an unusual situation with her blessing ceremony. Perhaps we have to accept that, in this particular case, the divine will of the angels is more enigmatic than any of us can decipher. After all, it's not uncommon for angelic seals to appear in situations of extreme stress or duress, in times of great need. But Cora has grown up at Divine Providence. She already knows how to fight, more than most fledglings. She's going to need to put herself in real danger if she's ever expected to reach her potential. And as the daughter of two of the greatest allure ever, it's nothing less than what we expected." "She broke the rules," my father cut in. "She broke your rules, Joel. And she risked much. Though, to be fair, it wasn't her idea. She went along to protect the others. Perhaps that's why she was blessed by Raphael. She stayed, risking her life to help her classmates, even with no ability to do so. If that doesn't deserve—" "Enough!" my father said, slamming his fist on the desk. My father took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. He glanced fleetingly to the books behind him, the forbidden ones that I wasn't allowed to open. Was he searching for an answer to my unique circumstance, or had he already found one? "Mordecai," As ever, your words are flawless. I'm half convinced that Cora is heeding the silent guidance of the angels. But she can't keep sneaking out like this, my father said. Not anymore. She's going to get hurt. If she hadn't, we might have lost 4 very talented acolytes, Mordecai pointed out. I bit the inside of my cheek. I hadn't told them about getting help from a fae, or the deal I'd made in return. I knew that was unforgivable. Yet dread pooled in my stomach. If the fae were so evil, how could Raphael have blessed me after consorting with one of the fallen? Those 4 very talented fledglings are getting latrine duty, my father said, a punishment which doesn't seem to deter my own daughter. Is a punishment even deserved? Mordecai asked. Yes, my father snapped, losing his temper. You can't spin this into some kind of accidental triumph. It was foolish, for all of them. There must be consequences. I realize that, I said. And I promise. Why bother? My father asked. Your promises don't seem to hold much worth these days, which is to say, you've already tainted one of the most fundamental attributes of a great allure. You've broken your word and lost my trust. You promised the water dragons would be the end of it. You promised that human would be the end of it. And now this? What am I supposed to do? My father said, standing up suddenly and leaning over the desk. Please tell me, because nothing seems to work with you. Do I need to lock you in your room with a guard every night? Joel, my uncle began. No, my father said, his voice cold. You're part of the problem. You've encouraged this behavior for too long, and now we're all paying for it. That isn't true, I argued. My actions are my own. Uncle Mordecai has nothing to do with the decisions I make. Oh, but he has, my father said. I don't know why I'm the only one who seems to care about following the rules our forefathers set before us. There is a reason that the first-year acolytes aren't encouraged to leave the academy, and you— But I've spent my whole life here, I protested. I must be old enough to— Old enough. If anything, your recent behavior proves you're still lacking in the judgment needed to survive beyond these walls, my father exclaimed. Honestly, Cora, I'm astonished I haven't found you dead already. I curled my nails into the palms of my hands. My father's been angry before, but not like this. Unfortunately, I never learned how or when to back down from conflict. I'm not a porcelain doll, I said. I helped fight at Ashmont, and I saved Dante's life. I'm more than capable of joining you. Joining us? My father asked, his face twisting in a manic smile. Absolutely not. You've just been lucky so far. You can't really think it's because of your skills in combat, Cora. You're just a little girl. I tilted my chin up. Does this look like luck to you? I asked, brandishing my wrist under his nose. Besides, I'm 18. If I was human, that would mean— But you aren't human. I'd be an adult, I argued, raising my voice to be heard over him. Going off to college already, and unlike most acolytes, I've been trained to fight since birth. I probably have far more experience with weaponry than some of the upperclassmen do, and they have already seen some action. Real battles. I don't care. It's not fair, I snapped. You won't let me do anything, just because Mom died young, just because she— My father flinched, knocking back his chair with a loud, piercing scrape. I froze, my chest heaving in the sudden stillness. I'd gone too far, and that realization landed on me like a physical blow. Yes, my father said coldly. I protect you because she isn't here to take on the responsibility. But do you know how she died, Cora? Joel, Mordecai said, his voice warning. She died doing something stupid and reckless just like you, my father sneered. You might think you're invincible, but it only takes one mistake for you to be torn apart and have your heart eaten by a dragon. It only takes one poorly timed blow for a vampire to rip out your throat. And the Fae seldom slay their foes quickly. No, they prefer to play with their victims. I've seen dozens of Allery killed in worse ways, each 100 times more skilled and trained than you are now. I gulped. I'm sorry, I said. I don't think you are, my father said. You say that a lot too. Everyone else thinks I make allowances for you. I've tried not to. But if you weren't my daughter, I'd have you thrown out of divine providence so quickly, it'd make your head spin. You mentioned college. If you're so curious about the outside world, perhaps you'd rather be there? My breath hitched at the threat. He couldn't seriously be considering sending me away, could he? I glanced at my uncle, even though I knew he wouldn't be able to help me out of this one. I crossed my fingers in my lap, bowing my head. I pray only to serve the allure, I said meekly, in whatever role you deem me worthy to accept. My father considered me for a long moment, and finally his fury faded, apparently satisfied by my show of humility. I'll need time to think of a suitable punishment. In the meantime, my father said, slowly sinking into his chair, I've arranged to have you privately tutored by Colton. Colton? I asked. Professor Arafet? My father nodded. This will be in addition to your studies, not a replacement for them, my father said. And I expect you to behave for Colton. This is meant as a punishment for you, not for him. He doesn't need a spoiled kid to babysit. I thought of Arafet's soft gray-green eyes and his soft, sleek hair, and my heartbeat quickened. This was meant to be a punishment? The idea of getting tutored by Colton seemed surprisingly pleasant. He didn't seem like one of those particularly stern, cold professors either. If my father really wanted to punish me, he'd have made me study extra languages with bells or hand-copy alchemical texts for St. John. As for your marks, my father added, they indicate potential, not skill. It may take years of arduous training to unlock your abilities, and I will be watching you like a hawk until you do. I clasped my hands in my lap. My father's shoulders slumped, his anger seemingly spent. I felt a flash of guilt at my father's defeated expression. I wasn't being difficult just to torment him, but because I wanted to prove myself, to make him see me. All right, I said. I understand, Father. But even as I sat before my father and promised to behave, there were too many little things in my mind, twisting around and refusing to add up properly. Something very strange was going on, and I hated mysteries. I'd be on my best behavior, but I'd also get to the truth. Something weird was going on. I was going to find out what. But that didn't mean I had to leave divine providence. No, I was sure the answers were here. I snuck a glance at the bookshelf behind my father's shoulders, wondering what secrets lay inside. As far as punishments went, additional lessons with Colton Arafet were hardly arduous. I met him in the gardens. He'd chosen to sit upon a bench surrounded by blooming rose bushes, their soft petals nearly the color of his robe. I sat on the bench across from him, now wearing a blouse in the same shade of pink. While most acolytes wore matching uniforms, dark suits and skirts with colored ties or socks indicating their house colors, the dress code was a bit informal. Like white, the color pink made me look like a corpse, with my pale skin and dark blue eyes, and I was just waiting for someone to bring it up. But I'd covered it up with a long forest green raincoat. Despite the clashing colors, it wasn't as bad as it could be. Now, Arafet said, as you may have noticed, healing can be an incredibly painful experience. You take on the pain of others, feeling it yourself. Duh. I remembered the pain I'd felt when I healed Dante. Oh, I definitely noticed. So, to truly use Raphael's power to its full extent, you must learn to manage pain, Arafet said. Shamuel's shielding power works similarly. While casting shields does not require you to endure pain, you will experience an impact, which may sometimes hurt. And if your focus becomes distracted, even for a moment, an enemy can pierce your shield and cause fatal damage. I nodded. Not that I understood it, but I'd heard it before. This was basic, first-year stuff. Normally, I'd interrupt and whine about how easy this was, but I kept my mouth shut. Father probably wanted to torture me with boredom, but the way Arafet's lips moved and how his eyes flashed was enough to keep my attention. Not to mention how close he was sitting. He talked with his hands, and every few minutes his fingers would brush the sleeve of my blouse. "So you're going to beat me to a pulp, hoping to improve my pain tolerance?" I guessed. "Sounds delightful." Arafet's face twisted into a grimace. He looked utterly appalled. "Is there an instructor here that does that?" "There used to be," I said. "He always said, you needed injuries before you can teach healing." That particular professor had been hired by my grandfather, and the students had been delighted when he finally deigned to abandon his post to Professor Ricks. Arafet smiled easily. "Well," he replied, "I prefer a subtler approach. I don't think students are going to be enthusiastic about learning if they're worried I'm going to beat them up. We're going to focus on your breathing today." Breathing? That didn't sound so bad, and yet I felt more let down than relieved. I was eager to show off my fighting abilities, and I knew I could take a punch. Sitting still had never been my strong suit. I straightened my back and tipped my chin up. "All right," I said. "So I want you to close your eyes," Arafet said. I did. "Now," he said, his voice soft and melodic. "I want you to breathe in." I took in the sweet scent of roses with the humidity of the air and the briskness of the wind. "And breathe out." I exhaled slowly and steadily. I felt his hand on my stomach, just below my breasts, his fingers on my diaphragm. "Relax," he said, pushing in gently, guiding my posture. "Good," Arafet said. "Deep breaths and empty your mind. Try to free your thoughts of everything except my voice." That wasn't hard to do. His voice was so soft and alluring. It was a voice worthy of an angel. In and out. "Well done, Cora." I shivered at the sound of my name, crafted into something beautiful and fragile like finely spun glass. And in. I breathed in deeply and tried to focus only on my professor's voice, and not on all the worries that wanted to spiral in. But as the silence deepened, so did the dangerous thoughts at the edge of my awareness. All the fears and doubts I was usually too busy to face came roaring back with a vengeance. I tried to picture Arafet's face with my eyes closed, but found Omen instead. How many times had we come into these gardens together? They'd been the most romantic place in divine providence, and we'd always walked out here when we wanted to be alone, or when the linens closet was locked. Breathe out, breathe in. It should be easy to forget about Omen and everything else that had happened. I just had to listen to Arafet's instructions and learn how to clear my mind. I had 2 angel marks now. I was chosen. I could be a good acolyte if I did exactly what I was told, at least until I earned back my father's trust. And maybe that was for the best. Seek out Mirkala Karnstein. This name came unbidden suddenly, in Omen's rich voice. It repeated like a mantra, a command, with every heartbeat, growing louder and louder. I couldn't just ignore it. What happened with Omen was real, which meant everything I believed was threatened, especially after what my uncle had told me. Breathe out, breathe in. I did as Arafet said, taking in the sense of the world around me and pushing them back out again. But his voice seemed to be fading away. I knew vamps could turn humans, but it shouldn't have been possible to turn an angel born like Omen. And I was still uneasy about the marks on my arm. I felt corrupted, defiled, for seeking the help of a fae to save Annalise and Dante. I hadn't done it on my own, which made me feel like an imposter. Had I really earned my angelic runes? Was I even worthy of them, if I was already doubting the will of the archangels? And who was that mysterious fae? Would I ever see her again? She'd helped us, even before asking for anything in return, lifting the structure to free my friends. Was it only to lower my defenses and get me to agree to her deal? Could she be that manipulative, or— "Now open your eyes," Arafet said. I did. My professor smiled warmly. When you're healing or casting shields, it helps to find that inner peace within you. If you practice hard enough, you'll manage to find a new space where you can overcome all worldly things. The more you practice, the more easily you'll be able to slip into it, even during times of duress. Just focus on clarity. Like Professor Rix does when she uses her crystals. That's right, Arafet replied. She uses them to channel her intention. If you find that crystals work better for you, you may use those also. God Almighty did, after all, give them to us for that purpose. Do you use crystals in that way? I asked. No, Arafet replied. Only my breathing and meditation. It's a bit nicer than having my professor beat me to a pulp, I said. I'd imagine so, Arafet replied, with a small smile. His accent made my insides coil and twist. Then he put his hand on my knee suddenly. I think it was meant to be supportive, like a pat on the back. Instead, it sent fire through my body. I had to get away from him before I threw myself at him and made a fool of myself. One thing was for sure, there's no way I was going to learn how to quiet my mind around Colton Arafet. Chapter 12. The only downside to having 2 angel marks was the class load. I wondered wryly if this hadn't been a godsend to my angry father. Studying for Chamuel and Raphael left me little time to do anything except study, eat, and sleep. And if the workload wasn't enough of an obstacle on its own, I felt like I was making 0 progress. I just couldn't make myself focus. Even as I sat in Professor Rick's class, nodding along with descriptions of gemstones and how they could be used in crystal healing, my mind wandered to Omen, Merkala Karnstein, and even Shane. It was easy to imagine Shane in Raphael's house among the healers. The way his kind eyes had looked at me, the gentle and caring manner in which he'd tended to my wounds. He'd have been delighted to learn about all this stuff, and probably better suited than me, too. While being blessed by Raphael was infinitely better than not being blessed at all, I'd never imagined myself as a healer. Always as a warrior, wielding Michael's divine fire. Despite my insecurities, which I kept well hidden, outside of class, I was quickly becoming a legend. Previously, my antics had always been frowned upon. I was just a clueless, irresponsible little girl, desperate to be included. But now, apart from the mystery of my blessing ceremony, not only had I participated in an actual battle and earned 2 angel marks for the effort, I'd even managed to save Dante, one of the coolest and fiercest upperclassmen at Divine Providence. It didn't matter that his close-knit crew had hardly spoken to me since we'd gotten back, or that I wasn't really part of their clique. I sighed, turning my attention back to Professor Rix, even though I already knew this stuff. There were different colored crystals for each angelic power, and they correlated with the 7 visible planets and the 7 major organs. Crystals could help stimulate natural healing, and choosing the right ones depended on the month, the injured area, and the affinity of the individual allure. But most angel-born healed quickly anyway, and the crystals needed to be charged frequently by someone actually blessed by Raphael. Only those with his mark could perform true healing miracles. The class was small, with about 6 other students and a few teaching assistants that had been practicing medicine for years. But I was the only one with Raphael's mark. Healers were rare and needed for missions, so most graduated early and were put into active service. I needed Rix's approval before I'd be allowed to join the allure, and I wasn't thrilled at the idea of holding back from the real fighting just to tend to the wounded. Since we have someone in our class who has recently experienced this, I thought we'd ask her. Tell me, Cora, what did it feel like for you when you healed Dante? I blinked, slowly realizing I'd been called out near the end of class. Professor Rix fixed me with her eyes. She'd always been shrewd. She knew all the other students were curious, too. This was a way to get everyone's attention on her lesson by involving me. But it wasn't something I wanted to share. It felt... I started, pausing to collect my thoughts. It felt like I was dying. I didn't know what his wounds were. I only saw the blood. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like I was choking on blood and burning. "And yet you persisted," she prompted. I couldn't stop. His wounds were too grave. He would have died. "You endured the pain because you cared. Raphael's virtue is charity, from the Latin caritas. As Pope Benedict XVI wrote recently, Deus caritas est, God is love." I heard a soft chuckle from somewhere behind me, and my cheeks flushed red. I sank lower in my seat. It almost sounded like she was accusing me of loving Dante, something I'd never admit to. "Thank you, Cora. As you can see, the science of healing is about more than just cellular regeneration. The experience of shared pain takes a toll, and aside from the immediate life-saving precautions, long-term care is also essential for proper recovery. The more serious the injury, the longer the bond needs to be maintained, and this is a burden that must be carried willingly. It also has diagnostic implications. From the sound of it, Dante had a punctured lung from a broken rib. Reaching that deep inside a foreign body, with your intention and spirit, can result in complications of intimacy. And that's where we'll end today, Rick said, sounding disappointed to halt her lecture. I darted away as soon as I could, avoiding the vague discomfort I was feeling from Rick's lecture. The free hour before dinner time was the only time I had to do anything that wasn't classes. At this rate, I wouldn't even have enough time to take whatever punishment my father might have in mind for me. As I left the classroom and turned down the corridor, Noah joined me, matching me step for step. "I haven't seen you around in a while," he said. I felt a sharp spark of guilt. "No," I replied. "I've been busy, though, since, well, you know." Since 2 weeks before when I'd been blessed by Chamuel. "I know," Noah said, but there was something hesitant in his voice. "Just say what you're thinking," I said quickly. "You know you don't have to sugarcoat things with me." "You found time to see Dante," Noah replied, sounding awkward. And I had. But it hadn't been anything extravagant or dangerous. At first, it had just been visiting him in the infirmary, mostly at Professor Rix's request. "I'm just trying to make sure he's all right," I replied. "Are you sure that's all?" Noah asked, his voice resigned. I halted abruptly, making Noah stop with me. "Are you jealous?" I asked. Noah sighed and leaned against the wall behind him. "No, not at all. I don't want to see you. I know you like Dante. I don't know why, but I know you do." "I've never said—" "You didn't have to say," Noah replied. "I've seen the way you look at him, and I just wish you'd— I miss you, I guess. And the others miss you." "You feel like I'm neglecting you," I said quietly. Noah winced. "Kind of," he replied. "It's not like you have to spend every moment with me. It's just, you didn't even invite me. You snuck out without me. With them. I'm just surprised. I mean..." As if on cue, Dante appeared from around the other end of the corridor. Noah fell silent, and he glanced at me, looking so utterly helpless that my heart ached. I'd been a bad friend. That was true. I'd always stood up to Dante and his peers, but I knew they'd made Noah's life especially miserable. And now, Noah felt like I was ditching him for his abusers. "Cora," Dante purred, "there you are." I rocked back on my heels. "Dante," I said. "I thought we should talk," Dante said, taking my books from my arms. He shoved my books at Noah, who seemed stunned even as he grabbed them. "You'll take those back to Cora's room, right?" Dante asked. "Thanks." "He doesn't have to," I began. "Sure," Noah replied, narrowing his eyes. "What are friends for?" I grabbed the books back and curled my arms around them. I'll take them back myself, Noah. You don't need to worry about it. Come on, Dante. Let's talk. Dante smirked and threw his arm over my shoulders, guiding me down the corridor with him. I shrugged myself free of his arm and stormed ahead. Maybe Noah wasn't jealous, but I had a sudden gut instinct that Dante was. Or at least, he assumed everything in this school belonged to him, or that every girl wanted him, which was probably true. And I absolutely refused to be some sort of prize that Dante could toy with, to stroke his masculine pride. Dante quickened his pace and darted before me, blocking my path. I scowled as he placed a hand before me and moved closer, pinning me against the wall. I pushed him away, so hard he nearly stumbled. "What's your problem?" Dante asked, momentarily dropping his cool demeanor. I snapped. "You can't just order around my friends like that." "That's what's bothering you?" He rolled his eyes. "I mean, I don't see why he's worth getting upset over." "What is his name?" I asked. "Do you even know?" Dante shrugged and waved a dismissive hand. "He's your kitchen friend," he said. "My kitchen friend," I repeated, heat rushing to my face. "Well, sure," Dante said. "My kitchen friend was chosen by Gabriel," I said. "He's an acolyte just like you and me, and I will not tolerate you ordering him around." "He's nothing like me, I assure you." Dante leaned in close to me, so we stood a hair's breadth apart. His blue eyes were bright and full of fire. I could have leaned forward and kissed him, and I thought fleetingly that he might close the gap between us. Part of me wanted him to. I felt a sharp bolt of guilt. Dante had never given me the time of day before I'd earned a mark, and Noah had been there for me forever. It didn't matter how popular Dante or his friends were. I wasn't going to stand by and watch Dante bully Noah or anyone else. I'd just have to make it up to him. I scowled, crossing my arms. "I promise," Dante said, trailing his finger up my arm. "I'll try to be nicer to your kitchen friend." I tried to ignore the way my insides fluttered at his touch. Dante was an asshole, no matter what my hormones were saying. I briefly wondered about what Rix had said in class, about an intimate bond between us. But I knew this crush had started long before the incident at the wharf. "You'll do more than try," I said. "I will be nice to your kitchen friend," Dante replied. "It's Noel, right?" "Noah," I snapped. "Noah, fine," Dante said, with humor in his eyes. "But be aware I'm doing this for you. I don't care about him otherwise." "I already knew you had poor taste in friends," I said, "so that doesn't surprise me." "Poor taste in friends?" he asked, his voice soft and sly. "Yes," I said. "All your friends are massive jerks, but maybe you didn't notice because you're also a massive jerk." "And yet you're still talking to me," Dante said, smirking. "Why is that?" I sucked in a sharp breath of air, which was a mistake. I couldn't help breathing in the scent of his cologne, spicy and masculine. He seemed to realize it too. His smile somehow grew even more smug. Emboldened, Dante trailed a finger along the line of my jaw and down my neck. I clenched the books in my arms more tightly, keeping them as a physical barrier between us. Even then, my gaze flitted to the open collar of his shirt, the same uniform that literally every other student wore. It wasn't fair that he looked so attractive in it, or that Michael's blue looked so nice with his eyes and his hair. Because he was hot, and I'd admired him from afar for such a long time. Because I wanted him to notice me. Because I wanted to be like him, fearsome and confident. "I don't know," I replied finally. "But I shouldn't. You're clearly not worth my time." "I don't think any girl has ever said that to me before," Dante said. "Well, get used to it," I said. Dante curled a strand of my long blonde hair around his finger and tugged lightly. A tremor spread all the way to my scalp. "With pleasure," he whispered. Dante leaned closer, pressing his body more firmly against mine. His chest pressed against my arms, still folded over my books. Even between the layers of fabric, I felt the heat of his skin against my forearms. My toes curled. I hadn't felt this way since Omen, and I hadn't realized how thirsty I'd been for someone to touch me. I thought of Arafet's hand on my knee in the gardens. I knew nothing could happen between us. But Dante was right here, and for some reason he seemed to be into me. My whole body was buzzing, like a plucked guitar string. "I'd never noticed before just how feisty you were," Dante said, "and you, the Chancellor's daughter." "For shame," Cora surveyed us. I tipped my chin up in defiance. "And I'd never noticed how shallow you were," I said. "And you, coming from such a prestigious allure family." "I'm not shallow," Dante replied. "I just care more for my reputation than you do." "How are you enjoying being the new prince of the latrines?" Dante chuckled, the sound coming from deep in his throat. "I suppose that comment is deserved," he said, his breath coming in warm puffs against my neck and collarbone. "It's about time you got your hands dirty," I replied. "Well," Dante said, sighing, "it's a pity you have such a low opinion of me. But because you saved my life, I suppose I have no choice but to give in to all your demands. So tell me, Cora, what can I do to make it up to you?" I glared at him, but beneath his cocky grin, there was something raw and earnest in his expression. This was the first he'd mentioned what happened in the warehouse. Is that why he was being nice to me? He was trying to say thank you, but too damn arrogant to get the words out? I arched an eyebrow. "I didn't save your life because I expected favors." Actually, I hadn't really thought about it at all. Once I realized I had Raphael's mark, I rushed in and tried healing Dante's wounds. It just sort of happened. "I know," Dante replied, "but it still meant a lot to me. I think I was probably meant to die, Cora, and you interfered with that." I furrowed my brow. "What are you talking about?" "All the men in my family die young." That's not uncommon for allure. I knew Dante came from a long line of fierce warriors. Warriors died in battle. It was hardly surprising that they didn't live to a ripe old age. Few allure did. "There's something my family tried to keep secret," he said softly. "Long ago, our bloodline was cursed by a witch. So you see, I grew up expecting to meet tragic ends, which may have made me more distant or callous than I may have been otherwise." I stifled a gasp. To be a cursed angel born was nearly unthinkable, and to imagine a bloodline as noble and long as Dante's, to have fallen prey to such a violent fate, was nearly unimaginable. But why was he telling me his family's deep, dark secret? We were still at the end of a darkened hallway, where anybody could see us, so I grabbed his hand and pulled him down the stairs and outside into the small, ruined chapel between buildings. Not quite a garden, more like a forgotten vestige of a much earlier section of the grounds, which had been built up and restored around it. It was a dark pocket of privacy, overgrown with weeds and open to the starry sky, which felt appropriate for our conversation. But once I got there, I didn't know what to do with myself. Dante didn't let go of my hand, and he was standing much too close, but neither of us pulled away. "Most of us just try to burn as brightly as we can before we burn out," Dante said. "I've already lived longer than most of the men in my family, so I'm waiting. To die. And maybe my time was meant to run out in that warehouse, but because of you, it didn't." "That must be a heavy burden to carry," I said. Dante's smile was brittle. "Oh, it is," he replied. "You can't even imagine it unless you've been there. Most allure yearn for a glorious death, but for my family, death comes swiftly." No, I couldn't imagine it. It must put such a weight, always wondering when his death would come, and knowing it would be too soon. "And you've had no luck in breaking this curse?" I asked, "even after all this time?" The allure didn't really understand magic. Unlike our powers, which were angelic gifts given by God, we knew the witches used dark magic. This sometimes gave them similar abilities, but the energy came from a darker, evil source, a mockery of our own. Dante shook his head. Unfortunately not, he replied. But back in London, my family we're treated like a blight in some ways, always held at arm's length, as if we were bad luck. That's why we volunteer for the most dangerous missions, until the curse is confirmed. That's partly what brought me to Divine Providence. Here, I could be someone new. I could be anyone. I understood that, the desire to find personal freedom, beyond societal expectations and prejudice. I bit my lip, pulling my hand away. That doesn't justify you being so awful, I said. But even as I said it, I felt my heart melting and warming. Poor Dante. What an awful thing to have always looming over him. I think I'm beginning to realize that, Dante said. But was he really, or was he just telling me what I wanted to hear? About time, I replied. Dante smiled wryly. Sometimes I'm a slow study, he said. I'm surprised you'd admit that. To anyone else, I wouldn't. For a long moment, we just stared at each other, his blue eyes meeting mine, and it felt as if the entire world had stopped spinning around us, as if we were the only two people in all of existence. I refused to drop my gaze, even as Dante's hand found the back of my head, his fingers threading through my hair. I'm sorry that it took me so long to notice you, he murmured, his voice husky. But you saving my life, really. Put everything in perspective for me. I feel like maybe I've been given a second chance, a chance to do better. My heart hammered in my chest as Dante tilted his head and leaned close to me. My throat felt dry and rough. He nuzzled my ear, then his lips brushed against mine. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. My fingers itched to touch his hair, his neck, his shoulders, but my hands were still curled around my books. But when Dante kissed me in earnest, warmth spread through me, and I dropped them to the ground. His body pressed more firmly against mine, pushing us both across the narrow clearing until my back was against an ancient stone column. He'd done this before, so obviously done this before. His hands curled in my hair, then swept down my shoulders and my biceps. I kissed him feverishly back. The air was thick with his scent, and something hot and dark, like the glow of a fire stretching towards the night sky. My fingers itched to touch him everywhere, and when he broke away, I gulped in air, but it didn't feel like enough. My head spun, and yet my thoughts were consumed with fantasies of flinging myself against him and pushing our mouths together. Dante smirked and let out a low chuckle. For someone who thinks I'm a jerk, you seem to take that rather well, he said. My mind was too addled to think of a clever reply. Fire flooded my face, and I knew my skin must be glowing. The warmth spread to my chest, causing my skin to grow red and splotchy. The effect was visible through the thin pink chiffon of my blouse. Very unsexy, I noted dryly. But Dante didn't seem to mind. Instead, his hands crept lower, tracing along the straps of the bra beneath my shirt. I wondered how far he would really go. But was this really him? Or what Rix had called complications of intimacy? I don't think you really like me, I said, gathering some of my steel. I was too old to be this damn flustered. You're only attracted to me because I saved your life. There are worse reasons to find people attractive, Dante said, his thumb raising to touch my lower lip. I see that you have a somewhat flexible grasp on the 7 virtues, I said. I don't think the angels mind what we do with our bodies, as long as our minds are committed. But we haven't gotten that far yet. And considering that you still haven't pulled away, Dante replied, I would guess your chaste virtue is as flexible as mine. I shifted back against the wall behind me until I reached a dark corner even the moonlight didn't reach. Anything could happen here, and nobody would know about it. You seem rather receptive, too, for someone who's never done this before, Dante said, his smile smug and his eyes curious. Who was it with? That's none of your business, I replied coolly. No? Dante purred. I'd bet I could guess. Like that was an impressive feat. I'd only been in one serious relationship, though we'd tried to keep it secret. And before Dante had taken an interest in me, Noah had been my only male friend. I'm sure you could, I replied flippantly. I'm not ashamed of it. No, Dante said. I don't think experience or lack thereof is ever anything to be ashamed of. I think, too, that the Allure put too much pressure on the virtue of chastity. It's meant to keep acolytes focused on their studies, without distractions. But I don't see the harm for two gifted fledglings like us, who've already been blessed by the angels. Dante's hands trailed down to the hem of my skirt, his eyes never leaving my face. I'm sure you have biblical texts to support your beliefs? I asked. Weren't you reading the Confessions just last week? St. Augustine might have been forward-thinking during his own time, but there are centuries between us and him, Dante said, his eyes shining. How about St. Paul? Walk by the Spirit, and do not gratify the desires of the flesh. He also said, all things are permissible, and let no one despise your youth. Oh, and that it's better to fuck a wife than be celibate. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Of course, I nodded, pretending like we were having a serious discussion. Besides, wasn't he a misogynist? Dante asked. I think that throws all his ideas of sexual ethics into serious doubt anyway. My body shivered as his hands drifted down my ribs, tracing along my curves, before settling on my hips. Eamon had been the last person to touch me like this, and it had taken months for him to get there. For me to let him get there. And now, fire uncoiled inside my belly. How had I forgotten what this felt like? I swallowed thickly, as desire twisted in me. I'd be better now. I could do more than just fumble in the dark. But there were so many reasons not to do this, including the fact that I was even thinking about Eamon right now. I'd mourned him. I'd grieved. But he was still alive, and we'd never officially broken up or anything. Was he still technically my boyfriend? Would this be cheating? Knowing right from wrong was supposed to be easy, even if doing the right thing wasn't. And my place at Divine Providence, my blessings, didn't feel secure enough to risk complications. With a short puff of air, I uncurled one hand from Dante's shirt and let my fingertips rest against his chest. I don't want to do this, I said. Even as I refused, I felt my toes curl and my pulse quicken. Are you telling me, or yourself, who are you trying to convince? When I didn't answer, Dante placed his hand over mine. Aren't you tired of trying to be perfect all the time? Following the rules, living up to your father's expectations? He murmured. It's not you. You don't know me, I said. Sure I do. Impulsive, rebellious. Wouldn't it be nice to just let go for once and be yourself? I curled my fingers in the fabric of his shirt and pushed away gently. Maybe, I replied, but not tonight. Well, Dante said, his eyes darkening, don't expect me to wait around for you. You have a high opinion of yourself, I said, stooping to pick up my books. And don't worry, if I'm feeling feisty, there are far more attractive men at Divine Providence to choose from. No, Dante said, heading back inside. There aren't. And that's when reality finally sank in. This was all wrong. Dante was trying too hard, being too charming, when he'd been cold and mean to me my whole life. I couldn't trust him. This could just be a trick or a prank. Maybe he's mad I saved him and stole his glory, and he thinks he can regain some of his prestige by taking my honor, from turning me from his savior into his slut. Or maybe in his sick, twisted mind, it was his way of thanking me, giving me his body for one night of passion. After that, the debt would be paid, and he could go back to ignoring me. Whatever his reasons, I wanted none of it. Chapter 13. Seek out Mircalla Karnstein. It was only a whisper in my ear, accompanied by a vague but urgent shadow. Eamon's command followed me in my dreams, but this was the first time he'd found me in the library. I slowly lifted my head and wiped my cheek, grimacing at the drool I found there. It had gotten on the vellum, too. If Bells found out, she might actually kill me, and St. John would probably help her bury my body. With a sigh, I rubbed my hands over my eyes. I'd fallen asleep over my books. I tilted my head, cracking my neck, and looked around the vacant tables and tall shelves of ornate volumes. Moonlight drifted through the stained glass windows, bearing the image of Saint Jerome, the patron saint of libraries. It must have been at least 8 o'clock. Maybe 9. I stifled a yawn behind my hand and pushed my seat back. I'd only been at this for a little over a month, but already, carrying these 2 classes was taking a toll on me. I wore myself out in combat training, hoping to trigger a flash of power or some useful skill that would prove I was ready for missions. In my spare time, I helped Professor Ricks charge crystals or heal minor wounds, which always left me drained and feeling fragile. And the one thing I really needed to do, at least according to Professor Arafet, was to find inner peace. An impossible task, given Eamon's earworm and the flustered sensations I got listening to Arafet's rich voice, or seeing Dante pass by me in the halls with a knowing grin. I was supposed to be studying, but always got distracted by subjects that felt more interesting. Despite growing up in Divine Providence, I'd never paid close attention to my studies, and I found that while I had a surface-level understanding of most topics, there was an overwhelming array of knowledge that seemed useless for someone with 2 angel marks. At least tomorrow was Sunday, the day of rest. I needed sleep more than anything, but despite my exhaustion, even that remained elusive. I tilted my head back and stared upwards at the library ceiling's high vaults and enamel images, then cracked my neck to the side. With a sigh, I closed the books. If I looked at one more text, my eyes were probably going to fall out of my head and roll onto the table. I'd been trying so hard to be good, but each day it felt like I was losing more of myself. Dante had called me impulsive and rebellious. I'd been blessed twice by breaking the rules, and I'd never be able to focus and unlock my abilities, unless I was able to clear my mind. Maybe I couldn't resolve all the doubts and questions that swirled in my thoughts every time I tried to relax, but I could start with the easiest. Shane. For some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about him. It was Saturday night, and nobody would notice if I was going for a few hooers. And it wasn't like I was going to fight the Fallon races. It was just one human boy. In a chapel, for God's sake. The allure weren't forbidden from going into town. And maybe Dante was right. We'd already been blessed. What else did we have to prove? I bit my lip and looked outside, the wheels turning in my head. Sneaking out again was a risk, but I needed a break, at the very least. A break from Divine Providence, the allure, and everything. Maybe I just needed to be reminded of our purpose, that our divine mission was actually protecting people, as we were meant to. Shane was the only person I'd ever saved. It felt important that I check in with him. I squared my shoulders and made sure my knives were, as usual, safely tucked into my boots, before heading out of the library. There were a few people scattered through the Academy's corridors, but soon, most of the Angelborn and allure would retire to prepare for the next day. They were required at an early morning vigil, while students could sleep in on Sundays, which meant Saturday night was often a chance for students to blow off steam unattended. I avoided the clusters of students in the common rooms and slipped outside, welcoming the first lukewarm breeze of autumn. No one stopped me as I went to the usual place, behind the Academy, and out of sight of the 2 allure guarding the entrance. Of course, the guards shifted along the perimeter, but one of the benefits of growing up in Divine Providence was that I always knew where they would be. I climbed the wall with practiced ease and pulled myself over the top and onto the grass on the other side. I pulled down the skirt that had hitched up during my climb and wrapped my leather jacket more tightly around me. Then, I quietly slipped away. I clenched my jaw and quickened my pace, putting as much room between the academy and myself as I could. At least this time, I wasn't trying to do anything dangerous. Well, mostly. I'd keep my ears peeled for useful information, but I wouldn't be out hunting for a dangerous supernatural club. As impulsive as I was, even I realized that would be a bad idea. Mostly, I was looking forward to Shane's soft eyes and the way he'd gazed at me with admiration, like I was a guardian angel, a savior. He didn't know I was just a fledgling, practically shunned, disgraced and confused. I needed some company that didn't look at me with disappointment. I followed the path to St. Gertrude's, cutting through the dark woods. My pace quickened as I continued along the open pavement, darting between the warm aura of the streetlights. I passed a gas station and an all-night diner. Soon, the church appeared ahead of me, its historic steeple rising out of a pocket of dark rose bushes. I bit my lip and walked to the heavy wooden doors, my heart pounding inside my chest. I knocked on the door softly, and receiving no answer, I slipped inside. The church's lights were still on, which meant someone was probably here. I peered into the chapel, and my heart caught in my throat. There was Shane, just as I'd left him. He looked around, broom in hand, and smiled. "You're here late," he said, but there was no recognition in his eyes. I smiled. "It isn't too late," I said. Should I say his name and pretend I'd met him somewhere else? I bit my lip. This would have been so much easier if he'd kept his memory. Why did my father have to take it away? My heart sank as I remembered how gentle Shane had been, how eager he'd been to help, which was remarkable considering the horrible circumstances we'd met under. This time he looked wary. I was just a stranger to him. Of course it wouldn't be the same. "I don't know if you remember me," I said, thinking quickly, "but I'm in your—" What classes had Shane said he was taking? My pulse raced. "Your class," I said. The one about Islam." "Oh," Shane exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Introduction to Medieval Muslim Art and Architecture?" What a mouthful. "Yes," I replied. "That one." Hopefully, Shane wouldn't ask what we'd learned about in class or something. I knew a bit about Islam and could probably point out Muslim architecture, but I definitely wouldn't be able to say anything intelligent about it. Shane rubbed the back of his neck and let out a nervous little laugh. "I'm sorry, I don't remember." "Cora," I replied easily. "I'm new to town. You promised that you'd show me around Boston." Shane's eyes widened. He looked so genuinely startled, so confused and innocent, that I felt a little bad for lying to him. But what was the alternative? Declaring myself an angel born, with no proof of what I was. So my father could swoop in and have Shane's memory wiped again? I smiled and walked forward through the church pews. "Would you have time tonight?" I asked. "If you don't, I understand, but—" I flashed him my best smile, the same one that usually made my uncle cave, and Shane grinned obliviously back. "I can make time," he said. "Great," I replied. "Maybe we can grab a coffee and walk around a bit. Or, I heard about a cool place called the Sapphire Lounge. You don't know it, do you?" Shane turned and shoved the broom into a nearby closet. "No," he replied, turning around. "I'm afraid I don't. Is it a club?" I hadn't really expected him to know where it was, but it just slipped out, and having a human guide might make my search easier. Even if Shane couldn't see the club past the illusions it was probably hidden with, I might be able to. "Yes," I replied. "I think so anyway. A friend recommended it." "I don't hit the club scene much," Shane replied, smiling brightly. "It's just not really my thing." "Mine either," I said. Shane approached me and paused. Something like recognition seemed to flare in his eyes, but I knew that wasn't possible. He couldn't remember me. Loose ends never remembered. There are some clubs near Boston Commons. Saturday night, there's a good chance there's an outdoor concert at least. We could grab some noodles in Chinatown on the way. That sounds perfect, I said. I'll just shut off all the lights here and lock up. Then we'll be good to go, Shane said. I smiled and nodded, watching as he flipped the switches on the walls and plunged the chapel into darkness. I'd known he wouldn't remember me. It shouldn't have hurt. But it did. Ready to go? Shane asked, swinging his keys on his finger. Absolutely, I replied. I followed Shane out and across the church grounds. This was so surreal, walking down the sidewalk with a human, heading towards downtown Boston. It was louder and brighter than I'd anticipated. And it smelled worse. I kept close to Shane and tried not to smile or stare in awe at every car we passed, every building and every person. I fidgeted with the end of my skirt. Was I dressed okay? We all basically wore the same thing at Divine Providence. If I was going to start hanging out in the city, trying to blend in with the humans, I'd have to have one of the girls take me shopping. I had no idea what normal looked like. So, how long have you been in Boston? Shane asked. I bit the inside of my cheek. 18 years, I said, but it's on the outskirts of Boston. My father doesn't like me coming into the city. He thinks it's dangerous. I guess it can be, Shane replied, sticking his hand into the pocket of his jeans. But it can also be really great. There are a lot of interesting people and places in Boston. What's your favorite place here? I asked. Shane hummed. Don't laugh, he said, grinning. Never. The animal shelter, Shane said. I volunteer on the weekends to go and pet the kittens. God almighty, was Shane trying to get canonized? Trying to get into St. Gertrude's favor? I teased. I don't know that I really believe in saints all that much, Shane replied, shrugging. I only hang around the church so much because my grandfather's the priest. What about angels? I asked. Shane furrowed his brow. His lips slightly parted, and a shadow seemed to pass over his face. Shane's hazel eyes seemed a little more discerning than they should have been. My heartbeat quickened. But that discernment was gone as quickly as it came, making me wonder if I'd seen it at all. Shane laughed and toyed with the zipper on his jacket, a soft-looking blue garment. I don't know, Shane replied. I can't prove there's not a higher power, though it seems unlikely. I guess I can't say it's not true. At the end of the day, maybe it doesn't really matter, as long as I try to be a good person. I frowned, but kept quiet. Shane had been so quick to believe that I was an angel-born warrior. But maybe after you've seen the monsters, it's easier to believe there's order and structure. Someone out there fighting to protect you. I glanced at him from beneath my eyelashes. The allure were dying to protect humans from the Feldings, and they didn't even believe in us. Maybe so, I said. We wandered down the sidewalk and crossed the street at a stoplight. I noticed that the buildings grew brighter, the lights more luminous. Although I'd never seen a bar or club before, it was pretty obvious that these were it. I paused, awed by the neon signs and crowds of people. Music pumped through the walls, so loud I could feel the vibrations through my toes. Girls laughed in miniskirts, and I saw a guy holding a beer relieving himself in an alley. It was so loud, delightfully, wonderfully loud. I wanted to smile and spin around, to take it all in at once, but I refrained. I couldn't be so oblivious with Shane here. Besides, I was on a mission. I kept my eyes narrowed, searching for the familiar shimmers that would indicate a magical illusion. What are your tattoos? Shane asked. My tattoos? He nodded to my wrist, where just the edge of Chamuel's pink mark was visible under the cuff of my sleeve. They're divine sigils for the archangels, I said, smiling awkwardly. Angel marks? I took in a deep breath and gazed ahead, trying to think of an acceptable lie. They're symbols from a medieval text. One is for Raphael and the other Chamuel. Damn, that's some esoteric shit. A true believer then? Shane asked. More than you know, I replied. We reached another crosswalk, and despite there being no traffic, Shane insisted on waiting for the light to change. I glanced at him, and his hazel eyes darted down. Hesitantly, he reached for my wrist and held it up for his inspection. My pulse raced. I think I remember this, he said, tracing his thumb over my skin. He couldn't possibly remember my marks, either of them, but maybe his human mind was filling in the blanks, or seeing connections where there shouldn't have been any. Humans had the worst habit of making themselves believe things that weren't real. These must be recent, though, Shane said, because they're still red. But He seemed confused, like he'd just realized something. I saw the emotions flit across his eyes like sparks of gold. The light on the crosswalk turned green. Come on, Shane, I said, taking his wrist and pulling him along with me. For an instant, I almost felt like a normal human girl. No worries in the world, no feldings or divine purpose. Just a girl taking a cute boy across the city with her. Shane didn't fight, but something made his face scrunch up in concentration. Is something wrong? I asked, as we reached the other side. I can't remember your tattoos, Shane said. They're too fresh, and I took that class last semester. These wouldn't still look like this. Angel marks took a notoriously long time to heal, and they were one of the very few injuries that Raphael's blessing couldn't fix. Although they didn't hurt, the skin around my blessings was puckered and red, like the skin had been seared by a hot brand. And what do you make of that? I asked, my heartbeat quickening. But he couldn't remember. Humans never remembered after their memories were erased. I don't know, Shane replied, dropping my wrist. Maybe I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm a little distant. Something strange happened recently, and I've been a little weird since. We continued away from the bars, drifting instead past a cemetery. I resisted the urge to reach for my knives. If the humans realized how frequently the Feldings gravitated around cemeteries, they wouldn't dare walk so confidently past them. What happened? I asked. Shane frowned and shrugged. I don't know. Have you ever felt like you've just lost a chunk of time? Like, you went to bed? No, not even that. It was like you never went to sleep, but somehow you woke up. And time was just gone. And you had the feeling that you'd lost something valuable. Was that a normal reaction to Faye erasing his memories? I'd always been told that humans never even noticed having their minds wiped. I'd never had a reason to doubt it until now. That's never happened to me, I replied, but I can imagine how it might feel. All too easily. Angelborn weren't immune to having their minds erased. I'd never seen Faye use her blessings against an Angelborn, but Uncle Mordecai had mentioned a few rare cases in Divine Providence's long history that had warranted such measures. It's just weird, Shani said, and my dreams have been crazy lately, but sorry. I'm oversharing, aren't I? Not at all, I replied. Maybe this had been a lie too. Maybe there were hundreds of thousands of humans all over the world that had vague recollections of touching my world, leaving them broken and lost. Maybe the effectiveness of the Allery's powers had been overstated. We'd reached a darkened part of Boston, one with boutiques that had already closed for the day, on the edge of Boston Commons. I couldn't resist peeking into the dark windows at all the clothes and their unfamiliar styles, and caught a glimpse of my own reflection. My heartbeat quickened. I could spill everything to Shane right now, just pour it all out and make him remember. But he'd just think I was crazy. Maybe, however, I could test the limits of the memory wipe Professor Faye had performed. Shane, I said, my voice serious, have you ever been at Ashmont Station? Shane blinked a few times and looked distantly ahead. Ashmont? Shane said. I might have been. I thought I saw you there once. It was early in the morning, I pressed. A couple hours before dawn. Shane trailed off. That's unusual for me. Unless I was... Why would I have been out so early? Think very carefully, Shane, I said. What happened that morning? It was a long shot, but maybe he'd heard or seen something before the battle. Shane furrowed his brow. He seemed so genuinely invested in answering the question that he didn't even ask why I wanted to know. I kept pace alongside him. All my nerves seemed hypersensitive and keyed for danger, as if I expected my father to descend from the sky at any moment. And if he did, he'd be furious. Beyond furious. He'd told me to stay away from Shane, especially after I'd begged to let him keep his memories. And now I was trying to make him remember the secrets the allure were sworn to protect. Starbucks, Shane said suddenly. I couldn't sleep, so I went for coffee. And then I didn't want to go home, so I just went on the subway and took a ride. I do that sometimes. And then? Shane shrugged. I must have gone home. No, back to the church, he said. I must have gone back to the church and crashed in the guest room. And? I asked. Shane wrinkled his nose and shrugged helplessly. Honestly, he said, it's a blank. I don't even know when it started. Or maybe I only dreamed that I went for coffee. All semester, I dreamed that I was running late to my classes. I'd wake up in a panic and realize it was Saturday. I frowned, but the look of intensity had faded from Shane's eyes, and he was back to his carefree self. One morning, Shane continued with a smile, I dreamed that I missed a quiz in Introduction to Psychology, and the quiz was to sing a Milli Vanilli song, and that band is, way before my time, too. Maybe I'd gotten my hopes up about how much Shane could remember. Maybe I just needed him to remember me, but we were nothing to each other now. Impulsively, I wrapped my arm around his and pulled him closer. I was sad for him, sad about what he'd lost. He seemed incomplete somehow. We didn't have the right to mess with his memories. Oh, Shane exclaimed, clearly surprised, but he didn't pull away. I let my cheek rest on his shoulder. We headed into the park and found a bench looking out over the pond, reflecting the city lights, far enough from a giant outdoor movie screen that had been set up, that I could only catch snippets of conversation and occasional laughter from the crowd. Near us, an old lady fed breadcrumbs to the swans. This is what we were protecting, so ordinary humans could go on with their lives. Are you all right? Shane asked. Never better, I lied. I'm just thinking. I realized I hadn't really come into Boston looking for Shane. I'd been looking for Amon, and I was pissed off at him. If he'd been out there, alive, this whole time, why had he never tried to contact me? Because he was a vampire, and the guards would have killed him on sight if he tried to get into Divine Providence. But why send me to an invisible club and give me a name nobody seemed to recognize? I didn't even have a way to contact him for more information. Everything seemed to start with him, but I knew my father would refuse to listen if I told him Amon was still alive. And even if he did, he'd be angry that I'd talked to him instead of staking him. If only I could figure out what happened after his choosing ceremony. But I couldn't raise questions about the blessed rituals without revealing my own doubts and insecurities. Still, although it was dangerous, I knew at least one person at Divine Providence whose faith seemed to be nuanced enough to admit that the tests might not be the infallible will of the angels. I wasn't sure if my uncle would tell me anything new, but he'd seemed eager enough to share earlier. Maybe it was time to press the advantage. Is this a date? Shane asked suddenly, without looking at me. I froze, then looked up at him curiously. I've never been on a date, I said. That can't be true, he said. I mean, never mind. Do you want it to be? I asked. It's just, if it is a date, I feel like I'm blowing it. I mean, I don't even remember you from class, even though I feel like I should. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty stoked about a pretty girl showing up at my church and asking me out. I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe I should get your number at least? I leaned forward and kissed his cheek before pulling away again. Even in the dim light, I could see his cheeks redden. He was tall and pale, with a strong jaw and sharp features. His round, kind eyes seemed to nearly glow in the darkness. Life at home is complicated. I think I just needed to spend time with someone who makes me feel good. If this was my first date, I'm glad it was with you. But if you don't see me again for a while, I promise, it's not because you blew it. Chapter 14. I left Shane in the park and made my way slowly back to Divine Providence, lingering in the city before reluctantly returning through the forest until I saw the familiar shimmer of magic surrounding the complex. From outside, the illusion looked like a collapsed warehouse, twisted with roots and vines, filled with trash and broken glass. But with a few more steps, the rusty chains and barbed wire fence melted away, revealing the tall towers and central courtyard, lit with hanging lanterns and torches. The gateway was barred by two stern-looking statues of Michael and Gabriel. My father had explained it to me once. It was symbolic of how allure should always attempt to avoid conflict with communication when possible, but also prepared to triumph when it became necessary. Something like the human idiom, speak softly and carry a big stick. I felt guilty, passing around the outside fence and sneaking in through the back, but there was no reason to worry my father without cause. I slept poorly, counting the hours until dawn. Then I crept down the hallway and knocked softly on the door to Mordecai's office. I waited nervously, rocking back on my heels. The door finally opened, and my uncle smiled. "Cora, you're up early?" he said, sounding baffled. For good reason, too. If I'd had it my way, I would have probably slept in until noon and stayed up until 4 a.m. But now that I'd decided to confront my problems rather than avoid them, I felt like I had to move quickly. Weeks of restlessness and pretending to be someone else had filled me with a clarity of purpose I'd never found in Arafet's lessons. For better or worse, I was myself again, and I was going to see this through. "I just couldn't wait to see my brilliant, handsome uncle," I said, grinning. Mordecai waved me in and closed the door behind me. "Well, on the one hand, it's good to have someone around here appreciate me. On the other hand, you probably want something, and since you came to me first, it's probably something that would make Joel severely angry, with us both, isn't it?" he asked. "Probably," I shrugged. I took my usual seat across the desk, which this time was significantly neater than it had been during my last visit. Mordecai sat across from me, frowning at a loose string he'd discovered on the sleeve of his crisp, white shirt. "Do I need to bury any bodies?" he asked. "If so, I'd better get changed." "It's nothing that drastic. It's just a question," I replied. "A couple of questions, actually, about what we discussed before. I had a bit of a plan in my head. Start with bribery, end with extortion or blackmail. But now that I was here, it was hard to get out the right words, and something told me Mordecai wasn't going to make it easy for me. "I'm listening," he said, reaching behind him for a platter of cheese and crackers and some cold tea. "We'd talked about the blessing ceremony," I said. Mordecai nodded, his eyes flicking to the door. "And I'm not saying I believe you, but if the drawing of vials is really just random, then how do the runes work? I mean, my results were mixed, so maybe it's fine that the runes I earned weren't those indicated in my blessing ceremony. But don't most acolytes end up confirming the results of their blessings?" My uncle tilted his head back and drummed his fingers on his desk. "That's a very intriguing question, Cora. It pleases me you've been thinking about this critically, and you were right to bring your questions to me. I was wondering when you'd be ready for this conversation. However, before we begin, you must swear to me that this never reaches your father. Joel would kill me if he learned we discussed what I'm about to tell you." "My lips are sealed," I replied. "Well," Mordecai said, "my theory is that all angel-born have blessings within us, from all the archangels. But they need to be triggered. Contact with the holy relics, which, as you know, are mined from deep within the earth, may plant a seed. The physical remains of the ancient archangels speaks to and calls out the potential hidden within an acolyte's DNA. That seed, under the right circumstances, can blossom, resulting in marks and even wings, as the genetic code is rewritten, at least in a proper host. In others, he said sadly, the seed dies. But what about the humans? I asked. And what about your own blessing ceremony? Or mine? Angelborn didn't always used to keep ourselves apart from human affairs. At one time, we ruled over them, as kings and saintly knights. It's only natural that many humans have some long, dormant genetic code. Through screening and testing, not to mention exhaustive studies on hereditary lineage, we try to recruit potential candidates. And if their touch sparks a reaction in one of the angels, we know they belong here, with us. To be completely candid, he said slowly, the technology of the blessing ceremony is something we don't fully understand to this day. But that doesn't mean it is irrational, or even miraculous. I nodded, even though part of me felt duty-bound to argue. Mordecai was trying to use human science to explain away the divine influence that governed our holy mission, but it was only natural he'd need a coping mechanism. After all, he hadn't been chosen. He seemed to notice the look of pity in my eyes. I also suspect, he continued quickly, that not all of the petrified bones we've mined even come from one of the 7 archangels. If there was a holy war between angels and demons a long time ago, it's more likely that there were hundreds, or even thousands of soldiers, not simply the 7 neat categories we've divided our houses into. This is why even the confirmation of a divine mark doesn't result in predictable abilities. This is also why some angelborn, even from the oldest of allure families, don't receive blessings. Luck of the draw, I said quietly. Of course, most texts that discuss the ceremony call it divine providence, I finished. Exactly. My uncle leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. So my blessing ceremony then? I trailed off. I don't know. I've never seen anything like yours before, although... Mordecai looked at the ceiling, as if trying to remember something. I seem to recall your mother's blessing causing something of a stir, but before Joel became chancellor, the ceremonies were always held in private. It might have just been that she received 2 patrons. Uncommon, but not unheard of. I knew my mother had been blessed by both Shamuel and Michael, but I'd never considered that her blessing ceremony could have been unorthodox, like mine. Who would know? I asked. Mordecai shrugged. It depends on who she told. Joel, certainly. Of course, so much for that. My father never wanted to talk about my mother. Could a blessing ceremony ever awaken another kind of potential? I asked awkwardly. I was thinking of Amen, but wasn't sure how to broach the subject. My uncle's expression lit up, but he seemed to have reached a different conclusion. Possibly, Mordecai said. Of course, we only allow the acolytes 1 blessing ceremony. So it's impossible to say what the results could have been if we let them simply choose another vial until a blessing was confirmed. Perhaps all of us have angelic potential within us, and it's never been a problem with the host. Maybe it's just a matter of getting the wrong seed. I bit my lip and stared at the desk. I wasn't following, and this all felt too theoretical anyway. The angels didn't make mistakes. They made sure the vials were found by the right people. Unless they didn't, in which case, maybe my uncle had a point. But that was a chasm of blasphemy I wasn't prepared to explore. Besides, that isn't what I came here to ask anyway. Now that I'd warmed him up, I decided to switch tactics and go with a more direct approach. Have you ever heard the name Merkala Karnstein? I asked. Mordecai mouthed the name and gazed at the ceiling for several seconds. I'm not sure, he trailed off. Where did you hear it? This was a gamble. Tell the truth or lie about it. I trusted my uncle to let me break a few rules, but I knew even he had limits. Around, I said, with an ambivalent shrug. Mordecai's eyes narrowed. Around, he repeated, doubtfully. I got the hint. If I wasn't going to be honest with him, he wasn't going to be honest with me. I've heard she runs a club called the Sapphire Lounge, I admitted, a club for feldings. Recognition and surprise shot across my uncle's face. He schooled his features quickly, adopting a mask of indifference, but it was too late. Tell me what you know, I said. Mordecai's blue eyes darted nervously around the room, as if he expected my father to burst in at any moment. Cora, you need to forget ever hearing that name, he said. Finally, someone who'd heard of it at least. It was enough to confirm that I wasn't going crazy, and that it really existed. Now I just had to force him to give up the location. I leaned forward, my heart racing. This is important to me, I said. Just tell me where it is. Mordecai shook his head. If I tell you, you'll go, he said. And Cora, this club is no place for any angel born, much less the chancellor's daughter. Is it more dangerous than other clubs? I asked. Mordecai's smile was edged with an emotion I couldn't place. Oh, Cora, there are depravities in that club you couldn't begin to imagine. It's primarily a vampire and fae establishment, but only the really old ones go there. To do what? All sorts of terrible things, Mordecai said. You fought vampires, so perhaps you know what they're capable of. But these feldings are ancient and powerful, some of them older than even divine providence and its holy mission. Even I shudder to think about them. Imagine how sadistic and monstrous you'd become if you took delight in hurting humans and had centuries to perfect your craft. I suppressed a shudder. So why haven't we cleared it out? I asked. Mordecai sighed. The purveyor of this club is a very well-respected member of the Seelie court. Unfortunately, this means that a fight with her would bring us into a full-fledged war, and none of us want that. Between you and me, the allure are not what they once were. The days of great battles are behind us. If we provoked the fae and vampires to unite against us, indeed, I'm not sure we'd even survive. I frowned at his hesitancy. The allure were God's warriors. Fighting the feldings was our sole purpose. I'd never heard a senior member of Divine Providence express doubts like this before. I was grateful my uncle was willing to treat me like an adult, but I wasn't sure I was prepared for the burden. Besides, we have no proof. You know Joel's always favored diplomacy. We don't attack until the feldings are actively refusing to abide by our laws. We must wait until we have a justifiable, inarguable reason for cleaning out this club. And believe me, the allure are looking for one. But for the moment, there are too many politics involved to do as we'd like. Was Mircalla Karnstein one of the fae, then? I'd been anticipating a vampire. Of course, there was one way to find out. The allure might be unable to sneak into the Sapphire Lounge, but a group of fledglings might go unnoticed. I absent-mindedly rubbed the runes on my wrist, the marks of Chamuel and Raphael. Do humans go to this club? I asked. I was trying to tempt Mordecai into revealing the location, but I'd have to be clever. I didn't expect him to just hand it to me. Somehow I'd have to trick it out of him. Some, Mordecai replied, narrowing his eyes. He was likely anticipating my response. Many of them are already claimed by the supernatural, though. They're the ones we can't save, the ones who've already sealed their fate by making bargains or fornicating with the damned. That didn't tell me much, but I knew it was nearby, and probably hidden by an illusion. Shane and I might have missed it, but that wasn't surprising. Boston was a massive city. But could ordinary humans just stumble in? I asked. No, Mordecai said carefully. Then, I don't suppose we could argue that it presents a danger to the unaware population? I asked. I already knew the answer. I was trying to cover my tracks. I mean, if they're hurting humans? We don't know that they are, my uncle said. And even if they were, the humans are there by choice, as far as we know. What you have to understand, Cora, is that there are more of the damned races than there are of us. We win by the threat of battle, by reminding the Feldings of their place and our power, by picking off the ones who get reckless and reveal themselves to humans. But we also must allow them to lurk in their haunts and hideouts, because if we force them into the light, they may be reluctant to return to the shadows, where they belong. This wasn't getting me anywhere. But what if they were planning an attack against us? I asked. Cora, my uncle said, his tone warning. I raised my hands. I mean, we'd want to know, right? It's not like I'm going to bust in there and try to take out dozens of Feldings myself. I just think I should be, aware of any potential threats. Mordecai shot me a look of fond frustration. He wasn't fooled for a second, but then I hadn't really expected him to be. I was about to do something really underhanded, but it might be the only way to get the answers that I needed. I really mean it this time, I insisted. I just want to know for my own edification, and Father isn't going to tell me. Mordecai snorted. He's always treated you like a child, but I've told you too much already. As much as I was sure that my uncle and father truly loved one another, I knew that the sibling rivalry between them was bitter and ran deep. That's why I came to you, I said. I'm tired of Father keeping me in the dark. His judgment is clouded by emotions. You've always been more discerning. Flattery it is, then. He only wants to protect you. I know that, I replied, and I respect that. But I've passed my blessing. I've been marked, twice. Someday, perhaps soon, I'm going to be an allure. Who is it helping to slow down my progress? Why protect me from responsibilities the angels have already approved me for? Mordecai sighed. I could practically see the weight of my questions land upon him. Your time will come, Cora. I appreciate your eagerness, but I agree with your father on this one. No fledglings are allowed sensitive mission data before being fully cleared for active duty. I don't know where you heard the name or why you think this club matters so much, but the best thing you can do is forget all about it. That won't be easy, I replied, with a heavy sigh. Your loyalty commends you. It's just I thought you'd understand what it's like. To feel excluded, to have nobody listen to you, deciding your worth or value, despite your best efforts. Of course, I know how that feels, Mordecai said dryly. I'm fortunate if Joel lets me get in half a word most days. I'm barely an advisor. But he respects you enough to tell you things, I said. That's more than he'll do for me. Mordecai sighed. I suppose, he replied. Besides, you know that if you don't tell me, I'll just go elsewhere for answers, I said. I'm sure someone else knows. You will, won't you? You won't give up until you're satisfied. Even worse. I'll probably ask Dad eventually, and then I'll probably let it slip that I asked you about it first, and that I was looking for it because I'd been having doubts about my choosing ceremony, doubts instilled by my doting uncle. You wouldn't dare, he said, rising suddenly, his cheeks turning red. I crossed my arms, facing him. I hated threatening him like this, but I couldn't get Eamon's warning out of my head. If you want to know the truth, he'd said. And now, I was rotting away in divine providence, consumed by my own doubts, despite having received 2 angelic marks. If I didn't find answers soon, I'd end up just like my uncle, filled with twisted beliefs, my faith shattered. We'd reached a stalemate, and my uncle blinked first, looking away and squeezing his fists at his sides. You're every bit as stubborn as your mother, he said finally. I'll take that as a compliment. At least you haven't physically assaulted me yet, he smiled ruefully. Both Joel and Aurora preferred to resolve conflicts with their fists, rather than clever manipulation. I hope that's my influence in your upbringing, even though you're using it against me. But do you promise? Of course I do, I replied quickly. Fine, Mordecai said reluctantly. It's at the corner of High Street and Battery March. You wouldn't know it, but it's a popular area for nightlife, and a good place to hide something like the Sapphire Lounge, because there are so many humans around. It's not a place where we'd want to fight Feldings. There would be too many casualties. I understood well enough. I'm not looking for a fight. I just don't want to be blindsided. And now you know, Mordecai said. I pray I won't regret it. And if you never see me again after today, you'll know Joel has discovered what I've told you and killed me for it. I leaned across the desk and kissed my uncle's cheek. That won't happen. My father relies on you too much. Though he complained about being a glorified secretary, I knew how important he was, and that my father trusted him. It really was impressive that he'd managed to accomplish so much, despite having never received his angelic blessings. And as everyone knew, there were many ways to serve. I only wish I could do more, Mordecai said, squeezing my hand. All good allure feel like that, I replied. That's how you know you belong. Maybe so, he said grimly, though apparently not enough. I ignored the comment, heading to the door. I was used to my uncle's occasional dark moods, which I thought he managed to hide considerably well. I don't know how I would have coped if my blessing ceremony hadn't deemed me worthy to receive a blessing. Besides, he'd just been bested by his niece. I wasn't surprised to see him look so defeated, even though it pained me. I'll see you at breakfast, I said. He nodded, without looking up. My heart raced as I headed into the hall. Now, I had a location and a very stupid plan. I just needed to decide if and when I was actually going to go through with it. When I entered the great hall, I glanced at Dante and his friends, across the room at the center table. I thought of the kiss Dante and I shared, and a tremble shot through my whole body. I couldn't help but imagine my hands curling in his hair and pulling him close, but he was still such a jerk. An attractive jerk, even though he took too many liberties and thought too highly of himself. I sighed. Maybe I just had bad taste in men. My first boyfriend turned out to be a vampire, and the second man I was interested in was Dante, who'd been bullying me since he arrived a few years ago, pulling my pigtails and making me feel worthless. I found Noah in his usual place at our table, surrounded by Sadie, Ella, and Tess. I'd been such a terrible friend lately, but I knew Noah would forgive me, as he always did. I crossed the floor and without missing a beat, snatched a biscuit off Noah's plate. He glared at me, a look of mock offense spread across his features. Thanks, I said, around a mouthful of biscuit. That's my plate, he said. I slipped into the seat beside him. And what's yours is mine, I said. I thought you'd know that by now, kitchen boy. Noah swatted at my arm, and I squeaked, making a big show of being irreversibly hurt by his action. Oh, poor you, Noah drawled. You know you love me, I said sweetly. God knows why, Noah replied, his eyes cast towards the ceiling. And all was forgiven, because Noah was a good person who didn't hold a grudge or have a malicious bone in his body. That he still put up with me after all these years was something of a miracle. I heard you got another mark, Sadie said. Can we see? I frowned momentarily before holding out my wrist. Had I really not even spoken with them since I'd earned Raphael's mark? The last few weeks had been a blur of work and study, but I hadn't realized I'd been so distant. Those look so painful, Ella said, toying with the amethyst on her necklace. They are, I replied, but it's worth it. I can heal people now. You fought a fae? Tess asked, one hand curled around her cell phone. Not exactly, I replied. It was more of an argument. Dante's been telling people you fought off powerful fae royals who were plotting a massacre, Noah said, lifting his eyebrows. I snorted, then leaned in closer and lowered my voice. We just went in there to watch, or maybe scare them a little. They were fighting among themselves, I think. We were just in the wrong place when the building started to collapse. I didn't tell them about the fae who had helped me, or that I'd made a deal with one. Are they pretty? Tess asked. I arched an eyebrow. I guess so, in a dangerous, unnerving kind of way. Like vampires? Noah asked. No, not like that. Vamps look nearly human. The Fae were like wild animals. Big eyes, long ears, some with fur or feathers. The uncanny valley, Sadie nodded. We all looked up at her, so she explained. Humans feel a cold, eerie feeling when faced with something that looks almost human, but isn't quite. It's a whole thing in robotics. Some people hypothesize humans must have developed this instinct somehow, a long time ago, so it's an evolutionary response to something out there. Anyway, they're kind of my aesthetic, Tess replied. Or they were. I'm a big fan of dark Mori fashion. Dark Mori? I asked. Tess nodded and swiped her finger across her phone a few times. When she turned the device to me, I saw a handful of pictures, of people dressed in earthy tones with uneven hems on their clothing, muddled together with fabric flowers. It comes out of Japan. It's wanting to look like a nature spirit of sorts, like the Dark Crystal movies. Very romantic. How are you charging your phone? Sadie asked. You always have battery life. Portable batteries, Tess replied. Damn it. Sorry. Why didn't I think of that? Sadie asked. I've been rationing visits to Boston every Sunday to charge mine. God, all those years of playing Pokemon Go to wind up in a place without phone chargers. Or plug outlets, Tess said. We manage fine without them, Noah pointed out. I'm sure you do, Sadie said. But when your daily life depends on your phone... That's right, Tess said, smirking. Sadie will die if she can't catch Pikachu. Sadie snorted. Says the Instagram queen, she replied. I do miss the outside world a bit, Ella said softly. It feels claustrophobic here sometimes. I understood that feeling all too well. I could sneak you out, I offered. Noah cast me an exasperated look. Oh, come on, I exclaimed. I've made sneaking out of the academy an art form, and the allure don't even care that much. We're not forbidden to leave. We're just given stern looks. Okay, maybe I have a bit of a reputation, but everyone else should be fine. Which was mostly true. My father probably wouldn't care nearly as much about my sneaking out if I didn't sneak out and, well, try to take on Feldings, or rush into battles that I shouldn't be involved in. A shopping trip with friends seemed innocent enough. Besides, Noah, the angels seem to approve of my more recent activities, I replied, grinning and flashing my wrist. He frowned but looked thoughtful. I could see from his face that he really didn't have an argument for that. Tempting, Tess said, looking at Sadie. I realize that we're supposed to be not vain and everything, but I miss dressing up for a girls' night out so much. Sadie nodded sympathetically. I miss the erotica section, she replied. Ella choked on her glass of water. The erotica section? I asked. Are those like romance novels? We used to have an acolyte who... No, Noah said. We are not talking about this. Oh, come on, Sadie exclaimed. You've got to live a wait. Fuck. Damn. It's probably deeply sacrilegious to tell someone whose family is blessed by the angels to read trashy romance, isn't it? Definitely, I replied. The floor is going to open and you're going to drop right into hell, Sadie. To be fair, my bloodline isn't that angelic, Noah said. Just enough to get him in trouble, I replied slyly. Noah rolled his eyes. You are enough to get me in trouble, he said. My ancestors have nothing to do with it. I was a good, honest kitchen boy before you ruined me. Noah wrinkled his nose. I stuck my tongue out at him before swiping another biscuit from his plate. I really had missed this, being here with Noah. I chewed on my biscuit and tried to decide how I'd feel about asking him to do this really, really stupid thing with me. I knew it didn't have to be soon, but I had to see Eamon again, when we weren't in the middle of a fight to the death. And now that I knew the location, if I could catch him alone, off guard, maybe he'd talk to me. I didn't even have to go inside the club. I could just wait around in the area and see if he showed up there. But then I remembered Dante, bleeding out all over me. I knew I'd been lucky last time, and it could have been so much worse. A casual evening out with my friends was a solid alibi, but could I risk putting them in danger without telling them the truth? Chapter 15. Where are you going? I slowly looked over my shoulder. It was late, and only moonlight flitted through the foyer, casting the white marble in silvery light. I was sneaking out, with my hood up and dressed in dark jeans and a jacket. Noah stood a few feet away, his hands in his pockets, leaning casually against one of the marble pillars. I'd been caught red-handed, but I wasn't surprised. Noah knew me well enough to recognize when I was keeping secrets and planning a reckless outing. I smiled and clasped my hands before me. "Noah," I said, nodding. "You're up late." He smiled wryly. "Waiting on Dante, I assume?" There wasn't any judgment in his voice, no bitterness either, but maybe just the merest hint of sadness. "No," I said. "I was just thinking of taking a walk." Noah tilted his head to the side. "Alone?" "I know. It's a bad idea, but you're going through with it anyway?" he asked. "Probably." Noah nodded and looked askance at the vaulted, gilded ceiling above us. "And it might be dangerous, which is why you didn't tell the others." "Something like that," I sighed. "What aren't you telling me?" he asked quietly. "So much. But how could I explain it all? The truth might damage his faith, as it had mine, and he didn't deserve that. It felt like standing on a glass tower and then falling through the ceiling, through every floor as it shatters beneath you. Trying to grab onto something, to climb your way back up, but it's too late. The illusion has been broken. When you have faith, you can fly like Icarus. But the metaphor had it wrong. Icarus didn't fall because he got too close to the sun. He fell because the sun revealed the truth, and he stopped believing. My throat was dry, and my heart hammered in my chest. Noah was my best friend. I felt like I was on a ledge, and I didn't want to burden him with my problems. But I also couldn't stand to see the look of reproach in his eyes. He thought I didn't trust him enough to fill him in, and that cut through me like a knife. I let out a slow breath of air. "When we fought the water dragons," I said slowly, "did you notice anything strange?" "What do you mean?" I glanced around, assuring that we were really alone. Still, I leaned closer to Noah, near enough that I could feel his breath on my cheek. "Omen was there," I murmured. Confusion shot across Noah's face. "But your father said—" "I know," I replied, and at first, I thought I'd imagined it. I did nearly drown after all. But then, I saw him again. The night I went to fight with the allure. It was him, Noah. "All right," Noah said slowly. When I glanced at him, I could see him turning over the information in his mind and trying to make sense of it. He was with me so far so good now to drop the other shoe. "And he was a vampire," I added. Noah flinched, pulling away suddenly. "That's impossible." "I said that too," I said. "Angelborn can't just become felding, Cora." "I know. It doesn't make any sense. And there's more." Noah let out a nervous, half-hearted little laugh. "Enlighten me," he said. I took a deep breath and slowly told him everything. Well, almost everything. That I was having doubts about my weird ceremony. That Omen had told me to seek him out when I was ready for answers. And once I was finished, Noah was silent for a few seconds, processing everything I'd said. What if it's a trap, and he's just trying to lure you outside of DP? "I don't think he wants to hurt me." "You said he's a vampire. You don't know what he wants. Except, you know." He covered his face with his arm like a cape, and hissed, baring his teeth. "Anyway, so that's what I've been dealing with," I said dryly, trying to coax him into saying something. Somehow, every time I think... Noah trailed off. For God's sake, Cora! I know, I said. I mean, I believe you, of course. But you're talking about a secret rendezvous with a dangerous Felding. I get that you feel like this is a mystery you have to solve. And I understand why you'd have a ton of unresolved emotions about seeing your dead ex-boyfriend suddenly show up as a vampire. But what you're doing, it's very nearly treasonous, isn't it? I mean, it would undermine the whole foundation of divine providence and the allure, Noah said. I know, I replied, though my father has been more open to diplomacy as of late. And besides, isn't Gabriel all about communication? Maybe this will be a way to earn your blessing. And maybe you should let well enough alone, Noah said. Maybe it isn't our place to question these things. I sucked in a deep breath. I can't just leave it alone. Believe me, I've tried. Noah's face softened. You've got 2 angel marks, Cora. I've been placed in a house. It's everything we've always wanted. Couldn't you just try to be satisfied with that? He asked gently. I thought about how my life would play out if I just kept my head down and continued my lessons. Dating Dante, fighting with the allure, but knowing Omen was out there, waiting for me. His warning rang in my ears. The allure lied to you. You don't understand what they've done. My uncle's statements about the blessing ceremony seemed to confirm my own doubts. I could promise to try, I replied, but I don't want to lie to you. I know. I don't think you'll ever... Noah trailed off. You're always going to want more. You're willing to fight to be included. You hate secrets and will put yourself in danger to uncover the truth because you hate being left out. It's a reckless, destructive form of curiosity. I've always been in awe of it, even if I don't fully understand it. I pressed my forehead against his briefly. It was a huge relief to have finally shared all this with someone, especially Noah. He was perceptive and kind. I hadn't realized how lost I'd felt without being able to confide in him. Noah sighed and crossed his arms, looking strangely beautiful with the moon's silvery light tracing his muscles. So when are you going? He asked. I didn't say I was going, I said, just that I was thinking about it. Noah rolled his eyes. Sure, he replied. Hypothetically, then? Tonight, I said. Otherwise, I'll have to wait till next weekend. Well, I'm going with you, Noah said. Of course, even though it's bound to get both of us in trouble. I smiled brightly and butted my cheek against Noah's shoulder. Thank you, I said. Now, we'll just have to see if Sadie... Sadie? Noah asked. It'll be faster, I said quickly. What better way to find a place in Boston than to just ask someone who lives there? Plus, we'll be able to fit in better with actual humans, and it'll be easier to explain if we get caught. Noah sighed and shook his head. And are you going to tell them everything, or are you going to keep them in the dark? In the dark, I said, but not without a pang of guilt. They'll be safer that way. For the record, I have serious reservations about this. But you're still going along with it. That pretty much went without saying. You promise? Reconnaissance only? I swear, I don't even want to go inside. For now, I just need to see if it's real. If Eamon's not there, maybe I'm just crazy. Life will go on. But I'll know I did my part. And if you do see him, Noah pressed, then everything I thought I knew would be a lie. Sadie led the way, Tess wheeling along beside her. We'd stuck to paved roads rather than cutting through the woods, which seemed inefficient. Noah kept pace beside me, while Ella drifted behind us. I had no idea where we were in relation to divine providence, although I'd tried memorizing the route. Sadie and Tess both insisted they could get us back to the academy, though, and I had no real reason to doubt them. They'd taken us right to Battery March, so we went along the sidewalk, stopping occasionally to gawk at window displays. Downtown was busy with tourists, shopping for postcards and souvenirs. Street vendors sold fried snacks from trucks, and a handful of performers were playing music for spare change. "Are we sure about this?" Ella asked for the 50th time. It seemed like Ella was even warier of breaking the rules than Noah was. Who would have guessed such a thing was even possible? "Definitely," Tess said. "I'm curious to know if we can even see this place." I wasn't entirely sure of that myself. Most Feldings hid their meeting places with illusions, similar to how divine providence obscured itself behind a mirage of an abandoned building. The convenient thing about the academy was that, if you went through the illusion once, you'd be able to see through it after that. But other illusions worked differently. Or so I'd heard. Just because I was angel-born didn't mean I'd be able to see through a Felding hideout, not without being invited as a guest. Sadie nodded. "Are you sure we can't go inside?" she asked, looking at me. "I mean, we might be too young for the bar, but we could dance at least." "You could dance," Tess joked. "I'd just run over people's feet." "I just want to see if it's here," I replied. "But don't you want to find this guy?" Sadie asked, raising her eyebrows and grinning knowingly. I'd told Sadie, Tess, and Ella that I had a friend who frequented a club for supernaturals in secret, which was, well, not a complete lie, but nowhere near the truth. Allery weren't friends with Felding. "I mean, it could be really cool," Sadie insisted, "and it would provide, a valuable opportunity to see some of these Feldings in their natural habitat. I'm dying to see a dragon." I grimaced. If Sadie had fought a dragon, she wouldn't be nearly so eager to see one. "Absolutely not," I replied. "It's too risky. If they discovered who we really were, we might be forced to fight. We'd be caged in and hugely outnumbered. Even if we managed to escape, my father would kill us." Sadie pressed her lips together and made a pouting expression. I wondered if, before she'd come to divine providence, she'd use that same look to get her way. "Trust me, you don't really want to run into a Felding," Noah said. "I don't know," Sadie replied. "Vampires are kind of hot. In the books, at least. Books that were either written by vampires or by people who've never met one," Noah said. "Those authors are probably a bit biased, don't you think?" Sadie winked. "Well, I guess I'll just have to read all the angel romances then," she said, her voice nearly a purr. "Those are acceptable, right?" Noah's face turned a rather bright shade of red. "Not the kind you're reading," Tess said. Sadie turned around and began walking backwards along the sidewalk, much to the irritation of the people who happened to be behind her. "Hey, I don't judge your tastes in literature," she said. "That's because, unlike you, I don't read trashy romance novels," Tess replied. "I've read a couple," I said, absurdly proud that I knew something about the human world. Noah looked so appalled it was comical. "The trashier the better," Sadie said, grinning. "Live a little." Sadie stumbled over a bench, nearly tipping over onto Tess. "See? That's divine proof that you'd better straighten up." Tess chuckled. "No, it isn't," Sadie said. "Tell her, Angel Boy." "Angel Boy?" Noah asked. Sadie smirked. "That's your name now," she explained. "It's an upgrade from Kitchen Boy, which everyone else seems to call you." Noah looked confused, even as Sadie watched him, her blue eyes shining. Did she like Noah? He was handsome, in his own way, reliable, smart. He wasn't as muscled as some of the other fledglings, but growing up at DP, he was reasonably fit, and I knew he could handle himself in a fight. Maybe not against me, but compared to most humans anyway. If Sadie did find him attractive, Noah would never, ever guess. I was pretty sure a girl could rip her blouse open and throw herself on him, and he still probably wouldn't get the hint. "Divine proof usually doesn't mean tripping over a bench," Noah said, pushing up his glasses. "It's usually more obvious, like bursting into flames or being struck by lightning." "So what you're saying is that Sadie is just a klutz," Tess said, which I could have told her. "You're all so mean to me," Sadie said, "except for Ella. She's a saint. Ella's lips curved into a shy smile. I'm the furthest thing from a saint you could imagine, she said. Tess snorted. Somehow, I feel like the worst thing you've ever done in your life is get a speeding ticket, she said. I'll have you know I've never gotten a speeding ticket, Ella replied. So what's the worst thing you've ever done? Tess asked. Sadie resumed walking forward. In general, she asked. I once ate pot brownies from a little old lady I met on an elevator. I was tripping balls. Does that count? Pot brownies? I asked. You know, Sadie said. Marijuana, the plant. You smoke it? Oh, I said, nodding. I think Professor Ricks keeps some medicinal plants in the infirmary, for pain relief and relaxation. Are you serious? Sadie said, her eyes lighting up. Wait, never mind. Stealing drugs from divine warriors is probably a bad idea. God, I can't believe I'm even allowed in the presence of people who call themselves angel-born, she said. I feel like I'm high most of the time already. Are we sure I'm not just a big mistake? Well, first of all, Tess said, you shouldn't take food from people you don't know, even little old ladies. Second of all, if anyone doesn't belong with the angels, it's me. Why do you say that? I asked. Tess looked over her shoulder at me, her brown eyes solemn. I still haven't gotten Michael's fire, she said, and it's hard going through the simulation over and over. It's terrifying, and I hate it. Eamon's mauled face and the river of blood slammed into my mind, the feeling of drowning. Those were my worst fears. I wondered what hers were. I'd stopped the simulations weeks ago, after I got my first mark, but I hadn't given a thought about my classmates. And Tess wasn't even angel-born. She didn't know what to expect, or how to deal with it. It's supposed to be terrifying, I said. But just because you haven't gotten Michael's fire yet, that doesn't mean you don't belong. Most acolytes don't receive their marks until their 3rd or 4th year. Some manifest years later, after dozens of active missions. Tess sighed. I suppose, she said. How is everyone else doing? I'm learning Sumerian, Noah replied. With Professor Bell's, undoubtedly. Poor Noah. He really would need the patience of a saint to deal with that woman all the time. Sadie whistled between her teeth. Damn. And I thought I was impressive for being able to speak a little Spanish. Fucking Sumerian. Do we need a swear jar for you? Tess asked. Probably, Sadie said. In Uriel, we're doing the simulations too, but they're, weird problems. What would you do if you met a monstrous fae in the middle of the forest, and you needed to choose between saving a human's life and killing the fae? And apparently, the answer is to do both. But I'll be I'm having trouble with it. It sounds horrible, Ella said, sounding uncomfortable. I know, right? Sadie asked. What have they got you doing? Ella shrugged. Mostly trying to teleport. Evidently, that's Zadkiel's specialty. Oh, that's super cool, Sadie said. I wish I was learning magic. It's not magic, Noah said. Zadkiel can harness the power of ultraviolet light. It's a form of electromagnetic radiation. It can enhance the taste and even boost the antioxidants in plants and vegetables. That's why Zadkiel's house takes care of the garden. But the UV spectrum, it has shorter wavelengths than the light most humans can see. Some allure can, sort of, travel through these and see a lot more than they should be able to, and a lot farther, too. Like astral projection? Tess asked. I guess so, Noah replied. What about you, Cora? Noah asked. You're still having private lessons with Professor Arafat, aren't you? He's trying to teach me breathing exercises, I said, so I can handle the force of Raphael's healing and Chamuel's shield. It's not going well. Noah nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. What does the shield do exactly? Tess asked. It's a defensive maneuver, Noah said. Really gifted allure can project it over a whole combat force. There's even legends of shielding a whole city or pushing back entire invading armies. That's not common anymore. Though from what I heard, Cora's mom was very skilled with her blessing. Not skilled enough, I muttered. The others paused to look at me. Apparently, she'd cast it just over her skin. It made her practically invulnerable to attack, so she could rush into battle, even with light armor, completely indestructible. Wow, Tess said. And she was blessed by Michael too, wasn't she? She earned his mark, but died before she learned to wield his flame. Isn't Arafet the hot one? Sadie asked, changing the subject. Oh, she had no idea. I guess you could call him that, I said, trying to sound ambivalent. I glanced at Noah, waiting to see if he'd have some, admittedly appropriate, lecture about the dangers of professor-student relationships, but he offered nothing. We rounded the corner of High Street and Battery March. There was a dance club across the street from where we stood, but it wasn't the Sapphire Lounge. I stepped forward, around Tess and Sadie, tilting my head and squinting my eyes. I don't see it, Sadie said. Me neither, I replied, but it should be somewhere around here. We ambled down the sidewalk. My eyes darted to every building and every person, searching for the club or, at least, a felding who might lead us in the right direction. But by the time we reached the end of the block, there was still no sign of the Sapphire Lounge. We retraced our steps, looking again, and then walked around the block. Even if the club was well hidden, Noah or I should have been able to sense it, or at least notice the flickering illusion that would have hidden the club. But thus far, there was nothing save mundane, human establishments that smelled like beer and cigarettes. We returned to the corner of Massachusetts and Battery March, standing in a tight group as pedestrians parted around us. I don't think it's here, Noah said finally. I pursed my lips together and scanned the street again. Sure, I must have missed something. Maybe your friend mixed up the address? Sadie offered. Or you just got ghosted, Tess said, which sucks. Or Mordecai had lied to me, I thought, with dawning comprehension. Of course he had. My uncle was too smart to be manipulated by me, but he knew I wouldn't just give up. So he'd given me a fake address and sent me on a wild goose chase. In the meantime, he was probably telling my father all about it. They'd probably be waiting up when we got home to punish me to another month of latrine duty. Only this time my friends would get in trouble. Shit. Ella pulled her amethyst along her necklace and bit her lip. Maybe it's for the best, she said. Maybe, Noah replied. I felt Noah's eyes on me. He was probably trying to guess my reaction, but really I didn't know how to respond to this. I felt foolish, not only because I'd been tricked, but also because of the crushing disappointment that was making it hard to breathe. Did my uncle even really know about the Sapphire Lounge? Or had he just pretended he'd heard of it so he could give me false information? Maybe this was all meant to teach me a lesson. I sighed. Let's go back, I said. Noah squeezed my shoulder. I'm sorry, he said. He didn't really mean it. I knew he was probably relieved that we hadn't found this club, but his support still meant a lot. He was the only one who knew how much this mattered to me, that it wasn't just some casual errand. I forced a smile and squeezed his hand. It's fine. Anyway, it was fun, right? Let's grab some junk food on the way back, Sadie said. I've been dying for some Sour Patch Kids and a Diet Coke. That sounds like an explosive combination, Tess teased. Well, I am chosen by Uriel, Sadie smirked. We're supposed to start learning about alchemy next year. We slowly headed back, stopping at a convenience store to stock up on snacks. I resisted the urge to drag my feet or let my face fall into a scowling pout to match my mood. I realized it was childish, but I'd come all this way. For nothing. It had almost seemed like things were working out, and I'd really have all my questions answered. But now, I was back where I started. You didn't need that guy anyway, Sadie said, her eyes bright with caffeine and sugar. Let me tell you, Cora, I've had more guys than I can count give me their number, sleep with me once, and then fall off the face of the earth. Are you really that bad in the bed? Tess asked mischievously. Sadie gasped. What an awful thing to say. I can't believe— Can we not talk about sex? Noah asked. Oh, right. Right, Chastity, Sadie said. Sorry. You guys have probably never— I kept my face neutral, but my heart sped up, as thoughts of Omen were conjured forth. I remembered his lips trailing over my belly and breasts, while his hands drifted lower, beneath the waistband of my pants. That's right, Noah said without meeting my eyes. My relationship with Omen was one of the many secrets I'd been unable to keep from Noah, but after the first time I'd gushed to him about it in more detail than he wanted, we'd agreed there were some things I probably shouldn't share. In the distance, the sky glowed bright orange over the dark trees. I halted, unsure at first what it meant. Noah stuttered to a stop beside me. What is that? He asked. I have no idea, Sadie replied, but it's in the direction of the academy. I quickened my pace. Some kind of lights? I asked. It could be, Tess replied. Maybe it's some artist doing something avant-garde. A light show or something? How do you make shows with light? Noah asked. But then, we turned around the bend in the road, and I could smell the smoke. The world seemed to halt around me, my mind slow to catch up with what my eyes were showing me. The heat, the light, and the crackling roar all seemed as if they were miles away. I couldn't speak. I could barely breathe, even as I took a tentative step forward. Distantly, I noticed Ella, cold and still, beside me. It's on fire, she said quietly. Divine providence, it's burning. Chapter 16. Divine Providence's tall, pointed towers were ablaze, and the closer we walked, the worse it became. The grounds outside the academy building were spattered with blood and littered with angel feathers. I unsheathed the knives from my boot, my heart thudding in my chest. A body was blocking our path. Noah stepped forward and slowly rolled it over with his foot. Blood poured from the chest cavity, staining the once green grass. I sucked in a breath when I saw fangs, but I didn't recognize the vampire's face. Oh my God, Tess whispered. Her voice brought me slowly to reality. You three should turn back, I said. You can hide in the city until we've taken care of this. Because what help would they be? They were humans who'd only been pulled into this world recently. They may have suffered through a few weeks of basic combat training, but they'd be useless in a real fight. No, Sadie said, her eyes fierce. We'll go together. I'm not leaving, not after I've seen this. I can help pull injured people to safety at least. Tess nodded. I'm many things, but a coward isn't one of them, she said, wheeling herself forward. And I was chosen by the Archangel Michael. I'm staying too, Ella said. Noah unsheathed his knives, giving me a tense nod. A lot of good they'd do against vampires, but knives were better than nothing. Let's go, I said, jerking my chin. We crossed the academy grounds carefully, staying low and in the shadows. The massive oak doors were wide open, with one of them splintered nearly in half. I barely dared breathe as I stepped inside. Streaks of blood pooled along the floor, leading to the mangled bodies of more vampires and a handful of werewolves. But not just that. My stomach churned at the sight of bloodied wings that had been ripped from an allery's back. Screams and roars came from somewhere above me. They're still here. We're going up, I said, nodding to the stairs. I'll take the ramp, Tess said. I'll go with you, Ella replied. Me too, Sadie said. We'll meet you on the upper floor. I slowly walked to the stairs, stepping over the corpse of a vampire, nearly torn in half from an allery's lance or javelin. The screams continued. I took a deep breath and quickened my pace, rushing up the stairs. Noah stayed close, watching our backs. Suddenly, gray and white fur burst forward, filling my vision. I swept my knives up, stepping to the side as the knives sank into the werewolf's thick hide. Its fur brushed my hands, scratching my skin and soaking up the blood. I felt Noah behind me. His knives were a flash of silver. I heard the familiar thud as they connected with the werewolf's shoulder. Smart, Noah had severed a tendon, which left one of the beast's arms limp. The werewolf growled and snapped in pain, pinning me against the wall. Its hot, wet breath was on my cheek, but I kept my elbows at its neck so it couldn't tear through my shoulder. I stabbed again, slicing the blades through the werewolf's chest. Then, its ribs. "Over the railing!" Noah shouted. I dug my knives in and twisted, forcing the creature sideways. Noah slammed into the werewolf, throwing his full weight against it. The werewolf howled and scrabbled. Its claws swiped against my cheek, but I ducked just in time. Then, with a shout, I planted my feet off the wall and shoved as hard as I could. With a sharp crack, the railing broke in an explosion of polished wood. Noah's arms were around my waist, and he jerked me back from the ledge as the werewolf fell to the ground, impaling itself on a silver candlestick holder. I swiped my knives across my pants, clearing them of blood, and continued upstairs. We emerged on the second floor. More bodies, more blood. My boots squelched in a sticky puddle, leaving wet prints as I walked. How many vampires had there been? How many wolves? Screams burned in my ears. They were on this floor, somewhere close. My mind raced. Where would the allure choose to defend themselves if we were attacked? I knew we had protocols for this sort of thing, but nobody took them seriously. The idea that the Felding would attack us here, it was unthinkable. An open space would allow more room for the allure to move, but also more places for them to be attacked from. A tight space would prevent the allure from using their wings and some of their weaponry, but it would also mean they couldn't be easily surrounded. Tess wheeled onto the floor before us. She'd gotten a knife from somewhere. Behind her, Sadie and Ella came, holding a sword and stake respectively. At least they'd managed to find weapons, but could they even use them? I nodded to them and turned a corner, tightening my grip on my blades, despite my sweaty palms. I kept my knees bent and my knives ready, as the others traced close behind. We followed the trail of bodies, my heart pounding in the sudden silence. My stomach churned at the sight of bloodied feathers. Secondary flight feathers, thinner and softer. They'd grow back if the allure was still alive. The whole hallway smelled of blood, iron, and the stench of rancid Felding flesh. A scream split the air, and I broke into a sprint. I rounded the corner. A vampire, in a dark suit with wavy hair. It was on me in a flash. I ducked down low and stabbed. One knife struck the vampire's thigh. I ripped the knife out and swept out a leg. My foot collided with the vampire's shin, but it was like striking a concrete wall. Pain jolted up my leg, and bright fangs flashed before my eyes. Pain burst through my belly as he tore open the wound that had almost healed from my subway incident. I fell, my back colliding hard with the ground. Instantly, the vampire was on me. I thrashed on the ground and twisted, trying frantically to avoid the sharp teeth and claws. Keep calm, keep calm, keep calm. I buried my knives into the vampire's shoulders and locked my arms, trying to keep it from clamping down on my neck. Another vampire bolted past me, a blur of dark clothes. I heard a scream, maybe from Sadie, maybe from Tess. Then, a fierce shout. The vampire's dark eyes widened above me. His face contorted in pain, and without warning, he grew limp and collapsed. I hauled him off me. Ella stood above me, her stake red with blood, and a spray of crimson dots across her cheek. There was something wild and feral about her. Her hair seemed fluffed out, and her teeth sharpened. For a second, I stared at her, and something primal inside me twisted. Then, she moved back, and the spell was broken. I climbed to my feet shakily, remembering to breathe. Blood dripped down a scratch along Sadie's collarbone. Tess and Noah looked unharmed. A vampire lay twitching at their feet. Someone had flung its head further down the hall. "I think I'm going to puke my freaking guts out," Sadie said. I turned around and kept going, dread pooling in my stomach. We'd defeated a werewolf and 2 vampires, but I had a feeling we'd caught them by surprise, and they'd already been weary from battle. They shouldn't have fallen so easily. The screams had grown quiet. Either the battle had moved, or everyone else was already dead. I shook my head. I couldn't think about that now. The allure were probably just hiding somewhere in this massive school. Maybe they'd gone up into the towers to put out the fires. I kept walking forward, moving cautiously along the hallway. Behind me, I heard the sound of Noah, kicking aside bodies to make a path for Tess's wheelchair. My heart pounded so loudly that the echo of it reverberated through my skull. I used the reflection of my blade to glance around the next corner, then moved swiftly down another hallway cluttered with bodies. I paused when I came across an allure, dressed in white and gleaming silver armor. I tightened my grip on my knives. My blood ran cold as I approached the winged form. I sucked in a deep breath of air and gingerly cupped the allure's shoulder, flipping over the body. Blood spilled over her chest and belly. Her throat had been ripped out, and streaks of blood stained her pale hair red. She was pretty, her face still frozen in a tight scowl of battle. I didn't recognize her, which meant she must have been visiting from another academy. When I looked up, my gaze met Noah's. I shook my head. If she was still alive, I could have tried to heal her, but she was already gone. Even Raphael's power couldn't help her now. I forced myself not to wonder where Arafat was, but these wounds might have been too severe, even for him. I checked my stomach, wincing against the pain, but the wound was shallow. We continued down the hall until we reached a wide, open stairwell. Blood dripped from the railing. I leaned out and craned my neck upwards, grimacing as dark blood spattered down my cheek. A pale hand hung over the ledge of the floor above me, studded with heavy rings. My breath shuddered as I leaned back again. Footsteps thundered, followed by a sharp feminine scream. "Below us!" My head snapped in the direction of the noise. A dark-haired girl with pale skin whirled in the narrow landing below, fending off a vampire with a busted javelin. Annalise. The vampire swept before her, teeth bared and claws extended. He ducked under her swing and grabbed her by the neck, slamming her against the wall. I ran for the staircase, my legs aching as I raced downstairs. My boots slid once I reached the tiled floor, sleek with blood. I tightened my grip on my knives and darted forward. I released one, launching it into the vampire's back. Thud. The knife struck between the vampire's shoulder blades. The vampire whipped around, his fangs bared and bloodied. I grinned at him. "Got room for one more?" I asked, half breathless. The vampire practically flew across the floor. I ducked to the side at the last moment, and as the vampire's back swept past, I curled my hand around my knife and pulled it through his abdomen. The vampire lurched around, his claws slicing against my arm. With a shout, Noah landed a running kick against the vampire's chest, knocking him off balance. Ella pounded down the stairs behind him, but before she could attack, a werewolf howled, leaping off the wall and cutting her off. My eyes darted between the vampire and Ella. I needed that stake. "Cora!" Ella screamed. She ran back upstairs and hurled her stake over the railing. I dove for it, and hoping Ella had learned something about weapons, I launched my dagger upwards. I knew it cleared the railing, but I didn't see if she caught it. I seized the stake, sticky with blood. Noah was on his feet, teeth bared and knives ready. Behind him, Annalise was bent over, holding her bleeding arm close to her chest. The vampire rolled his shoulders back, then flashed his claws, ready to pounce. "Hey, ugly!" I shouted. The vampire whirled around. His eyes flashed to the stake in my hand, assessing the danger. He slashed at me like a guillotine. I ducked, but the vampire's shoulder caught me in the stomach. The momentum flung me backwards, and my body collided with the wall, leaving a dent in the drywall. Pain blasted through my skull, and my lungs ached for breath. Noah shouted. I heard scrabbling and flailing as he tussled with the werewolf behind me. The vampire seized my wrist, hard enough to bruise, nearly hard enough to break the bones. I dropped the stake, but caught it in my other hand. He leered at me as he pinned my other arm with his shoulder, but I wasn't out of moves. I bared my teeth and bit hard into the vampire's shoulder, tearing out a chunk of skin. Venom burned inside my mouth, accompanied by the taste of decaying flesh. I gagged and forced myself to bite down harder. Claws dug into my scalp as he tried to pry me away. A scream sounded from behind us. The vampire hissed as Tess impaled its thigh with her blade. The momentary distraction was all I needed to slip free. I drove the stake into the vampire's chest, then slammed my palm into the other end, forcing the splintered wood past a rib and into its black heart. With a roar, the vampire stumbled backwards. His face contorted, and he clawed futilely at the stake, trying to pull it free even to his dying breath. Then, with a horrible, fierce convulsion, the vampire collapsed to the ground, dissolving into a steaming pile of melted flesh. I stepped to the vampire and placed my foot on his belly, pulling the stake free. Hot blood splashed down my arm and dripped onto my leg. I took a steadying breath. My face and stomach burned with vampire venom, and my breath came in quick pants. It was so hot, and there didn't seem to be enough air. Annalise, Noah said, are you all right? Fine, she said, still cradling her injured arm. It's just a scrape. My javelin broke in a vampire's chest. I had to run. What happened? I asked. Annalise shook her head. I don't know, she said. Everything happened so fast. Some of the towers caught fire, and when the allure went to put them out, they were ambushed, I think. We heard the screams. We? I asked. The upperclassmen, Annalise said. I was with Dante and Danica, but I lost them. I don't know where they are. Do you know where most of the fighting is? I asked. Annalise shook her head. If I had to guess, I'd say it's down. Down? I asked. Annalise nodded. Towards the armory. Professor Rick said they were heading there. Your father wanted the upperclassmen to get some of the younger students away from the fighting. A lot of them ran for the woods, but the rest went down to escape through the secret tunnels. We came back to check for survivors. And this had all happened while we were gone. My chest ached. We'd been off exploring Boston, while the academy was under attack. My mind struggled to cobble together an explanation for it all, but none of it made any sense. Fine, I said. We're going to the armory. Noah nodded. You four? Annalise asked, raising her eyebrows. Her face was paler than usual, framed by her long dark hair. Her features were drawn sharp with anxiety, and I could read the doubt in her eyes. 5 if you come, I said. She held her bloodied arm against her stomach, and it looked like she was still favoring one leg. But I knew she could fight. I'd seen her in practice sessions. She was fast and precise with her targets. What good do you think you can do now? Annalise replied. Open your eyes. Divine providence has fallen. If you're smart, you'll leave. That's what I'm going to do. She wasn't going to stay and fight? I knew it was wrong to judge her, but I still felt a surge of white-hot anger that she was abandoning our fellow acolytes in Allure, leaving them to be mauled by werewolves or torn apart by vampires. And yet, I recognized it was what my father would have wanted. If he was here, he'd have ordered me to get my friends to safety. I let my gaze drift over Noah, Tess, Ella, and Sadie. They hadn't moved from where they stood, waiting for me. All right, I said. Good luck, Annalise. Annalise nodded, with a look of relief. Thanks for the save, she said, tossing her dark hair over her shoulder. Her gratitude sounded half-hearted. Not that I cared at the moment. We had other problems. "Do you have any weapons we can borrow?" I asked. Annalise withdrew a knife that she'd sheathed at her waist and held it out to me. "That's it," she said. "Good luck." She turned away without another word. I grimaced and looked over the other acolytes with me. I'd been hoping that Annalise would have had a stake at least. A knife wouldn't do us much good unless the blade was coated in silver, and I didn't think this one was. "Knife?" I asked. "I'll take it," Sadie said, reaching for the weapon. I passed her the knife and, steeling myself, led the way towards the armory. If we could make it there, we could at least arm ourselves with better weapons. I glanced over my shoulder to see if Annalise had changed her mind and chosen to follow us, but she was gone, probably halfway across the grounds already. I clenched my jaw. Logically, I shouldn't be angry with her. It's not like she was disobeying orders on a real mission. And although she was on the cusp of graduation, she was still just in fledgling. It wasn't her place to fight, but it wasn't mine either. Soon, we reached the shattered remains of the door leading into the labyrinthine lower levels of the complex. Below, there was only silence and darkness. It made sense for the allure to head there, making use of the narrow tunnels and disorienting layout, even though the Feldings could see better in the dark. I steeled myself and hefted my knives, creeping along the wall and keeping my back to the ancient stones. The corridor leading down towards the armory was narrow, which would make it impossible for us to be surrounded, at least. A soft swear sounded behind me. "It's only stairs," Tess whispered, half to herself. Steep ones, too. I hadn't considered this, but Divine Providence's underground foundations hadn't been designed with wheelchairs in mind. "Do you think you can make it down?" Noah asked. Tess had abandoned her chair and leaned against the wall, her legs bent awkwardly. Her brow was furrowed and dotted with beads of sweat. She audibly gulped. "I think so," she said hoarsely. "I just need some time." I exchanged a quick glance with Noah. We couldn't afford to let Tess slow us down, but we definitely couldn't leave her alone. "I'll stay here," Tess said, making the decision for us. "Go ahead without me." "I'll stay with you," Sadie offered. "We can scream if we need help. That way, at least you'll know if there's a threat coming from behind you." They were both so brave. Tess and Sadie shouldn't have had to stay and fight. They were new, human, and inexperienced. Divine Providence should have been safe for them, a sanctuary, as it was intended. My blood boiled, and warmth rushed through my body. Whoever was responsible for this attack was going to pay, and pay dearly. "Great," I said. "We'll be right back." I glanced behind me at Noah and Ella. Despite her frail and slender form, she'd moved surprisingly well in combat, and I was glad to have her with me. The three of us crept downward, deeper and deeper into the darkness. Chapter 17. When I was a little girl, my father used to take me to the armory. Being the chancellor, he didn't usually need to go there, but he liked to polish weaponry. It was soothing when he felt like the weight of his authority was too much. So I joined him, sitting on a table and swinging my legs back and forth while he soaked a cloth with linseed oil and rubbed it over all the bladed weapons, starting with the knives and working his way to the swords. And once he was finished, he'd pull me up on his shoulders and carry me out, warning me, as he always did, not to touch any of the fire-filled sconces positioned along the walls. The armory had been a warm place, a place of promises, a rare opportunity to spend time with my father. But now, those sconces were extinguished, and there was little but blackness. And silence. The stairs twisted down, leveling out in a wide area with brick arches. I cursed at myself for not thinking to bring a torch. But I was an acolyte, an angel-born, the chancellor's daughter. I couldn't still be afraid of the dark. I choked back my fear and kept my back to the wall, carefully measuring each step. Behind me, Noah's breath came in soft pants. And further back, I knew Ella followed. I could see the bright gleam of her eyes. but she was as silent as a shadow. The scent of blood and iron was thick in my nostrils, so thick that I could taste it in the back of my throat. We were at a disadvantage here. We couldn't see in the dark nearly as well as the werewolves or vampires, and if one of them lunged at me, I wouldn't be able to see it coming. But I might hear it, so I moved slowly, straining my ears to make sure I didn't miss even the slightest of sounds. How far had we gone? It was difficult to say, and a shiver crept up my spine. I knew the wide hallway leading to the armory was long, but the darkness seemed to continue forever. I went over the layout in my head, hoping I hadn't made a wrong turn. On the left, a circular stairway went down into the tombs and caves below Divine Providence. Straight ahead, a narrow bridge extended over a deep fissure in the rock, leading to the large entrance of the armory, 3 spacious halls filled with weapons. Workstations lined the walls to polish or sharpen blades, but there was enough space to spar as well. The small room in the back was filled with the most holy relics, and almost served as a small chapel. This was the cozy room I remembered from my childhood. A nearly identical bridge on the other side led to the vault, which was used as a treasury and museum of sorts, for valuable things that served no function. Divine Providence was built over a natural hot springs, and the construction had been done in a way to capture vents of steam and funnel them into ascending channels. This allowed the allure to leave quickly, flung into the sky by hot air pockets. There was no noise, which meant there was no longer any fighting down here. It might be easier to just turn around and head back up, but since the academy had been infiltrated, no place in Divine Providence was particularly safe. At least there would be weapons, which we were in sore need of. I heard shuffling up ahead and tightened my grip on my knives. My mind raced. Was it a vampire, a werewolf, or a wounded allure? I thought of Shemuel's blessing, the power to shield, but I still had no idea how to summon it. All I had were Professor Arafet's lessons about breathing, and I did not feel calm right now. I took a deep breath to steady myself. If it was a felding, they'd have already smelled our blood and attacked. Whoever it was, they were hiding. From us. "Who's there?" I asked, trying to force every ounce of authority I could into my voice. Silence. Then a soft gasp. "Cora?" Dante's voice was accompanied by a burst of blue flame. It wasn't much, but it allowed me to see we were halfway across the bridge, nearly to the tall, engraved doors leading to the armory. The massive locking mechanism was down, holding it closed, and the light was coming from an inch-wide gap under the door. My heart hammered in my chest. "Where have you been?" Dante asked through the gap. It was strange, speaking to the darkness. "On the 1st and 2nd floors," I said. "Why are you down here?" "Fighting," Dante said. "After we were attacked, the allure came here to retrieve additional weaponry. Some of the upperclassmen did too. The Feldings trapped us down here, but most of us fought our way through. I stayed with Danica. She's injured." As if to confirm what he'd said, a soft groan followed his words. "Hold on," I said, nodding to Noah. Together, we unblocked the doors and pulled them open enough to slip inside. Dante stood in the center of the room, with Danica lying on a table with her head on Dante's folded cloak. One of his hands was curled around a ball of blue flame, which reflected ominously in the metal blades along the walls. But I don't get it. How did they even get inside? Vampires and werewolves together. They're natural enemies. They never could have planned a joint attack like this. And how could the allure have so much trouble? Noah asked. Were they overwhelmed with the numbers? Partly, Dante replied. But these weren't just ordinary vampires. They moved like one force, like a flock of birds. They're being controlled, Danica groaned weakly, by their master. My breath caught in my throat. Although no one knew the exact name or identity of the vampire's broodmaster, rumors had always circulated around the academy. He was brutal and efficient, leaving a swath of torn and mauled bodies in his wake. A creature so charismatic and powerful, he'd managed to unite all the warring vampires in Boston under a single leader and cause. The records and testimonies we'd cobbled together painted a violent picture of a vampire, centuries old. Some even claimed he was a spawn of the infamous Vlad the Impaler. Others said he was one of the creations of Elizabeth Bathory, a Hungarian countess and serial killer. I knew my father had been aware of him for years, but only seemed to start actively hunting him recently. Was it because he was becoming too dangerous? Was my father worried about an attack like this? Or, I drew a shaky breath, had the vampires somehow caught wind of my father's determination to end their leader and decided to strike the first blow? "He's here," Noah hissed, putting words to what I couldn't voice. "Pretty sure," Dante said. "Last we saw, he was in the Great Hall." I bit my lip. Their master. "That might play to our advantage," Ella said. "How is that good news?" I asked. "Instead of fighting dozens, maybe we just need to beat one." "Yeah, the strongest one," Danica muttered. "From what I've read," Ella continued, ignoring her, "a master vampire can empower his guard, filling them with blood rage. If we defeated him, any remaining vampires would surely surrender or flee." "But would we be enough? If I managed to heal Danica, it would just be her and Dante. Noah, Ella, and me. Tess and Sadie if they'd remained by the entrance. That was 7 partially trained acolytes against the most dangerous vampire in Boston. I took in a deep breath. "Have any of the allure tried to face him?" I asked. "I'd assume so," Dante said, "but I don't know what success they've had. I don't know where anyone even is. I haven't even seen your father since this began, although I'm sure he'd be in the thick of the fighting." I blinked slowly. Of course he would be. I shut my eyes, trying to analyze the situation. This wasn't just a random attack. It was well planned and orchestrated. They knew the allure would go for their weapons and were ready to lock them in the armory. They knew the allure would escape and give chase. That divine providence would be empty. They knew I'd be gone. But no, that was ridiculous. I was nobody to them. They didn't even know I existed. My heart pounded as I repeated the thought in my head. They didn't even know I existed, which meant there was no one here to stop them except me. "What if this isn't an attack?" I asked. "What are you talking about?" Dante snapped, raising an eyebrow. "Where are the allure, my uncle, my father? They must have chased the Feldings off already, but they're still out there somewhere, along with all the students and staff. And now the master is here, strolling around like he owns the place. Don't you get it? He must be looking for something. Maybe we can—" I trailed off. "We are not going to take on their master," Noah hissed. "That's suicide." "Maybe not," Dante said. "If we catch him off guard, and like Cora said, most of the Feldings have lured the allure away. Without his horde, he'll be unprotected." "We don't have to kill him, Noah," I said, my eyes wide. "But consider how much he's risked to get this far. If this isn't just about killing off some allure, then it's something even worse. The allure have been hunting him for over a decade, and now he just shows up at our doorstep? At the very least, we might be able to injure him," I said, "or prevent him from completing his mission. And if we see his face, we'll be able to identify him and help the allure find him later. Otherwise, he'll just slip away again." "As long as one of us survives," Noah said darkly. "We can't just hide away and do nothing, while the allure are out there risking their lives to protect us, to protect the Academy." "Agreed," Dante said with a fierce expression. I knew it was reckless, but I couldn't let the opportunity to discover the master's true identity pass me by. I knew it was important to the allure, and to my father. He'd never have let me take the risk, but we'd both be upset if we failed to gain the upper hand after this violent and hostile attack. Besides, if the Broodmaster really was lurking around in the Great Hall, I'd bet my soul that he had other answers I was interested in. And if not, I'd get the satisfaction of leaving a few marks on him. "We have one chance," I said. "Whatever he's doing here, he made a mistake. He didn't count on us. Whatever he's after, he must be pretty desperate, unhinged even. Maybe we can use that against him. This the worst idea you've ever had, Noah said bluntly. Dante, I said, we need Michael's fire. If I can heal Danica, are the two of you in? Fire crackled in Dante's hand, illuminating his face. He nodded grimly and held his light closer to Danica. I saw now that she was holding an arm against her stomach, which was soaked in blood. I stepped closer and leaned over her, remembering Arafet's lessons about breathing. Gingerly, I placed my hands over the wet place on Danica's belly. Her blood was hot and sticky, oozing between my fingers. Deep breaths to manage the pain. In and out. I closed my eyes and imagined being in the garden with Arafet, surrounded by rosebuds. I thought of his gray-green eyes, so cool and calming, like the bay waters. In and out. I remembered Arafet's soft voice and let it guide me, focusing on my breathing until everything else faded to the background. Then, I felt Danica's wound. Click. It was as if the world snapped into place, and her breathing became my breathing, heartbeat to heartbeat. At the edge of my mind, I felt Raphael's gift like a gently bubbling brook. It was like being at the warehouse, but this was softer, more controlled and less of an explosion. And I pushed. I clenched my jaw at the sudden onset of pain. For a second, my vision blurred. Focus! Arafet's voice drifted into my head. Breathe in and out. Take the pain and release it. I felt like I was in Lama's class, or giving birth, ripped apart from the inside. A deep, dull thud blossomed through my belly and shot up to my chest, setting my every nerve ablaze with pain. My body screamed in agony, and I forced myself to keep breathing, slow and even. My eyes snapped open. Black spots and shadows, cast by the fire flickering in Dante's hand, flitted together. I gazed dizzily at Noah, crouched close to me. Michael's fire leaped in the reflection of his glasses and cast his eyes in a brilliant sheen. Ella's features seemed to dance in the flickering light, stretching into inhuman shadows. I gasped and jerked back. What's wrong? Noah asked. I shook my head, feeling dizzy. When I looked up again, Ella was wide-eyed and anxiously playing with her necklace. Cora, are you hurt? I bit my lip, forcing my disorientation away, but it took several deep breaths for the spots to fade. Dante slowly helped Danica to her feet. Better? He asked, still gripping her arm. I'll live, she said, with a pained smirk, scanning the walls. She grabbed an elegant longbow and a quiver of wooden arrows. It was a smart choice, that way she could hang back and stay out of danger. I grabbed a crossbow for Tess. It was slower to refill after each bolt, but easier to use. Noah took a long javelin of engraved oak, with one end tipped with silver, which gave him considerable reach, and Dante pulled a long, gleaming sword. When it met his palm, the blade flickered with blue flame. For myself, I grabbed a pair of thin wooden stakes with barbed ends, like jagged crochet hooks. I'd trained more with my mother's knives than anything, and these were similar, though a bit lighter. I stuck 3 more in my belt and 2 in my boot, for Sadie. Ella surprised me by grabbing a large, double-sided axe from the wall. She looked like she could barely swing it, but one strong blow could probably cut a vampire in half. Ready? The others nodded around me, their faces solemn. Then let's not keep him waiting. After we'd raided the armory for weapons, we headed back out. I sighed in relief and quickened my pace when I saw light streaming down the stairs from the first floor of the academy. And there were Tess and Sadie, right where we'd left them. You're back, Tess exclaimed. Sadie pulled me into an awkward hug that seemed meant to encompass both Ella and Noah, too. Despite the gravity of the situation, I was grateful for it. I let myself sink into Sadie's awkward embrace for just an instant. How far have you gotten in weapons training? I asked. We've began basic knife throwing, Sadie said, rubbing the back of her neck. Javelins were going to be a lot harder to throw than a knife. I passed out the weapons I'd gathered, and we formed a small circle. "All right," I said, pulling back my shoulders. "I'm going to face the leader of the vampire coven, with Dante and Danica as backup." "And me," Noah said. "I let you drag me into fighting 2 water dragons after all." "Then I'm going too," Tess said. "I'm not leaving now," Sadie said. "I'm pretty sure I'm going to hell already for having too much sex and swearing too much. It might do me some good to build up some brownie points." "As long as they're not pot brownie points," Noah quipped. "That doesn't even make sense," she laughed, punching him on the arm. "Or maybe you're too stoned to appreciate my humor." "We're going to the Great Hall," I said. And then I set off, trusting them to follow. The Great Hall was on the first floor, but on the opposite end of the academy. I squeezed the stakes in my hands. I'd replaced my usual knives with ones coated in silver and added a couple extra, just in case. I grimaced at the blood and bodies we passed, but didn't slow down. This was going to end one way or another. When I reached the Great Hall, the doors were slammed tightly closed and, astonishingly, still intact, albeit with a few new scratches and buckles in the wood. I took a step forward when Dante grasped my arm. "Allow me," he said, the blue runes on his wrist lighting up. The air shimmered, and Michael's sacred flames materialized above Dante's palm. With a grim smirk, Dante swung his hand forward, unleashing holy fire upon the doors. They burst open, fire burning through the wood and the locks and sweeping into the Great Hall. The hall itself was one of the oldest portions of divine providence, and looked it. The tall, vaulted ceilings were held up by enormous angel statues. The floor was overgrown with mushrooms and weeds, and in the middle was a mosaic-bottomed pond with a foot of standing water filled with goldfish, like a Roman villa. Neither the skylights above nor the row of torches through the center fully pierced the dark shadows. It was mostly used as an indoor training yard for the allure, but occasionally served for large functions or private meetings. I strode forward, my pulse quickening. The tables that had once been spread through the Great Hall were splintered in heaps by the door. At some point, someone, or a group, had tried to barricade themselves in. Only a single table remained, the table on the raised platform in front of a vast, faded fresco that usually seated my father and the allure. A man lounged on the ornate throne meant for the chancellor, and even as we crossed warily through the room, he showed no sign of moving. His skin was as pale as the moon, standing in sharp contrast to his thick black hair. He was handsome, devastatingly so, but vampires always were. Purple circles around his eyes made them stand out, and the red stain around his lips looked fresh. "It's only one vampire," Sadie murmured, sounding confused. "Yes, but this one was more dangerous than the others. He needed no other vampires to help. The old ones were powerful, and much more vicious than the ones we'd felled in the corridors." I swallowed. "You have no right to sit in my father's place," I declared, tipping my chin up. "You and your vampire brood have made a serious error in judgment tonight." "I'm not sure why it matters," the vampire lord said, his voice silky and smooth. "A killer is a killer, regardless of labels." I bristled. "My father has only ever slain Feldings when they presented a threat to the humans or the angel-born," I said. "That's hardly what your kind does." Slowly, the vampire stood, rising taller than I expected. The plates of his night-black armor scraped and clinked softly, beneath a long black coat and slimming dark pants tucked into a pair of polished leather boots. There was an unnatural elegance about him, a strange fluidity that shouldn't exist. "How little your father has taught you," he said. "We feed in order to survive. You destroy in order to dominate." In 3 lazy steps, he descended from the dais upon which the table rested. I caught the unnatural silver of his eyes and the ornate hilt of an antique sword at his waist. When he smiled, His fangs flashed from beneath his lips. "Why, you haven't even earned your wings yet," he drawled. "It doesn't take wings to slay a vampire," I replied. "Just wood or fire," Dante said, his eyes alight with anticipation. In my peripheral vision, I saw Danica knock an arrow and slip to the side. Noah edged in closer, standing beside me. The vampire's eyes drifted over us. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this," the vampire said. "I'll admit that this has all gotten rather out of hand, but I'd rather avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The best thing for you to do now would be to flee." "If this is unnecessary bloodshed, you've got a pretty warped sense of accounting," I said, looking at the bodies piled up around the room. At least a dozen that I could see. "I was only defending myself," the vampire replied, sighing. "But then, what's the use of explaining? The allure are too righteous and pure to even listen to a Felding's pleas. Any seeds of doubt are quickly smothered, aren't they?" He stared me down, and it felt like a physical weight pressing against my mind. He seemed to sense my insecurities. It was almost like he was calling me out. He saw the fraud the others didn't. "Enough talk!" Dante shouted. "Felding or not, you will not leave this room alive." Light burst through the air as Michael's fire formed into a fireball. The flames struck the vampire and enveloped him, crackling and snapping. My heart raced as the vampire slowly raised his hand, looking almost bored. Then he stepped forward, flames still licking at his skin. His dark armor was heated nearly red at the edges, and smoke curled off his figure, but he seemed entirely unharmed. My blood turned to ice. I'd never heard of a vampire being unaffected, even with regular fire, much less the sacred flames of the Archangel Michael. "Son of a bitch," Sadie cursed. "But how?" Noah asked, his eyes widening. "So was that your only plan?" the vampire asked, with malice gleaming from his bright silver eyes. "Or are you going to try staking me now? Do you think that little lump of wood is capable of penetrating a metal breastplate?" I moved into a defensive stance as he stepped towards us. Noah hurled his javelin. The aim was good, but as quick as lightning, the vampire shot out a hand and caught the javelin before it even pierced his armor. My heart hammered so fast in my chest that I thought I might vomit. How could we possibly defeat this monster? Michael's fire hadn't worked. The javelin had been halted. Perhaps, if we attacked him all together, we might fare better. But even then, we'd have to remove the vampire's armor to reach his heart. "Now I'm sure we can talk this out like civilized people," the vampire said. I nodded slowly. Agree and stall for time, until I could think of a better plan. We wouldn't be able to beat this vampire with brute force. "I can get on board with that," I said. "What did you want to talk about?" The vampire lord paused and snapped his fingers. Dante was flung back as his fist of flames dissipated into thin air. I swallowed hard. If this vampire could do that to Michael's fire, what else could he do? His expression grew thoughtful as he watched me. "You're Cora Servetus," he said, with a spark of interest in his eyes. How did he know my name, and what else did he know about me? My heartbeat quickened, but I forced an easy grin. "The one and only," I replied, adding a theatrical bow. "I'm glad to see I'm finally getting the recognition I deserve." Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Ella sneak behind the vampire, gripping her axe tightly. Stupid. Didn't she realize we couldn't just jump into battle like this? But maybe if I could keep him distracted? I flinched as Danica pulled back the string of her bow, aiming for the vampire's eye. "Wait!" I shouted, but my protests were lost in Danica's scream and Dante's shout of rage. Someone was going to die. Chapter 18. Ella struck first, just as Danica's arrow grazed the vampire's cheek. But the vampire swept beneath her lunge, her attack missing the vampire completely and pulling her off balance. He swept past in a blur, his claws tearing through her side. Ella stumbled away, blood seeping through the fabric of her shirt, Her breath came in angry pants. Dante was a half step behind her, fire blazing around his sword, but the vampire leaped effortlessly around his attacks. Then his pale fingers curled around Dante's wrist and forced his arm behind his back. I heard bones snap, and then Dante's sword clattered to the ground. I launched myself forward, stakes ready. The vampire kicked Dante away and twisted around to meet me. As I aimed a stake at his heart, the vampire's forearm blocked my attack. The force of it sent bolts of pain through my arm, all the way up my shoulder. I stumbled back and regained my balance quickly. Then, I swept around and kicked the vampire squarely in the nose. It was barely a tap, but he growled, teeth bared. Taking advantage while he was caught off guard, I stabbed my other stake toward the vampire's exposed throat. It wouldn't be a killing blow, but any injury that might weaken the vampire even slightly. The stake tore through the vampire's dry skin, just behind his ear, spurting venomous blood over my hands. But it was just a scratch. The vampire threw me aside as if I was a rag doll, and fire exploded across my chest as I rolled across the cold, unforgiving marble. With an ear-splitting crack, my head snapped back against the far wall. The room spun, and my ears rang. My fingers fumbled as I tried to find purchase on the floor. I turned over and pushed my forearms hard against the ground, trying to force myself back up. My stomach lurched in protest, and my head ached. I stumbled up and bent over, clumsily groping for my knives. I unsheathed them with a familiar ring of silver. I took an unsteady step forward and moved into a fighting stance. Tess shifted in her chair and fired her crossbow, just as Noah lunged forward with his lance. The vampire caught the bolt with ease and drove it deep into Noah's shoulder. He fell back, the weapon he'd held tumbling from his hand. Ella swept in, her teeth bared and blood spattered across her face and neck. She spun around, gathering momentum, and struck a solid blow with her axe across the vampire's back. Sparks flew, but the armor held. He reached for her, but Sadie came in from the side, trying to thrust her stakes into his torso. The weapons were turned by the vampire's black armor, and he tossed her across the room. I scrambled to my feet and dropped to the ground beside Noah. His wide brown eyes were glazed over. He shakily sat upright. I put a hand on his shoulder, and his face twisted in pain. "Let me help," I said. I wrapped both hands around the bolt and pulled. Noah hissed between his teeth. His hand gripped the shaft of the bolt, whether in a futile attempt to help or hinder my efforts was unclear. The weapon didn't want to pull free. It had buried in something, maybe muscle, maybe bone. I took a deep breath and pulled with all my might. Noah let out a choked scream as the bolt came free, spattering blood over both of us. I put my hands over Noah's shoulder, the blood quickly seeping through my fingers. "Focus on my breathing." Ella yelled and was flung to the floor near us. She didn't move. My heartbeat pounded between my ears. I'd heard of battles before. My childhood had been built off stories and images of valiant allure and powerful angels waging war. But I hadn't imagined it being like this. I was torn and half desperate to return to the fight, but Noah's breath came in sharp, uneven stutters. I had to save him. I closed my eyes and fought to slow my beating heart and my erratic breathing. My hands pushed down on Noah's wound, trying to staunch the bleeding. I felt panic threatening to rise and overwhelm me. I sucked in a breath of air, taking the thick scent of iron with it. Arafet's gray-green eyes drifted into my mind, and I slowly calmed my racing heart. Raphael's power rose within me once more, and the divine mark on my wrist lit up with pulsing green light. I clenched my jaw, preparing for the pain. Taking a crossbow bolt to the shoulder would really, really hurt. And I was already exhausted from healing Danica. I breathed in and out. Noah's pain hit me like a tidal wave, so sudden and forceful that all the breath rushed from my lungs. There wasn't enough air in the room, but still, I fought to force oxygen into my chest and to make myself keep breathing. My eyes pricked with tears as I pushed forward. The world seemed too solid around me. Pain split through my shoulder. It was like I was being clawed to pieces or sawed in half. All at once, the world gave. I pushed through. I opened my eyes. Noah was beneath me, his face close to mine. I forced down the vomit that rose in my throat and stumbled away from him. He might be healed, but he'd still be sore, and tired, and woozy from the blood loss. We needed to get somewhere safe. I forced myself to remain standing on my shaking knees. My legs were numb, and blood burned across my stomach. Ella slowly picked herself off the ground nearby. Tess had fallen and was climbing back into her overturned wheelchair. Where was Sadie? The world spun when I tried to find her, my head throbbing. The vampire remained standing, in a soft pocket of light from the exposed moon through a crack in the ceiling. Blood stained his armor and pale skin, but he looked uninjured, easily dodging the flurry of attacks Danica and Dante were serving up. Sadie burst into my vision, her back to me. Blood stained her lavender hair red. She approached the vampire, bouncing back on the balls of her feet as she tried to find an opening. She was going to get herself hurt. I grabbed the splintered remains of a javelin and hurled it forward, aiming for the vampire's face. In a burst of black smoke, he vanished. Michael's fire struck the spot where he'd been seconds before. I coughed on the smell of smoke and sulfur as the vampire re-emerged behind me. Tess slammed her wheelchair into the back of the vampire's legs. She thrust a dagger upward, but once more, the armor turned it. He kicked her out of her wheelchair, spilling her to the ground. He leered at me, then stretched his neck. He was just playing with us. We couldn't beat him, and he knew it. Dante's wrist was bent awkwardly, and Ella's stomach was stained with blood. Danica was white as a sheet. I was surprised she'd lasted this long after just recently being healed from a severe injury. I sensed this ancient felding could have snapped our necks in a moment if he'd wanted to, and he'd injured us without hardly trying. I couldn't save everyone, and fight him too. But I also wasn't ready to give up. I growled and stumbled forward, knives ready, but the world spun around me, all the colors bleeding together. My head throbbed, and I felt blood on the back of my neck. I was too weak to fight. Then there was darkness. When my vision returned, everything was blurry. The ground rushed to my face, but strong arms wrapped around my waist and kept me standing. Hard muscle pushed against my back, and the person holding me was so cold that, for a shattered moment, I let myself sink back into their embrace, taking comfort in the coolness. "That's enough, Cora," a voice murmured against my neck. "It's over." My mind sluggishly tried to remember where I'd heard that voice, but it was difficult to think of anything save the black spots dancing at the edge of my vision and the sound of blood rushing through my ears. "You should leave. Take your friends and lick your wounds, Cora," the voice murmured. It was so beguiling. And Noah, poor, pale Noah, clambered to his feet. Even as he stood, he looked like a strong gust of wind might topple him over. Blood dripped down his chest and arm as he picked up his lance and raised it. "Let her go, Amen!" Amen. I sucked in a sharp breath, and something inside me snapped. Something fierce and fiery rose inside me, igniting the blood in my veins. All this bloodshed, all these bodies, all this fighting. And where had I been when everything happened? Where had I been when divine providence most needed defenders? Wandering around Boston and trying to find some sort of stupid club at the behest of my ex-boyfriend. I curled my hands into fists. Amen had something to do with this, and he had since the beginning. What exactly that might have been was impossible to guess, but it was clear that he'd played me. They were always planning on attacking DP, and Amen knew the layout. He knew the allure. He'd let the Feldings in. He'd betrayed us. He was just trying to get me out of the way, probably to ease his guilty conscience as he slew my brethren. "Let me go," I said, although my voice sounded like it came from a million miles away. Amen sighed. the sound soft and frustrated. "So you can attack me?" "Well, I'm not going to kiss you," I hissed. Summoning all my strength, I twisted around and punched him in the jaw as hard as I could. A dull, hard pain spread through my knuckles, and there was something comforting in it, something steadying and certain. Eamon released me and swept back, his eyes narrowed. "You don't want to do this?" he said. "Oh, I think I do," I snarled. I might not be able to beat the vampire elder, but Eamon? That was another matter entirely. I'd fought him before, when he'd been a young acolyte, and becoming a vampire might have given him a few tricks, but he was still Eamon. And any time I'd fought Eamon at Divine Providence, I'd kicked his ass. I retrieved someone's dropped stake from the ground and approached Eamon. Seeing him was like a knife that cut through all the pain and confusion and cast everything into brilliant, faceted clarity. He was there in the flesh, not hiding behind a mortal like last time. "This is all your fault!" I snapped. Eamon's eyes darted around the room like he was already seeking an escape. "You need to listen to me," he said. "This isn't what you think it is." As if I'd fall for his tricks now. I was done letting him mess with my mind. "It looks like you've joined the vampires, and now you've betrayed the allure." "I forgot how cute you look when you're angry," Eamon said, smirking. He was backing himself into a corner. That wasn't a good move, and he'd have known that. So what was he planning? "I'm naturally cute," I replied, regardless of what I'm feeling. Eamon lunged, his back inches from the wall. The second he moved, I realized he was trying to pin me into the corner. I jumped back and ducked beneath his claws. Then, I swung out a leg and struck hard at the back of his knees. In an instant, I'd returned to a fighting stance. Seeing an opening, I launched myself forward, stake ready. Without warning, pain shot through my neck. Someone had grabbed me from behind. The ground rushed once more to my face. Fire spread through my arm and shoulder as I was dragged across the ground. I scrambled to my feet, my cheek scraped, my hand still holding the stake in a death grip. The broodmaster and Eamon stood beside one another, poised and ready. "I would suggest you stop making this worse for yourselves," the vampire said, his voice icy. "You've lost. Consider it an act of mercy that I'm allowing you to leave with your lives. Allure were supposed to fight to the death. They'd invaded our home. We were defending everything I'd ever known. It was true that we were just acolytes, but still. We'd been blessed by the angels. We'd fought vampires on our way in, but this elder was like nothing I'd ever seen before. Something more powerful than I could have imagined. He had to die. But he was right. We weren't allure. Even if we were good fighters, we couldn't fight these vamps, not without angelic powers, which I still couldn't manifest. And while Dante could toss a fireball, I realized it was nothing like the immense powers I'd read about in the textbooks. It just seemed weak and feeble, somehow. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. I ought to keep fighting. I ought to spring to my feet and keep battling to the death. That was what an allure was supposed to do. But I was so tired. "If you won't do it for yourself," Eamon said, his voice softening, "do it for them." My blood boiled at how his voice softened, as if he really cared. I wondered if he ever truly had. How long had he been involved with the vampires? Perhaps, even when he joined as an acolyte, he'd been somehow planning to betray us. Maybe every moment we'd shared had been a fabrication. I took a faltering step forward, but neither of the vampires moved. "Were you lying the whole time?" I hissed. I swept my hand over my face, drawing away the blood that threatened to drip into my eyes. "This whole time, were you working for them? Waiting for the chance to destroy everything the allure stands for?" "I loved you. When I thought you were dead, I mourned you. Did you just think that you'd get close to me so I'd—" Quick as a flash, Eamon was on me. His hand seized my wrist. I jerked forward, my stake a hair's breadth from his eye. I held his gaze, letting him see every spark of fury and betrayal in my eyes. "It wasn't a lie," Omen said, his gaze burning with intensity. "Back off!" Dante snarled behind me. Omen's eyes flickered past me, assessing to see whether there was a threat. "You were one of us," I whispered. "You swore to protect humans and angel-born alike from the threat of the fallen races. That was your divine purpose." Omen laughed bitterly and brought his face closer to mine. The wood of my stake brushed against his cheek. "Cora," he murmured into my ear. "You've got it all wrong. I'm exactly what the Allery created me to be." A shrill cry shattered the air. Omen jumped back, shoving me aside. Sadie burst forward, bloodied and red-faced. She swung a javelin before her, the movement sloppy. Omen swept forward and ripped the javelin from her hands. I grabbed Sadie's shoulders and pulled her back with me before he could shove the javelin through her stomach. "Run!" I shouted, shoving her towards the door. Ella helped Tess into her chair and quickly wheeled her towards the entrance. I darted after her, pulling Sadie along with me. Noah followed. Where were Dante and Danica? I reached the doorway and looked behind me. Neither Omen nor his master made any attempt to pursue us. But why? Why were they letting us escape so easily? Dante hesitated. Sparks flickered between his fingertips, but Michael's fire barely clung to life. We were all exhausted. We'd used up our resources, and we'd come up short. Danica seized his Dante's arm and dragged him after her. Annalise was right. Divine providence had fallen. We'd been the last line of defense, and we were thoroughly beaten. There was nothing to do now but retreat. I ran, my legs and stomach burning. We had to keep moving, until we found shelter. But where could we go? I darted across the floor, struggling not to slip on the blood staining the marble floor. Noah forced the doors open. My eyes met his. Noah's glasses were cracked in 3 separate places and their frame bent, so they hung crookedly on his nose. Gasping for air, Dante and Danica caught up with us just outside, in the side gardens. We were all covered in blood, so much of it that I couldn't even figure out who was injured and who wasn't. My mind raced, desperately trying to think of a safe place to regroup. "The hospital?" Sadie asked, her voice taking a strange pitch. "Too many questions," I answered. "If we can get somewhere safe, I can heal us using Raphael's blessing." "Are you sure?" Sadie asked desperately. "You look like you can barely stand." "I'm going to throw up," Tess said quietly. Besides Dante's wrist and Ella's torn stomach, nobody seemed to have any life-threatening injuries. But Sadie was right. I probably had a concussion and wasn't even sure I could summon enough energy to heal. The best thing would be to hole up somewhere until the rest of the Allery returned. I sighed, wishing I could just collapse in the infirmary and have Professor Ricks tend to me, like she used to. Wherever they were, they probably had more than enough problems to deal with already. And if I wasn't helping them, then I'd just be another burden. For the first time in my life, I couldn't depend on the Allery to save me, but I also couldn't risk staying out in the open. We needed a place where the Felding couldn't follow. There was only one place I could think of. "I need everyone to keep up with me," I said, forcing my voice even. "We're going to church." Chapter 19. When I stepped inside St. Gertrude's Catholic Church, there wasn't a soul in sight. I quietly walked between the pews, leading everyone to the latrines. We crammed inside one, the same one where I'd been with Shane just a month earlier. I focused on turning on the water and distributing paper towels, and tried not to think about everything we'd just been through. The images of divine providence, filled with blood and bodies, were seared into my mind. And we'd never even found the Allery. Were they still out there, fighting somewhere? My chest ached as I wet a paper towel and rubbed it across my face and neck, trying to force away the heat. It was so hot. I forced my breathing to even out, listening to the sound of the running water. I had Raphael's healing powers. I would have to heal everyone, but because I was injured too, I probably wouldn't have nearly enough strength to do that. I needed to find my focus as quickly as possible and treat the worst injuries. I cleared my throat. Just behind the throbbing in my head and the blank numbness I felt, anxieties flurried, twisting in my stomach. My thoughts were too muddled for clarity, so it just felt like a persistent, inner scream raging through me. I imagined collecting up my fears and filing them away in a stack of papers, just until I'd healed everyone. Then, I'd sort through all that vellum and untangle my feelings. "Who's hurt the worst?" I asked. Noah, who'd thrown himself onto the ground and decided to lay against the cold tiles, looked at me upside down. "I think I'll live," he rasped. Sadie ripped off her shirt and stood in her bra. She pressed a wad of paper towels to a gash on her arm, blood quickly soaking through them. That looked bad, but it could wait. Tess was dabbing a head injury and had blood smeared in her hair and down the side of her face, but head injuries bled a lot. Her eyes were clear, and she gave me a firm shake of her head. She was tougher than she looked. Ella's arm was bruised and held at an awkward angle, potentially broken, but her shirt was also torn open at the waist where the vampire had clawed her. I knew how much pain she was probably in, but apart from a slight sheen of sweat across her brow, she hid it well. "I'm fine," Danica replied. "It was just 2 vampires after all." Normally, I'd have made a snide comment in response to that, but I wondered if she was just trying to reassure herself, so I let it pass without a response. There was a creak as the door opened. Dante, who'd sat down, was on his feet in a flash, pulling out a dagger with his good hand. Shane stared at us, his jaw dropping in surprise. Abruptly, Dante seized Shane's arm, pulled him into the bathroom with us, and slammed him against the door. Shane yelped. "Wait!" I exclaimed. "He's my friend." "Your friend?" Dante asked. "Cora?" Shane asked. "Dante, let him go," I commanded. Dante scowled and released Shane. Still, he remained by the door, blocking Shane's exit. Hundreds of questions flashing in his eyes as Shane looked between Dante and me. Have you called 911? Shane asked. "We can't," I replied. "Why are you—" "Shane," I said, "is there anyone else here?" Shane backed towards one of the stalls. For a wild moment, I thought he might be about to lock himself inside it. "Hey, pretty boy," Sadie greeted, waving a hand. "We're all part of a super-secret society of angelic warriors, and we just had a rough fight with some vampires." "Don't tell him that," Danica hissed. "Shane," I said, making my voice gentle. "Do you remember Ashmont, your missing gap of time? You were attacked by vampires. I saved your life, and we came here. You helped treat my wounds." Shane stared at me as if I'd grown a second head. I willed him to remember, but his expression hardened. "You're a girl from school," he said shakily. We took... I only knew you took a course about Islam because you told me. It's the same way I know that you can't decide your major. And your grandfather is the priest, right? You spend time here doing things for him, fixing the smoke alarms and cleaning up after services. Shane furrowed his brow and looked at studied the floor tiles. Slowly, I took his hands in mine. "Shane," I said, "look at this. You have to remember." I raised my wrist and let him see the marks there, but still, there was nothing. Not even a hint of recognition. "This is a waste of time," Dante said. "He's as useless as any other human." I bristled at the insult. "You don't know him, Dante," I said, shooting a glare over my shoulder. "If it helps, that was my reaction when I learned about all this," Sadie said tiredly, "only with a lot more swearing." I turned back to Shane. His hazel eyes seemed to plead with me, begging for me to reveal that this was all some elaborate hoax. Maybe coming here hadn't been a good idea, but even if he couldn't remember me, I knew that Shane was kind, and he made me feel safe. If there was anyone in Boston I was sure wasn't in league with the vampires or werewolves, it was plain, ordinary Shane Meadows. "Please, Shane," I said. "Please, trust me." Shane rubbed a hand over his face. "All right," he said, but only because there are injured people. I wouldn't want anyone to suffer needlessly." "Thank you," I replied. Shane's smile was strained. "My grandfather is in his office, preparing tomorrow's sermon, but he won't be coming in the women's bathroom. You should be fine as long as you're quiet. I can bring another first aid kit and some clothes. Every month we do a clothing drive for the needy, so you can borrow a bit." "I'll go with you to get them," Dante said. I caught what remained unsaid. Dante would go to make sure that Shane didn't run and tell our secrets and location to the world, and that was probably smart. But when Shane's eyes flashed to Dante, there was trepidation. Fear, even. Poor Shane was probably still thinking about how Dante had shoved him into a door, and I didn't have time to explain or patch that up. "Or maybe Noah?" I asked. Noah sat upright. "Sure," he replied tiredly. I gave Shane my best reassuring smile. "If you help us," I said, lowering my voice, "I'll tell you everything. No more secrets." "Okay," he said finally. But he looked like he desperately wanted to sink into the floor and forget all about us. I woke up a few hours later, with an ice pack behind my neck. I was lying on the floor, my head in Sadie's lap as she softly stroked my hair. I shifted positions, feeling a stab of pain through my limbs. We'd done our best to patch each other up, and I'd healed what I could before passing out. My eyes ached, and all my limbs were sore and worn, as if I'd been stretched out. My body was a mass of bruises. The problem with Raphael's gift was that I couldn't heal myself. I couldn't be precisely sure how long we'd been here, but I could see light through the small window and roused the others. I might have not even noticed that time had passed if we hadn't arrived at the church during the night and left at dawn. I padded outside, breathing in deeply the early morning smell of the roses outside the chapel. I was uncomfortable in my too tight borrowed jeans, but they were clean and free of blood. The others looked more comfortable, in an assortment of sweatpants and baggy coats. From their pale and sullen expressions, however, I could tell my fellow acolytes weren't feeling much better than I was. The liveliest of us all was Shane, whose arm Dante insisted on keeping in a death grip. I felt a spark of guilt. Even if Dante's concerns about Shane talking were protocol and in line with what an allure would have done, it still didn't feel right that we'd essentially invaded Shane's church, made him help us, and then taken him prisoner. We reached the shimmering illusion. I stepped through first, followed by Dante and Shane, then the others. I didn't look at Shane. Normally, this would have been an exciting moment for him, when he saw divine providence through the illusion for the first time. But not now. The fires were gone. In their wake, they'd left blackened stones and bare towers, their scaffolding charred and exposed. The gardens and lawns that spread before the academy were still stained with blood, although some of it had sank into the mud. I felt a flicker of hope when I realized the bodies had been cleared into a pile near the edge of the compound. It turned into a rush of relief when I saw winged figures scouting from the ramparts. "Cora!" A shout broke the air. Professor Arafat swooped down, his handsome face pinched in concern. He lighted on the ground and looked us over. His sad, sea-colored eyes swept over us, thankfully not lingering on Shane, despite his jaw literally dropping at the sight of Arafat's large white wings. His cloak was torn and bloody, and his face stained with grime and exhaustion, but I was glad to see him. "Professor," I said, mustering a weak smile. "Have you seen my father?" Arafat seemed to change somehow. It was as if, in the span of seconds, he suddenly became stiller than any living being could possibly be, frozen like one of the marble statues on the estate. When he breathed in, it sounded like a sigh. It felt as if someone else had crawled into my body and died inside me. My heart dropped like a stone, even as I shook my head, silently begging for Arafat to say nothing. Somehow I knew, without him saying it would make it real, and it would ruin everything. I'd never be able to look at him the same way again. "Where's my uncle?" I asked, my voice wavering. "In the chancellor's office?" Arafat said quietly. I didn't wait for anyone or anything else. I took off like an arrow, taking the stairs as quickly as I could. Although my muscles and injuries screamed in protest, I kept going. I had to be wrong. I was going to turn down the corridor, reach my father's office, and everything was going to be absolutely fine. He'd break into a smile of relief to find me safe and pull me into his strong arms. I ran so fast that I nearly collided with the wall as I rounded the second floor. I'd been on this floor during the attack. Noah and I had defeated a werewolf, breaking the railing. There had been vampires on this floor. Why hadn't I thought of just going further along and checking my father's office? I reached the familiar door and twisted the knob. When it didn't open, I banged my fist desperately against the door. "Uncle," I shouted. "It's me." Slowly, the door creaked open. My uncle looked at me as if he'd seen a ghost. "Cora." "Where's my father?" I asked. Mordecai glanced upwards. I recognized the movement. It was the same way he always looked when he'd been sent to break some bad news to my father and didn't want to deliver. I shook my head as ice crept into my veins. "No," I said. "Cora." His voice was too soft, too gentle. "I'm so sorry." "Where is he?" I shouted, clenching my palms into fists. My uncle lowered his head and pushed the door open a little more. A scream died in my throat, and I moved numbly across the room. Books and manuscripts littered the floor along with the broken remains of furniture, but I barely saw them. I couldn't take my eyes off of my father's body, bloody and bent over his desk. The hilt of a sword protruded from his back, pinning him to the desk like a macabre specimen. I covered my mouth with my hands and backed against the wall. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't be dead. Not here, not now, not like this. Tears burned in my eyes, and a low sob tore from me. My father had been murdered in his own office, stabbed right between his glorious wings, and I hadn't even been here. I hadn't been here to fight or to help. Instead, I'd been off chasing some vague hint from my ex-boyfriend. He'd been right to worry about me. He always knew I'd let him down, and now I had in the worst way. Only this time, he couldn't yell at me for it. I rubbed roughly at my eyes, but the tears still came, dripping down my cheeks. Mordecai put a hand on my back, making gentle circles. "I'm sorry," he said. I should have," I stammered. "I could have." "Cora, there's nothing you could have done," Mordecai said, his voice soothing. "If Joel couldn't defeat his assailant, how would you have fared against them? They'd have just cut you down too." Sobs tore through me. I shook my head. "Anything," I said. "Anything would have been better than—" Mordecai put his hands on my shoulders and crouched in front of me. I knew he meant well. My uncle always meant well. But at that moment, with his brother's blue eyes, it was like having my father look at me. I tried vainly to fight more tears, but they seemed to keep coming harder and harder. "No," Mordecai said. "Cora, I know Joel never agreed with you sneaking out, but he'd have been happy to know that you were safe, especially with everything that happened last night. It wasn't a normal battle." "I know," I said, my voice shaking. "The broodmaster of the Boston vampires was here." Mordecai flinched. "You saw him?" he asked. "We fought him," I murmured. "Or at least we tried." Mordecai's face paled, and he studied me carefully for a moment. But I was too stunned to give him a full report. "In any case," he said, raising a hand to stroke my hair, "it was more than just that. Many of the allure went to fight, only to discover that their blessings no longer held any power. We don't know why, but we suspect we may have a traitor among us, a traitor who knew of the vampire's planned attack. Dante tried to use Michael's fire against the master, I said, taking a shaky breath. He stepped through it like it was nothing. Mordecai's eyes lit up suddenly, and I wondered if this was news to him. This was clearly a very complicated, calculated attack against divine providence, Mordecai continued. And it's for the best that you weren't involved. After losing Joel, I don't know what I would have done if I lost you too. But it's all my fault, I started, before my voice cracked. I was involved. If I'd just told my father about Amen earlier and made him listen to me, maybe he could have done something. Shh, my uncle said. You're safe now. I threw my arms around his neck and sobbed into his shoulder. My uncle's sigh was so heavy and deep that his breath seemed to drift into me and make us both tremble. The last real conversation I'd had with my father hadn't been kind. It had been an argument because, despite all my father's pleading and punishments, I hadn't been able to resist the allure of what lay beyond divine providence's walls. If I'd known that would be the last thing I'd have spent every free moment with him. I wouldn't have limited myself to curt greetings or avoided him out of some childish anger. I wouldn't have sneaked out, searching for some nightclub that a vampire told me about. It was all so stupid. I'd been such a fool, chasing after Amen's mysterious message. Did you... I trailed off. Did I what? Did you give me the wrong address on purpose? I asked. Mordecai kissed my forehead and held me at an arm's length. He slowly nodded. I didn't want you getting hurt, he said. I knew you'd hate me for it, but this was something I planned to discuss with Joel. I don't know how you learned the name of the Sapphire Lounge, but I knew you wouldn't just let it go. It all seems so dumb now, I said. Beyond my uncle, I saw my father's body. A wild bolt of panic burst through me, like lightning across the summer sky. For an instant, I imagined my father coming back to life, and cold fear curled in my belly when I realized he was truly gone. I didn't know how to survive without him. Cora, don't look, Mordecai said, squeezing my shoulder. Come on, let's get you to your room. I lowered my head and rubbed my eyes again. I'll draw you a hot bath, my uncle said. You've had quite a night, and you must be exhausted. You did well, keeping your friends safe. I'm proud of you. What will that do? I asked. That won't... I know it won't be enough, Mordecai said. Joel was a remarkable man, and he deserved a better end than this. Stabbed in the back by some murderous vampire. It turns my stomach just thinking of it. Don't worry, I'll prepare everything. You'll have a chance to say goodbye at the funeral, but for the moment, just try to relax and get some sleep. Mordecai wrapped an arm around my shoulders and coaxed me into the corridor. I heard the click of a lock behind us. With a soft, forced smile, my uncle kept his arm around me and guided me down the hall. It was so easy to follow him, and maybe going to my room was a good idea. At the moment, I wanted nothing more than to lock myself away from the world forever. And maybe, if I never emerged, it would be somehow like Father never died. Chapter 20. I slept until evening, and then lay in my bed until the next morning. I knew I should get up and check on the others, help with the cleanup and restoration of divine providence. But I couldn't reach the door. The short distance across my bedroom felt like a chasm, and I didn't trust my legs to make the journey. Dreams came and went, but as terrifying as my nightmares were, they didn't hold a candle to the empty gulf beneath my ribs, pulsing inside my chest like a black hole. It felt like an anchor, cutting through me and pining me down. It grew warm as the sunlight pierced my bedroom, but I didn't have the energy to close the blinds, so I just lay there, stewing in my own sweat. Finally, my thirst grew unbearable, and I pulled myself out of my sheets. My skin was clean from the bath, but scraped and bruised. I pulled on a pair of baggy pants and a hooded sweatshirt and opened the door to my room. Just outside was a small tray with biscuits and tea, and another with cold eggs and a mug of coffee. I picked up the note folded beneath the plate, written in Noah's elegant script. "When you're ready, come find me." I tucked the note into my pocket and picked up both trays, walking barefoot down the stairs and through the narrow servants' corridor that wound around the back of the house. The cool stones on the curving staircase made me shiver, but as soon as I entered the kitchen, I felt my vigor restore. It was quiet, so probably between mealtime and everyone was on break. I set my dishes down near the sink and stood there eating the cold food with my bare hands. Something sweet was baking in the oven, so I lingered. Against the back wall, a high alcove had become our childhood fort years ago. Growing up, Father would routinely forget to check if I'd eaten, and I was too distracted or busy to show up to meals on time, and too impatient to defer to the allure or fledglings until I could finally reach the nearly empty dishes. So the smell of cooking had drawn me to the kitchens, where I'd peer in like a sad puppy, until Noah's mom gave me a snack. Soon enough, I started eating meals with the kitchen staff, who ate reheated leftovers after the allure had finished, in a wide table in the center. I climbed on the table and pulled myself into the small alcove. We'd added pillow cushions and a small table years before, but had since outgrown it. I had to bend my knees to fit the space, but I didn't leave it. I don't know how long it was before I heard footsteps. "Mrs. Bankso?" I called. "Goodness, dear," she said, turning to peer into my hiding place. "You startled me. Hot chocolate?" she asked, turning away before I could answer. We waited in silence for the water to boil. When the teapot was screaming, she filled a mug with water and added milk and a bar of chocolate, stirring it up and leaving the spoon inside. I thanked her when she handed it to me. She looked like she wanted to say something, but then she just patted my leg. My cup was nearly empty before Noah found me. He gave me a sad smile, then climbed into the alcove with me, his legs bent across mine. "I think we're getting too big for this place," I said. "Never," he said quietly. "Don't say you're sorry," I said. "I'm probably going to get really sick of hearing that today." "I won't," he promised. "And not to be a jerk, but is that what you're wearing?" I realized he was in dark robes with a formal shirt and slacks, nearly the same thing he'd worn to the blessing ceremony. "It's today?" I asked. He nodded. "In the afternoon, a bunch of visiting a Larry. You don't need to make a big deal of it, but you should be there, and probably wearing shoes." "I have nothing to wear," I said. It wasn't an excuse, just a statement. I couldn't wear the same clothes I'd worn at my blessing ceremony, to my father's funeral. The first had been a celebration. After all these years of waiting, it was finally my turn. It had felt like the beginning of something great. I'd even chosen out my outfit for my ascension ceremony, once I'd earned my wings, but I had not prepared for this. "I'll send one of the girls up," Noah said. He backed out of the small pocket of space that had once been our whole world and held out a hand for me. I took it and let him help me down. "And Cora," he said softly. "Yes?" I raised an eyebrow at him. "Nothing," he said, turning away. I returned to my room, keeping my head low and avoiding sympathetic eyes. A little while later, there was a knock on my door. I was surprised to find Danica, holding a long black dress with subtle embroidery. She pushed into my room and closed the door behind her. "Well, you look like shit," she said, scanning my room. "Nice pad, better than the dorms for sure. Don't you have a mirror or something?" I nodded towards the desk and swiveled the rotating oval mirror. I'd turned it around years ago and used the back as a pinboard for battle strikes I'd learned in practice. She sighed and placed the dress on the bed. "Well, get changed. I can see I'm going to need help with all this," she said, eyeing my bulky clothes and tousled hair. I stripped out of my clothes and pulled on the dress. It was light and soft against my skin. A few moments later, Danica returned with Ella in tow and a bag of cosmetics. Ella started brushing my hair, as Danica did my makeup. I winced as she brushed my cheek with foundation. I glanced in the mirror, studying the angry red scrape that led to a puffy, bruised lip. "You should get that looked at," Danica said, frowning. I shrugged numbly. It would be easy to heal, but I didn't want it to be gone. I needed the pain. I deserved it. Ella finished brushing out my hair and begun pinning into intricate buns. I held still as Danica lightly applied eyeliner. Then she stood me up to face the mirror, with each girl looking over my shoulders. I was pale, and my blue eyes shone out brightly after all the crying. But Danica had done a good job covering the puffy redness and bruising. The hair and dress made a sophisticated impression. "It's perfect," I said shakily. "He would have loved it." "Now just don't cry, or we'll have to start all over again." Downstairs was buzzing by the time we reached the main floor. The floors were scrubbed clean after the attack, but my sharp eyes sought out every crack and dent that remained. There were so many faces I didn't recognize, and too many people gripped my arm or patted my shoulder as I made my way outside, to where a display had been set up. A small choir was accompanied by a flute and guitar. Heavy ornate wreaths made a suffocating fragrance, despite the open air. My uncle gestured me towards the front, and I joined him reluctantly. The last funeral I remembered was for the previous chancellor, a stern figure that had died when I was 7. Noah and I left halfway through and climbed first to a tree, then to a rooftop overlooking the proceedings. Most Allery had small indoor services, but for a chancellor as notable as my father, we had to accommodate more guests. I was pleased to see he had so many friends, or peers at least. Although I knew a large number of Allery had been sent to help us rebuild and defend ourselves in light of our diminished numbers. The speeches were effusive, and my father was treated with care and respect. Serenaded, blessed, put to rest with chimes and incense, and buried with a holy relic and a chain of gold. Gradually the crowd thinned. I stood next to my uncle, accepting condolences. I looked up to find Bells, her hand gripping my wrist. I had to hold myself still not to flinch, and remind myself that I wasn't in trouble. I'd spent my whole childhood running away from her so she wouldn't grab my arm or pinch my ear, my ears still ringing as she yelled after to me, "Keep it down," or "Stop running in the halls." Despite being older, she was still beautiful, in a dark dress, with rimmed librarian glasses and partial armor. "Cora," she said, lifting my chin to meet her eyes. "It shouldn't have happened this way, but I'm very happy you survived. You're the last Servetus now. Wear the mantle well." I nodded, but everything after that was a blur. I endured a few dozen more people saying I'm so sorry for your loss, then excused myself. The guests were spilling into the dining hall, where the kitchen crew had no doubt flooded tables with pies and pastries. I went the long way around, cutting through the ruins and tall grass on the edge of the property. Sadie caught up to me, arriving at my side. "How are you holding up?" she asked, squeezing my shoulder. "I don't know yet," I sighed. "It's a lot." "Oh, I know," she said. "I mean, not that I know what you're going through. Both my parents are still alive, but I had a brother. He committed suicide 3 years ago. His funeral wasn't nearly this nice. Just a handful of people came. I've been having some issues with anxiety since then. And then that fight." She shuddered, reaching into her pocket. "Anyway, you were right. I asked Professor Ricks about her medicinal herbs, and she gave me this." She held up a small joint and a lighter, and smiled. "Want some? You don't have to." "What's it like?" I asked. Sadie lit the joint and breathed in, held it for a moment, and then blew out a cloud of smoke. She shrugged. "Less thinking, more feeling, and the feelings are good. Pleasant." "That doesn't sound terrible," I said. Sativas are more visual and stimulating, brighter colors, uplifted mood, but they make some people paranoid. You can get super fixated on things. but this tastes like an indica, more of a relaxed, body high. I took the joint and breathed in. We passed it between us for a few minutes, then Sadie crushed the embers out with her boot. I was already feeling lighter, a bit floaty. "One more thing," she said, pulling out a large pair of dark sunglasses and pushing them over my ears. "I borrowed these from Tess." "Aren't these kind of weird?" I asked, adjusting the frame over my nose. "Who cares?" Sid grinned. "No, seriously, you know why people wear sunglasses at funerals? It's not to hide their tears. It's so that they don't have to be accountable. You don't have to fake smile or fake cry or any of that performative bullshit. Today isn't about them. You don't have to put on a show. They don't get to come before your own grief, and that's for you to figure out. Plus," she added, pinching my cheek, "I can already tell you're going to be high as fuck." Uncle Mordecai became chancellor and throne of the order amidst much resistance and anger. The surviving Allery whispered that, my father's brother or no, he wasn't powerful enough, he wasn't blessed enough. But with a shortage of trained Allery, every warrior was needed for active duty. My uncle wasn't required for missions, and already knew how to run the academy, so reluctantly the elders agreed. We hadn't had a non-blessed chancellor for centuries, but when the dust settled, Mordecai was allowed to function as the head of divine providence. From there, he set about encouraging everyone to rebuild. Everything else came secondary. We weren't strong enough to fight, so Mordecai focused on increasing our defenses and safeguarding our stronghold. Faster than I would have thought possible, he succeeded in returning the academy to some sense of normalcy. After less than a week off, Divine Providence resumed classes. It seemed less like something productive and more like a distraction, and I suspected Mordecai's main focus was to keep all the fledglings busy and out of the way. The attack had halved the Allery's numbers, whittling the faculty down to only 7 professors, and causing irreparable damage to Divine Province's community. Many of the students left, either fading back into the human world or whisked to more secure academies overseas. And although I remained, it felt like I'd been replaced with another Cora, drifting through a rapidly changing environment filled with unfamiliar faces. On the 3rd day of lectures, Professor Arafat moved at the front of the classroom with a sort of overly enthusiastic energy. Because he was the head of Chamuel's Chosen, he had a duty to teach us to use Chamuel's shields. But according to him, those shields were cast with love, and I couldn't feel anything but hate. Hate for Omen, and the vampire master who'd attacked my home. My father's death seemed to have carved a chunk out of my heart, one that couldn't be filled. I was chosen by Chamuel. I could have saved him. I should have tried. I sighed when the bells rang, announcing the end of class. As I gathered my books, Professor Arafat fixed me with a sharp look. "Do you have a moment, Cora?" he asked. There was a time when those words from a teacher would have filled me with dread, back when I'd been more reckless and mischievous. Had my father really only died a couple weeks ago? It felt like a lifetime already. Since my father's death, I hadn't done anything even close to rule-breaking. I hadn't even argued when Professor Fay took care of my loose end, once again sending Shane back to St. Gertrude's with a gap in his memory. As my classmates filed out, Professor Arafat pulled up a chair and sat across from me. "I'd wondered," he said, "if you wanted to resume your private lessons." "Why should I?" I asked. "I only took them because Father was trying to punish me." Arafat smiled gently. "I didn't realize my company was so torturous to you." "I didn't mean it that way," I replied. "I know. I was just trying to lighten the mood." "My father died," I said dryly. "Yes," Arafat replied, furrowing his brow. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you think I'm taking your grief lightly, but despite Chamuel's blessing, I've never been that good at comforting people. I try to make them laugh. Sometimes I succeed. Usually, like now, I fail. I just miss him," I said, "and I wish the last, The last time we really talked was after I saved Dante in that warehouse. I earned Raphael's mark, but disappointed him anyway. You don't need to feel guilty, Cora, Arafet said softly. Your father knew you loved him, even if you didn't say it often. I'm sure your father knew and understood that you cared deeply for him. Love is so much more than words. I know that, I replied. But that's not good enough. I just wish I'd had more time. If you'd known, you'd have done more, Arafet said. So says every person who's ever lost someone dear to them. I guess, I said, slumping against my chair. But what do I do now? I can't just continue like I did before. You're right, he said. It's more important than ever for you to learn to control your powers. We need healers and better defenses, the two gifts that you and I share. We are too few allure, and divine providence needs every acolyte to focus on their abilities. But that can only happen if you find a way to let go of your pain and anger. I scoffed and crossed my arms. The image of my father leaning over his desk, blood spread between his wings, flashed in my mind's eye. I felt tears threaten and looked down, hoping that Arafet either wouldn't notice or had the grace not to comment on them. How could I even still have tears left? I'd already cried so much that my throat and nose felt raw and sore. How could I possibly, I breathed, when his killer is still out there? What was he even doing in his office, and how had a Felding managed to sneak up on him? The sword had been an Alaric blade, applied with enough force to skewer my father's robust form. It wasn't a noble death, and I was still having trouble processing how an allure as powerful as my father had been destroyed so easily. My breath hitched. Revenge won't solve anything, Arafet said. But we're the allure, I said. You are an acolyte, Arafet said. Even so, I replied. Should I let injustice go unpunished? Yes, Arafet said firmly, but not for the reasons you might think. You need time to heal, Cora, above all else. Eventually, I have no doubt you'll become a very fierce allure. Once you're trained, once you can access Chamuel's shield, you'll be able to bring your father's killer to justice. But until then, any reckless scheme is more likely to get you killed. You'd be throwing your life away, the last thing your father would have wanted. He wasn't wrong, but I scowled in response anyway. The marks of Chamuel and Raphael felt stiff and foreign on my wrist. They should have gone to someone else. Someone like Noah. Caring, empathy, love. I couldn't make myself feel these feelings. Instead, I felt white-hot anger from deep within me. I wished I could have been chosen by Michael, so I could explode into flames and scorch the earth with my rage. Do you mind if we try something? Arafet asked. I nodded slowly. He held out his palms, and I placed my wrists in his grasp. Now, close your eyes and breathe. Focus on the love you felt for your father. Feel it, like a pink bubble in your heart, small at first, but growing larger with each breath. Now think of your friends, and everyone you care about. See them smile and laugh. Now imagine they are in danger. You can protect them. You want to protect them. I sighed and felt a calming warmth flow through me. The ocean of loss, black and bottomless, became more shallow, until I could nearly see the bottom, and gradually, I almost felt like I could touch the sand with my toes and push towards the surface. I opened my eyes suddenly, glaring into Arafet's gray-green eyes. We were breathing in sync, and the green mark of Raphael was glowing on his wrist. Did you just heal me? I asked. Shh, he whispered. Look. He lifted his eyes, and I followed his gaze. Floating between us was a small cluster of pink bubbles, like translucent pearls. They pulsed a steady pattern with the pink brand of Chamuel on my wrist. Is that? Chamuel's blessing. Arafet nodded. I knew you could do it. Now that I'd lost my focus, the bubbles popped out of existence one by one, until they were gone. I didn't ask you to heal me. I frowned. It felt like a breach of trust somehow. He'd taken something from me that was mine, something I wasn't ready to give up. Not all pain is physical, Arafet said. And I'm sorry, but I have a duty to the allure as well. That includes sharing their burdens. Who knows, next time, it might be you saving me. I wanted to stay angry with him, but his expression was so gentle, I couldn't find it in me. Arafet was just doing his job. He'd lost people too, and besides the battle itself, who knew how many people he'd had to heal when I was hiding from the world? Cora, Arafet said, still holding my wrist. His voice was so soft and tender that for a tiny moment, all thoughts of revenge petered out. The path of violence and bloodshed is not the destiny the angels have set for you. Perhaps someday you will have reason to find these vampires, but for now, you need to take care of yourself. Revenge will destroy you, but you can still get justice for your father. But only if you can live on and carry out your father's legacy. Isn't that what he would have wanted? Yes, that was exactly what he'd have wanted. My father desired nothing more than for me to avoid any and all danger and stay sheltered in divine providence forever. But what about what I wanted? It isn't that easy, I said. I never said it would be. The bells chimed a warning. I was going to be late for lunch. If you'd like, Arafet said, you're welcome to keep talking to me. We could go to my office. Another time, my heart might have jumped at the opportunity to see the private office of this new, young professor. All the other professors' offices were stuffy and crammed with books and old relics. I wondered if Arafet would have something like that, or something entirely modern, but I didn't feel like talking. For the first time since my father's death, the fog lifted, and with a shudder, my mind was sharp and clear. Nagging questions sent shivers down my spine. There was something odd about my father's death, and in my gut, I felt like that something must be resolved before I could make any real progress with my lessons. I needed to explore the scene of the crime and find out what I'd missed. Slowly, I stood and gave Arafet my best, brightest smile. "Thank you, Professor," I said, smothering the twinge of guilt I felt for pushing him away. "You're absolutely right. It's not time for revenge, but I think I need some time by myself." "I understand," Arafet replied. But he didn't, really. Someone who had devoted his life to Chamuel, who believed in love and compassion above all else, couldn't possibly understand the fire that had been kindled inside me. Who cared if revenge wasn't some noble, divine goal? Who cared if it was wholly selfish, or that the angels might not approve? My father was dead, murdered, and I wasn't going to just sit back and let that pass. Chapter 21. Despite my uncle Mordecai taking over as the chancellor of divine providence, he'd left my father's office mostly untouched. Nevertheless, I was quick to notice the small differences. He'd cleared away some of my father's books and added a few of his personal items to the shelf. When I arrived, my uncle sat behind the desk, his cheek resting in the palm of his hand as his eyes skimmed over a stack of papers. But he looked up when I entered and shot me a weak smile. "Do you have a second?" I asked. "You're supposed to be in class," he said. "Since when do you care if I skip class?" I asked, taking my usual seat. It felt weird, facing my uncle in this room, instead of having him hovering just over my shoulder, cautioning my father not to lose his temper. Even though I was never given an angelic house, I was required to attend classes. And I used to skip, just like you, Mordecai confessed. It drove Joel up a wall. But my attendance, especially as my peers graduated to full allure, became an excuse for classmates to beat me senseless without repercussions. Eventually, I stuck only with weapons training, at least so I could fend off the nuisance of their attention, and spent the rest of my youth in solitary pedagogy. I always felt like, if I had been blessed by an archangel, it would have been Uriel. The alchemical formulations and theorems seemed like a kind of knowledge accessible to all with enough dedication. Well, I shrugged. I'm happy to maintain the family legacy. But there was a bitter taste in my mouth at this playful banter between my uncle and me. We'd used it together to disarm my father's wrath when I'd been caught breaking the rules, and his absence hung over us both like a heavy blanket, stealing the oxygen from the room. I'd never drive my father up a wall again, or see his exasperation turn to pride after I'd said something clever. I'd never pester him again with my questions. He'd been like a wall, and now there was just a cold, unforgiving emptiness. A lump rose in my throat, but I forced it down. I'd come here for a reason. I need to know what really happened, I said. The night my father died. Mordecai sighed and leaned back in his chair. I'd rather not, he said softly, to be completely honest with you. I know it's hard, I said. I can't even imagine how you must have felt when you found him, but don't you think there's something weird going on? Of course there is, Mordecai replied, but we suspect it was more of a fluke than anything. The vampires arrived first, the werewolves shortly after. It was most likely was some sort of territory dispute. What do you mean? I asked, leaning forward. Mordecai steepled his fingers and took a breath. When the Broodmaster united all the vampires in Boston, it, as loath as I am to admit it, stopped some of the violence, but it also caused the werewolf packs to organize, for fear of being attacked or destroyed. For years, the Feldings kept to themselves, but it was only a matter of time before their skirmishes devolved into something larger and more dangerous. Perhaps the vampires lured the wolves here, hoping we'd help wipe them out or reduce their numbers. Or maybe the wolves had the vamps surrounded, and they thought they could find temporary refuge within our walls. But then the wolves followed their scent inside. I frowned at him. Both of those options were plausible, but didn't sit right with me. He was saying, my father had died for nothing, just an accidental series of events. It's infuriating, I know, to have been violated this way, and we still don't know anything about the Broodmaster, or even how to find him. I met him, I murmured, talked to him. And you survived? He let me go. He seemed to know me. He knew my name anyway. Well, thank goodness for small miracles, Mordecai said. But, I said, crossing my arms, don't you find it odd that my father was in his office? Mordecai furrowed his brow. How so? He would have been in the fighting, I said, the thick of it. Why, during such a terrible battle, would my father hole away in his office? Mordecai shrugged. I don't know, he replied. I didn't even realize Joel was here until afterwards. It's possible that he happened in here while fighting. There was clearly a struggle of some kind. The battle began on the lower floors. It's possible that Joel was cornered and chose his office as a strategic place to fight. Perhaps he was already injured. The small space would mean that he wouldn't be so easily overcome by numbers, and you know he kept a selection of his best weapons here. That made sense. I sighed, relaxing my shoulders. And you found him first, right? I asked. Or did someone else? I did, Mordecai replied slowly. After most of the allure had chased away the Feldings, we swept through the floors to ensure that the vampires and werewolves had been cleaned out. And you didn't find anything? I asked. No signs of whoever killed my father? Mordecai tipped his head back and hummed, clearly thinking. No, he said slowly. There was no weapon, other than the Alaric blade through his back. Not one of Joel's as far as I know, but it could have come from anywhere in the compound. There are 100 more blades just like it in the armory. A wolf of a vampire would have used their teeth or claws, I pressed. Vampires use swords, my uncle countered. Especially the elders. Perhaps the master was sending a message, some kind of poetic justice. My stomach twisted, and I saw my uncle's face blanch for just a moment. He'd revealed more than he'd wanted to. Justice for what? I asked. Mordecai sighed and leaned behind him to take out a crystal decanter of ruby port before filling up 2 small glasses. I swore I wasn't going to tell you this, he began, sipping his wine. I downed mine in one gulp, feeling the alcohol warm my veins. Tell me, I demanded. It's just conjecture, mind you. I don't have any real proof. I waited, silently, for him to continue. What do you know about your mother's death? I sucked in a sharp breath, my eyes widening. Not much, I admitted. Father was always cagey. I heard of her battles and triumphs. But her final mission, everyone seems to have different accounts. That's because nobody knows what happened to her. Not for certain. How can that be? I asked. The allure were always supposed to go on sanctioned missions in small groups, never alone. Her body was found in the woods outside of Divine Providence, killed by a dagger. Someone would have needed to get close, or have caught her off guard, and Aurora was rarely distracted. What does that have to do with my father's death? Well, a few years after you were born, we started hearing rumors about a vampire elder, uniting the hordes. He grew to power quickly, earning support and loyalty from notoriously tribal clans. Lone vampires would usually be consumed with bloodlust, which made them easy targets for the allure to pick off. Joel began to suspect that perhaps this new master was somehow responsible for Aurora's death. He grew what amounted to a private obsession. So you think this was a personal vendetta? I guessed. A preemptive strike? Because he knew my father was getting close to hunting him down? It's just a theory, my uncle admitted. But even if he didn't hold the blade, the broodmaster is still responsible for your father's death. And possibly your mother's as well. His words hit me like a blow, and I gripped the arms of my chair as the room seemed to spin around me. I told him to let it go, my uncle said, standing up and pulling a box of personal effects from behind the desk. But his stubbornness got him killed. I urge you, niece, not to make the same mistake. From the box, he pulled a framed photo of my parents when they were younger. My mother's belly just beginning to show signs that she was pregnant. They were both smiling. Your father, my brother, was a warrior, Cora. I'm sure he fought valiantly, to the end. Let's try to remember him that way. I felt a tear fall down my cheek, but didn't wipe it away. Was the attack on Divine Providence really just a distraction, so the vampire master could kill my father? I suppose that made sense. I felt a chill, remembering his cruel smirk and wicked eyes. Due to all the security, this was the only place where my father would have let his guard down. On a mission, he'd have been fully armored and difficult to best in combat. But how were the wolves involved? And what about Omen? His words thundered in my head. I'm exactly what the allure created me to be. What could he have meant by that? I knew I couldn't trust him, but he'd seemed so earnest for me to believe that he still cared about me. I bit my lip. This business with... I trailed off. Yes? Mordecai asked. This has something to do with that club, doesn't it? I took a deep breath. It's real, and that's why you lied to me about it. You said the Sapphire Lounge is where the oldest vampires hang out. One of them has to know the Broodmaster. I've seen his face. I can identify him. We can go to the club, ask around. We can find him. Cora, if I tell you, I know you'll go looking for trouble, and that's the worst thing you can do right now, Mordecai said. You can't even imagine how deeply this goes. But isn't the lack of knowledge dangerous too? I asked. You're not wrong, Cora, but I've already told you too much. Have you considered that the reason the allure haven't already attacked the Sapphire Lounge is because your father suspected it was a trap? Isn't it curious how, despite your father's overbearing protection, the Felding still found a way to pique your interest about that particular location? Have you considered they might have been planning to kidnap you in order to lure your father to his death? You know as well as I do that he would have traded his life for yours in a heartbeat, Perhaps that was always the original plan, and when you failed to show up, they took a more extreme path. I shivered, letting my uncle's words wash over me. There were so many angles I'd never considered. That seems extreme, for a personal vendetta. Does it? My uncle asked, furrowing his brow. Then perhaps the lesson is never to underestimate the Felding's capacity for villainy. But you agree it's strange, don't you? I asked, all the ideas flitting together in my head. Why attack now after all this time? Maybe Father had discovered something, a way to defeat them somehow. You're jumping to conclusions. Don't forget, the vampires and the allure are natural enemies. They've probably been planning this for a long time. Your father let them remain a united force. He thought it was for the best that the vampires had a singular master because, despite their growing numbers, it resulted in fewer vampire attacks. But it came at a high price, it seems. You're not suggesting this was his fault? I narrowed my eyes. We don't know anything, for sure, Mordecai said. Cora, But you do, I argued. You said the choosing ceremony was just random. You doubted the angels. And now Amen is... Amen? Mordecai asked, sitting up sharply. I drew back. I hadn't meant to say Amen's name, but now I had. My heart raced. Amen had used me and betrayed the allure. Somehow he was a part of this. But my father and uncle had both told me that he'd died in battle. What other secrets had they been hiding? My stomach lurched, and it felt like there was something fragile in the air between my uncle and me. He's alive, I stuttered. He was here, with the master. Did you know he became a vampire? I asked. And do you know how? Mordecai tensed. Now, isn't the time for you to be looking into these things, he said, his voice slow and deliberate. Right now, divine providence needs to come together and work on rebuilding. It's not the time to cause discord or confusion. Discord? I asked. Mordecai nodded. I know you, Cora, he said, softening his voice. And I know these aren't just idle questions. I promise, I understand, more than you know. I've always had a problem with the sort of unquestioning, blind loyalty that divine providence demands. All the rules and restrictions, I know they're stifling, but this time, I need you to stay here and keep your head down. Just for a little while. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands. But when are we going to... I trailed off. How are we going to prepare? We can't just sit back and do nothing. We aren't doing nothing, Mordecai said. But raising a force and storming after the vampires is perhaps exactly the sort of response the master hoped your father's death would trigger. A haphazard, disorganized mission, a chance to end us once and for all. My thoughts all jostled together. It was like speaking to a brick wall, but Mordecai had always been a gifted speaker. On the one hand, I understood his motives. The academy had been weakened, and he was doing his best to protect what was left of the allure. He didn't need me causing new problems for him. But on the other hand, my father had been murdered. The desire for revenge burned inside me, along with a desperate need to understand what all of this was for. I loved him too, Mordecai said, but we can't act without thinking. But there's more to it, I said. I know there is. The Broodmaster, the most dangerous vampire in Boston, had known my name. There was no reason at all for him to know it. Unless Amen had told him. But why would Amen bother telling his master about his ex-girlfriend? The pieces didn't add up. You've always been shrewd. My uncle nodded, his lips curving into a sad smile. I know you can sense when I'm keeping things from you. You asked earlier why your father was in his office, rather than out fighting with the allure. I sat up straighter, leaning in. He was looking for you, Cora. He should have been fighting, but when he couldn't find you with the other students being evacuated, he returned to this wing, to check your room. I imagine that's how he got cornered. My uncle's eyes were pained, and I felt my anger fade away into something deeper, a crushing sense of guilt. This is what he hadn't wanted to tell me, and I knew why, because it was all my fault. If I'd just stayed at Divine Providence, my father wouldn't have had to come looking for me, and he might still be alive. Cora, I know you felt like Joel was overprotective, but he had good reason to be, my uncle continued. He knew too well that his enemies could use you as leverage against him. And now that he's gone, Mordecai said, the last thing he'd want is for you to be tortured or killed by some felding sadist in a seedy bar on Fayette Street. Fayette Street? I asked, glancing up suddenly. Mordecai sucked in an audible breath. His blue eyes widened, and he looked desperately like he wished he could make time go backwards. He'd slipped up, and we both knew it. Stay away from there, Mordecai said, clearly trying to imitate my father's sternness, but it sounded more like a plea. For once in your life, listen to me. I couldn't stand to lose you too. But as I gazed at my uncle, who looked so much like a smaller, weaker version of my father, I couldn't make myself defer to his new title or position of authority. All the anger and guilt over my father's death boiled inside me until I felt like I might explode. When I didn't answer, my uncle leaned forward, practically lunging over his desk, and grabbed my hands. Cora, my position as chancellor is precarious at best, he said. I wouldn't be surprised if the order demands a new leader by the end of the month, regardless of my blood. You have to believe, I'm doing my best to preserve Joel's legacy, but people are afraid, and fear makes people do foolish things. I need you to be on your best behavior, at least until you can master Chamuel's shield enough to protect yourself. Can you promise me that much, at least? At his words, a heavy weight seemed to descend on my shoulders. I knew it was hard for my uncle, but I hadn't realized just how hard. He was grieving like me, but he also had all the weight of the Allery's expectations and divine providence now thrust upon his shoulders. Why hadn't I spared him more consideration? I took a deep breath and squeezed my uncle's hands. All right, I said. I promise. But even as I said it, it felt false on my lips. Politics were his domain, and I knew he'd find a way to wield power adroitly. Myself, I was more like my parents. All I wanted to do was find my father's killer and tear him apart. And if I could find a way to discover who was responsible for this brutal attack and bring them to justice, I had a feeling it would do a lot to improve my uncle's position as leader of Divine Providence. Chapter 22. I made it another week before my resolve crumbled. My uncle's words of caution and the guilt they inspired kept me in check at first. I let out my frustration in combat training, but the stuffed dummies gave no satisfaction as I blunted my blades on their wooden forms. Besides, I already knew how to fight. I needed a way to channel my abilities. I hadn't exactly mastered Chamuel's shield yet, but after an hour of concentration, I was sometimes able to produce the tiny pink bubbles. One night, I'd made one hover just over my thigh and flatten out like a Band-Aid. Then, I jammed myself with a safety pin a dozen times, seeing if I could block the momentum of my attack. The results were inconclusive, apart from the handful of bloody pinpricks that left a constellation of angry red dots across my skin. The rest of the time I spent in the library. I'd seen the vampire master unaffected by Michael's holy fire, which I knew should have been fierce enough to melt armor. Unless the master had collected some kind of charmed armor or cloak, but that meant magic. Which wasn't a vampire attribute. Did that mean he was working with the Fae, or the witches? Could this attack have been just the beginning of a much more serious assault? The 7 houses of the Allery were designed to fight 7 separate felding races. We were trained to be fierce in battle, but our powers were the divine symbols of our sanctioned mission. The efficacy of our abilities against the fallen races was proof that we'd been blessed for our role as humanity's protectors. If Michael's charm had failed, then Divine Providence was facing a danger worse than any in our history. If so, my uncle's conservative approach of shoring up our defenses seemed misguided. especially if my father's hesitancy had in some way led to his demise. Someone had to do something, and I knew I wasn't the only one who felt that way. The guards in Allure were stiffer and more deferential towards me than I was used to, but more than once I heard whispers cut off at my approach. I knew not everyone was confident in my uncle's ability to assume my father's mantle. When I stepped into the shared commons on Friday evening, I found Noah in his usual place in a corner, a book held open on his lap. I hadn't the faintest idea what language it was. Ella lay on her stomach by his feet, flipping through the pages of a heavy tome seemingly bored with the text. Tess and Sadie both had sheets of notes, but they were engaged in a loud, enthusiastic conversation that was punctuated with giggles and hand movements. I lowered myself to the ground beside Noah. His easy smile faded abruptly. He knew my expressions well enough to tell when I was up to something. Slowly, his book closed. "Hey, Cora," Sadie chirped, oblivious. Ella smiled and moved her amethyst pendant along its necklace. "How are you?" she asked. "I'm good," I replied. "Sadie was just talking about her ex-boyfriends," Tess said, grinning. "Apparently one was nearly a priest or something." "Well, he went to Catholic school," Sadie corrected. "But he told me that he had to say prayers to a saint, right? And he chose St. Michael. So I expected there to be some deep, major reason for why. But when I asked, he said, oh, because he's a badass. It was such a downer." "I'd expect that answer from most men, though," Tess replied. "No offense, Noah." "None taken," Noah replied, although his eyes lingered on me. "Sure," Sadie said. But then he turned it into this pickup line, okay? He asked if I wanted to see his flaming sword. Tess snorted. "God, that's awful." Sadie shrugged. "Really, that should have been my first clue not to sleep with him, but yeah, sounds like you probably should have checked out at that point," Tess said. "I was going to, but I was also kind of curious. You know, maybe I did want to see it." "I feel like I'm going to be struck by lightning," Noah said, his face reddening. "Should we move away for our own safety?" I asked, grinning. "Probably," Noah replied. "I'm almost done," Sadie said. "And if God was going to strike anyone with lightning, wouldn't it be me?" "Was he any good, at least?" Ella asked. Sadie held up her hands, as if she was a set of scales and physically weighing the question. "Well," she said after a moment, "I don't know. We went back to his house, which was more of a trailer, right? And I went to the bathroom to, spritz some perfume, make sure I'd tweezed any stray hairs on my chin, that sort of thing. And his toilet was just this massive wad of duct tape and plywood. And I looked up, and he'd patched his ceiling up with wads of tape, too." "Maybe he was poor," Tess said, "and couldn't afford—" "Okay, but," Sadie insisted, "there wasn't any toilet paper, so I went looking around beneath the sink, and there was a steak knife under there, like one of those huge ones that you see on the Food Network or something. It was practically a sword." "Okay, that's weird," Tess said. "No kidding," Sadie replied. So I slipped out through the window. "Shame," Ella said, "after you went through all that trouble." "Seriously?" Sadie asked. "You'd have stayed?" Color rose to Ella's cheeks. She pulled the amethyst along on her necklace. "Maybe," she said. "I've done the deed with stranger creatures. You could have just kept the knife under your pillow. Screw him or stab him. Get off either way." "You're a weird chick, Ella," Sadie said. "I can't even tell if you're being serious right now, and I love that about you. Though it scares me a little." "Can we please discuss something else?" Noah asked. I take my—" I heard laughter, and when I turned around, I found Dante leaning against the wall. "What's wrong, kitchen boy?" Dante asked, smirking. "Dante," I said, shooting him a warning glance. Dante flung himself into a nearby chair and leaned his head back. I leveled a glare at him, as if I could force him to remember our conversation about being nicer. "You take your chastity very seriously?" Sadie asked, patting Noah's arm. Good for you. I fully support your self-restraint. Dante rolled his eyes. There's hardly anything noble in interpreting the scripture in the most basic and literal way possible, he said. It must be so boring for you, Nicholas. It's Noah, he said dryly, and I definitely don't want to hear about your sexual escapades. Now, can we talk about something else? Anything else? Noah had just given me the perfect opening. I swallowed down the lump in my throat as the weight of what I intended to ask nestled upon my shoulders. I hadn't expected Dante to be around, but he was an upperclassman who could wield Michael's fire. He'd make a good ally, and despite his bluster, I knew he'd have my back. It's Friday night, I said, and I've been going crazy stuck inside recently. I thought I'd take a walk and check out Fayette Street. Have any of you heard of it? Sadie furrowed her brow. It's kind of a seedy area, isn't it? Just outside of Chinatown, Ella said slowly. I began. Oh no, Noah said. You aren't seriously considering sneaking out again. Have you already forgotten what happened last time? I whirled on him, and he flinched at the heat in my expression. Of course I haven't forgotten, I snapped. Besides, you're the one who wanted to change topics. Noah opened his mouth, likely to protest, but closed it without uttering a word. I knew it was wrong to involve them, but after learning that my mother had died all alone, outside the walls, I didn't want to make the same mistake. Dante leaned forward, his eyes bright. Whatever it is, I'm in, Dante said. It must be good, if it's got him all riled up, he said. Tell them, Noah sighed. Tell them where we're really going. I found it, I said quietly. The Sapphire Lounge. I know where it is. Silence fell over us. I knew what they must be thinking. The last time we'd gone to look for the Sapphire Lounge, divine providence had been attacked. Our wounds had healed, but the dread and terror lingered. Dante cleared his throat. What are you talking about? It's a Felding Club, I said, and I think it's related to the vampires that attacked the academy. At least they might know where he is. Or something else equally useful, like how he was able to command Michael's fire. But why? Noah asked, rubbing his brow. Because Omen is a vampire. He told me he had answers. I didn't have the right questions then, but I do now. And now I know where to find him. We know what the Broodmaster looks like, but we don't know what he's planning. We didn't exactly do well against him last time, Sadie said. I'm not going to fight, I said. I'd promised my uncle that I'd be on my best behavior, but I hadn't explicitly promised not to check out the club. If I could find Omen again, maybe I could get him to talk, without more bloodshed. Dante's face darkened. He curled his hands into fists and drew a sharp breath in. I wasn't even sure if he'd heard anything I said after Academy. If there is even a chance that those vampires are hiding out there, I'm going. And I can bring others. We'll cut through them like... That isn't the plan, I said. At least, not tonight. Like hell it isn't. Dante narrowed his eyes and leaned close to me, so close that his hot breath puffed against my cheek. I trembled at the intensity of his ice-blue eyes, but I didn't back down. I could have kept the master talking long enough for us to think of a proper plan, I said. If you and Danica hadn't launched into battle without thinking. This situation requires something more than brute force, unless you want to get us all killed. There's something bigger going on here that I need to figure out. Like what? Tess asked. I think there's something wrong with how my father died. Cora, nothing you do is going to bring him back, Noah said. I know that, I replied, but this is bigger than my father. At least I thought it was. Actually, Mordecai's explanation made a lot of sense, but I knew it wasn't the whole picture. But you're hoping to find something tied to him, aren't you? Noah asked. Cora, that vampire threw us around like we were nothing. And not just us, but Danica and Dante too. And you want to just keep getting involved? We can't do this. But we would have the element of surprise this time, Dante said, his eyes flashing with excitement. We don't know that their master will be there, I pointed out. We don't know who or what will be there. It might be nothing. Or it might be Omen. Heat rose to my face. I needed to understand why he'd betrayed us so badly. And after that, I'd decide whether or not I was going to tear him apart too. It's not going to be nothing, Noah said. I'm not asking you to go inside, I said. I just want to... Look around? Noah asked tiredly. Yes, come on, Noah. You know how inquisitive I am, I said. Besides, I know you want to figure this out too. You heard what the Master and Omen said. If the sole purpose of infiltrating divine providence was to kill the chancellor, then why were they just waiting around for us in the Great Hall? He said it wasn't supposed to happen like that. So what was the real plan? What were they really after? You must be curious. They're vampires, Noah said. They're bred in sin and evil, born to lie with their wicked tongues, whatever their motives. Then why didn't they kill us when they had the chance? I asked. There's something strange about that, isn't there? Yes, Noah admitted reluctantly. Letting us live will prove a costly mistake, Dante said. If you want to look first, fine. I'll play along for now, Cora. But then I'm going to act. Those vampires and their allies slaughtered half the allure. I will not stand by and do nothing. Neither will I replied. So what's the worst possible thing that might be in this club? Tess asked, her voice wavering. I pursed my lips together. Some powerful fae, the most dangerous vampire in Boston, and my ex-boyfriend, I said. Your ex? Sadie asked. I nodded. You met him. He was with the vampire we fought the other night, the younger one. Sadie whistled between her teeth. Damn, he's pretty hot. I mean, you know, Sadie said, in an undead kind of way. Are you serious? Dante asked. He tried to kill us, Noah said. I know, Sadie replied, but I thought, I ought to. I'm just saying that Cora had good taste, assuming she dated him before he was all undead. I don't like the idea of fighting again, Tess said softly. I've never been so terrified in my life. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm even cut out for this. I don't think I'm meant to be a warrior, and the simulations in class are just... too much. Before, I knew they were just pretend. My worst fears come to life, but now that I've seen the monsters up close and know what they're really capable of, I guess my imagination has gotten much bigger. I think we all feel that way, Sadie said, her voice becoming gentle. Definitely, Ella said, sighing. I don't belong here at all, but I can't just go back where I'm from, not after all we've been through. Could any of us? Sadie asked, looking at me. I sucked in a sharp breath of air when I realized she might be looking for an out. You could, I replied. If you told my uncle, he'd let you be dismissed, but you'd never be able to come back. And we wouldn't remember anything, would we? Sadie asked. They'd do to us what they did to Shane. I winced and nodded. Poor Shane. Every time I saw him, we'd be starting over from scratch. Why hadn't I fought harder for him the second time? After all Shane had done to help my classmates and me, surely. He deserved to be in on the masquerade, didn't he? But maybe it was for the best. Maybe the less he knew, the safer he'd be. Tess trailed off. I like being something besides the makeup clerk at Sephora, even if it's scary sometimes. Sadie nodded. Look, Cora, this isn't our fight. Not in the same way it is yours, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I let you get into something dangerous and didn't go with you, she said. And besides, I've got to do something to make up for all my dirty sins, right? Helping the angels sounds like a pretty good idea. Thank you, I said. Noah sighed. And I guess I'll have to go too, he said, To keep you from doing something stupid. To try and keep me from doing something stupid, I corrected. Although I was more worried about Dante. This time, I really did just want to look. We could always return later with an actual plan, with a sanctioned, unified force to storm the place, but only if we found compelling evidence of an imminent threat. Tess took a deep breath. So, are we going to sneak in, or just find the outside? She asked. I don't know yet, I replied. Maybe just reconnaissance for now. If we find anything interesting, we can talk about sneaking in after that. Tess drummed her fingers along the arms of her wheelchair. Well, she said, I'm supposed to be brave. Michael thinks so, at least. I bit the inside of my cheek. I was no longer sure if that was true, if she really was the chosen of Michael, or if she'd just gotten lucky. According to my uncle's theories, maybe the angels got it wrong sometimes. I certainly felt the same way, and it was getting harder and harder to believe the angels knew best, and that they had some divine plan I just couldn't see. My father had always believed that, and look what happened to him. And, Tess continued, I didn't really have any plans after high school. I was such an average student, and maybe this is worthwhile. If everyone else is going, I'll go too, Ella said. I nodded. All right, I said, so we'll go tonight. How about weapons? Noah asked. I have some ideas about that, I said, but I might need Sadie's help. Fine, Sadie said, though I could be put to much better use. If we're going clubbing, you can't wear that. Chapter 23. So what do you suggest? I asked, as we gathered into my large bedroom. Well, you said it's a fae club, right? Sadie asked. Fae-owned, at least. Well, all I know is stereotypes, but now that I've seen a couple vamps, I can tell you the darkish goth look really works for them. The fae, from what I've read, they like gauzy dresses, natural fibers and colors associated with their season, and flashy jewelry. Is this more of your dark Mori fetish? I wanted to be as inconspicuous as possible, but apparently I didn't know what that meant. Sadie said my practical, tight-fitting leather and hooded cape made me look like a vigilante. Not exactly. That's more subtle. Grays and blacks, loose and hanging layers, hoods and layered skirts, rough homemade patches. So, like an emo bum, or an assassin. Pretty much. That's like anti-clubbing attire, Tess said, for people who don't even want to be there, for people who'd rather be home and got dragged out by friends. Exactly. We aren't going to be able to blend in by trying to look like we don't belong there. We'll only stand out more. We need to look like we're there to party, like we want to have fun, like we're looking to hook up. So, sexy. Like we're trying too hard. If you can make Noah sexy, I said, I'll eat my hat. In the end, I was pleasantly surprised with the makeovers. Jeans, torn black shirts, messy hair, even Noah looked pretty badass. We spiced it up a bit, with Tess in a sparkling sequin top, Sadie in a black dress with bright red lipstick, and Ella and me in lighter colors and short skirts. Ella did my makeup, using far too much silver and bronze glitter around my eyes and lips. Then we made a brief stop at Jason St. John's office for an impromptu chemistry experiment, before heading out. With the Allery's reduced numbers, it was even easier than usual to sneak out of divine providence. We were quiet as we wandered through the streets of Boston, following Sadie's lead. Although our plan wasn't to storm the club and attack anyone, we were still armed. I'd tucked my usual daggers in my boots and sheathed 2 slim stakes at my waist. Inside the pockets of my coat, I hid 3 small vials filled with a glowing alchemical formula. How'd you even come up with these? Noah asked, admiring his vial. A single flicker of Michael's flame was suspended inside the glass, fueled by a sticky concoction of plant resin and dragon's bane. It was something Mordecai said, I replied, about Uriel's discipline being the easiest to access, and I already knew we could channel Raphael's healing blessing into crystals, so it wasn't a stretch to think we could make something similar for other powers. In the end, we found the formula in one of St. John's older volumes. But, don't shake it up, okay? I don't know how stable it is. Our arrival at Fayette Street was marked by a shimmering rain that made the street lamps glow like portals. My eyes swept over the buildings, the flickering, colorful neon signs, the cars and traffic lights. Everything was so brightly lit outside Divine Providence. I felt a sudden longing for home. I remembered being a little girl and staying up too late with my father in his office, reading by the warm halo of a lamp. He'd pore over his paperwork, quietly explaining the importance of answering correspondence in a timely fashion until his fingers smelled like ink and parchment. It seemed as if everyone in the whole world needed his counsel about important matters. But now he was gone. I'd never see him in his office again, or laughing by the fireplace or the dining hall after he'd tipped back too many cups of mead. Tears threatened to spill, but I held them back. Now wasn't the time to get nostalgic for the past. Now was the time to protect our future. Just one step at a time, one task at a time. How will we know when we found it? Tess asked. Is it hidden like the academy? Probably, I replied. Danica huffed and crossed her arms. I don't suppose we have a more specific address? She asked. I wasn't thrilled that Dante had invited her, but after what happened last time, it was brave of her to join despite the risk. I wondered whether Annalise had been asked at all. Unfortunately not, I said. We'll just have to walk the length of the street. It's worth it, if we find the vampires who attacked us, Dante said, setting a brisk pace over the sidewalk. I followed, my eyes darting to every building we passed. I searched for signs bearing the name of the Sapphire Lounge or for the telltale shimmer of a magical illusion, but it was all so mundane and busy. The misty rain brought out a stench of stale cigarettes and garbage from the overflowing bins. I hate this place, Danica hissed, after a drunk pedestrian bumped her shoulder without slowing down. Girls in miniskirts and long jackets cackled as they passed us from the side. There are so many people here. How do you stand it? You get used to it, Sadie replied with a shrug. Danica cast her an irritated look. You know, Tess said, if the Angelborn and the allure are the only ones who don't live among regular humans, that means all the other races have adapted. What's your point? Noah asked with a frown. We have a holy mandate, a mission from God to protect the humans from the Felding. But you're holding yourself apart, never really knowing what you're fighting for or defending, without asking them if they even want it. Doesn't that seem a little off to you? I thought about Shane. Maybe she had a point, but I wasn't in the mood to discuss it. The other races are damned to hell, Dante said, taking the bait, and their sole purpose for existing is to drag the humans down with them. Of course, they'd need to mingle a bit, to feed on or corrupt as many as possible. They also use humans as living shields, knowing we may dampen the force of our attack depending on potential casualties. This is just one of the reasons the allure keep themselves apart from human affairs. We can't afford to get involved on a personal level. But don't you think it would encourage greater understanding among the races? Ella asked. I would think that's how it would happen. What's to understand? Noah asked. They're all born of Satan, inherently evil. Everything else is a needless complication. Besides, what would you know? Danica asked. You've only known that all these races existed for, what, a couple of months? We've been fighting the Felding for millennia. Ella bit her lip. You are an acolyte, just like us, Tess said, her brown eyes narrowed. We all passed the blessing ceremony. But the humans are the ones asking stupid questions, Danica shrugged. How hard is it to drive a car? Noah asked, clearly desperate to change subjects. Oh, I could show you, Sadie said. I have a driver's license. It's not that bad at all. Neither Ella nor Tess looked thrilled at the change in topic, but they fell silent. Danica rolled her eyes and hung back, murmuring with Dante. As I walked, I couldn't help but imagine a world where the angel-born were part of the same world as the humans. I imagined being friends with Shane, a friend he could remember. I might have been able to walk into his church and visit him between classes for coffee or a picnic in the park. Admittedly, Sadie said, I may not have a car anymore. I've missed a couple payments now, so PNC probably took it back. That sucks, Tess said. I never had a car. It was always public transit for me, which is a nightmare anyway, but in a wheelchair. Sadie nodded sympathetically. Boston really could do more to be accessible, she said. I broke my leg during my sophomore year in high school, and it was a real pain in the ass getting around. I can't even imagine trying to do it in a wheelchair. Why did we even let them come with us? Danica whispered loudly. Why did we even let you come with us? I asked. You've literally complained the whole time. I looked over my shoulder at Danica, who scowled. It's hard to be in a good mood when we're having to walk through all this crap. I knew what she meant, so I didn't say anything. There was something charming and exotic about Boston, if you looked past the garbage. The lights reflected on the wet pavement, highlighting broken glass and shredded newspaper. People slept in secluded doorways, shrouded in piles of plastic bottles. My father once told me, many of the homeless were half-feldings just trying to keep a low profile. When I thought of my father, it was as if a succubus had swooped in and sucked all the enthusiasm out of me. He would have never approved of this mission. He would have wanted me to stay safe, inside of divine providence. But it hadn't been safe. Maybe it never would be. We crossed a street, and suddenly the air shimmered. I halted abruptly, letting the blue and pink light dance around me. There it is, Noah muttered. His eyebrows were raised in surprise. Where? Sadie asked, looking wildly around. Noah put a hand on her shoulder and pointed. Positioned between a bar and a dance club, there was a dark alleyway, the entrance veiled by complex sigils that shifted like floating gears. I took a step to the side, and the alley faded behind a flat brick wall covered with event posters. When I stepped forward and squinted through the glowing illusion, the space opened, leading to a small building carved from black marble. Very old, I realized. Probably as old as Boston itself. Veins of shimmering blue stone spread across the building's facade, spelling out the Sapphire Lounge in elegant cursive. We found it, Ella said. Now what? I stared at the lounge, visible behind the colorful, shifting illusion. All I'd wanted was to see it, and here it was. How many of my answers lay just beyond its engraved doors? My breath shuddered, my toes curled. It would be so easy just to bolt beyond the barrier and enter the Sapphire Lounge, the place Eamon had told me about. But what waited for us inside? I say we go in, Dante said, his eyes as hard as steel. We can't fight, I said. Not with just a few of us. We wouldn't survive. But even as I said it, I couldn't shake the spark inside me, the burning desire to go in and hunt down and destroy every last vampire I could find. A dark voice whispered, "So what if we died?" I'd gladly sacrifice myself to take down the Broodmaster, who'd killed my mother and now taken my father away from me as well. But if I got in trouble, it wouldn't just be me this time. My father had warned me not to mess with the Fae, and my uncle basically said the same thing. I'd be committing the rest of the Allery into a war they couldn't win, especially given our reduced numbers. Centuries of tradition could be wiped out by one mistake. Dante moved, so he stood right before me. I stood my ground, even as he gazed down at me. "Did you really expect for me to follow you here and not go in?" he asked in a low voice. Had I? I wondered now if I'd brought Dante along because, subconsciously, I'd known he'd force me into action, into fighting, and I wanted it. My eyes flitted to Noah, who gave me a slight shake of his head. "Yes," I replied, "because I expected you to have some common sense. We don't even know if the broodmaster is in there, or how many humans or felding are inside. We've seen it, Ella said, sounding uncomfortable. So we should go back and regroup. Make new plans. I don't really feel like facing vampires tonight. Coward, Danica said. You'd feel differently if you were an angel born. Ella fought bravely when divine providence was attacked, I said. Unlike some of the angel-born ecolities, it isn't cowardice to be smart. Why don't we split the difference? Sadie asked. We can have a peek inside, see what it's like, and get out before anyone's the wiser. That shouldn't be all that dangerous, right? I mean, it's a club, not a war zone or something. I bit my lip. If I went through the illusion and entered the club, would I be able to resist the urge to stab or stake every felding in the joint? Could I look at the vampires, one of whom probably killed my father, and just smile and pretend to be some clueless human? Probably not. But I also wasn't ready to just give up and go home. I took a deep breath. That's a good idea, I said. But we should leave our weapons here. They won't do us much good if we're cornered, and I have a feeling they'll check us at the door. If there's any real trouble, we'll still have the vials of Michael's fire. Drop one on the ground, and it should spark a blinding light and a toxic smoke. We slip out in the chaos and regroup by that bodega across the street. I expected Dante at least to argue, but he called my bluff, calmly pulling out his blades and stashing them inside a stack of cardboard boxes behind a nearby dumpster. The rest of us followed suit. I was reluctant to give up my mother's knives, but decided it was better than handing them over to a thorough bouncer. And then, I stepped through the illusion, letting it wash over me like a cool mist. Sadie clutched Noah's arm as he tugged her through what appeared to be a solid wall. Tess was braver, pushing her wheelchair through quickly with her eyes closed. The alley seemed to expand before us, the space contorting and stretching. When it snapped back in place, we were closer to the entrance than I would have expected. I gulped as I saw two dark silhouettes loitering by the pillars supporting the engraved capstone above the wide double doors. It looked like a temple, or a tomb. Lost, daughter of Eve? One of them leered at me, his eyes shining in the dim light. Not at all, I said. I know exactly where I am. His eyes flitted over the small group behind me. It's uncommon for humans to arrive unchaperoned, he said. We've been invited, I said. By Merkala Karnstein. I hadn't meant to announce our presence, but hopefully the name got us inside. The Felding shared a knowing look with his companion, and then unhooked the velvet rope spanning the entrance to let us pass. They gave us a quick pat-down, and I shivered as the vampire's bare fingers touched my thigh. Enjoy yourselves, the other one smirked. Perhaps we'll catch you inside later. Sure, Sadie smiled, teasing her hair. My fellow acolytes gathered behind me. I took a steadying breath and reached out until my fingers brushed the silver handle of the Sapphire Lounge's black wooden door. When I pulled it open, I was momentarily confused by the empty expanse of a barren room, covered in dust and broken furniture. But then I saw the stairs leading lower, spilling light and music from below. I walked down them slowly, my eyes widening as we reached the bottom floor. Everything was in purple and gold, the lights pulsing in a sharp tempo with ethereal music, unlike anything I'd ever heard. A pounding bass made the floor tremble, even though it was solid stone. We seemed to be in some kind of underground cistern, or a wine cellar maybe. It was broad with high ceilings, supported by pillared arches that stretched into the darkness. The wide mirrors covering the walls made the space look infinite, and it took a moment to get my bearings. In the center, a large dance floor faced a raised alcove where a DJ was set up with electrical devices and antique instruments. At the edges of the room, VIP lounges were flooded with red lights that reflected off silver buckets filled with champagne bottles and black velvet couches. There were so many people in such a small space that my jaw dropped. Probably 100 humans, from what I could see. But they weren't alone. I recognized the vampires first, pale and beautiful, watching from the private alcoves on the second floor above us. The Fae were more distracting, mostly due to their distinctly non-human features. Ethereal winged fairies, tiny pointy-eared sprites, hideous goblins, and delicate sylphs that looked like they were made of blown glass. A handful of golden-eyed, airy djinns swept through the crowd, practically floating in long robes. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and alcohol as the Feldings danced together, pressing their bodies against willing humans. "Holy fuck," Sadie swore. "Am I in Narnia?" Tess asked. Black lights spotlighted pockets and corners, which made the airy, flowery dresses glow like neon and accentuated the Feldings' nearly translucent skin. Some of the humans were wearing masks or sporting geometric green and orange body paint that made their bodies glow as they moved. "I don't think so," I replied, although I didn't catch the reference. I'd never seen such a godless place in my life, and yet there was something alluring about it. This wasn't the cold, pristine white of divine providence. This felt more real somehow. I stepped further in, as if in a trance. "We need to be very careful," Ella said, her voice wavering. "We've seen it. Maybe we should just go." "We're already here," Dante said. "No harm in getting acquainted with the layout. Maybe we'll pick up something interesting." "Agreed," Danica replied tightly. And they swept away, quickly disappearing into the crowd. I clenched my jaw and glared after them. Why were they like this? Why couldn't they just stand back and actually plan something? I wondered if this is how Noah felt every time I went off and did something stupid, and he couldn't get me to listen. Now that they were gone, we couldn't just leave them here. 10 minutes, I whispered. "Let's see what we can find. But be careful, everyone." Noah nodded, his eyes wide beneath his glasses. "Great," Sadie said. "Not much time to woo a Felding, but if I bat my eyelashes, I can probably get a few phone numbers." "That's not what we're here for," I frowned. "Hey, Angelborn, you've got your interrogation methods. I've got mine. You'd be surprised what people will share during pillow talk. And I've always wanted to bang a fairy king." "No, you most certainly have not," Ella hissed. "Sadie." "It's just a joke," Sadie said, her voice serious. "Lighten up. We're at a party. Try to look like you're having fun. Speaking of which, I'm going to see if any of those fellas by the bar want to buy a girl a drink." Sadie moved away, drifting into the crowd, and Ella moved nervously with her. Tess edged around the crowd and settled in a corner, evidently deciding to keep watch from there. I gazed over the crowd, looking for anyone I recognized. After only a few minutes, I caught sight of familiar dark eyes and dark hair. Omen. My heart thundered in my chest as our eyes connected. It was too late to duck or hide. He'd seen me. His eyes were wary, but he tilted his head in a small nod. "I'll go left," I said to Noah, who'd remained with me. "You take right." "All right," he said, without taking his eyes off Omen. I had to face him on my own. And then? Who knew? It depended entirely on what he said and how this meeting went. I crossed the room and tried not to cringe as unfamiliar bodies brushed against mine. I kept my eyes focused only on Omen, and his gaze remained firmly on me. In the corner of my eye, I watched Noah creep around behind him. When I stood only a few feet away, Omen swept forward, seizing my wrists and pulling me against him. I tipped my chin up and met his gaze, trying to portray every ounce of ferocity raging through me. Seeing him rekindled the memory of my father's dead body. I trembled with rage. My jaw locked. I saw Noah flinch, but I warned him off with a shake of my head. The pulsing lights and dancing continued, as Omen rocked me gently in time to the music, his face unreadable. A face-to-face with Omen was exactly what I'd wanted, and an opportunity I'd be stupid to refuse. I needed to give him a chance to explain. "Cora," he finally said, my name a mere whisper. "So you found it at last." I nodded sharply. Why did you do it? I asked. Eamon sighed deeply and dipped his head. His breath brushed against my neck. I curled my hands into fists, my nails digging into the palms of my hands. My whole body tensed, waiting for him to make a move. The second I felt his fangs, I was going to twist my wrists, grab the back of his neck, and slam my knee into his nose as hard as I could. I had to, Eamon said. It's what she wanted. I balked, wondering who he was talking about. Merkala? I guessed. It was the only female name he'd given me, though I'd half thought it was just the club password to get past security. Who was she to him, and what did she want? She's the one who attacked Divine Providence? Did she kill my father as well? Eamon's dark eyes widened, and there was sadness in them. I recognized it as guilt, or maybe pity. We'd heard rumors, Eamon said, and were preparing ourselves for a visit or raid, but I swear to you, it wasn't us. Bullshit, I spat, resisting his grip on my arms. And you're a fool if you think otherwise. My father didn't fall in battle as he should have. He was stabbed in the back by a felding coward. Looking for me. Eamon's cheek brushed against mine. It wasn't supposed to go the way it did, he said. The fires were meant to get everyone outside. The wolves would draw the allure off while the rest were safe outside the grounds. It got out of hand. I don't believe you, I replied. You don't have to. You came here tonight for a reason. If you're driven by justice for your father's murder, I don't blame you. But you won't find it here. I gasped suddenly, as what felt like a burning coal shifted in my stomach. I had no reason to trust Eamon, but something in his eyes spoke the truth. For a moment, I was caught in his hypnotic stare, and it was almost like we were hiding out together in some dark corner of the academy, finding comfort in each other's embrace. If, however, you're seeking answers, Eamon continued, there's only one person that can give them to you. Let me guess, your mysterious benefactor? I asked. She wants to meet you. Why don't I take you to her? I'm not going anywhere with you, I scowled. Now that you're here, he purred. I'm afraid I must insist. It would be better if we leave quietly. Otherwise, the pack of fledglings you arrived with might find themselves in a sticky situation. From the corner of my eye, I saw a vampire move towards us. He wasn't dancing, just standing and staring in a dark suit. My pulse quickened. I tilted my head and found another one, watching Eamon and me from the other side. Slowly, the wheels began to turn in my head. Had this been a trap all along? We'd come for answers, but I wasn't prepared to be taken hostage. I mentally steeled myself. This wasn't a good place for a fight. I was in their territory, surrounded by their kind, but I'd be damned before I let a bunch of vampires threaten my friends. I twisted my wrists, seizing Eamon's. Then I kicked him as hard as I could in the groin. He swore and released me. In a second, my hand wrapped around a beer bottle, but the two vampires who'd been watching suddenly swept forward, silent as a falling curtain. They grabbed my arms and practically lifted me off my feet. I screamed, and a blast of pink energy burst from my chest, pushing them back and forcing an open ring in the center of the dance floor. Shamuel's mark shone bright pink against my wrist as I raised my palms to ward off more attacks. "The allure!" someone shouted. The warning sent a tremor through the crowd. It was like a terrible, malignant spell. Vampires and fae bared their teeth, fleeing for the exits. Otherwise extended their claws or grabbed makeshift weapons, expecting a fight. "I'm with you," Noah said, rounding to my side and pressing his back to mine. From across the room, there was flash of fiery light and a puff of thick, dark smoke. Tess had apparently used her vial. The small device set off a respectable flourish of blue flames that incinerated the shag carpet. At that, there was a stampede for the narrow exit, and the stairs were soon clogged with panicked humans. I spun around, trying to find the other acolytes, but found Eamon instead. I moved into a fighting stance and tightened my grip on my bottle. The two vampires approached, with 3 more behind them. "Cora," Eamon said sternly, "it doesn't have to be like this." I laughed and forced a careless smile. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Afraid I'll kick your ass? You used to enjoy our sparring sessions." Eamon halted a few feet away and shook his head. He opened his mouth with a retort, but before any words could leave his mouth, I lunged. I didn't care what he had to say or how he used to make me feel. I just wanted to watch him bleed. Chapter 24. Eamon swept aside, so my swing went wild. I whirled around and shifted my weight. For a second, it was like we were both back at Divine Providence and practicing with our weaponry. Then, Eamon's lip curled up, revealing his fangs, and shattered the illusion. I lashed out with the glass bottle. He caught my wrists and tried to force me back. I clenched my jaw and kicked. My foot collided with his stomach, but he barely flinched. Instead, Eamon moved forward, crushing his body against mine. Trying to limit my range, I twisted and locked my foot around his ankle, trying to pull him off balance. "You'll have to do better than that," he purred. "Don't worry, I can," I said sweetly. I brought my knee up, striking against his thigh. Then I twisted, bringing my elbow around until it collided with Eamon's jaw, drawing a pained hiss. Someone else had dropped one of our emergency vials, and a table was on fire, billowing thick, dark smoke. Light burst into my vision, followed by crackling and snapping. Eamon released me suddenly and ducked. A hot blast of Michael's fire shot past him, exploding against the bar. There was an explosion of light and sound as bottles of alcohol caught fire. One of the vampires standing too close was caught up in a blaze. He ran towards the exit, a flaming torch, but collapsed on the stairs before he could make it to water. Dante caught my eye and smirked. "I told you we could take them," he said, the light in his eyes nearly manic. Eamon backed away, his eyes darting between us. "You're a fool," he said, "and a dime a dozen at Divine Providence." "I didn't come here to be insulted," Dante said, his eyes narrowed. "You're going to burn in hell for what you did to us at the academy." Eamon tilted his head, seemingly unthreatened. "For what we did to you. Look around, asshole. We were just having a good time, and you stormed in and started destroying Felding for merely trying to exist. And as I recall, the only thing we did in the academy was allow you to walk out alive." I used the moment to seize a nearby chair and smash it with my foot until the narrow plank of wood connecting the frame snapped under my boot. A nail bit into my skin when I grabbed the makeshift stake, clenching it tightly in my fist. "My father is dead because of you," I growled, "whether or not you killed him." "I'm very sorry it's come to this," Eamon said. "Stuff your apologies," Dante snarled. Another flash of Michael's fire burst through the air. Eamon dove aside and rolled to his feet. Before Dante could unleash another fireball, Eamon was on him, teeth catching the red lights of the lounge and the orange gold of Michael's flames. I darted between them, my stake ready. Eamon's skin broke before the force of my attack, but he turned suddenly. The stake glanced across his ribs, leaving a dark, bloody tear in his suit. Our eyes met, and we both flinched. Until that moment, neither of us had believed I'd actually hurt him. With a growl, I stabbed into his shoulder, but he moved again. The angle caught me by surprise and sent shocks of pain shooting through my right wrist. A hand seized my arm. "Get out of my way," Dante shouted, yanking me back. I stumbled to the side, fury bursting through me when I realized my stake was still in Eamon's shoulder. His pale face twisted in anger as he turned to scowl at Dante. "Do not throw her around like that," he snapped. Flames burst from Dante's fingertips as he raised his hand for a flaming strike, but the attack was cut off by a sharp twang. I heard a dull thud, and Dante stumbled forward, an arrow buried just beneath his shoulder blade. He gasped, Michael's flames dissipating, and fell to the ground. A mean-looking fae with a crossbow and a shimmering aquamarine dress stood on one of the raised balconies. "This club is under the protection of the Winter Court," she said. Her eyes were black and her skin nearly blue, with tightly knotted blonde braids tucked behind her pointed ears. "Violence against the Felding will not be tolerated. That shot was a warning. He will live." I was about to protest when a strong hand flung me back against the wall, shattering the mirror. Pain burst along my spine. My head struck the ground, and fragments of mirror stuck to my forehead. Blood dripped down my cheek until I could taste it on my tongue. I forced myself to roll to my feet, even as the room spun around me. My attacker was a larger, stocky vampire, his bald head covered in tattoos, with golden hoops in his ears. Next to him was a tall vampire in a ruffled shirt and a long cape. He even had a cane, for fuck's sake, like he was some kind of aristocratic lord. But they weren't alone. Several more shadows emerged into the flashing lights and black smoke that was gradually clearing. I realized dimly that the music had been shut off. I found Ella on her knees, a vampire standing above her. Where were Tess and Noah? Sadie and Danica? Strong hands seized my wrists. I flung myself up with all my might and fought as a vampire forced my arms behind my back, pulling and wrenching. I'd lost my stake. If I could just reach the vials in my pocket. I kicked out, my legs colliding with a couple of bar stools and knocking them over. "Restrain her," Eamon ordered, his voice cold. It was strange seeing him command much older and more dangerous-looking vampires. Despite his apparent authority, he was only a very young Felding. I wondered briefly what he'd done to earn his position so rapidly, but realized I already knew the answer. He'd sold us out. I struggled, kicking and thrashing, even when I heard the damning click and felt the sharpness of metal on my wrist. I twisted, but pain exploded in my knees, and they buckled beneath me. I collapsed hard to the ground, my chest and face striking a shattered glass bottle. Pain burned across my face as the other handcuff was clicked. A hand curled in my hair, twisting hard, and pulled me upright. Breathing hard, I glared at Eamon, whose face looked too soft and sympathetic. This was clearly a new deception, concern, like he actually cared about me. I spat at him. The vampire behind me flung me to the ground. I bumped against Noah. I gave him a quick glance, assessing his injuries. Blood poured from a cut across his cheek, down to his chin. His right wrist was handcuffed to the leg of a sturdy-looking table. His left hand had balled up a piece of his shirt and was trying to staunch the blood seeping from his side. Tess sat upright on the ground, blood staining her blouse. Her breath came in heavy, loud pants. I wondered if she hadn't inhaled too much from the toxic combustibles I'd added to the alchemical formula. Behind her, Danica thrashed against her handcuffs, but they'd gotten her feet too. As I looked around, Sadie was thrown at my feet. There were no cuffs on her, but her face was red. She looked dazed and barely conscious as she slumped to the ground. I gasped when I saw 2 red pricks on her neck. "I thought we discussed this, Titus," the fae said coolly, glaring at the tall vampire. "Never without permission." "Extenuating circumstances," he said, offering her a polite bow, before wiping the blood off his lips with a white handkerchief. "Fine," she said. "I trust you can manage to clean up your own mess?" "Business as usual by the weekend," Titus promised. The fae waved her hand and vanished through a back entrance. Dante leaned against the bar, the arrow still through his back and his arm hanging limp. He grabbed a bottle of vodka from behind the bar and filled a shot glass. He downed it in one gulp, then poured from the bottle over the wound in his shoulder. I breathed a short sigh of relief when I spotted Ella, cuffed like me but conscious at least. We were injured, but still alive. It could have easily been a lot worse. I shivered, realizing that it was too soon to count my chickens. We'd told no one where we were going. My uncle would no doubt realize where I'd disappeared to, but how long would it take him to notice the others were missing? And would he risk a war with the Feldings to rescue his wayward niece? He shouldn't have to. A dozen feeble plans for escape shot through my mind, each more heinous than the last. As more Feldings gathered around before us, it began to seem more and more hopeless. The stocky vampire went behind the bar and doused Michael's lingering fire, and it was like a sword to my stomach. All right, this was bad. I had to think fast, before these vampires decided the easiest approach would be to rip our throats out. There were at least 10 of them. No wonder they'd subdued us so quickly. You always keep this many handcuffs around? I taunted. I told you, Eamon said, finally pulling my stake out of his shoulder. We were preparing for Alaric reprisals. Although, I don't mind telling you, the Sapphire Lounge is always ready to cater to the whims of our elite clientele. This place is literally a meat market, Sadie said, rousing to her senses. One vampire, a tall woman with blue eyes and thin, fair hair, let out a deep sigh. So, our trap is sprung. What should we do with our catch? She asked. She looked like she was pushing 30, but her skimpy dress and dark eyeshadow made her look like a sullen teenager. Eamon glanced at her. That's a good question, Diane. You know she won't want to deal with all this. Maybe you should let us go then, I said, and we'll all pretend this was just a terrible misunderstanding. Maybe we'll laugh about it in a few years. Cute, Eamon replied, but that's not going to happen. Besides, Diane said, smirking, I could use a new pet. I don't think that would be conducive to our goals, Eamon said with a frown. Diane shrugged. Oh, let me keep him for a while? He's very handsome, and it's better than death, isn't it? I'm sure Dante would disagree, I replied. Oh, him? Diane asked, glancing at Dante over her shoulder. I didn't mean him. She bent down and whispered something in Noah's ear, then licked her lips with a giggle. Noah made a noise that was somewhere between a cough and a squeak. What happened to permission? Tess said weakly. That's one of our host's rules, Titus said with a leer. Doesn't want us bloodsuckers scaring away all the fish. However, blood tastes a little different when it's laced with fear. The concentration of stress hormones in the blood, like cortisol and epinephrine, it makes a heady cocktail. And after that little scuffle, and the potent stench of fresh blood in the air, I could scarcely deny my brethren a drink now. I, for one, am parched. Let's start with this one, said the bald vampire with the tattoos. I tipped my chin defiantly back as he crossed the room, expecting him to come for me. But he didn't. Instead, he went to Ella. She screamed and kicked as the vampire dragged her by the hair, pulling her away from us into a dark corner. Let her go, I shouted. The vampire's gold eyes flickered towards me, and then back to Eamon. Why her, Eli? Eamon asked. Smell her, the vampire hissed. Eamon arched an eyebrow and crouched over Ella. Eli took a handful of her hair and put a knee at the small of her back, forcing her up. Eamon swept a hand out, pushing Ella's hair over her shoulder. I heard a faint huff as he smelled along her neck. Then he leaned back, his pupils dilated. That's interesting, he said. What? Ella asked, her voice shaking. You smell nice, Eli said, like a fragrant bouquet. It's perfume, you fucking weirdo, Sadie snapped. If you want, I'll get you some. Eamon's lips quirked upwards, seemingly amused. I can see why you like that one, Cora, he said. Diane approached Ella and cupped her cheek. The vampire hummed thoughtfully, then exposed her fangs. I climbed to my feet, my wrists still chained behind me. Let her go, I snapped. Diane looked almost lazily at me. And what if we don't? She asked. You're the lost lambs who wandered into our den. We might need one of you alive, but it makes sense to just do away with the others. I'd even think it was justified, considering how the Allure have treated us over the years. And this one, Eli trailed off, dragging a clawed finger over Ella's jaw. I don't like the thought of just letting her go free, not without a taste. My heartbeat quickened. This was probably just a tactic of some sort, something meant to torment us, to get under our skin. But what if it wasn't? After all, they were right. We'd gotten ourselves into this mess. And it's not like we had anything to trade. The Feldings and the allure were at war. Casualties were expected. My gut twisted as Ella's lip trembled, even though she jutted her chin out bravely. Loyal and shy Ella, who hadn't even wanted to come here. And now, she was being punished for my reckless adventure. Just like Noah and the dragons. How long was I going to let my friends suffer for my mistakes? Amen, I said, fixing him with the same look I'd often given my father when I was trying to avoid a punishment. You don't have to hurt her. She's just some human acolyte, barely a fledgling. She's only known about our world for a couple of months. If you're going to punish anyone, it should be me. I'm the one you're after, aren't I? Eamon glanced towards Ella, still shivering on the ground. You are, he agreed, quirking an eyebrow. And killing a bunch of fledglings would escalate an already charged situation between the Feldings and the allure. You said you didn't mean for shit to go sideways at divine providence. This is your chance to prove it, to prove you're better than what the allure think you are, savage animals in desperate need of divine discipline. It's a little late for all that, Eamon sighed. You shouldn't have brought your back up. I didn't mean you any harm. So let the others go, I said quickly, and I'll come with you. I'll do whatever you want. You have my word. Diane snorted. And what is that worth? She asked. The allure are full of nothing but broken promises and deceit. I swallowed back my retort and focused only on Eamon. I took a tentative step forward, and when no one stopped me, I took another. A couple of the vampires tensed, but Eamon waved them away. He approached, his arms crossed before his chest, and considered me. I will swear by anything you want, I said evenly. I'll swear by divine providence, by my father, by my mother, by the blessings of Raphael and Shamuel. I will submit peacefully if you spare my friends. Don't! Noah shouted. Cora, you can't. Don't you realize what you're doing? Of course, I realized it. I was giving Eamon carte blanche over me. I tensed, wondering whether I'd end up forced to drink vampire blood and bound irreversibly to them. I knew vampire venom burned when it met my angel-born blood, but I had no idea if an angel-born could be enslaved by a vampire or not. But what difference did it make when we were already injured and restrained? I'd brought my classmates here. This was my fault. If I could trade my life for theirs, when all our lives were forfeit, I was getting the better end of the deal. And the opportunity to sacrifice oneself for our brethren and our holy mission was a gift every allure was raised to aspire towards. I shivered as Eamon stroked his thumb across my cheek. You realize, he said softly, that if we let them go, we're facing incredible risk. I wouldn't expect any of them to keep this a secret. They'll run straight to the allure and return with an army. Of course they would. They'd tell everyone, especially my uncle. But would he try to retrieve me? Possibly. Divine providence wasn't in any shape to wage war, but I couldn't imagine my uncle letting something like this pass without fierce and quick retribution. Since when are you afraid to take risks? I asked, leaning forward. You took plenty in that linens closet, when you thought having sex might make you fail your blessing ceremony. Eamon smiled. His fangs caught the red lights of the lounge and seemed to shine in the darkness. And look how I ended up, he said with a grim smirk. You can't seriously be considering this, Diane said, crossing her arms. The safest thing would be take what we want and destroy any loose ends. That's what the allure would do. We'd never kill innocents, Noah said. But you don't take hostages either. My heart twisted. I thought of Shane and the battle at the subway station. Yes, that was exactly what the allure would have done. We never bargained. Did the Feldings ever plea for their lives? If they did, I wondered how often the Allery showed mercy. But, Eamon said, glancing at Diane, how much harder will that make things for her? She'd have an easier time speaking to a house cat than a feral one. She likes feral cats, Diane retorted. Noah cleared his throat. If you have to take someone, take me, he said. Oh, how noble, Diane purred. I'd take you plenty of places. Noah blanched, but he didn't back down. Cora, Tess said, you can't agree. They'll probably just kill us anyway. Don't do anything dangerous, not in the hopes of saving us. Eamon's fingers brushed my cheekbone as he tucked a wayward strand of hair behind my ear. If you agree to come willingly and do what we tell you, Eamon said slowly, we'll free your friends and let them flee. And you won't harm them in any way, I said. You'll just let them go, no strings attached. Eamon narrowed his eyes and watched my face carefully. Behind me, I heard metal jerking. Someone, probably Noah, was trying to break free of the handcuffs. But I didn't dare turn around and look. Not right now. Eamon nodded, with determination, accepting the terms. I'd shake your hand, but, you know. I shrugged my shoulders, rattling the chains binding my wrists behind my back. Eli, put her back with the others, Eamon said. Eli dragged Ella to her feet and threw her to the ground near Noah. Turn around, Eamon said. I did, swallowing down the lump in my throat. It was much harder to act brave now that I was looking at my friends, all the people who I'd brought here. They probably thought I had some kind of plan, that this was all a ruse, but I had none. I'd been so stupid. Eamon's hands were behind me. The metal of the handcuffs shifted and opened with a click. Before I could even rub my wrists, Eamon seized my arm. I forced a smile as I met Noah's horrified gaze. I'll see you all around, I said, winking. I expect a cake when I return. If this was the last time my friends saw me, I wanted them to remember me this way. Confident and sarcastic, not terrified and falling apart on the inside. My breath hitched. Eamon pulled me along with him, pausing once by Diane. Make sure they reach divine providence without any further harm, he said. Then, he continued behind the bar. I followed him through a heavy velvet curtain. There was an elegant sitting area, filled with plush chairs and footstools. I shuddered when I thought of all the things that might happen in a place like this. Sit, Eamon said. I did, clasping my hands in my lap. I could still attack him. I looked him over, calculating the odds. But with my friends in the other room, they were still at the mercy of these Felding. If I did anything wrong in here, it would just put them in more danger. Eamon pulled a silver case from the pocket of his pants. You probably won't like this, he said, but I don't have a choice. You really know how to charm a girl. I have my moments, he smirked. He took my arm, and after opening the case, pressed a needle into the inside of my elbow. I hissed as a burning pain shot through my arm. Chapter 25. I saved my friends. I kept repeating the phrase over and over in my head, even as my thoughts grew sluggish. My cheek rested still against the velvet cushions. It took too much energy to lift my head, and even my concerns of all the depraved things that might have happened on these cushions, things like sex and bleedings and recreational floggings, flitted away like butterflies. My vision kept doing odd things. I would see nothing but blackness 1 second, and the next, I would look across the cushion and swear I could count every single fiber of dark velvet. Eamon sat near me, close enough to touch, but he didn't move. It was difficult to say if he even breathed. Cora, I really am sorry about all this, he said. It just all got out of hand. She'll explain everything, though, and then you'll understand. You have to. My throat was too dry and thick to speak. She. But who even was she? The vampires answered only to their broodmaster, What could this woman possibly have to say that would be of interest to me? "Fuck you," I muttered. Under other circumstances, maybe. I brushed my cheek against the velvet cushion again. My head felt heavy and disconnected from my neck. This was fine. This was worth it. I saved my friends. Or at least, bought enough time for them to get away. If I just focused on that, I could get through this. Maybe I had been the one to put them in danger, but at least my life still had enough value to barter for theirs. Eamon leaned forward. His dark eyes filled my vision, like two pieces of glistening onyx set in a sea of white marble. "Cora," he said tenderly. "I hate you," I hissed. "I wish we'd never met." His thumb brushed over my cheekbone, and it was like being somewhere else. We were in the linens closet again, clinging to one another. I knew that sex might be weird the first time, and it had been. But I hadn't expected the stickiness of the sweat or the heavy smell it brought with it. I let my head rest against Eamon's bare chest, and it felt, for a brief instant, like we were the only people in the world. "My father will kill you if he finds out," I whispered. Eamon's laughter rumbled and sent tiny tremors against my cheek. How is he going to find out? Angel blessed or no, he can't be everywhere at once. I thought of my father's bright blue eyes, the color of the sky, and his pale blonde hair, the same as my own. That tiny, barely noticeable scar at the edge of his hairline. He'd gotten it from a fight with a fae, his magnificent white wings. And then, I remembered the spot of blood spreading across his back and seeping into the fine feathers of his wings. It spread until my entire field of vision was a blanket of crimson, then faded into the black velvet fabric of the couch again. My eyes burned, and a couple of tears might have spilled. I was too out of it to really know, but there were sudden damp spots on the lush fabric. "Did you mean to kill him?" I asked. I didn't know if I'd gotten the words in the right order, but they didn't sound right. Everything was a vague rush of gibberish, and a new tiredness tugged at my eyelids. "Is she out yet?" Another voice. Female. Diane, right? I raised my head, squinting at the figure peering between the curtains. "Not yet," Eamon said, "but we knew it might take some time." Diane nodded. I let my head drop once more to the velvet. The fabric was so soft and steadying. It seemed like it might be the only real thing here. With a strange, disconnected giggle, I thought that maybe everything else was an illusion. Maybe I was floating in a sea of black velvet, and Eamon and Diane and my dead father were all just a bad dream. "Where's Noah?" I mumbled. I couldn't remember his face, and that scared me more than anything. I reached out with my fingertips, trying to catch my fading memories, suddenly terrified that I was being erased. "I think she might be close enough," Eamon said. "Is everyone ready to go?" Diane nodded sharply. With a soft sigh, Eamon's cool hands were on me. I leaned into his touch, butting against him like an attention-starved cat. He pulled me effortlessly into his arms. My head lulled back against his shoulder. "You're back?" I asked. How did it go? Because his blessing was supposed to happen right after the linens closet, and we were in the linens closet. But Eamon didn't answer. I felt light behind my eyelids and heard a car door slam. Then, it was dark again. At first, there was a lot of blackness, punctuated by bumps and light bursts of conversation. For a long time, it was like being awake and asleep at the same time. Then, pain burst through my skull with such a force that I wanted to cry. I bolted upright, gasping at the throbbing in my belly and my side. I squeezed my eyes closed and muffled a scream by clenching my jaw as tightly as I could. This was awful, beyond awful. I felt like Michael had descended from on high and cleaved my skull right in half with his glorious flaming sword. Then, everything came flooding back. I remembered the Sapphire Lounge. I remembered Eamon. I remembered my friends and the deal I'd made. My eyes snapped open, and I scrambled back, my hands fisting in the soft fabric beneath me. Belatedly, I realized they were sheets. I didn't recognize the room. It was dark, but when I squinted, I could make out the finer details. The walls were a cool gray, and the floor a fluffy-looking black carpet. The furniture was all silver, and across from me, there were windows covered with heavy purple drapes. Slowly, I pushed aside the slippery silk sheets and the downy comforter and carefully placed a foot on the floor. My clothes had been changed and replaced with an old-fashioned nightgown. My hair had been untied and unbraided, too, so it fell loosely over my shoulders. Great. I'd been dressed like a virgin about to be sacrificed. I thought of Princess Una, recoiling from the dragon, or any number of medieval heroines, desperate to escape heinous fates. I sighed and carefully stood. The room spun so badly that I nearly lost my balance. Dear God, whatever Omen had shot me with was toxic. I put a hand to my head and, using my free hand, followed a path along the wall. There was another room. I tested the door, not expecting it to open, but it did. A latrine. I shivered as my bare foot stepped upon the cold tile and sent a chill shooting up my leg. I groped along the wall, looking for a sconce, but there was none. No matches or lanterns either. My hand brushed a switch. I flipped it and the lights came on. My eyes met a mirror. I grimaced at the bruising along the side of my face and the fine cuts from broken glass. Still, I'd expected much worse. Frowning, I reached for the hem of my dress and hiked it up, exposing my stomach. Bandages. Someone had treated my injuries. I swear, I muttered to my reflection, if they're going to sacrifice me to summon a demon or something, I would do what, exactly, in this thin dress without any weapons and with the worst pain I'd ever felt in my life? I flipped on the faucet, so the water ran cold and clear. I ducked my head under it, letting the water soak through hair and scalp. It numbed the pain. I flipped my hair back and let the water fall over my neck, then turned my head to drink from the tap greedily. For a few moments, I remained there and tried to regain my senses. I didn't know where the vampires had taken me, but I didn't plan on staying. Or did I? This could be an opportunity to find out some crucial information, something that could help divine providence. But I also didn't know what these vampires wanted me for, and whatever they had in store for me might be something terrible. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Assuming Omen had kept his word, my friends should have made it back to divine providence by now, but they wouldn't know where to look for me, and I wasn't keen on the idea of accidentally starting a war. That meant it was up to me to find some way to escape. I pushed my damp hair back over my shoulder and stepped into the bedroom. First, weapons. I felt along the wall, searching for another switch to flip on the lights. Wherever the vampires were keeping me, it was somewhere modern. I followed along the wall until I reached the heavy curtains. I tugged one aside with a fierce yank, but the light didn't filter through like I wanted. The glass was barely see-through and a dull gray color. Still, I shoved aside the curtains, illuminating the room with muted daylight. I was expecting a dungeon, but this looked more like a place where an important guest might be kept. The suite of some upscale hotel. It was clean and nice, with an abstract painting of flowers hanging near the bed, and even a little kitchenette area. Bed, chest of drawers, desk, and chair. I went to the drawers and pulled one out. The dresser itself appeared to be made of some cold, heavy stone, but the inside of the drawers was made of wood. I wondered how hard it would be to bust apart one of the drawers and make a stake. Probably harder than I wanted. I strode to the chair. The stubby legs were wooden. I took a deep breath and hauled the chair up. Pain shot through my head, but I forced it back. I crossed the room, and with a grunt of exertion, pulled the chair up and let it rest against the marble top of the dresser. Then, with all my might, I lifted the chair back and brought the legs crashing against the marble. Nothing gave. With a growl of frustration, I tried again and again, pounding the chair against the stone dresser, but nothing still. Arms aching, I sat the chair down. If I could find a pin or something small, I could probably unscrew the bolts holding the chair legs together. Then, I'd just have to find a way to sharpen one of the legs into a proper stake. So I went through the room, digging through all the drawers in the bedroom and the latrine, but there wasn't a hint of anything useful. Except... My gaze landed on the mirror. It was a heavy thing, with an enormous gilded frame. It was old enough that the mirror itself was probably coated in silver. There was only one way to tell. I clambered onto the sink, giving my head a moment to adjust and make the room stop spinning. Then, slowly, I straightened and put my nose close to the mirror. It was an old survival trick my father had taught me. Real, genuine silver smelled sweet. The plated, cheap stuff smelled bad. This was sweet. Carefully, I put my hands on the edge of the frame and lifted it. Slowly, I stood, being careful not to trip over the faucet or the hem of my dress. I turned around, and holding the mirror aloft, I let it fall onto the marble tiles. It shattered in a burst of sound. I bent down and lifted the frame, eyeing the glistening shards of mirror. I chose the two sharpest ones and took them with me. It wasn't a real angel weapon. It probably wouldn't even cause serious harm to a vampire, but it might work on their human servants, and any weapon was better than none. I strode to the door, the one I hadn't tried yet. I tested the knob, and astonishingly, it opened without difficulty. Too easy. Either my captors were confident I wouldn't flee, which was unlikely, or they were absolutely sure they could prevent my escape. I traced a finger over my angel marks, as if to reassure myself they were still there. I was Allery, wings or no, and I'd been blessed by the archangels. I was meant for this. But doubt crept in like ice. Although I knew it was greedy to ask for more, I was a little disappointed I hadn't earned another mark during our last battle. Was it because I'd lost and run away? Or because I put my friends in danger in the first place? Were the angels disappointed in me? I slipped into the hallway before me. The thick black carpet softened my footfalls, and I moved silently along. I reached a staircase with a silvery railing. Could I manage to break it and pull it free? Probably not. It looked to be iron. I padded downstairs, grimacing when the stairs ended, and I stood on cold, unforgiving tile. I'd emerged in what appeared to be a foyer, with a fireplace and a hanging chandelier. Irises in blue vases and a tall bookshelf gave it a chic elegance. There was a door across from me, guarded only by a massive, lithe jaguar. I sucked in a sharp breath as the creature's golden eyes flickered open. Slowly, the jaguar straightened and stretched. Its fur shimmered like moonlight over a black lake. It opened its mouth and yawned. Then, before my eyes, the form changed and twisted. A woman emerged. She was entirely nude, save for the long, dark hair that tumbled over her breasts and down to her stomach. My face grew hot, and I fought to keep my gaze fixed firmly on her eyes, still large and gold. She grinned. "Have I upset you?" she asked. "Only because I don't like the thought of killing a naked, unarmed opponent," I replied. "That seems unfair." The witch clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth. "For you, perhaps," she said. "Just because I'm unarmed doesn't mean I'm defenseless. But since my nakedness doesn't bother you, I'll refrain from donning clothes." Sweat prickled my brow, and the woman smirked. "How delightfully progressive for an angel-born. Most of you are so prudish," she said mockingly. "Follow me." "And if I refuse?" I asked coolly. Pain burst through my skull, so intense that my vision blurred. I gasped and stumbled. My knees shook. Still smiling, the woman approached. "That would be very unwise," the woman said. "We don't want to hurt you, Cora." "Funny way you have of showing it," I hissed. She waved her hand, and then the pain was gone. She must be a witch, a strong one too, if she could shift forms and cause pain like that. Follow me, the witch said, crooking a finger. My eyes darted to the door behind her, and I gripped the mirror shards more tightly. The witch's smile widened, revealing her sharp canines. Come now. I'd rather not take Carmilla your mutilated body. She does get so upset when blood gets on her carpet. Carmilla? I asked, repeating the unfamiliar name. Yes, the witch replied. You've been looking for the master of Boston's vampires, haven't you? It's about time you were introduced. Chapter 26. The witch led me into a wide, dimly lit room. The walls were covered in abstract modern art, and beneath my feet, there was a large Persian rug. No wonder Carmilla didn't want blood on her carpets. This one looked expensive. The walls were soft eggshell green that complemented the gold filigree of the framed paintings and decorative enamel around the doors and windows. At one end of the room, there was a Victorian sofa facing another fireplace and more bookshelves. Upon it lounged the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, draped like a model posing for a photo shoot. I knew immediately she was a vampire, even before she smiled, exposing her fangs. Her skin was as white as milk, and her eyes a startling true emerald green. The woman's black hair fell in thick waves past her shoulders. She wore a modern-looking blouse made of pink silk and a short black satin skirt with matching heeled shoes that she'd propped up on the table before her. Her lipstick and eyeshadow were both a bright, distracting shade of red. As we entered, she held up a finger and tilted her head. Yes, that'll be fine, she said. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I have an unexpected engagement. Was she just talking to herself, or to another being that I couldn't see? The vampire let out a titter of laughter. No, she said. This one's still alive. Don't be so rude, you. Abruptly, the vampire's attention snapped to me. Are you finished talking to Satan? I deadpanned. The vampire's lips curved into a smile. She brushed back a lock of hair, revealing a small blue device in her ear. I'll admit that my stockbroker does get on my nerves sometimes, but I wouldn't call him Satan. But then, I don't suppose the allure allow Bluetooth in your little monastery, do they? Please sit. The vampire patted the space beside her and gave me a devilish grin. I'd rather stand, I replied. Suit yourself, she said. The witch crossed the room and curled up on the sofa, right beside the vampire, who smiled indulgently. I bit the inside of my cheek and tried to piece this together. Whatever I'd been expecting, it wasn't this. Come now, Liz, the vampire said, planting a quick kiss on the witch's cheek. Put on some clothes. You're making the angel nervous. I'm fine, I replied. Now, it's a sin to lie, isn't it? The vampire asked. With a long-suffering sigh, the witch snapped her fingers. Light shimmered over her skin as a green dress formed over her dark skin. It was low-cut, with slits going up to her thighs. Better, the vampire said. Marginally, I could still see far more of that witch than was decent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Carmilla, or as the allure probably know me, the elusive broodmaster of Boston's vampires. Carmilla extended her hand. My gaze lingered on her long petal-pink nails. That's impossible, I said slowly. I just met their master. Oh, Emil, he's hardly worthy of that title. He's my mechanic, you might say. He gets his hands dirty when I can't afford to. Carmilla said, waving a dismissive hand. Don't you see? We've modernized. I've outsourced, delegated, like any proper corporation. We've matured beyond feudal family politics. Apologies for the subterfuge, but it keeps me under the allure's radar. I sucked in a breath when I realized her name was a damn anagram. Mercala, I presume? I asked dryly. Caught, Carmilla exclaimed. And you're Cora Servetus. What a cute little thing you are. I'd expect an angel to look like you. I stared at her, unsure exactly what to make of this woman. I'd expected some old vampire wearing dated clothing, not this modern, fashionable creature. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "I would like to propose a mutually beneficial relationship," Carmilla said, smiling. "I want you to spy on the allure at Divine Providence for me." I laughed, partly from the absurdity of the suggestion, and partly from my barely restrained anxiety. "You might as well kill me," I said, "because I will never betray the allure, especially after you slaughtered them." Carmilla swept her feet off the table and stood. She walked past me and pulled a book from a nearby shelf, placing it on the table before returning to the sofa. "We didn't plan on slaughtering anyone," she said. "My vampires set fire to the towers as a distraction, so we could retrieve something." My eyes widened at the leather binding. It was a thick Alaric text, but seemed vaguely familiar. "You killed my father for a book?" I snarled. My mirror shards wouldn't even wound her, but I had the wild thought of springing across the table and gouging out her pretty eyes. Carmilla pursed her lips together, looking contemplative. "I personally retrieved this text from your father's empty office." That wasn't the question I'd asked, but there was something else she wasn't telling me. I could sense it. "I'm sorry about your father," Carmilla said. "For what it's worth. I don't agree with the way the allure do things, but he was fair. A brave, honorable man. I think he legitimately devoted himself to humankind." "So you killed him?" I said. "That's nice." My plan went perfectly, and there wouldn't have been a drop of bloodshed, except... "Except what?" I asked. "Well, the werewolves arrived," Carmilla said. "They attacked us, and the allure. In the chaos, things got messy. To be quite honest, I have no idea who killed your father, and that worries me." "That?" I trailed off. This had to be a trick of some kind. I didn't believe her for a second, but I could tell I'd never be able to force a confession. "I don't understand," I said. "What's so important about an old book?" "I took it for you, Cora. I knew you wouldn't just take my word for it. You needed proof of what's been hidden. Have a look." Carmilla gestured, opening the pages carefully. "It's the history of the Felding races." "I already know the history of the races," I replied, crossing my arms. "Every angel-born does." Carmilla fixed me with a steely stare. "If that was true, why would this text be forbidden to you?" she asked softly. "Why the emphasis on faith, if it can be so easily broken by historical records? Surely you've noticed that there are things that don't add up, like your blessing ceremony, for instance." "How do you know about that?" I asked. "What happened?" Carmilla asked. "Were you rejected entirely, or did all the images light up? It was the latter, wasn't it?" "It was just a glitch of some kind," I said. "An accident." "No, Cora," she said softly, her eyes glowing in the dim light. "You are the glitch." I felt a chill run down my spine, but tried not to show my fear. Carmilla's lips curled into a crimson smile when I hesitated. "You remind me so much of Aurora," she purred. I flinched away from her. "You knew my mother?" I asked, my eyes widening. "Yes," Carmilla said. "Do you know how she died?" In battle," I said, giving the excuse I'd grown up believing. "Battling what?" Carmilla asked. "Feldings." "Is that a pretty way of saying that Joel never told you?" Carmilla asked, something sad shining in her green eyes. I clenched my jaw. "Just like he didn't tell you what happened at your blessing ceremony, or the truth about Omen," Carmilla said, her gaze hardening. "Just like he didn't tell you the truth about the Felding races." "What truth?" I asked, squeezing my fists at my side. I'd almost forgotten about the shard of glass until I felt it cut into my palm. "That you killed her too?" "I only met your mother once. It's so hard to get one of you alone long enough to speak with you. It's like trying to talk to a possum caught in a trap. All teeth and claws, no understanding. I asked her to bring me this book. I never saw her again. You're lying, I said, my arms trembling. My mother would never betray the allure, and neither will I. Carmilla's face softened. Her expression became pitying. Cora, I could make you do my bidding, she said. I'm centuries old, and I know all these terrible little tricks. I could enslave you. I could even make you enjoy it. I could completely remake you however I wanted. And then I could send you back to your little angel den and have you tell me every secret they let slip. I forced myself not to back away. So that's what you want? To make me your puppet? Not at all, Carmilla said. I just want to tell you a story, and then I'll let you go. What you decide to do next is up to you. I don't expect you to believe me, but you can read your father's book and see how much it matches my account. I'm hoping once you know the truth, you'll be willing to help me. And if you are, we'll speak again. What's the story? I asked, my voice shaking more than I wanted. The witch stood and waved me to the vacant space. I stared at the pink tapestry cushion. Come now, Carmilla said. If I wanted to tear out your throat, I would have done so already. I wouldn't have gone through such efforts to bring you here alive, and I wouldn't have given Omen my approval to let your friends live. I considered whether to take her reference to my friends as a veiled threat. Their release was conditional on my cooperation. But if all she expected from me was my attention, I could think of worse fates. I slowly relinquished my grip on the mirror shard, placing the broken glass on the side table. Carmilla's eyes darted to the red stains on the makeshift weapon and my bloody palm, and her nostrils flared, but she kept herself as still as a statue while I sat as far away from her as I could, on the edge of the couch. I reached for the book and brought it to my lap. Carmilla let me have it without a fight. Carmilla reached out with a thin finger and flipped open the cover of the book. I took a deep breath and placed it on the table before us. My every instinct screamed at me to run from this beautiful predator. Up close, she practically radiated power, and her very presence made my skin prickle. It was as if my angel blood was reacting to her vampire venom, without her even touching me. Carmilla flipped to a page featuring a sepia illustration of a beautiful long-haired woman. Entirely naked, of course. I furrowed my brow at the inscription beneath the picture. This was blasphemy. I slammed the cover closed, and although she arched an eyebrow, Carmilla made no move to open the book. That can't be Satan, I said slowly. Sure, Satan had been depicted as female before, usually as a half-snake woman in the Garden of Eden, but this was something else entirely. That drawing was too sensual, too celebratory. Why not? Carmilla asked slyly. Aren't women more often thought of as being devils than men? Women like you, maybe, I replied dryly. And what manner of woman do you think I am? Carmilla asked. A dangerous one. I wonder what that makes you, Carmilla said with a tight smile. But moving on, according to this book and our traditions, God created the world and his race of angels, and indeed all things. Except for the Feldings, I said, who were created by Satan. Who were gifted by fallen angels, Carmilla corrected. You see, dear, when God created the world, he created monsters too. And mankind was wholly unprepared. God refused to help them because he wanted them dependent, grateful, humble, and weak. The angels heard the cries of all those suffering on the earth, so they descended from the heavens and gifted mankind with special abilities. That's not... I trailed off. They each had their own ideas about how to govern, Carmilla continued softly, and so these modified races soon began to fight one another, much as they do now, actually. That part hasn't changed very much. So God sent the archangels to hunt them down, I said, trying to restore normalcy and sync up with the history I knew. Yes, Carmilla replied. The fallen angels were defeated, and Satan was sealed away, hidden behind a lock, and the key to her prison was split into 7 pieces and scattered to the winds. And the 7 races that Satan's cohorts created were cursed in punishment for their transgressions. But that can't be, I murmured. The allure weren't chosen by the archangels, Carmilla said bitterly. But centuries ago, humans discovered the ancient battlefields and found that their DNA reacts in a particular way to the bones of the divine beings. Unfortunately, they had no way to distinguish between the fallen angels and the archangels that came down to fight them. Bones are bones. What? I asked. Oh, yes, Carmilla said. You're wholly human. Don't you see, sweetie? We are the angel-blessed, the true angel-born. We were born with our gifts, our abilities. You need to steal yours. You are the leftover slop that used cobbled-together technology to appropriate gifts that weren't meant for you. Maybe if God wanted you to have them, he wouldn't have buried them so deep that you have to spend years mining out of the earth. I took a deep breath, fighting the urge to argue. But the markings, I said, turning my wrist. The blessings. What are they, if not proof of our divine providence and angelic favor? It's true. Humans are singularly gifted in their potential for magic. The archangel's bones reacts to your mortal shells, and in some situations, they manifest as the runes you have on your arm. In others' conditions, it creates the very monsters they fear. Monsters? I ask. Well, you would call my kind monsters, Carmilla said. Remember that Satan was an angel too. She shared the same blood with your beloved archangels and the fallen angels. The Feldings and the allure. They're 2 sides of the same coin. Of course, when that happens, the allure are quick to discard their problems. I slumped back against the seat. Like Omen, I said. Exactly like that. I didn't want to believe any of it, but it was clear she at least believed this alternate history. My heart was pounding, and I felt anxiety flooding through me. It couldn't be true. What does it matter anyway? I snapped. This all happened forever ago. It's ancient history. You're wrong, her eyes flashed. What you believe motivates your actions. The allure, for example, continue their brutal campaigns against the Feldings, with little justification other than their own mythology. So what? I asked shakily. What are you hoping to achieve by sharing all this with me? You obviously hate us. Why not just go in and destroy us all, if we're really so awful? I'd rather not commit genocide, Cora, Carmilla replied icily. And if I wanted to destroy the allure, I could have done it ages ago. But violence breeds violence, and you'd just regroup and continue slaughtering Feldings, newly justified and with burning conviction that your mission is righteous and holy. You see, information is far more powerful, and they don't want you informed. Your academy, it's a breeding ground for religious terrorism, stuck in the Middle Ages. You literally feed on human blood, I pushed back. You're the subject of countless horror stories. Who's more terrible? I promised you a story, so here's mine. A few centuries ago, when I was first turned, I was a confused orphan, nearly starving. I was feeding on rats during the plague, as all the humans were infected. I came to America early, on one of the first ships, and kept to myself. Occasionally, I'd enter into a contract with a human. They'd allow me to feed on them once a month, and in return, I'd mix a few drops of my blood into a brew that would keep them healthy and strong. This allowed me to survive without becoming dangerous. But the town became suspicious of my prolonged youth, and I was burned at the stake as a witch. When my skin and flesh was charred to the bone, it started raining. The fools thought I was dead and buried my smoking carcass. A week later, I tore myself out of the grave and razed their colony to the ground. I winced. Really, that response had probably been deserved. Afterwards, I was living alone, minding my own business for many years. I even found someone to love, and we lived a quiet life together. But then the allure tracked me down for the slaughter of the town. said they had to put me down like a rabid dog. Again, I was injured. Again, I survived. When I came back, my cabin was burning, and my lover left to rot in the garden. Do I hate the allure? I won't deny it. I've felt more hate and rage than you could ever imagine, but I learned long ago not to be ruled by my anger. I took a deep breath, feeling something like sympathy fill my heart, but I pushed it away. She was a vampire. I couldn't trust my feelings, not when she could be influencing my emotions. Are you done? I said, crossing my arms and leaning back. I listened to your story. Can I go now? Almost, she said. You asked what I want from you, and why this book is so important. Let me answer before you leave. Do you remember what I said about the 7 keys to Satan's tomb? We refer to them as artifacts, and they are objects of great power. Legend has it, they were distributed to the 7 Felding races as a way to establish balance and peace, so that no one race would flourish. So what? I asked. There is a prophecy of sorts, you'll find it in the book, that one day the artifacts will be reunited. The details differ slightly in the handful of accounts we've managed to collect. The allure speak of a dark mage, or sinister Felding, who will unlock Satan's tomb and claim terrifying powers. This figure will unite the 7 Felding races and annihilate the human race, creating a new age. I gulped, running my fingers over the pages of the book. Why hadn't I heard this story before? It was outlandish, but then, if this book contained such a dark prophecy, why had my dad kept a copy at Divine Providence? Even if that's true, I replied, and these powerful artifacts exist, it would make sense for the allure to try and keep them out of the hands of the Felding races, to prevent the prophecy. But they weren't meant for the allure, Cora, and some accounts, at least those circulated among the Felding histories, seem to hint that this figure will actually be one of the allure, and will use the power to eradicate all traces of magic, starting a supernatural war that would destroy all life on Earth. That's ridiculous, I said, taking a shaky breath. Normally, I'd be inclined to agree with you, Carmilla smiled. I can understand why the allure might want this secret history hidden. It's more nuanced and complex than their fledglings can cope with. But that also leaves you vulnerable, because the objects do exist, and someone is actively collecting them. Whatever their intentions, I'm hoping you'll agree that unlocking Satan's tomb to seize unlimited power is probably not the best idea. And this is really it? I asked. This is what my father was killed for? I know it isn't easy to hear, Carmilla said, and to be honest, I'd be willing to let you continue living in ignorance if there wasn't so much at stake. So you're expecting me to betray everything I've ever known, based on myth and rumor? I asked. Not at all, Carmilla interrupted. I'm just hoping you'll keep your eyes peeled. Read the book for yourself. As for the allure, they are already in danger from within. We suspect there's a traitor in Divine Providence. What do you mean? I asked sharply. Carmilla looked askance at the witch. Liz has a gift for seeing things. It's entirely unpredictable, mind you. Foresight isn't nearly as useful of a gift as you would think, but we've caught snippets of someone lurking in the shadows of Divine Providence. Someone who doesn't belong. That doesn't make any sense, I said. A Felding couldn't just waltz in past our security or our protective defenses. We know, Carmilla replied, her eyes hardening. But consider what these objects might be worth, and the lengths a Felding might be willing to go to obtain them. Something new is afoot. It's quite possibly a race, to collect them all, or keep them from the wrong hands, and the consequences could be devastating to our way of life, and yours. There are centuries of resentment built between our races, and perhaps someone is trying to exacerbate that. Or maybe one of the Felding are trying to gain the upper hand. And who knows who else has been impacted? The Fae? The Jinn? The dragons? Divine Providence is involved, and as you've seen, you're not immune to the brewing conflict. If Liz is correct, there are already felding inside the walls of your academy in some capacity. We think the allure might even be harboring at least one or two of the artifacts. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do, given the tensions between our races. But you— I'm the Chancellor's niece, I said. I have privileges. Yes. What's in it for you? What do you plan to do with the artifacts if they can even be found? Divide them up between the feldings, Carmilla breathed, leaning forward, as they were originally meant, to keep the balance, or at least keep them locked up forever, even destroyed if necessary. I took in a shuddering breath and stared at the book before me. I wanted to believe it was just a fake, but in my gut, I knew it wasn't. As much as I wanted to believe my father was innocent, Carmilla's story put his death in context. I shouldn't trust her, and I didn't believe for a second she'd be willing to destroy these artifacts if they could be found. But if there really was a traitor in divine providence, I had to know. Carmilla nodded towards the door, which Liz stood and opened. Apparently my audience with Boston's broodmaster was completed. I clutched the book to my chest as Liz led me through the house. I blinked against the light of dawn as the main door opened, and I stepped out in the front air. Liz gave me a toothy grin and closed the door behind me. I was alive and free, but my world had just been shattered. I began walking towards the taller buildings in the city, hoping to get my bearings so I could return to divine providence. On the way, I turned the conversation over in my head a dozen times, the book itching against my sweaty arms. I was relieved to be going back to the school. But if Carmilla weren't lying, it meant tonight I could be dining with my father's killer. And despite my reservations, Noah had been right about one thing. I hated being in the dark, and I'd stop at nothing to discover the truth. While I wasn't ready to commit to becoming a felding spy, that didn't mean I was going to stop looking for answers. Even if, somehow, divine providence turned out to be as dangerous as a vampire's den.
Discover the secrets of the Academy. Hunting vampires on an airplane was already a bad idea. Then the dragon showed up. Grab the backstory prequel for a thrilling urban fantasy short, focused on the final days of Cora's angel-born mother. Sign up for instant access at www.urbanepics.com, and I'll let you know when the next book in this series is available. If you like vampires, mermaids, and fae, make sure to check out my other fantasy adventures.